when the eyes close. Give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In a place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire.
Hato was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Yo siempre he estado preparada. Me vieron por los suelos, me levanto mejorada. Dime el siguiente reto, que seré mejor o aguanto tot, jo vaig amb tot. Que encuentro luz entre las sombras del miedo.
I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Jo ho dono tot perquè creo en mi. Quan es posa fosc jo no moc d'aquí, no. Sé lo que viví y no pienso quedarme para atrás. No, yo doy más, vaig al pas, ja ho saps. Doy más, ja ho saps. Veo fuego y le doy al gas.
Ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain.
Welcome to beautiful Barcelona. It's been a long road for our 4 final teams. We've got 3 more days of Valorant action to go before we crown our final EMEA champion of the year. And Barcelona is absolutely roasting outside, but it's going to be even hotter on the stage today. And on the desk, it's particularly sexy today. I'm calling it the Quattro and Cat desk. We got Billy, Petra, and Minnie, and myself making things slightly more frosty. Can I get a Quattro Cat from you, please, Minnie?
You can.
Anyone?
Quattro.
No, they can find your video.
I'm afraid we might have peaked.
Здорово всем, ребята, кто только присоединился. А я еще не готов, поэтому погодите еще.
You've played in so many grand finals. What's it like to actually be on the desk for one?
It's so different.
Or for a finals weekend, I should say.
It is more relaxing though. There's not as much pressure than on stage. But if I look at them on stage getting prepped, I'm like, oh, I want to go back. I'm not gonna do it though. But I'm tempted.
Yeah. Again, so watch out for me, like going onto the stage, just in the background, Quattro counting, and Petra of just teams. Watch out. She's going to be sneaking on with water bottles, I imagine. We've got 4 more teams remaining though, so we take a look at the bracket because Billy, you've got the all-important stats in terms of who might still qualify for champions and who already has.
I have been looking at the permutations, and this weekend is pretty simple, it's fair to say. For Foot, they've already qualified for champs alongside Vitality as well, of course. You kind of got that freebie in there. The rest of things are pretty simple, right? We have 2 champs qualification games today. If KC win and go to that grand final, they're qualified to champs. If Team Liquid win their game today, they're also qualified to champs. Now, KC do have a lifeline if they were to lose today. The only thing they need to focus on to get to champs is to get to that grand final, because of course they can't make it on none of the points that they were able to get throughout the year. For Fireflux, because they're a challengers team that came in through that play-ins, they also require to be in the grand final. If you're a Team Heretics fan, you are rooting for Foot and KC today, Foot and Team Liquid, I should say, sorry, today, because you want those 2 teams to be in that grand final for Team Heretics to also be able to make it to champs. So it's kind of crazy that we start today off with 2 champs qualification games.
И не работает вебка, да?
Heretics fans unhappy, Liquid fans unhappy. Yes. Oh, okay, well, it's going to be an interesting day. All our teams are, of course, going to be playing today. We are elimination matches coming later. First of all,
но оно уже работало 2 секунды назад, а теперь блядь, не хочет.
And this is going to be such an interesting clash of styles. But the similarities between these teams is they both had a rocky start to their year.
Не работает. Бляха-муха. Зачем я стримпад купил, если он все равно не работает?
What that actually has looked like. So if we take a look at how Foot's 20Twix had started,
Какая-то странная
let's not forget
история.
they had started the year with the kind of old roster that they'd had throughout this partnerships era, right? But then they'd also brought Crystali, their rookie, in as well as Baha. Kickoff did not go as planned. They obviously went 0-3 in that kickoff, and it was in fact KC that eliminated them from that. But whilst all the other teams were having fun at Masters Santiago, Foot decided to have a big roster shuffle. And Minnie, I know that you wanted to speak about Mr. Fallen and Gaius leaving, and then of course Vlad and Sop coming in and Sociable as well.
Yeah, this is the pivotal moment. Foot were like a double initiator, kind of pseudo-Turkish team in a way. Obviously a Turkish team, they didn't really play like a Turkish team. And getting these guys in, getting in people like Vlad on the coaching side and Sociable, but then obviously Sop spearheading that. They switched to that double duelist style. It fits the meta, it fits them, and they're able to rise in the stonks in the future after that.
Can I ask you a quick question? I'm so sorry. I just was wondering, what do you think was the biggest difference maker? The change of IGL, because Mr. Fallen was the poster child of Foot for many years, or do you think it was the...
Нас сегодня маловато пока. Пусть сидит, секретничает, не секретничайте. Пишите сообщения. Где вы, кто вы, что вы.
Relationship of Vlad and Sop, who worked together in Challengers last year. So you already have that synergy between those two. You know, Vlad is probably one of the only coaches that Sop has had throughout his competitive career. So there was that existing relationship. But either way, this was the kind of new era of Foot. This was a Foot that people kind of got excited.
Но у меня висело где-то $2. Я $2 на Кармина залетел.
They were able to make it to that global event after having such an incredible performance. And in fact, actually making it to Masters London. They ended up matching their global finish in previous events, a top 6 finish that they were able to have there. Let's not forget, they missed every single global event last year, so this roster change was kind of one of those things that I guess people could see coming. And then they come back to EMEA.
Все на ВК и Ютубе, у тебя же 400 было. Кого 400?
Game in the regular season to Navi, but don't read into it because you know they managed to pull it back. Yes, they had to
баксов.
go through the play-in.
Я их всосал на втором сете бусе. Очень сильно расстроился в теннисе на бусе на втором сете всосал. Очень сильно расстроился, и он выиграл третий сет. Пиздец. Я на втором сете бусе въебал.
Yeah, and the start of the year was not very good too. I think if you told me that both KC and Foot were this upper bracket final, I'd be like, what are you talking about? Who are these teams? At the start of the year, they looked miserable. So we're going to break down KC a little bit too. It's a little bit simpler. They start the year with mostly the same roster, only Shados really being the big difference. He used to be the IGL, and they didn't win many games. They started off kickoff winning 1 game overall. And that is the theme for the first half of the year, really. It's like they only won 1 game up until stage 2. Like, that's not very good, is it?
Big contrast.
The big thing here, though, is that Narrate gets switched in, Aves to the IGL role, but still we see them struggling. They had that kind of Eng system that wasn't really fitting the team. They had a really good team on paper. Players like Narrate, you got Aves Levin, all these players here who had a lot of potential. Players that I thought were very strong, but something just wasn't clicking. It felt like later on, when we get, you know, a bit of a failure, it's then when Eng is removed and then Zeish is promoted to head coach, where this stylistic shift happens. There's no more of this structured Aves having to micro IGL through the radar. It's all about this kind of flow state system. They're playing really good Valorant, but it's about like these little protocols and not about having to follow a protocol list and tree list. So they're looking really good right now. Stocks are right up. Buy them right now. They're going to continue to rise.
In terms of Eng, do you think that there is more he could have done? Did he need to be more flexible and just move with the times?
Potentially, I do think that there is a buff here in the sense that...
Я даже более того, пикафлай, там, короче, оставалось еще 13 баксов, я с этих 13 баксов сделал 80 баксов и залил на Талусон, и Талусон, короче, слила второй сет, что-то там, что-то 5-2 или 5-3 слила. 5-2 или 5-3 слила в 5-7.
We'll be talking about the mechanics of Narrate shortly, but also in terms of Narrate coming in as a really confident voice. Losing Eng is a big risk, but actually, given that you had Narrate, he's had a stage with the team, he's managed to experience what the team needs right now. Partnering then with Zeish
Такой, блядь, вчера нещадящий, конечно.
That's one of the reasons why this team suddenly were able to refresh, have that honeymoon period, but also know each other well enough to trust each other.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, like, as we've mentioned, both of these teams
5-2 было. Ну вот, 5-2 въебало.
KC's maybe hasn't been through like the length of the year. It's
5-2
just been a very
в 5-7.
quick spike in success and the way that they've found themselves. Almost wish they did it last year when we had champs in Paris, but hey, we're here now, 1 game away from champs. And I think that if you had said that to us at the start of the year, even stage 1, like, I don't think that many of us would have believed that this would have been the case. So it's really nice to see teams actually manage to turn their season around.
And we're seeing individuals turning their own independent seasons around as well, because Crossley and Aves, these are 2 players that we are talking about so favorably at the moment. Cristali, he might not be the person who's always topping in the server, but he's doing the job he needs to do. And Aves, we should absolutely talk about, because we've got you on the desk, Petra. You are a former IGL. We know you for the initiator role, and Aves is doing both of those things right now, but since he's been able to focus fully on that rather than flexing, we're seeing so much more from him.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone is stepping in with calling in the team, it takes a lot of your shoulders, and having to play your own game is so important, and it pays off, as you can see.
Yeah.
Aves is doing very great.
Well, should we have a look at the stats from these 2 players? They're obviously doing different things in the game in a sense, but same role, but in terms of the impact that we're seeing Crossley having right now, how much impact do you think he's having right now compared to when we first saw him playing with this team, Billy?
I think he's definitely stepped up a lot when we consider him coming into this year as a rookie, right? You look at Sop, for example, on their team. He is the star player without a doubt, but it is Crostali that is helping set Sop up in a lot of those situations. And I think especially when we saw him at Masters London, he just took it up to the next level for me.
I think the narrative for me around Foot is the floor has risen for this team. We knew that players like Sop were going to deliver time and time again, but it's players like Crossley and even someone like Zeus at London, who we saw perform really well, we're seeing them be consistent players. We're not seeing them be players that are bullied on that defense side. People aren't just going to their sites and running them over anymore. Crossley is going to be able to hold his own, and that's really important when you're playing in, you know, very important games where the skill level is very high.
I mean, I was literally calling him like a Sova merchant on Haven because that was like the only time he would have like an individually good performance at the start of the year. But now he's just such, like as Mini is saying, such a key component. But I guess from your perspective, Petra, do you have a preference out of Avez's Sova and Crostali's Sova?
Well, yeah, I'm a fan of Aves Sova.
Okay.
Yeah, I can relate to the way he's playing, so yeah, I like that more.
Well, should we hear from Aves, as we've just been talking about him? I feel like
Что тай будет на матче US Open, счет 5-4, все шло к таю, под 0 забирали, пошел дождь.
I'm here joined by Aves. Aves, it's been a journey. It's been a year for KC, especially. Did you
Перенесли на следующий день.
saw yourself here by the end of stage 1?
Сейчас кто-то насрет. Думаешь?
To be honest, I thought we're not like back then in stage 1. I thought the year was over.
Думаешь, насрет?
Okay, so to make that change possible,
Я думаю, что все в порядке будет.
About you yourself specifically for this to be possible?
I think I changed a lot of things regarding like how I approach the game, how I think about a lot of things outside also the game, and yeah, like my teammates are helping me so much, even my coach.
So what is the key to actually making it and getting the win today?
Like never give up, be disciplined, and you're gonna achieve everything.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Aves. Best of luck.
Never giving up and being disciplined. It'll be interesting to see if Foot can match that discipline in the game later today. Did you feel the confidence coming out of Aves? They seem pretty laid back, to be honest.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like Aves has always been like a relatively chill kind of players. Like I think that whole KC team do feel rather calm and controlled, and I think that fits.
А что у нас с утра-то было, кстати? Я с утра не интересовался, что было. Т1 DRX выиграли, по HyperX вансайдов и все, да? Грустное утро какое-то. Не зря проспал.
To be able to play that style, you're going to need to have these players be calm in these moments and to have a lot of skill. I think Narrate is a big player for that because he just understands the game very well. You need these pieces around Aves, and Aves himself is able to do it. It's a bit easier when you're not, you know, staring at the mini-map, Phoenix flashing your teammates at the same time, like not having to do too much. So, yeah, I just really like it right now.
Well, let's talk about Narrate and Sop. These are two individuals who have had huge impact for their respective teams. The question is, can Sop disrupt KC's meandering style at times? Meandering, it feels a little bit negative, but they can start things slightly slow. And Sop, as you're about to see, always likes to see things played fast.
For sure. I think that, you know, people sometimes get it mistaken with Turkish teams. You know, they just run at you, but I think Sop is definitely that traditional Turkish style player, right? And it's not just the way that he's running at you and disrupting your game plan to the point where KC are maybe not even going to have time to think through their plans in the mid-round. I think it's also just having a player that can so reliably use snipers, because of course when we think back to last year and Zeus being on this roster, he's never really been that duelist that picks up this weapon, whereas Sop definitely is a kind of difference maker in that regard.
Yeah, I think Sop is very independent as well. Like he makes his own plays. He doesn't always need his team to make space for him or to get utility out. And compared with Narrate, he is also independent, but he is relying on team a little bit more.
Yeah, I'd say Sop is probably the best entry duelist I've seen, at least this year. I think that he is getting into that caliber of one of the GOAT kind of entry players. I think it's an extremely hard role to play. And Sop is just going in without much utility, just cleaning up every single time. Like, the past few series, he's like plus 19, I think, on FKFD. Like, having a player on that team, in a team where he's just going to go in, make all the space, and get the entry on a very positive basis, that makes the game a lot easier to play.
Cheeky question, but where does he rank globally compared to other duelists?
I think he might genuinely, as an entry player right now, might be the best in the world.
The only thing I suppose with Sop that can be an issue, I think, is his confidence. Sometimes the consistency drops, and because he has got the weight of the team's expectations and our expectations on his shoulders, potentially those.
Почему ты качал, блядь, качаном назвал? Откуда мне понять, что ты должен, то, что ты имеешь в виду его?
Today we're going to see the Soperator on fire. Billy has no doubts. She's looking at me like, how can you even bring this up? Of course Sop is going to perform today.
I think there's times where like players kind of have that mock or pseudo.
Видел я, наверное.
Sop's one of those players where you
Раз
can
уж
read
на то
some of
пошло.
that and be like, oh, maybe he's just kind of, you know, putting on a face. But I kind of believe it when I see him. I know maybe he had a little bit of a dip during stage 2, but I think overall, I kind of believe him when he's saying, I'm just going to diff these people, you know?
Yeah, I
Скорее
fully
всего.
believe him, 100%. And I was laughing because I think even when we were in London and everyone was like bigging up Sop, I was like, does the postman celebrate when he delivers the post? Like, this is Sop. Like, Sop just performs.
Except when he doesn't.
So proud.
Except when he doesn't, which is incredibly rare. And again, as you're saying, it's not going to happen today. And Narrate as well, an incredibly consistent, impactful player for the team in terms of the comms and also the amount of space he's able to find and take.
Yeah, I think the difference with the entry side of things is Narrate is a very good entry player too, but it's going to be mostly on that defense side. You're going to see that on that Chamber. Chamber right now in this meta, Operator, it's a fantastic duo. I have to give Casey a lot of props for finding this as an agent pick in this meta. I think it's extremely strong.
Теперь знаешь. Что знаю-то? Я смотрел.
Chamber player coming into this year. And he looks
Какой
like
нахуй качан?
Neon in America's maybe the only player I'd say who's comfortably better than him, but I think Narrate's been doing a fantastic job.
I think for me, when I
У него вполне прикольный ник качал. Какой еще качан?
This loose kind of style. You're speaking about the defense and stuff, Mini. I'm thinking more on the attack of Narrate is consistently finding value from the lurks that he gets and being able to take up these first engagements. I mean, look at the first engagements that we're seeing from both of these players and is why we're head-to-heading them today.
Знаешь, что качал качан? Нет, не знаю.
Of course, we've discussed Sop already, but the value
Вруби
that
в
they're able
DS.
to have
Ща.
with the snipers that they use, but then also the first engagements. This is the head-to-head that I've got my eye on today.
Yeah, I think Narrate is the key player on this team. Like, he is obviously fragging a lot, but I think the fact that he has a lot of intelligence in the
Ну,
game,
я зашел
he's
в
able to
DS.
help Aves with some of these calls. He's taking a lot of the space. Maybe not literally running onto Slikes like Sop, but he's going to be taking the space that Casey want to play that chess match around.
Привет,
And I think the big
Кирилл.
thing is
Здорово,
Sop just
Данил.
going to be running out and just trying to disrupt this chess match, or is Casey going to be able to kind of, you know, contain Sop a little bit?
I think Narrate is a little bit more versatile in that way. He knows when to react, and Sop can react super fast with his agent, right? And Narrate just, you know, he can either play slow with the team, like you said, or he can play fast. So he has everything.
But which one has the hardest job on that stage today?
I think Sop has a harder job. I think Sop is better in overall, like his job as an entry player. I think it's extremely hard to be an entry player. You look at the stats for Neon players, especially in our region right now, and you're not going to see stats like Sop's because running in as a Neon isn't anywhere near as easy as what he makes it look. And I think having a chamber, you know, Ray is very good at it. But you got a get out of jail free card. Sop doesn't have a get out of jail free card when he's running onto sites.
Okay, but he is sometimes playing the jet now.
Ты приглушаешь.
Comfort, and again, that's why I raise questions about his confidence. But I know you're about to disagree with me, Billy.
No, so I think we kind of had this discussion earlier of like who would have the easiest job today out of Narrate and Sop. And yes, whilst I understand like Narrate has a get out of jail free card with the chamber, I still think that there are kind of limitations to both in the sense that Narrate, when he, like say they're playing like a 4-1, he can be punished so easily. We see the early aggression come out from Foot. I'm thinking in terms of cases,
Там много лишнего
he
видно
can be punished so
на
easily.
кадре.
You don't think he can be punished easily?
I would say easily, but I would say that there's one job Sop needs to do, and that is run at people and kill them.
Yeah, I just think that Foot could exploit it, is what I think, in terms of like Narrate being on the
А
chamber.
мне же ребер просто все выпирает.
Let's not get into that yet. Let's not get into that.
I don't think we need to ask that question, but Kakuga had some questions for Sop earlier, so let's
У
hear
тебя
it.
мега лагает микрофон. Я как бы понимаю, что ты говоришь, но он пиздец звучит. Тебе надо в Дискорде или где-нибудь что-нибудь пофиксить.
Это VPN, наверное.
Нет, теперь нормально.
I don't know, that's how
А, это я
grew
просто
up.
на кнопку взял,
I think I
отжимаю.
work harder than everyone else and I think different. Probably that's why. I just work different.
So how does that work? Working harder in what sense?
I mean, working hard and plus thinking different, helping like, I think thinking different is the big deal. And obviously you need to have discipline and you need to get obsessed with the game. So that's all.
That's all. Okay. Best of luck for today.
Best of luck for
He
today.
thinks different, and he definitely shoots different, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, I find it interesting that he's just like, yeah, I just work hard and I just think differently. And I think in moments we can see that in the sense of he's thinking differently with spacing and how he's actually entering the site, which I think
Сегодня
is
до
why
утра,
he
да,
finds
сидим?
himself so successful in the entries that he's getting.
Получается.
Because he's almost unpredictable in a way at times, I feel like, which is such a strength to Foot's playstyle.
Сегодня параид
I think it's
съели,
because
как
he has a
выиграли,
very
блядь.
fast thinking. Like he can react so fast, and well, that's what he's saying. Like he's.
Ну, я увидел
I also think it's the
именно
fact that he's probably got a lot
счет.
of reps doing this. Every single
Ну,
team
кроме
he's probably
счета
played
ничего
in
не.
the Turkish region, they're going to be letting him off the leash doing that kind of thing. When I was a coach, I probably wouldn't
Там
be letting
позор,
some
короче,
be
был
stop as much
полный.
as what other people would have been. And I think that means he's got so many good reps of doing those entries. Sometimes maybe inting a little bit, but most of the time he's going to be coming out on top. And he just knows the pathings. He knows all that silliness that he can get away with, backed by his mechanical abilities.
I mean, think about what you and I were like when we were at Ascension last year, when we watched Ulf and we were like, Echo and Sop, can't wait for them to come to VCT because they are just such confident players.
Petra, when you were a duelist, how did you think before you went into sites and tried to make that space?
Oh yeah, I mean that goes so fast I cannot even explain. There's like so many thoughts within a few seconds coming through your head. Sometimes you hear key information and it's like something
Так.
clicks, you have the puzzles together and you're just going and then expect the team to adapt.
So that basically you don't even make the
Так,
call, you're
так.
just straight in and the team's like, okay, Petra's doing Petra
Everyone
things.
can make the call basically. So if someone connects the puzzle, you just go.
Well, we haven't spoken about Levin, who is the young duelist of the KC roster, and he's got some pretty good form against Turkish teams. Currently a 5-1 tally, but does Foot count among those?
Yes, Foot does count among
Okay.
those. One of the losses was to Foot earlier this
Oh,
year.
gosh.
This roster.
So that's the
of
one
Foot,
then. That's not the
only
wins.
Turkish team that Levin has lost to in VCT is this current Foot roster. But of course, this statistic like includes his time on BBL last year, his time in KC this year. So yeah, I guess it's like an interesting head-to-head in the sense of you have this really creative duelist also on the other side that loves that freedom, that loves playing in that looser style. When I think back to BBL and his time there last year, that's where he thrived, and I think that he's been able to thrive recently because of KC moving to this.
Yeah, we talked about improved players earlier. I think Levin is absolutely on my list for most improved this year. I think that last year I saw a player who was a bit too aggressive at times, not with the team. I think at times, like, just mechanically not there. But this stage, playing the Neon a lot more, it seems to be he's found comfort there. I think the attack sides, he's a lot more with the team. Defensively, that's where he shines. He does not back down from an angle. He will test you over and over again, and it's paying off a lot in this meta. And I think that's going to be one of the keys today because, you know, Turkish teams don't back down either. Foot aren't going to be backing down to that fight as well. And it's whether Levin can keep composed in that moment.
So utter disrespect is what we need to see from both of these teams.
On defense side, I think in this meta, it's all about that. I think you don't have the utility
Так, ну-ка не лагай.
to be playing that chess game of re-clearing with utility. It's
Давай
okay,
без
you gotta
лагов.
lean on your duelist to be re-clearing that space. That's what Foot loves to do. That's what Levin loves to do.
I think it's not just that. I think when we think about Levin individually as a player, how many, you know, high stakes games on BBL last year did he just go missing? There was a lot, and now we think
Здравствуйте,
about him playing
Ланочка.
on this big stage that he's never played on before. Let's not forget it was his rookie year last year, and they weren't able to.
Грузите баллы канала на первую карту,
being this close,
если кто
and
хочет.
now he has to play on a big stage like this.
Yeah, I think he is the player I'm probably looking at in this KC team to see where their mentality is at. Because I do remember last year him losing in ISO ults against Classics.
Но по мне рановато, потому что неизвестно даже, какая карта у нас
Iffy
будет.
mechanical situations happening. This year he's looking a
Пока
lot
что.
stronger, and I'm hoping
Пока
that
рановато.
we see the Levin we've been seeing in stage 2 at this tournament.
I thought you were about to say, and we'll be hoping that before Champions the meta doesn't
Кармина
change.
возьмут,
ISO
увидим.
won't be in, but KC will be. But it's interesting because KC, speaking of ISO, you know, we can probably look at their style as going back a few years, right? This is the kind of classic Valorant style. You would actually call it proper Valorant, Petra.
Yeah, I do think they play proper Valorant. Like they
Уже
lay out the
известно.
map so well. They poke a little bit here and there and getting the information, playing with the rotations. I really like to see that, but I also really like to see the aggressive style what Foot has. Sorry.
So
We will do it. Yeah,
See,
but
we were talking about classic stars, now we're talking
Достигнись.
about
Отказываюсь.
football. We are going retro
I'm
on the
going
desk
back in
today.
time.
when I was watching the VODs this morning, I was watching Foot and I was like, every single time on the attack side, it's always the first tempo that they go at. They will always just be going, whether that's just taking part of the map as 4 or just taking a site. That's a big thing to me. If KC see that, they're going to be able to see where the reads are. They need to have a very good anti-rush style on their defense. They know that Foot are just going to be running at them in the space that they want to, trying to overwhelm. It's very simplistic, but when you have SOP at the forefront just running at you, it can work pretty
In
well.
that way, Foot is a little bit more predictable than
Yes.
KC. Yeah.
Is there a way you can prep for that pressure?
For Foot's pressure?
Yeah. How do you think that KC have discussed this, and how do you think their anti is going to look today?
I think that you have to have what I would call good anti-rush protocols. You need to know that this team is going to be running it down at you, and you need to be looking at your scrims, looking at those times where you've been losing to fast XX and kind of what reviewing and making sure that those things are coming through. You can prep all you want though. SOP is the difference here. Like, you can get rushed in scrims and lose sometimes, but you're not losing to SOP. That's different. You can't prep for that specifically. So that is the thing I'm looking out for today.
I just started laughing because I just like remembered that like obviously Simos is like assistant coaching for KC, and then you've got VALbINA on the other side, and these two were like former duos when we think back to Koi last year, thinking about the anti-stratting and the counter and all of these things. And I think, yeah, having two assistant coaches that, yeah, we've maybe not been able to highlight so much here, but that know each other's tendencies through working together previously in VCT, I think is maybe going to be interesting in that front.
Can we pretend that we need to bring the skirmish back? And just get the assistant coaches doing a little skirmish? Just for the lulz? No? We got no time. It's a shame that we have no time for that. I guess with Foot, there maybe are two concerns here. The one being if any of them does have a bad day, given that the system is relying on them showing up, being able to hit their shots, as simple as that sounds. But because it's simple, is there potentially going to be a depth issue here? Like, how adaptable are they going to be? Because we know how strong KT's mid-rounding is.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of Foot and their depth, I think the fact that they've already been able to have such a good finish at a global event this year shows that this isn't really a team that we should be worrying about depth per se. I know that there's the whole stereotype of Turkish teams will just run it down, but I think that these players actually are due some credit for how intelligent they are in the moments and how they get themselves into these moments of just being able to find out those first engagements. Like, it's not an easy task for SOP to just find the first engagements in the sense of, yeah, he just goes and kills them. I still think that there's layers to that.
From the VODs I was watching, I think their attack side is pretty one-dimensional. I think that there is a let's go together kind of approach. Defense side, they're very hectic and all over the place. It's manic. I think that's where they thrive a little bit more.
Okay.
But for me, KC are a very cerebral team. I think they're playing the best Valorant in Europe right now. And I think a team playing at that level, if they rise to this occasion, they deal with this pressure well, they should be able to deal with Foot's style. It's just whether those individuals are the difference maker.
Yeah. We are ready to hear the map veto. It's going to be interesting, Casey. We know they've got a 7-map pool, and these teams, they like to play the same map. So let's see what we're going to be seeing today. We're going to get Lotus.
I did not expect Lotus to be there.
I expect Lotus to be banned by Foot.
I thought that both Lotus and Haven would have been banned today. I thought that a good system for this
Здорово,
would
здорово.
be for both of these
Спасибо.
teams to target ban their opponent.
Who would you want to ban Haven?
I want KC to ban Haven. I know that
Right,
sounds
okay.
controversial, but Foot,
Yeah.
you said it last week, best Haven team in the world.
I did say that,
Yeah.
but KC have also been a great, so I thought you just allow it to flow.
I would
Is it
just ban it. I think that the map feature would have been better for KC if they banned that Haven, but luckily for us and luckily for the viewers, having Lotus and Haven, two maps where we're going to see teams playing at their highest level, I think is a great sign.
Yeah, they're all comfortable picks. I was wondering with KC if they would actually try and get Summit through because of the fact that we know that Foot are so uncomfortable on that map. Yachi J has literally said in an interview how he dislikes playing on that map.
I think the issue is that they were playing the breach, right? Foot playing that breach, I think they probably switch away from it.
Yeah.
And they're going to go double duelist. They're going to be very free-flowing, more free-flowing than they even are right now. And I think KC would prefer to play against a team they have prep on. And they probably wouldn't have prep on it.
Yeah, I think Foot's composition was kind of exploitable almost on that map, so it kind of makes sense. I think Ascent is such a great decider though, because both teams have shown that they can be so great on this map. I do think Foot having the opportunity to select Haven, and I don't know how you feel about this, Petra, being able to have your favorite map second in the wave almost feels like a buff of being able to have the momentum throughout the series.
Favorite map of who?
Of Foot.
Yeah. Well, I think it's great, obviously.
Yeah. So basically, we're potentially going to have an absolute barn burner tick off things here in Barcelona. We wouldn't want it any other way because in just 3 games, we will know who our EMEA champion will be. And we're going to know who's going to be representing our region at champs. So right now, what will happen when the Zing of KC meets the Bang?
Здорово, ребят. Поздравляю с серией из 3. За кого тут еще неизвестно, ребята, за хорошую игру.
Los necios dicen que el destino importa tanto como...
Да и предикт пока рано.
¿No es así? No. El destino. Lo que importa es dónde acabas. Los fallos, el esfuerzo, las noches sin dormir. Irrelevantes. El destino. No importa nada más.
Это что, неона у нас тут показывают? Чисто неон. Неоны, братва.
Los largos días, las lágrimas, las esperanzas frustradas, las oportunidades perdidas. Da igual, ¿a quién le importa, verdad? El destino, ¿verdad? Por supuesto que importa.
Я, кстати говоря, сегодня получил приглашение на VCT EMEA Finals. То бишь на Champions. Так что сегодня... Ой, фу, сегодня, блядь. Будем шлейфовать весь просмотр этого Valorant в этом году Champions.
Wasn't thinking that I can make it again, but now I'm here.
The final game in Berlin has been played.
I will just do my best. I will just try to help my teammates, and I just want to take it and get it back to home.
Barcelona always KC.
За кого болеть будешь? За хорошую игру, естественно. Единственное, что стоит, ребята, от Valorant ожидать, это хорошие игры. Потому что команд, которые будут показывать нам крутую игру...
But they lost a little bit of the honeymoon period.
If you can win against Carmine Corp, that means that you are better.
Много.
You are the best, so I just want to show them.
В отличие от иных дисциплин, скажем так.
Foot has spent years in VCT, but this is the year they look truly ready to lift their first trophy. If their individuals can live up to
Я до сих пор немного в ахуе с того, что было на интернешнале, но ладно. Пока впитываем.
And the KC rebuild has been swift and deadly to their opponents. Since being promoted
Здесь у нас такого, по идее, быть не должно. Да везде, по идее, нигде такого быть не должно.
But will this newfound freedom be enough to throw Foot off course and book KC a spot
Выспался.
at
Да.
Champions? This is a high-stakes game for both of these teams, but for KC, this must matter so much, knowing that Champions is on the line and they only have a couple of opportunities to make it.
Yeah, this is the biggest game of KC as an.
А при чем здесь ниша-то вообще?
This is the biggest game for these players. The style they're playing, we're talking about, it requires them to remain calm and composed in this moment, and that's what we need to see today from them. Lotus coming up first. This is a map that I think they are extremely good at. This is a map where we've even seen the PaperX coaches saying how good they are.
Здорово, ребят.
They must win this map, I think, in this.
Итак, Кармина забанили сплит, футы забанили Абис. Кармины взяли Лотус. Футы взяли защиту. Футы пикнули Heaven, Кармины взяли атаку. Забанен Саммит, забанен Сансет. И взялся Асцент.
Кстати, у футов форма похожа на форму Виталити 2020 года. Прям точь-в-точь.
With Sop at the spearhead doing that, I think that is a big talking point for this Lotus specifically. You've got that narrate chamber. Can Sop just run around and just find his moments to kind of disrupt that chess match KC are trying to play?
It's going to be really interesting to see how comfortable Sop is as we head into the first game, given the fact that it is KC's.
Чего ты говоришь, легко для кого? Футов?
Для
КС. Почему?
Потому что там досит.
Oh, and the players for the first time here
Хорошо.
in Barcelona are sat on the Razer gaming chairs. Took me by surprise.
Чего я говорил, что у команды фут форма похожа на форму команды Виталити 2020 года. Прям точь-в-точь. Те же спонсоры.
100%, and I think to back off the point that you were making, you know,
Прикольно
we're
всё.
looking at this Lotus and we're wondering what are Foot going to play? Are there going to be any changes? Of course, we've not seen this from them in the playoffs. The last that they had played it was in that play-ins where they had moved away from a more kind of traditional composition of the Vi's, the double duelist and the Sky, and have actually tried to introduce a Waylay, which I think Zeus has been looking absolutely incredible on that agent.
Yeah, I agree. I think Zeus on the Waylay seems like a match made in heaven right now, but I think this map requires a more cerebral approach. I think that, I'd say it time and time again, you need that Viper on your team and you probably need a Sentinel. That's what KC has. They have Viper and Chamber. I think they're able to lock down that defense very well.
Там и вызывается, вижу. Пусть зайдет, обсудим. Кто тут дурачок, а кто нет.
Foot on the other hand, they do have that double dive. It's going to be down to whether they can disrupt on defense
Здорово,
and
здорово.
just send it on that attack. For them, I want them on that attack side to be running it down on C, trying to stop that C hold.
Почему Бриз настолько часто кидают в реворк? Потому что Бриз очень любят разрабы, и я очень люблю Бриз. А комьюнити не признает такую карту. Слишком она открытая для людей. В мире, когда большинство карт ближней-средней дистанции, у нас есть Бриз, на котором открытая точка раз, открытая точка 2 и мид пиздец какой длинный. Необычайно длинный. Выделяется карта.
3 карты.
Какое у тебя зрение? Идеально.
Это чисто очки для хайпа, да?
Это очки для приглушения света от мониторов.
Почем брал?
Подарили, я не ебу. Мне кажется, не особо дорогие, потому что у меня их 2. 2 пары очков, таких же. О, вторые.
Я просто от компа в последнее время что-то глаза слезиться начали.
Ну, слезиться-то это хорошо, хуёво, когда вообще ничего. Если ты плачешь за компом, это здорово. Ну чего, Лотус, поехали. Пикнули Кармины, футы взяли защиту.
Контроль.
Захватили футы зеленку. Кармины опростоволосились, теперь не знают, что им делать. Ну, выходит на
Наруто
зеленку вторым
распикивает
темпом,
С.
думая, что футы потерялись. Нарата нашел фраг по соушиблу, на фоне чего суп потерялся, не этот самый... Суп потерялся и Ксеус потерялся. Короче, вот этот фраг по соушиблу, он все решил, Нарата создал разницу. Первый раунд достается команде Кармина Корпус.
Первый раунд игру решит.
Ну, мощно.
Опять не проебали.
Мощно, мощно. Это было мощно.
Фаворит серии Кармин Корп.
Только пришел, кто, по-твоему, в серии фаворит? Тяжело ответить, но вначале, конечно, вот Нарата создал разницу. Нарата чемпион.
Есть такой игрок Outman, а есть такой игрок Кардоси. Они также играют. Иногда базы выдают, иногда хуёво.
Вот у нас опять Нарата начал с опена. И Кармина выходит в зеленку.
Мне кажется, зря Скент не пикнули турки.
Может быть.
Если бы они Аскен пикнули, это самая лучшая карта фут. Оставлять на последнюю. И пикать Heaven, который 50 на 50, я не знаю. Как им выигрывать?
Думаешь, 2-0?
Но они по пику ошиблись слишком сильно. Думаю, да.
But all 10 players had played against each other in stage 1. And Foot came out 2-1 in terms of maps, but Casey actually won the Haven. That was about 13-9.
Жестко переиграли их Кармин Корп. Идут на Атлант.
Да, ничего необычного не делали. Но 2-0.
Там VLA просто под собой не проверила, на. И Суигетсу прошел. И дал инфу, что никого нанят.
An opportunity to get started here. I agree for the most part, it does feel like a free shot, but I think for Foot, they already have admitted, I mean, we saw VALbINA on the desk talk about Lotus. This is a map where there's massive gaps, one that they know there will be mistakes.
Не, если футы выиграют, то я думаю за счет трех карт. То есть победу футов, если рассматривать, ребята, то только 2-1. 2-0 очень вряд ли. Или Heaven, или Lotus. По идее, Кармины должны выигрывать.
У меня девушка пришла, надо пакеты поднять, я приду через минут 5.
Давай.
It's only really Narrate with the ability to get the kills who's closest. He's at halfway point. But it's this another E opening between
Китай
these two.
пропустил Тайлу по делу Чемпики или условно ЕДГ. Поклали прибор.
Casualties will be costly here, and with the util sent in, Zeus flying right back.
По делу.
Yeah, gaining the information. And you can see KC so slow to scale off the back of that.
Не по делу трейсы какую-то хуйню сделали, как и всегда. Я не знаю, у них что-то там в головном отделе команды какая-то хуйня происходит. Это меня очень сильно разочаровывает. Трейсы выигрывают GDG, затем въебывают два матча подряд и отлетают нахуй с квалификации. GDG топ-2 турнира. Чё за хуйня? Просто пиздец. Здорово, Голдфур.
but Narrate has covered good ground.
It has. So, I'm sorry, Yetiji is the one who's left all alone towards the C site. No even option of support, and I think this is a really quick pivot to be with those bodies for Foot.
The defender side of calling has been great for them so far this stage.
Ну, опять хорошую повесил на Радка. Но команда откисла. 2-1. Так Трейси 2-3 года дичь творят. Но у них состав хороший, блять, там проблема вот в головном составе. Там кто-то там, блять, тренеры, аналитики, хуитики, что-то вот там вот какая-то хуйня. У них команда вполне себе юбари. Но каждый раз, когда они делают что-то хорошее, что-то крутое, прям реально крутое делают, блять, они в следующей же игре жрут говно и отлетают. Невероятно, вот, блять, вот как вот это так происходит, ну, не знаю. Невероятная чушь. Всегда так легко. Всегда так, никогда иначе. 3 в 3 ситуация. На кочке у нас была заруба, 2 в 2 разменялись, суп 44 хп. Ну, теперь решит хитрость, кто хитрее. Инициативу берут на себя кармины. Футы, в свою очередь, не решаются стянуться и сыграть вместе. А затем вместе как бы все сделать. Они рассчитывают на соло исполнение. И именно суп выбирает правильную точку, где будут противники. А у него 40 кп. Все на супе, или суп создает разницу, или пизда. Вообще, я бы предположил, что этот раунд заберут футы. Проверяем.
Yetiji, the point man, he'll get spotted here on the corner. No, finds Narrate a little quick. Outlaw not doing enough.
Ай-яй-яй. Ай-яй-яй. Какая ошибка, бля. А чем занимается Ксеус? Что-то Ксеус пока вообще не здесь. Ксеус, мне кажется, неподходящего героя для первой карты взял себе. Именно себе. Вот именно проблема в том, что вот ему его не реализовать. В таких случаях, когда вот у меня нихуя не летит и вообще я не понимаю, что происходит, я беру каких-нибудь, какого-нибудь теха я беру. Вот. Чтобы игра сама в себя игралась. Нажимаешь простейшие кнопки и пытаешься выиграть. Здорово, на кого заливаем? На победителя.
Я пришел.
С возвращением.
Занимался я пакет тащить.
Ага. О, крутой классик у кого? Пиздец крутой. Это левитановский классик или что это за классик? Какой-то прям вообще охуенный. Мне нравится. Что это за классик?
Ты заметил. Кирилл. А как можно выдавать права людям, которые на стрима одни запретки кидают?
Какие права?
Я про Valorant. Просто одного стримера знаю.
Я не знаю, каким образом люди добывают права.
Я говорю в этом смысле, что чел просто смотрит Valorant, отмачивает и кидает запретки только так, нахуй. Ты этого стримера хорошо знаешь.
Не знаю, что.
It is the debut of Sop's operator on this defender side.
That's what you're hoping will be the relief for Foot, as it's early on the line and early with a kill. Sop the one to take Levin offline.
Just interrupting that early timing with the slide in as well. You'll see him do this on.
Ну чё, футы начали с опена, Кармины очень небрежно вышли на зеленку на этот раз. Наратта начинает искать ответный фраг. Пока что футы не подставляются, хладнокровно играют футы, все верно. Прокидывается смочина, разведка от Карминов. В свою очередь под Б, как это принято, Гетсу на Вайпер пытается найти голову. Очень важный раунд для команды Карминов, если они его проиграют. Есть подозрение, что неприятно будет. Тут 2 поинта до ульты у Ятуджи, уже 1 поинт. 2 поинта у Красталя.
3-5.
Флэш. Ох ты ж, ебать, как
не умирает. Дося 1-5. Дотян, тащи.
Ну, этот раунд прям из ряда вон хуёвый. Я предположу, что здесь мы на первой половине можем даже увидеть какой-нибудь счет 6-6. Вот что я вам скажу.
7-5, думаю, будет. Возможно, даже за командой Фут. С такой атакой.
Undoing time now. Arai, you now know there is going to be a foot round. And Dosia,
я не понимаю, куда ты написал, какой чат.
На Твиче.
Я не знаю, что там Данил, что он говорит, что он не говорит.
Надо студию свою по Valorant открывать.
Короче, на данный момент 4 раунда, которые выиграли Кармины, это целиком и полностью, как бы, ну, я бы сказал, что засолировал Наратта. В случае, если футы найдут способ приструнить Наратта, то Карминам пизда. И вот Кармины очень спеша собираются создать разницу для того, чтобы у футов было меньше времени. Они идут по линии на точку А, футы должны вообще соображать, что будет какой-то такой вот своеобразный all-in. И на первые секунды мы не видим ничего такого. Ну, короче, мы не видим ответа. То есть футы недостаточно точно принимают решения касательно обороны.
Команда Фут должна сейвить. Нет экономики на следующий раунд, но они идут выбивать. Возможно, это ошибка. Всем карта живет в смоках. 2. И Досян 1 в 1 остается. Легкий клатч для Доси. 1-3.
Ну, 5-й раунд за Карминами. Но это так как футы немного не успевают, короче... Не успевают работать башкой. Направление и действия команды Кармины Корпс более чем логично и простое, что ли. А футы вот не соображают, что происходит в игре. Стреляются-то они нормально, вроде как вот кнопки нажимают нормально. Важный. Этот раунд был очень важный. Прям пиздец какой важный. Возможно, благодаря этому раунду Кармины, короче, выиграют эту карту. Пушат у нас футы, тоже не соображают, что у нас Нарат это не жопой деланный. Ошибаются футы. Очень большая ошибка. Теперь они в ситуации, где им вчетвером надо... Этот раунд надо выигрывать 100% футам, если они хотят выиграть. Но они, опять же, не угадывают линию нападения Кармины заходят на точку Б, ставят спайк.
Set up as the late second layer rather than narrate conceding the A lobby control. Figuring out what the post plant looks like, it's towards blue room that they look as the door opens up.
Ну, Суп дает минус, затем Авис принимает двоих и все пизда.
Да тут похоронена команда Фуп, походу.
Одна малейшая ошибка, и они ошиблись, как говорится. Вот такая история. Пока намечается какая-нибудь фора минус 3,5 за командой Карминов.
Минус 5,5.
Obviously, you're not getting away with the gun there, but the biggest one for me in this is just how it starts. Crostali full shift walking up on A with the belt of util. When it comes to big stages, he massively impressed me in London, so yeah, to see stuff like this is concerning. Of course, someone who was on the back burner with Fenerbahce for 2 years before he got his chance on this roster. No, 100%.
Европа, Valorant самый плохой регион.
Не надо так говорить. Ты не прав.
Да нет, в чате просто спросили.
Что спросили?
Кто не так херово играет, я сказал. Как вчера последний матч Левиатан сыграли? Я просто уснул.
Нормально.
Saish will have been preparing for this one for ages. He's been ready for it for years. Was in the head coach slot during kickoff in 2024 for a couple of games and stepping to the side for those. That was the last time they hoisted a trophy in this region. A trophy which has collected dust since then, and while Foot already have the guarantee of champs, that's something that KC is still chasing.
And I think that's the big point that we have to be honing in on, is that for Foot, this is for bragging rights. This is for achieving something that they've not been able to do before. But for KC, it's about being able to finish your year in China, not in Barcelona, especially after having such a successful Stage 2. They need to make that grand final. They need to either win today or win tomorrow, should they lose. And we go towards another eco cycle for Foot. 2 rifles in the mix.
Zeus does catch the stun there. Trying to open up the round on A. Bandit B in the hands of Sociable.
Хороший выход под команду. Кармин Торс на бэксайд.
Not too far behind, as is often the case, but Foot able to offer some concessions to this.
Yetiji already out towards Waterfall. Oh, can't quite take Narrate off guard. So where's Crostali off to?
First off, maybe seeing if he can retrieve one of those rifles.
Седьмой от Карминов.
A phantom left in his wake.
Здесь 7-й, там и 8-й, предположу.
Нет, следующие футы должны забирать.
12 clutches and counting this stage, and he's heard the drop of Levin.
Я бы не был так уверен.
In this one, so right out of the timeout, Casey with the round win.
3 rounds left in this half, and you feel Foot need at least one for a chance. And I think this is the worst.
Ипсон во ВКонтакте, трансляция включена, должна быть. Да, там 5 зрителей. О чем ты? Зачем ты это пишешь?
That is a lot more impressive, usually around 51%.
That's the thing, right?
And they're completely failing here.
It's the way in which they're changing up who's taking.
Хотел в чате засрать.
Стрим включен во ВКонтакте.
Scope or slides doesn't matter.
Sugetsu, the one who'll be calling, hey guys, they're taking that A space. Let's start moving C quickly.
Там необходимо собраться в этом раунде. Они очень серьезно принялись за зеленку, и в свою очередь Кармины, как по маслу, заходят на точку С без какого-либо сопротивления. Люван дерется с Етуджи, Люван остается с 2 хп, Етуджи почти фуловый.
and you're looking towards Sugetsu to be a
Нарат-то принимает воду.
But Narate once again
Нажимается на сульта.
fully confident in the peak, taken away by those
Кай
Seekers, but starting to
откидываются, Нарат принимает Крастали. И тут же разменивает сам себя, и все, пиздец. Хотел я сказать, и так и есть. Да, 8. Получается, прогноз на минус 3,5 более чем живет.
А был правдивый. 7-й, там и 8-й.
Кармина опаздывают со своей защитой на целый раунд.
Какие Кармина и в атаке?
Фу, блять, Кармина, футы.
The series had to start with success for them here in Barcelona. They couldn't force to buckle under that pressure.
Первый луз стримера, походу, за месяц-два.
Что?
Да у тебя в чате спросили.
Какой нахуй луз?
Я думаю, что ты за фут болеешь просто. Мы возвращаемся к той ситуации, где сильно разгромные в плей-офф.
After how explosive Foot have been to this point. I mean, Kameto in the house just behind us. There's certainly something special in the air
Вышли бы
today.
Enterprise, такой терпи бы не было.
Tosia, while he can't close it out just yet.
2-9.
9-й раунд для команды Тарвин Тор.
3 from Levin. And his record against Turkish teams looks to add another. Yeah, I mean, one round for Foot to try and get that lifeline. The reason why we're tracking it is
Был приколист на Вето в Китае, тут приколист на VLA 1.8.
But if Foot can't achieve that, I feel as if you're already starting to look towards Haven. Absolutely. And that is where the record does get better, but like you say, not in this kind of
Сегодня-то
fashion.
один в Valorant хорошо сыграли прям на обузе. Против команды Thieves.
Последний раунд первой половины. Кармины очень халтурно пытаются на зелень зайти, затем пушат Б. На энергии очень скоростно. Очень быстро двигаются Кармины. Ставит спайк. Ну, что предпримут путы. Нажимается на сульта.
Самая плохая ульта в жизни.
И...
10-2. Пасифик сегодня смотрел или подглядывал последний матч? Т1 против The Raids. Там обуз просто такой великолепный был от одной команды. Мне кажется, ты ошиблись. Пиками карт на пик. Купили две карты лучшие карты Кармен Корп, конечно, спасибо первые две.
Ты говоришь о том, Данил, что еще не произошло. Сейчас.
Это не чисто две лучшие карты Кармен Корп играет. Первая и вторая.
Мы вторую еще не видели. А одна из этих карт все равно была первой.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, I'm surprised. No, everything is very white, is very sane. Este es el español que habla por ahora. What about the resting? Have you had time to rest and come prepare for this weekend? Le vamos a preguntar si ha podido descansar todo este tiempo.
Yeah, we actually rest after the planes and after the playoff matches. before coming here, we just gave like 2 days off, and then now we are here trying to be prepared for the match, and I guess we are ready.
Dice que sí, que se han podido estar preparando, que han venido después del play-in. Y chicos, la verdad que
Interview
está
na
todo listo.
испанском,
Aquí todo el
вау.
mundo está disfrutando Barcelona. So, back to you guys.
YTJ already climatized to the Spanish atmosphere, it seems. Have you picked up on anything since you've been here, Cairo?
Cerveza.
Absolutamente nada. Absolutely nothing. They're going to need to find their feet quickly because this is a horror show. 8 rounds between the teams as it stands. KC really putting on the pressure now. I mean, just look to
Команда Karmit Corp идет драться за длину на С.
Ну, команда футов очень командно делает то, что в первом раунде сделал Наратте в соло. И очень уверенно, по сути, забирают вторую пистолетку.
Подожди, еще не забрали. Это проверять можно.
How do you get back in?
Yeah, paranoia's on both sides here. It's that extra flash for Crostali, though, that could be everything.
I mean, the Sheriff on Sugetsu. Headshots his game. But it doesn't look like they're going to be allowed back in. So slow in their scale. So when we get to this point, Foot will be so confident that paranoia probably enough to finish this one out. I mean, it's a nice right click from Dosia, but already this round is done. It's about orbs for Sugetsu. As Foot.
Сосян всех покоцал. Пачка теперь.
Ну, спейсер из Доси нормальный такой. По спейсеру он здраво.
Суетиться не умер бы, раунд взяли бы.
Under their belt, it's a great way to start, but once more, we need to see a clean anti-eco into a bonus. The building blocks of what they can achieve here. The flip side is, KC have to find a way to contain this attack side, because we know how good the combination of Sop and Zeus can be. If this gets out of control, if they find a way to blunder this first map, the series is suddenly thrown into jeopardy.
Yeah, I mean, you speak about that combination of Sop and Zeus, and between the two of them, they have 9 kills. Sop with 8 of those. So I think it's right to look towards individuals leveling up. It's just whether they're allowed to.
Yeah, and I think honestly, again, you take that hit on Zeus, the sacrificial lamb, and a lot of situations, just create the space to bring everyone else online. That's when things start to track better for them. Narrate is always going to be a thorn in the side. You have to commit bodies or utility to take him off of these angles. You can already see Headhunter in hand. It's a scary enough prospect as it is. Now crossing the minute mark.
I agree, but if you get
Кармины стянулись под мидом. Далее стягиваются пода. Футы, в свою очередь, фейкуют под Б и смещаются тоже на Б, я так думаю. А может и на А, хуй знает.
Это будет сплит через А на Б, через маленькую дверку.
Right into A.
30 seconds left.
And you're thinking, these pistols,
А
we've already seen Dosia get
выход на
right
сайт.
kill. The KC Classic doing what it needs to, but the rifle's doing what they need to. It's a
Были бы
bloodbath
дроповики, этот раунд был шел за командой Karmit Corp, но тут 4-й раунд за командой футболистов.
Waiting for anybody else to pick them, but there's Narrate, and it looks like that's the round.
We'll be thinking about building up some ultimates here. Sop on the Marshall should be hunting down Levin in this situation. It's a nice gamble stack from KC, but a little bit of luck in there. Some shots through the edge of the
Ну, пока прям критических ошибок ну, то есть за эти 2 раунда не было замечено у Карминов. Вроде нормально все делают. Если они продолжат в том же самом духе, я думаю, что 3 раунда они допердят.
Karmit Corp только 2 человека играет. Это Нарут и Леви. Остальные где-то не тут вообще.
Но продолжат ли они так же? Так.
now into the bonus.
Гетсу, например,
Боты
по карте вообще не
собираются
видно.
захватить зеленку.
Everybody with a rifle on either side. So let's have a look into the comms with Foot to see how
Откидывают
they
на
deal with this.
зеленке. В свою очередь заходит на Б. Очень интересный раунд команды Foot. И он в миллиметре от того, чтобы быть успешным. Ставится спайк. Время пошло. Остается принимать. Единственное,
Надо
Е тут
сейвить,
же,
я
как
думаю.
мне кажется, очень... Е тут же очень далеко находится. Туп спейсит как нереальный. Откидывается Ксеус. Затем они вдвоем
тут же заходит в спину.
Авица. И пизда. Пятый раунд от
Это же
Футов.
пятый раунд для команды, да.
Молодцы.
Фора-то горит.
Очень хороший раунд от команды Фут.
Где пятый, там и шестой. Там денег нету.
With momentum's at their back now, bonus round in the bag. And just a 5-round gap, as you say. This was a brilliant call to just fight up into plat, break off one of the arms of the retake. Between Levin and
Предлагаю команде Кармин Корп
Но
взять
этот
после
раунд,
этого паузу.
этот раунд
подумать.
настолько качественный был, ребята, если кому интересно, что Кармины не показывали ни одного такого охуенного раунда. Но вот в свою очередь у Футов слишком мало раундов за защиту было забрано. Но это был самый сильный раунд за эту карту.
За 14 прошедших раундов, имел в виду.
Нихуя.
Арут минус 2.
Мельчайшая ошибка от команды Фут привела к потере двух игроков. 3 в 4 ситуация. Заход на точку С, а там у нас находится Дося. Дося у нас Space Creator, как мы уже увидели. Как сыграет у нас Дося, проверка. Дося отзонивается. На него тратят аж 2 кнопки, нихуя себе. Аж 3 кнопки тратят на Досю, который убежал. Ё.
Как же они боятся Досю?
Прям он... Ну, мне кажется, это может быть 11-й. Проверяем. Очень много ресурсов потрачено.
Где они стоят вдвоем?
Дося откидывается. И решает зайти в смочину. А это неправильное решение. Здесь, если уж и заходить, то с прыжка. Полную хуйню сделали.
Вес живой.
Полную хуйню. Да, с прыжка бы, если зашел, короче, заспейтил. Ну вот, не доиграл Дося. Он все сделал качественно, все сделал правильно, но под конец хуйню сделал. Было близко. Вот он решил войти и сесть, а необходимо было с прыжка.
Кирилл.
Все.
А Фори-то пизда, походу.
Ты чё? Так.
Чего у нас сегодня в Америке? Можно помнить?
У нас 6-10. Да нет, на Америке.
Нет, по Америке. Какие матчи?
У нас здесь матч, Данил. Ой-ой-ой, Ксеус не угадывает. Ксеус не угадывает. Ё-моё, слишком поторопился.
Ошибаются в важном раунде. Команда
24.
футболист 24 ситуации.
Бам, нахуй, минус суп.
Достали, остался один.
Ай-яй-яй. 11 от команды Карминов.
Finally, with the tools in their favor, the blue wall will not be beaten in this gun round.
Ну вот, да, слишком мало раунда за защиту забрали, и любой вот такой вот маневр бьет вдвойне сильнее.
Арут Прайм какой-то выдает, я давно не видел, как он так хорошо играет.
narrates court. The fact that he's able to find something through B main, just sets them up for so much success.
4 на 10, это прям редкость от Наруто, если честно.
From one of the lowest rated players on Sentinels in America's kickoff to the one which
ну вот проигранный один раунд, сразу тактическая пауза.
Смотри на осы Наруто, это пиздец. Кринж.
In Spain, in Madrid, with KC at their only international appearance in the past and looking to push them to yet another. Wants to put behind him the failures of Toronto et al. And the first stage to now survive the second.
Yeah.
Кирилл, а ты сегодня во сколько
At
проснулся?
this point in time, it's all about champs, right? And I think that's what it's going to be down to. The fact that we've seen that growth from the rate, the fact that we've
Часа 3
seen
назад.
the fact that he keeps getting these kills in this map specifically. Only to see, should he be the relief point?
Yeah, I mean, it's the chamber that we're talking about there, and you saw it on the stats. That's what Foot have to try and find an answer to, because when it comes to first engagements, he's the best in the region in terms of return value.
34 ульты у команды футболист.
Fits like a glove.
Очень важный раунд. Как если проигрывает его, у команды Фут не будет экономики, и это будет 13 раунд. Очень важный раунд сейчас будет за игру.
The up in his hands once again. It's a big B main duel. And Narrate has found what he was looking
Ну вот, пауза только хуёво сделала команде Foot. Они решили сделать очень некачественный раунд. Вот я говорил, что был самый качественный раунд, и вот после этого самого качественного раунда началась полная хуйня. Они...
Забег. Ехали на Heaven.
Они резко потеряли в качестве во всем. И все.
Вот и все, Кирилл, экономики нет, читай. Вторая карта будет сейчас.
Giving themselves 6 opportunities to see through Lotus, their undefeated map in the pool, with Foot's very own on the horizon.
4 ультимейта слева.
The attack will be looking to generate some confidence to that end.
Но все они могут закончиться при встрече с Нарата.
Нарат 2 ХД.
Нарата делает вид, будто через стену их нахуй всех не видит. Люван перестреливает Сошибл, опять 4 ситуация. Прожимается ульта Красталя.
Идет выход на сайт. Ульта дается от Вайлайт.
Ой-ой-ой.
Наруто ошибается. Ситуация 4 в 4.
Has to find this kill.
Oh, Levin just sending it into the pit, looking for what he needs at the back of sight, and Sop still trying to find something, but Levin instead, and now Levin.
Леви хоронит команду Фут на первой карте.
Ну, поздравляю тех, кто болел за минусовую фору. Дамы и господа, Кармины выигрывают первую карту. 13-6 у нас счет. Далеко не близко получилось. Путы крайне сильно ошибались за сторону защиты, на фоне чего и атака посыпалась. Ну и атаки по сути и не было. Вот. Первая за Карминами.
Я давно не видел.
Но я думаю, что дальше... Я думаю, что дальше может быть все в корне измениться, если кому интересно. Так, еще раз Heaven пикали у нас ребята из Футов, и Кармины имели все варианты взять атаку, да? Да, Кармины взяли атаку. Ну, то есть у Футов будет еще одна возможность начать хорошо за защиту.
Вроде за атаку начинают.
I mean, it doesn't really matter if I keep the performance or not. Our team is very good. So we're just gonna rely on each other and trust each other. And I believe we'll take
вообще изменился народ.
It doesn't
Вообще
matter. We don't care about
красавчик
the
стал.
stakes, and we're just gonna keep going forward.
Dice que no le importa lo que está en juego, que se van a apoyar los unos en los otros, que da igual si es el mapa siguiente o en el tercero. Ellos saben que van a ganar hoy. Well, thank you very much. Good luck on the second one. Vámonos a un break, que tenemos Haven después de esto.
Ну, мой прикартовый прогноз, если кому интересно, я думаю, что команда Put выиграет вторую карту. На первой у них не получилось, на второй, я думаю, что у них все получится.
А второй, думаю, то же самое будет.
Итого это будет второй прогноз на сегодня. Первый был минус 3,5.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Кирилл, че кушал сегодня?
Ничего, Данил, пойду отойду, скоро вернусь.
Так. Давайте сходим, покушаем, прием.
This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Tough guy 뒤혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave that just a wall 맛보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge of forever If I never win I'll never fly I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine Can't have sleep without the sour Pain is my superpower
Alors, you're one map away from champs and the spot in the grand final. What would it mean for you to make it? And what you're going to tell the team to get them ready?
I mean, for sure for us it will mean a lot because we went through hell, but we're trying to keep like our head cold and focus on what we actually need to do.
Yep.
So yeah, I would just try to like remind them like why we are there, like how we got to there. It's like by thinking only about ourselves and like trying to get our head cold, not like rushing stuff and things like this. So yeah, we're gonna try to keep the same way. And of course, if I make champs, like my first thought will be towards my mom because like she supported me all through the way. So yeah, that will be my first thought.
Thank you.
There was an evil giggle from Ewan then, because he knew what Zace just did to us on the desk, getting us emotional. It's literally one map in here in Barcelona. We've still got 2.5 more days to go and then some. But what a performance from KC, guys. It looks like they wanted to get that map over with quickly, and to be honest, by the end of it, so did Foot.
Yeah, I mean, I said that KC had to win this map because I think they're one of the best Lotus teams in the world. I think that Foot aren't so strong on it, and they showed it. It's a reason why I said I think Foot should have probably banned this map in the first place. This could, like, I didn't set it up this way, but this was essentially a gimme map for KC. They've looked like one of the best teams in the world.
It's so satisfying to see that.
Yeah, it's been beautiful. That chess match that you were setting up, I think, played out beautifully here.
Yeah, I agree. The Footballists didn't show up, so...
I mean, they tried.
Yeah.
They tried showing up everywhere, but KC always had an answer for them. Can you guys talk to us about what went so well on the attack side for KC?
Yeah, so we got a little telestrat here. Me and Petra were talking about this during the game. So it starts off early, round 4, where KC were kind of showing quite a bit of aggression here towards the mound space, Petra. So this was what you were wanting to highlight here. So we see KC on the attack side taking this mound space.
Yeah, so I think KC wanted to show to Footballists that they're going to slightly play a little bit different, and it makes them unpredictable for the rest of the game. So they show aggression first, and then they play the map a little bit more.
Yeah, so round 4, they played very aggressive towards that mound space. They're taking it very aggressively. And then these rounds later, we see them being less aggressive towards mound, taking more of the A space. But then that leaves Foot here with the 2 players on mound. And they're now conditioned, right?
Yeah, indeed, it worked. The plan worked. But it's a bit disappointing from Foot that they're... Like, they know they are heavy taken on Rubble, on A side, right? KC, there's a lot of players there. You either boost through, get the 1v1, or you rotate back so you have a stronger side because there are people playing on the side there.
But instead, we see Foot doing absolutely nothing with these 2 players here. Just, you know, we see the players up here from KC already on the site, and Foot are doing absolutely nothing here. There's none of these quick rotations that we usually see Foot doing. You know, that next layer to their game should be that push out that we were saying before. We see here, KC 5v4 in a post plant. They're going to win out this round. It gets a bit close, but I don't care about that. Me and Petra were about like the smart game here.
Yeah.
Like, KC are just winning this fairly easily. Foot, some big mistakes there, like a bit of hesitation.
Maybe they're a bit nervous? Or...
You think Foot nervous? Potentially. I think it's like how it's more about, to me, like, do they get overwhelmed? Not nervous, but like, do they kind of shut down in a way? And I think that's different.
Because the expectation is different, sorry.
Yeah, no, don't be sorry. But again, I come back to the point I was talking about with Sop and his confidence. There have been times this year where we have seen Sop shut down. It wasn't a disaster for him on Lotus. But I
Так, ну чё, прием.
were to take on Lotus today. They know that KC are going to want to pick it against them.
Вторая карта скоро начнется.
Still go for the ban against Abyss, I guess, because they haven't had time to practice it.
Здравствуйте, ёжик.
And it doesn't really feel like they brought ideas for to the table, even though they should know how KC want to play Lotus.
I personally thought like there were some ideas. I just don't think they were good enough. I think KC, like I'm saying, like if we send KC to champs and they play a Lotus, they're probably going to beat most of the teams in the world. They're going to be beating some of these top level teams looking to go on deep runs. I don't think Foot's playstyle allows them to play the map in the way that they necessarily want to. I don't think
Ну, вот узнаем на второй карте. Короче, я хотел посмотреть крутую игру, а у нас на первой карте произошла неурядица.
When we saw Kakuka talking to Narrate at the end of Lotus, he said that his performance isn't what matters today. Narrate literally said, I can rely on my teammates. It's not about me. But I just think that Lotus would be an entirely different picture if we didn't see him doing Narrate things on the chamber, Petra.
I mean, it depends a little bit how you can take it, right? Like, if he's talking about if I have a bad game, I trust my teammates enough to pick up the I don't know how you say it, but you know, to step in for me. Yeah, pick up the slack.
Проиграла.
There was no slack
Epic
here.
Run.
He was popping
Это
off.
МЛББ, да?
A show for him.
Yeah, I think this Lotus, part of the reason why I think KC are one of the best is because of Narrate.
Не переживай. Тайне я тебе расскажу, что ранг тебе нахер не сдался. И никогда он тебе не был нужен. Самое последнее, что тебе нужно в играх, в компьютерных или где еще, это твой ранг. Ты на него смотреть вообще никогда не должна. На него смотрят другие люди. Большие люди.
But I think balancing that would be nice. To see.
Mini, he's trying to suppress
Если
the
ты хочешь стать
American
профессионалом
in
или
him.
еще кем.
He's like, you know what? I
А
don't
тебе
want
вообще
to remind
разницы
people that I
нет.
went to that region and it
Красивые
wasn't my
зеленые
best look.
смотрим.
I'm doing well in Europe.
Так красивого ты оглянись. Вокруг тебя много чего красивого должно быть.
I do wonder though.
Я думаю, и так
how Foot and the
достаточно.
coaches are feeling at the moment because they have got to dust themselves off quickly. Foot is a team we know can do that, especially as they're going to be going to Haven. But
Что
let's
думаешь
just
по
take
Хевену? Я
one
думаю,
final
что у
look
Футов
back
отличные
at
шансы на
Lotus
Хевен.
Foot as we hear from them in the coaching booth.
Только зашел, сколько раз стример уже ныл, что чат идиотов.
No, we weren't, because they're also quite good at the map.
5.
But since it's one of the best maps for us, we wanted to pick it because, like, after Breeze removed from current map pool, we knew Split was their permaban. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, like, we knew they had a good Haven. They've always had a good Haven, so I think the veto probably went the way both teams expected it to.
Interesting. There were some thoughts as to whether actually KC wouldn't want to play Haven against Foot, despite their record on the map, Mini.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it would have been a big brain play, I think, to ban this map. Personally, I think that KC's rest of the maps pair up quite well against Foot. But like they were saying, KC this year, historically, even during their kind of rough periods, Haven was a kind of staple map for them. We saw them playing quite well on this map during then, and they're still playing well on the map now. But against Foot is this team, like Billy's been saying it, I've been saying it, they might be the best team on this map in the world.
I do think the first game is going to have a lot of influence on the second game, though, because Zeus was... I don't think he's warmed up at all, so...
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, because it's like, even though Foot have this map to go to now where they can kind of push aside that Lotus a little bit, knowing that they were probably supposed to lose that map and go onto a map now where their home turf is that kind of confidence hit going to matter for them?
Well, both of these teams know that they have one more life if they don't make it through to Grands today. And KC are one map away from champions. They want to get it done today, although if they do, they will be eliminating Team Heretics from TAM's contention, which feels like a contentious issue as we're in Spain right now, and Heretics famously a Spanish organization. So let's maybe move away from that slight awkwardness and talk about what we're expecting to see here in Haven. I don't think we're going to see any changes, but I think it's going to be really exciting to see Zeus in his comfort zone. We know he's one of the best waylays in the world, and on Haven, we're going to see what he can do, I imagine, Petra.
I mean, if he's not playing, then the team will back him up, right? It's that easy, like he said.
Yeah, yes. I mean, well, we'll see that for Foot, I imagine. For Foot, given that they are so momentum-based, it slightly worries me. But again, I mentioned earlier, we do know that they are able to pick themselves up map to map, especially when they're going onto a map like this.
Yeah, I think it's not about nerves here. It's about whether they just have that. They know they qualified to champs, but I think it's about knowing that as an organization, you haven't won trophies before. They need to kind of pick themselves back up, go into this Haven, know what you... They are just so good at this map. You got Zeus on that way, they stop switching to that Jet. He just plays what he wants. He play a Neon, he'll play a Jet, doesn't matter, he's going to be in your face frying. So I just think it's about just reminding themselves what is on the line here. There's a trophy on the line. I hope they're just going for that. Defense side, what I love for them is that aggression on this map. I think Haven, 3-site map, you need to get very aggressive in your face. I think you're rewarded for it on this map, and I think Zeus is one of the players with his saturate able to do a lot of that kind of value.
We want Levin to remind himself of the fact that he needs to take revenge on Foot as well. Foot, one of the Turkish teams that actually has, in fact, the only Turkish team that has managed to take him down before. Now he's going to be hopefully feeling himself after a fantastic performance on Lotus. Can he repeat that on Haven against the best team on this map in VCT, EMEA, and perhaps even in the world? Let's go over to Hazza and Cairo to pick things up.
Well, Hazza, both of these teams are undefeated this year on Haven. Well, on this map, sorry, in this stage, yeah. I should say, not this year, but one of these teams are going to lose it. Right here, right now. For KC, they will lock champs if they can do so.
And that's the biggest interaction between these two teams. As you say, 9 maps unbeaten here for Foot. That carried on through Masters. Their most recent loss on this map, and only loss with this lineup, was against KC. Now, yes, it was a while ago, and with a different composition. But if history can repeat itself, then more history will be made.
Foot since dropping out of
Вторая карта, дамы и господа. Heaven. Пик команды Foot. В сторону выбирали Кармины, выбрали атаку. Точно так же, как и предыдущая карта, начинается у нас Футы за атаку. Ой, Футы за защиту, Кармины за атаку. И Кармины в прямом направлении по миду решили идти и вызывать Футов на перестрелку. Все, начинается возня. Откидывается Крастали. Лювна спалили. Люван отзонился, потратил поджопник. Зашли в гараж теперь. Команда Карминов должны Футы что-то понимать. Они стягиваются наоборот на точку А. Не читают у нас Футы перемещения. И все падает в руки Крастали. Весь этот раунд на Крастале и на Супе. Так, Суп не угадывает. Суп не угадывает, ловит мистайминг нереальный. Еще и пули насквозь противников пролетают. Ебанутое преимущество за командой Кармины Корпс. На первой пистолетке второй карты ставится спайк, и раунд, скорее всего, уже у них в кармане. Идут у нас Футы. Ну все, пизда. Первый за Карминами. Вообще нихуя не получается.
And the momentum from Lotus is continued.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to stop that attack side. And I think as well it's worth noting that maybe there is a chance that Foot go out quietly here on this half.
So in that second half maybe then where the silver linings do lie. Like we were saying, the Liquid result built on strong macro, big moments, but you can see how frustrated the staff are feeling with how this one has started. I mean, we speak of international experience. On the KC side, 3 out of the 5 players have never seen an arena of this size, let alone played on that stage. So, all of the right signs. One foot in front of the other.
Как тебе команда Кармины Корп на этой карте?
There is a stack.
Yeah, there is a lot of Foot players in front of one another.
Is this the mannequin challenge? Oh no, that's not good.
Oh dear, you had to see it. You had to see it. Well,
it wouldn't be an EMEA roadshow.
Yeah.
Without a little
Да так же, как и на предыдущей.
from Berlin to
У нас сейчас перезапуск будет, ребята. Можете расслабиться на кучу времени.
And I much prefer to see those ones instead. I think they're purple, actually.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I mean that's the.
You don't like to say that word, do you?
Там буки хуйню, если что, прямо сейчас. Прямо сейчас есть вариант залутать Карминов за 1.9, ребята. Если что, прямо сейчас Кармины за 1.9. Потому что раунд достался Футам. Раунд достался Футам, а этот самый... А кэфы хуёвые. Ого, интересно.
Key points here. There's a lot to discuss between these two teams and the history, right? And I think that's the point that I wanted to get to. The stuff that we were talking about in that first round. Both teams have never dropped this map, this stage, but Foot have only managed to drop one map, well, no, 2, and so far after groups. And I think that shows that real turn of form. But so far, since we've started this series, we're not seeing that side of Foot. We're not seeing that killing instinct.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing to talk about with this Foot team.
Купил Футов, 0 залил на Карминов. Теперь молись, чтобы Кармины это выиграли.
As I was saying, they went to Paris for EWC, and that was a big turning point in their year, simply based on the fact they were able to grind out more of those officials with this new setup, find that identity.
Yeah.
And for Foot, it feels like their year's almost not stopped. You remember talking to the coaches as well about London and only having, what, a couple of weeks off there to try and get things back on track.
I think that's a big point to be talking about. The fact that they said to the coaches that it was only 1 or 2 weeks that they had since they started trials, got this team together. And I mean, that's the thing that people don't see. There's that element to what's happening when games aren't happening, when there's the pracs. I mean, I imagine you've got to be looking at this roster, how young some of the players are, how they might actually miss home a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've not quite got to that point in the off-season upcoming yet, where we're looking at some transfers being made. It's not until the end of this playoffs, really, when you expect those big moves to happen. So, yeah, there aren't trials, like you say, maybe not the best quality pracs for these teams to sort of get themselves prepared. Champs is in Shanghai rather than Paris this time. So, in terms of EMEA as a region, we don't get some of those imported teams early as well.
Yeah.
It's a lot to navigate for sure, but fortunately enough, that does look like the end of the tech pause. We should be heading back in game here in just a moment's time. For those joining us, KC, 1 round up. They've won the pistol, and Foot haven't changed the A stack.
No, Foot haven't. They're going again. I mean, none of the KC players were able to see it. So it's the same opening from them again.
Time to find out if it's any different. Dart broken, as it was in the
Почему
dry
стример
run.
тактически переобулся и сказал, что Кармина выиграют, хотя предикцию футов? Это когда такое произошло? Я сказал, что есть хороший кэф на Карминов, потому что второй раунд засчитали футам. Сейчас уже кэфы вернули на круги стоя. Нет, своя. Даже более того, они закрыты до сих пор.
Levin to whack Zeus, and well, continuing on that way, Levin not managing to miss. Sop though.
Yeah, I mean, there are big kills here. It's Yetajay late. Sugetsu can't find the shot.
А вот вам и 1-1. Напомню, у меня прогноз на победу футов.
Ты чё за хуйня сейчас была?
Нечто забавное.
Их пауза была, что ли? Я думал, уже 5-й раунд. Нормально я пришел, типа фуллэк берут.
Out of the points, I should say. Just yet another name that can interrupt things.
Could you imagine KC versus Team Liquid tomorrow?
Potentially even we could have a KC Fireflux Grand Final.
Yeah.
Worst possible outcome for those on Spanish soil, hoping.
Справедливо. Справедливости не существует.
Against the Pistols now, but not having too much trouble. Sop took some
В смысле не существует?
It is Zeus actually now wiped off the board, so
Прям так уверен в этом?
still looming in the air here, the threat of a reversal.
Бам-бам.
Sop generating 2 out of the Phantom. Should have put an end to things. He's still going here. The shock dart will push him out into the open, but Amaz wants nothing to do with this.
Remember the last time on Haven, what he was able to do? I don't think with what he has, he should be able to win. Crystallis should be the one finishing this map out. Aves still able to take one with them, so I mean, Foot up to 2, and Yetajay start to feel this one a little bit.
Yeah, really the ringleader of this Foot team.
Это третьей карты запахло, не чувствуешь?
Lion's heart and the voice of one as well. I mean, he has seen both eras of this organization, of course. Lived through their highest ever finish
Торопишься это, Данил.
in Masters 2 years ago. Now looking to go back and outdo it as a contender.
В смысле тороплюсь?
Not just the team to make up the numbers.
Какая нахуй третья карта, Данил, блядь? 4 раунда, блядь, сыграно.
Да смотри, как я не ошибаюсь.
А как суп влетел в рыло, блядь, на ПКМе, нормально? На дэше.
На джетке это баса.
Я впервые такую хуйню вижу, блядь, за этот год.
Сегодня также на платке.
Это буквально, блядь, самый смешной момент, блядь, в истории человечества. Прямо сейчас вот эту бредятину, что сейчас произошла, сделала Джетка. Попробуй покажи челу из паблика, он, блядь, заржет. Это может быть самый популярный клип, не знаю, в истории человечества.
Это сами-то сегодня так же играл. Ничего страшного.
Нарад ты всех трафнул.
Ладно.
Чего, не третья карта, Данил?
Да, нет.
А, не.
Похороны.
А, как. О, как. Ну, хорошо.
And Foot doing well to get things back in their favor. But how do you let Narrate do that? I mean, this.
Я переобулся быстро.
Ого.
На первой карте я стал Карминкорпа 2-0. Какие футы я подарил.
Narrate outdoing himself there, over-delivering. As we're right back in the saddle, Sociable the only
Нарад-то ёбарь. На нахуй, минус Дося. Но здесь Люван сказал, не трогай моего братка, и все, и пиздец. А нахуя Sociable первый пошел? Он должен был второй идти.
Остались без врагов обе команды. Команда Карминкорп играет в контроль карты. Суигес фейкует, что вышел в гараж. Джетка под ульту сейчас пикать будет. Убивает Леви. Суигес уходит на Б, убирает.
Вот это выиграть хотят.
И опять экономически заливают. Второй раз на этой карте. А нет, еще народ живой, можно взять такое.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой, какая грязюка.
Сейчас разворота.
Какая грязюка. Охереть не встать. Бам. Какая грязюка. За эти 5 раундов произошло столько грязи, что словами не описать.
Слушайте, это в рамке не типу. Это пиздец смешно. Слишком много переворотов на этой карте.
Outside of Berlin, and Sop is at the races looking at the scoreboard. One dagger did plenty in the previous. And looking at the
Ты думаешь, что первую половину заберет?
Ничего не думаю, да.
Yeah, straight ahead. Oh, there's a response through the wheelie though. Sociable still playing within his own smoke, but there's been nothing off the back of it.
And I mean, with this configuration of double duelist, KC can't get in over the top. They don't have the same verticality that Foot possess with the Jet Waylay.
Yeah.
If Foot can just stand there,
Команда Карминкорп будет сейчас заходить в гараж. Сайфер стоит, смотрит камеру. Ультань. Минус Досян. Пошел расстрел Судина. Тем временем Футы стоят в смоку, сейчас будут Россия смог убивать всех.
Ебать. Ну, короче, наконец-то я бы сказал вам, ребята, что атака Кармины Корпсов посыпалась и...
Вторая ситуация 9-5.
An old point here or there would be big for Narrate. He's got 25 bullets left.
Возврата мы не увидим.
Кастали должен убить.
Да. Я очень не уверен, что на... Ну, на Ассенте... Бля, вот Ассент третья карта. На Ассенте может произойти вновь включение команды Кармины Корпс. Может быть, на Ассенте у них получится что-то где-то. Карта такая вот.
Ассент они не выиграют.
Но по идее, если прямо сейчас говорить, я думаю, что футы выиграют 2-0. Ой, фу, блядь, 2-1.
Если первую карту не брать, тогда 2-0.
Вот.
Тактическая пауза от команды Кармин Корп.
Here the runs from both teams in the road up to Barcelona for already securing champs based on previous points. As we say, both of these teams were right at the bottom in kickoff. The only win between them was KC over FUT. In fact, it was really a tough start, but they have turned things around. And I think looking at it here as well, in terms of this one, FUT banking on the strength of their defense especially. I think that always makes a big difference on Haven. Stemming from the coaches too, it's important to mention. Really impressed by their game plans and how they like to put Sop in these positions where he can generate early value. And stylistically, that looks to play quite nicely into these set openings from KC as well. Outlaw in play, and there's a target-rich environment in front.
100%. 5 pistols, and KC are really split up here, but the smoke, the one to try and dissuade Sop, and of course it's not gonna. He wants more. He's gonna try. What is that? Unbelievable flick. Advantage for FUT.
And it's just a highlight piece right now because the reality of the situation is another eco for KC.
Yeah.
Just these upgraded pistols, it's Zeus's position already deep.
Говнобайт команды Кармин Корп. Ситуация 3 в 4. И тут же
The only player really to tread with caution is Yetajay. KC will be splitting the focus on their approach here.
I mean, find a way in towards site.
тут же должен принимать.
Get the Odin in your hand.
Ой-ой-ой, и тут же.
I mean, I think so, especially when you have to be standing still, especially when you have to be swinging out. Is Dosia
Не угадывает, и тут же некорректно играет.
Ставить пачку, взять раунд. Есть ульта у Айза.
Soon to be spotted by this drone.
Well, he is, and they know that he's playing up close. But a TP away
Спину идет
could make
по
it
лей
hard to
команды.
clear. But as they
Тут
drop,
убивает.
bullet is
А
enough.
видно.
Bullet to the head.
Сошибл прыгает с Хевена, убивает Досяна. Это 5-й раунд.
The start of this series panning out much in the way that the desk expected it. KC having to take Lotus and doing so in dominant fashion. Now on Haven, I mean, it has only been FUT so far this year, and as we said, Sop.
Кармин Корп что-то мне вообще не нравится на этой карте. Как я их не хайпал, но они вообще херово играют.
Trying to deal with the confident Sop as well.
He's upgraded to an operator heading into round number 8. But there are ults up on both sides. In fact, the same Hunter's Fury from the Shadows and Neural Theft.
Oh, all the way crossed, cleared through an ultimate, but not through any weaponry. Sop's away. They're trying to trade out through the Hunter's Fury and well. So it's not a massive loss.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
Так, кармины подрались немного на точке А, но так как они въебали предыдущий раунд, они решают нападать несколько иным образом.
So, если тратить ульту, есть ульта, инфа по всем игрокам команды FUT. Дося идет в спину.
И тут же хочет тоже нажать ультимейт, потому что ничего не ясно. Крастали ловит в ухо от Доси.
Досю должен убивать Сошибл.
Дося туда же откисает. Сеуса поймал Авис, тоже через Б прошел.
The smoke out. They could start a defuse. Sociable tries to play forward.
Нихуя.
Происходит дефьюз пачки, ситуация. Sociable 1-2. 1-1.
Не угадывает.
Это третий раунд, еле как для команды Кармин Корп.
Чё, чат умер?
Допердели раунд Кармин.
Не знаю, что горит.
Sociable showing some heroics there.
Террорить.
That is the foundation of this
Снимайте
team.
полный.
But KC
Полная синема.
coordinated,
Pictures.
able to close. I gotta say, and the way this round started, not too happy with that one. Dozier using the ult to clear out Salt, but Levin still getting caught on the peak.
Let's go.
They won't have that tool to make this one repeatable.
Придется
As he's
заряжать
repositioned
команду.
into mid.
On the lane. Look at that angle. Look, it's just basically a pixel angle, right?
It would be Levin in the firing line again. Both duelists working the mid spaces. Foot taking their own map material. A lobby has been indispensable, and
Где-то простреливают Содина.
slams to get to out of play. Here is
25-4.
the duel onto Levin.
Соб должен сдавать минутку.
Finally being forced back diligently. And it's a
Пошла
Hunter's Fury
ульта.
that's been procced. It's caught one.
Просто
That's
ли.
the rate. Cannot get the kill.
He can heal this off with
Здесь
the wall.
инфа по одному,
Oh,
но не
has
по
it.
команде.
They're starting to head towards Zeus with the spike.
Народ должен захилиться с 25-4 и пойдет выход Алло, где сидит
And as the Olympic arena
Вэлай.
falls silent, it's about to go off with a bang. Flash in, Zeus gets caught, and with that,
Зюс ошибается, пошел заход на команду А.
has managed to flood over
Там
here.
при стале сидит с Одином.
Can he do? The Odin Iron
Ой-ой-ой.
Clad trying to bolster this
Трипки.
defense a
Ужасный
little
Один.
better. Sociables trickled in as well. Sop also trying to support
Наруто
and working
ошибается,
out, in
ситуация
fact.
5-3.
The spike has been stopped dead in its tracks. What is that TP?
Авис убивает.
Sociable putting his life on the line and Foot falling apart at
Время.
the seams.
И тут же идет спину, по нему нету инфы.
He's creeping up on Ave.
Авис его убивает.
Corner considered by the captain.
Хороший раунд для команды Ферментор.
Game to
И
play
ужасный
as
раунд для
KC
команды
are
Фут.
right back in this now.
One round game.
Нет.
You feel that Foot have done enough on the defense, but it would be a
Ничего
massive
ужасного тут нет.
mistake to allow KC into this one. A lifeline.
Сейчас не понял. В смысле,
It goes
это ужасный раунд. Когда ты 5-4 в 3 сливаешь.
Это так не работает.
Тут 4, тут 2 было вроде.
Paranoia hits, but Sociable just TPs too close
А как это работает, можешь объяснить?
to the near site. Set utility online here again. Foot still not willing to give this one up. Unwavering in their aggression.
Ой-ой-ой.
Zeus catching
Зевс
Dozier. It
поднимает.
gets a little better. Sop through the sewers, offering his support.
Вот тот же самый раунд, который был в предыдущем, только немножко
It's the numbers game.
исправленный со
немного
стороны
обоссались.
футов.
And she gets it through B. I mean, he doesn't
Этим временем Суидец прошел на сайт с 24-2.
now starts to head towards
Суидец
Буквально одну деталь поменяли футы в этом раунде по отношению к предыдущему раунду. Ужасный раунд, Данил, или не ужасный раунд?
Замечательный.
Замечательный. А предыдущий ужасный, правильно?
Да.
Да. А изменилась одна деталь.
Да, они просто вышли втроем и приняли.
Да. Первый раз в том раунде Ксеуса пикнули одного, и у него не было поддержки, а в этот раз у Ксеуса была поддержка. Вот и все.
Тут я согласен с тобой.
Так ужасный или не ужасный? 6-4 счет, 2 раунда остается. У команды справа очень нестабильная.
Стабильная экономика.
Неуверенная экономика. Поэтому им необходимо выигрывать этот раунд, иначе счет может стать критически разрывным.
Команда
8-4.
Фут играет втроем гараж. Народ должен дать ульт и проверить гараж. Он этого не делает. Social поджимает С. Или не ошибается.
Social ловит мистайминг, он не ожидал, что Любан кроет угол точки С, в итоге это выход 2. Марат теряет ультимейт. Далее Е тут же встал в позицию. Происходит выкат от Зеуса, Е тут же дерется. И тут же 2 фрага, 3 фрага. И 7-й для команды Футов.
Вот это ужасный раунд.
This is the same foot which have made it 9 from 9 on Haven.
Ты на чё колил? На первой карте я колил минус 3,5 от команды этих, блять, карминов. На второй карте я ожидаю победу от команды Футов. На третьей карте я тоже ожидаю победу от команды Футов. Но, короче, на тему третьей карты я бы не торопился. Пока по третьей карте пока неизвестно. Там пока не так очевидно.
Ситуация 5. Ситуация 4 в 3. Идет поджим от E2J на точке А. E2J убивает Леви. 4-2 ситуация, надо играть. Social стягивается на сайт. Сейчас будет принимать команду Кармин Кор. Если папа Social, тем временем он дает флеш, заходит.
Social пыхтит, блять, как в последний раз.
Social очень долго живет в пульту. К нему приходит Кристаллис. Тем временем суется, заходит в спину, убивает Кристаллиса, и это 5-й раунд для команды Пятненьков. Пистолет будет важно.
В начале байтил брать 1.9 кармин. Ой, бля, ебанешься.
Соша был 1 в 3. Соша был 1 в 2.
Ух ты, не угадывает.
Допердели раунд команда Кармин Корп.
Yeah, KC have managed to salvage themselves at the end of this first half of Haven. The only team in recent
Вот это ужасный раунд, я скажу тебе.
Блять, Данил. Так, я выйду из Дискорда, у меня жопа горит уже. Нет никаких, блять, ужасных раундов. Я заебался, реально.
Estoy aquí con Narrate y vamos a hablar un poco de cómo ha sido su año, porque empezó en otro equipo, luego se volvió para EMEA y las cosas no funcionaban. Quiero saber su perspectiva en estas cosas. Hello Narrate, I'm going to ask you, it's a hard question, I'm going to say.
Пиздец, будто сообщения в чате читаю. То хуёво, это хуёво, это хуёво, это хуёво. Блять. Издевательство какое-то. Нахуя они ужасно играют, если можно играть хорошие, действительно.
And I think it's just kind of testament to like our work just kind of paying off at the end of the day. Like the 0-5 wasn't for nothing, and I'm happy that's the way it is.
Dice que obviamente prácticamente todos los que estaban en el equipo tuvieron esa sensación de que no servían, de que la cosa no funcionaba. Al final iban 0-5, pero parece ser que todo el trabajo dio sus frutos. So what kept you going?
I mean, I think the bit of a change in the coaching staff. I mean, obviously, Eng is a very good coach in my opinion. I think Zeish is just, he kind of catered to everybody individually and like tried to get everyone as comfortable as possible and enjoy playing the game again. I feel like a lot of us lost our joy in playing the game, and not because of anybody specifically, because we're just losing, you know? So I think like once we started like winning a few matches in the EWC qualifier, I think that kind of gained us a lot of momentum.
Thank you for that. Decía que le preguntaba que por qué podía continuar, que qué es lo que le hizo seguir. El cambio en el coaching staff, el hecho de que Zeish los trata de una manera muchísimo más individual y les da el cariño que necesitan y el trabajo que tuvieron durante la EWC, lo ha hecho posible. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much.
Вычислили ведь, ёбаря. И докапываются к нему с вопросами. Так, 7-5. Ну чего? Хватит ли команде фут 7 раундов для того, чтобы забрать эту карту? Выясняем. Или же все-таки Наратта возьмет свое? Наратта и команда. Футы двигают под гараж. На точке С прямо сейчас находится один Сугетсу. Помочь ему никто не может. Откидывают его. Ебать, Ксеус не угадывает. Сугетсу нереально пробивает. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. 3 в 3 ситуация. Крастали 13 хп. Люван уже в спине. Разрушает трапу. Спину убивает двоих. Никто не слышит про трапу. И суп. 1-2. Что, неужто 2-0? Ай-яй-яй. Запнулся суп, и это 6-й от команды Кармина Корпус.
Little bit of miscommunication there maybe for Foot, getting used to what it's like playing on a stage of this size yet again, as he almost had free reign back in there. Nicely played from Dosia to make value, and I mean the Kalat is just, I think, a turn of fortune once again.
100%. I mean, the fact that Crystalli's already low through Sugetsu's sight hold is basically what sets up that flank.
I mean, it is interesting for Sugetsu back on this Cypher, of course. This is one of only 2 maps where he plays it. Able to focus on his gun a lot more, I think.
Yeah.
Behind on these anchoring roles where he played his best Valorant back in Copenhagen. A Masters win many years ago.
Yeah. And I think that's the interesting point about KC is they've not really switched up compositions when we look at it. A lot of it pretty straightforward. What is working?
That's the thing, right? It reminds me in some ways of GX finding that formula last year.
Yeah.
They took away one of those 2 automatic spots in the final. Every player had their role, they knew what agents they were on, and just suited to their strengths, like you say. Very quickly to touch on this, Sop with the Marshall, trying to work A, nothing found.
Yeah.
But mid-rounding here.
And I think, that's the key point, right? KC, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I mean, let's be honest,
Всем привет, поела капусту. Ну, приятного переваривания.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make is that KC have had so much success, they've not needed to change much. And this
Зачем брать шериф на пестике, если есть бандит?
starting things off the right way with that entry kill from Levin.
Ну, шериф постабильнее стреляет на дистанции. А Heaven по-своему такая полудистанция. Ну, короче, средняя-дальняя дистанционная карта.
They are back on terms, 7-all, and you just feel like the energy in the room has shifted. With the way this half has started, with the way the previous ended. The player gate-capped from a global last year with BBL looks to be doing it against their old rival.
And that's the big point as well that we've not really touched on. Levin with Sociable on that BBL roster last year, the 2 Turkish representatives who were meant to take them to an international, missed out on champs, missed out on Paris, and Levin missing out on the engagements here.
It was just a quick set piece from the defense to try and set the tempo of this round. Searching in the dark, trying to find a kill, nothing comes up, and it almost looks like it's rocked Foot's game plan. Maybe a little bit of early C control wagered as they're now regrouping for the standard clear, drone active and getting busy into A long.
Unsteady.
Empty-handed.
Thought for a minute that the answer was going to be hitting B, where only Aves was the one to control. We saw that highlight clip of him last time when they played against Enterprise.
I mean, this is the perfect setup for a bonus round. KC have 3 players here in a blue jersey, ready to receive with the full Cypher setup. Foot are walking straight into the killing floor and sensing this early control. Feels like they want to cancel.
It's Sop, the one who is trying to find a reprieve, but with the shot of the Outlaw, it's now back towards A. They're forced.
There's nowhere safe on the map. Levin just ushering them away.
Так, выходят у нас футы на точку А. Сугетсу в интересной позиции. Наратто играет игру жизни. И Авис дает 2 фрага. В сумме 8-й для карминов. И, судя по всему, никакая даже такая защита от футов не поможет им выиграть эту карту. О, какая интересная деталь. Нихуя себе, под конец еще и Дося выходит, и на ходу дает въебыч. Ничего себе.
And the fact that he's not finding the kills that we expect him to, I think is going to be what allows KC to have moments like this. I mean, not clearing graffiti should be a crime.
I mean, the player that's supposed to clear graffiti there was Zeus. We're talking about a 1-2 punch where Sop is actually delivering the kills right now. And as much as we've had this prolonged conversation about Zeus's own inconsistencies, you remember last year, the old Foot were so reliant on him being that talent to just open it all up for them. There were no fail-safes to it.
Yeah.
It's been said by other players in the scene many a time. He needs to be the one to unlock everybody else, but then also there is sort of a baseline that you've got to hit where now it just looks like we're not getting that level of performance.
Yeah. It seems like we've got just a quick in-ear issue. It should be one that's sorted very quickly, so don't go away just yet. And I think that's the point, right, that you're making, is that the baseline isn't being met. And I think for Foot, especially when we think towards stage 1, it wasn't just SOP, it wasn't the SOP show, it was SOP and Zeus. And they took control in extremities.
В прошлый раз длительная пауза или хотя бы не какая-то неуместная пауза на важном для футов раунде привела их к еще одному поражению в раунде.
But something's got to give. And looking at KC right now, I think their story very much mirrors that of Foot in the previous stage, except they're doing it in the business end of this year. I mean, when we were looking back to kickoff, the big narrative surrounding KC was that they were a dark horse, and we were just waiting to see that from them. We waited a long time.
Yeah, man.
But every player can shoot, and it's like, yeah, maybe. It's what Narey was talking about in the interview there as well. Just enjoying the Valorant again.
Yeah.
And I think that's made a huge, huge impact so far.
I think especially with the year that Narrate's had, like being on Sentinels.
Sure.
And I mean, remember there was a whole thing with him sitting down on the pavement and whatever.
Вообще, я только сейчас увидел, было написано, что арена в Барселоне забита до отказа почти.
The story that he's had as an individual, it just shows that Valorant is always changing, and I think it gives us these nice moments.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, you compare the two organizations, Sentinels and KC, two of the biggest fan bases that we have in Valorant, but those expectations very different, and I think we've felt that shift with KC, especially over the last couple of years. From 2024, as just behind us, there are, exchanges being made between the co-streamers.
Yeah, I think Aves has nipped to the toilet as well, so if you're wondering why there's an empty chair, that's why. It's not going to be too long. But yeah, 100%. And I think now, I've got a question for you, right? Is this Foot's turn of form? I think Ulysses is buzzing.
Yeah, I was just about to say. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. It was from the side. It was a tank top. I thought he'd taken the shirt off.
Jesus. Where do we get our Ulysses?
I don't know, mate. I was waiting for you to do the whole catcher.
No, I am not doing that. That is Ulysses' thing. I am copyright infringement. I do not want sued.
Okay.
The point I was going to get to, right? Has Foot's drop in form come at the best or worst time for you?
The drop in form.
Drop in form, quote unquote, in terms of like how
in
this
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think honestly it could be very easy to just diagnose this as Foot maybe being a little under the weather by the amount of games that they've played.
Yeah.
That big backlog of matches. KC had preferential seeding into the playoff stage, let alone the fact they didn't need to play play-ins.
Yeah, I mean,
Champions is going to be on the back of their mind. That was the ultimate goal, of course, for FUT.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they're sandbagging here.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're sandbagging. I mean, I think actually it was TMV who voted against his own team as well, just in case. And I think he even thought, like, hey, like, I don't think FUT will be worried about getting a trophy. They'll be thinking more about doing the run at champs.
Yeah, for sure. It's got to the point in the tech pause where TMV's the talking point. I know you two have a great upstanding relationship after your comments in the last Turkish derby.
Do you know what? See, to be fair to him, right? See, to be fair to him, he did deserve to call me out. I was 100% going to meme it when I ended up being right. But do you know what it all comes back to?
What?
I betrayed him in a party game.
Okay,
that's what it comes back to.
Yeah, that is.
And
fair.
I feel bad.
No,
this is. Do you know what, TMV? This is my official apology.
Lowest of the low, mate. And look, they could do with him right now a chance for some inspiration. Right, that's what these great halls are for.
Yeah,
they should seek to inspire the players, not paralyze them. Yet, FUT have hit a bit of an impasse here as we are still going through the tech pause.
Yeah, so question is it...
I was going to say the difference between...
I think they're trying to wake up Zeus.
The difference between you and Uli is that he's got the crowd mic, so he's just whipping them up into a frenzy.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see a Cairo t-shirt.
You're not going to see that. You're not going to see that. But, question I have for you.
Okay.
Coming into finals, should FUT drop to the lower bracket like we expect? Who was your favourite then to meet KC in the grand final?
Well, I was going to say, I think it probably still would be FUT. At least FUT come into this weekend as favourites.
Yeah,
I think that was fair to say from the talent predictions to the community perception.
Yeah.
KC have very much enjoyed being the underdogs as they can play to that as well, of course. Things get interesting when you throw Fireflux and Liquid into the mix, of course, but
I'm wondering how Kuchao is going to stand up to this crowd as well.
Absolutely.
Well, they are very, very loud. And I think as well for a young 17-year-old playing your first stage, I mean, I don't even think he would have had one of the Turkish LANs in the LAN hall that even the GCC is playing this weekend.
Yeah, the ESA Esports Arena back in Istanbul. Looking forward to that one. Any predictions? Actually, who did you go for, mates or G2?
So my thinking, and I'm going to explain it, I went G2 Gozen.
Okay.
Because they've been on a lower bracket tier and best of 5 grand finals on LAN. I think G2's got it. Who did you go for?
I went for Gentlemates.
Yeah, do you know what? Like, I can see why you would go Gentlemates as well.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, but like not as in why you would go Gentlemates, why you would pick Gentlemates in general, because I think they've had a great year.
Do you want me to tell you why then?
Go on.
Yeah, I think they've had a great year.
Yeah.
Здорово, Оникс. Интересная история твоих 20 баксов, Оникс.
Into the crowd, a liberty we do not possess, but
100%.
Я сделал из них 440, затем 430 залил на второй сет в теннисе на бусе. Бусе въебал второй сет и уничтожил на третьем. Затем с 13 баксов оставшихся я сделал еще что-то там, блядь. Сделал еще что-то там 100 с чем-то. Какая-то опять хуйня произошла. И напоследок, короче, там оставшиеся 5 баксов я до 80 добрался. До 80. И 80 баксов полетели на Таулсон в теннисе. И она въебала второй сет со счета 5-2. И все, и на этом закончилась, короче, история.
He'll be looking forward to the Liquid game later on.
Of course.
And that's going to be an exciting one as well, of course. Many prongs, many
Звучит как пора завязывать с теннисом, но это пиздец. Да. Обидно. Обидно, обидно. Я расстроился. Тут был хорош, но было весело, определенно. Мне понравилось. Но и грустно. И грустно, и весело.
I think it's important to say we didn't actually eliminate them.
Of course. Yeah, 100%. But you understand what
I
I'm trying to
do,
say.
yes.
So
We're cursed.
We are
It's
cursed,
awful.
apparently.
And yeah, we're the one bringing the tech pause this time.
Apparently,
It's crazy,
so
isn't it?
We've embodied the curse.
We've inherited it.
Inherited.
Almost. Yeah.
So yeah, 100%. I think overall, though, looking at this this Barcelona
finals weekend,
it's been an exciting one so far. As the maps have
Думал,
started.
зайду, а ты уже миллионер.
The games have been good, I
Бля.
think, at this point. The city. Your thoughts on the city?
I mean, I love the city. I've been here. This is my third.
Обидно.
Oh really?
Yeah, but mostly it's been stopovers. Like once I went to Valencia, then another time I went to like a little.
Ебобаный бусе.
So yeah, like I think.
Нельзя было второй сет выиграть, а? Вот выиграй второй сет, бусе, бля, и все, и мы все... Это... Блин.
Yeah. Just funny. Your thoughts of the food, mine's is the churches.
Yeah. Well, you know, can't have everything.
Yeah.
Jamón ibérico, that's the one.
Он уже просто скрывает. Нет, я нищий.
Very nice.
Я ультра нищий, если кому интересно.
Team queso. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, TQ is still a valid call out on Ascent for that double stack from
yeah, man, that's
the
a
side
throwback.
box.
Yeah. Jeez.
I don't know what other people would even call it. I've heard a few names floating around.
Totem's like
Totem.
Yeah, that's a big one.
It's a good one.
Устройся на работу. Я работаю, ежик. Ты, возможно, не знала, но я профессиональный попрошайка. Так что дайте денег, дайте денег, дайте денег, дайте денег. Вот сюда вот скиньте деньги. Вот сюда скиньте деньги. Дайте денег. Пожалуйста. Как тебе мой профессионализм? Оценивай. Это не профессионально? Че, офигел? Ты под сомнение подставляешь мою профессиональную деятельность? А зря. Не сомневайся. Так сделай что-то ради монеты, потанцуй. Нет, давай по-другому. Представьте, что я — это ягода. Закройте глаза и представьте, что я — это ягода. Чтобы ягода была большая и сочная, надо донатить. Донатьте. Like I say though, EMEA on the road, it's nice to just drink in some of the atmosphere as it has been fantastic to finally... Ты гнилая слива, ты чё, охуел? Я не слива, блядь, я Кирилл. Ягода Кирилл, знаешь такую? Вот это я. Гнилой Кирилл. Да не может быть гнилой.
Estoy aquí con un par de personas que están muy interesadas, por lo que sea, en que Foot gane.
Это чисто местный шизофреник. А ты местный врач? Доктор?
Muy bien, apoyando por lo que sea a Foot a muerte.
Yo también apoyando a Foot. Hoy toca apoyar a Foot.
Toca apoyar a Foot. They of course supporting.
Эксперт во всех делах?
Calvo.
Как он там?
Sí, sí, tenéis razón. Tenéis razón, está bastante calvo. I will not do the disgrace of translating.
И мечей ловец, и на дуде игрец.
What have you been thinking of the teams playing here? ¿Qué opinión tenéis de los equipos que estamos viendo? ¿Esperabais que tuviesen este nivel? ¿Esperabais ver a KC así?
I mean, in Spanish or English?
En inglés.
Okay.
Я представил тебя сливой.
I mean,
я ягода. Они опять с помощью манипуляции от катраунда будут делать? Нет, не будут. Вряд ли.
Did you expect KC to play like that, although they had the pressure?
Honestly, they're playing really good, like throughout the whole stage, and they have dropped only like 3-4 maps. So yeah, I think they're very confident. You know, maybe if they lose this map, they will be a bit more shaky in the decider, but they're playing really good. So props to them.
se han intentado hacer los listos, pero lo único que ha pasado es que tienen a Kameto al lado y se han giñado. Es lo que ha pasado. No quieren decir nada malo de Casey, pero no, es cierto. Casey ha estado jugando muy bien durante todo el stage. Es normal que lleguen aquí con más hambre, con más ganas. Yo por lo menos lo que he escuchado de los jugadores y lo que hemos estado viendo es que están súper centrados. Bueno, ya lo estamos viendo en el stage, pero yo pensaba que iban a estar bastante más nerviosos. ¿Qué tal el evento? ¿Habéis hecho algo? ¿Qué tal estáis aquí? Contadme cosas.
A ver, en el evento muy bien. Hoy simplemente hemos llegado y nos hemos puesto a configurarlo todo y demás.
Бля, меня знаете, что в последнее время жестко напрягает? Я ебал-дремал то, что у меня телефон с разными зарядками заряжается совершенно по-разному. От компьютера он заряжается, блядь, раз в 1000 лет.
¿Tú qué opinas? ¿Qué tal estás aquí? ¿Te tratan bien?
От обычной зарядки заряжается быстро, довольно быстро. Но для того, чтобы...
Well, I've asked him about how the experience is going along here. Math is super scared about tomorrow's show match because he doesn't want to lose.
Для того, чтобы воспользоваться...
And he thinks that actually the Frenchies are going to beat them. And for the side of Goket, he's having a terrible time too. No, actually, he loves seeing the people. He expects to see more throughout the weekend. And I think that's exactly what we're going to get. Hoy era el día tranquilito. Today was the chill day. Today was just to relax. Okay, Maza, tienes que inspirar a Foot, ¿vale? O sea, yo sé que tú eres de rajear mucho.
Sí.
Tienes que darles hambre, porque yo entiendo, estoy de tu lado, yo entiendo que ellos tienen, pues que ya lo tienen todo el pescado vendido, ellos ya están en champs, pero pues obviamente yo creo que queremos a Heretics, ¿no? En champs, ¿estaría bien?
Por favor, sí, y a la gente una cosa, es mucho más importante de lo que parece. Cada ronda la ganan ellos, pero nosotros también. O sea que hay que...
Определенной зарядкой необходимо делать манипуляцию.
100%.
De verdad que once a blue moon, una vez al año, el Maza habla factos, ¿eh? A veces es en un tweet respondiéndole a alguien, but he's saying, mira, tiene tu jersey, esa que sale ahí, qué locura tú, guapa. luego mándale un DM, que seguro que el Maza te contesta. Cabeza. Maza is sending, cheering for Foot, telling the people here that of course every single round that Foot wins is incredibly important for Heretics, and it's a round that Heretics win. Well, muchísimas gracias chicos, nos vamos a pasar muy bien. We're still having some delays, but I'm going to let you guys go. And that absolutely means that I'm just going to chill with you guys for the next 20 minutes.
Ready to head back into game. And Taza, just to remind the folks at home, it is 3 rounds in a row for KC on this second half, just after winning that bonus. Yeah, I mean, KC will be hoping that they can keep the momentum up here.
Ща погодьте, короче.
Get themselves in it as we go straight into what will be a Foot timeout right off the back of this. And well, you won't be able to see it on the screen already. It looks like they force sport as well. So really fancying their chances to strike while the iron is cold, I suppose. This break in momentum that we've seen. That's where we then look to the leadership on KC to make sure it doesn't get out of hand. Of course, Alves especially, I remember seeing him after that first map win, still not happy with it. A perfectionist,
of course,
and in pursuit of that now, coming out of this one.
I think either of these teams have to be searching for perfection, especially when you've got Foot who have already qualified for champs and KC who want to qualify for champs as we come out of the timeout, folks, and we are ready to head back into this one. It isn't the pistols that you expected, has it? They've been sold, they've been bought up into stingers.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I was saying. It's not a full force, right? There's still some money behind Foot here, but at least feeling like they can walk that line and make this one uncomfortable for what is going to be a sole Alves on A. Some serious venom about this take, as you can see Foot creeping towards A with velocity.
Levin is there, should Aves want to step forward, but as they do, Foot now scaling. It's where the connections that need to be made as Aves goes wide and towards these close quarters in SOP. Now with the rifle.
Thinking about maybe drifting into heaven, but Foot certainly taking advantage of the situation right now. Crossfire set up towards CT, but retake in from heaven first.
Yeah. Still, KC delayed in getting out. Obviously, their IGL gone, and well, as the engagements ensue, it's Foot to strike first, trying to get out they can. Foot looking to equal things back out after that bonus loss, after the break that we had in play. And I think at this point, KC will be looking to save up. As time not on their favour, but Dosia unlocks, brings it back to a 2-on-2. A smoke on towards the spike, and Dosia spamming into the smoke, but leaving the Ray all alone, with Cristali finding 2 heads, and a Motor Thrifty to equal things out.
This is where things get scary for KC. Just as we were talking about that break in momentum, Foot, in buying up, have found a way to breathe some life back into their chances here. Some serious electricity about this execute.
Thank God. Come on.
Seeing that connection between Sop and Zeus again to open up the plate.
Yeah, and relief on the coaches' faces.
But it doesn't end here. The follow-up gun round is just as pivotal.
Just as important as Narrate. The first one to try and take an engagement, but Levin the first one to get a kill.
Catches Sociable. And detached on the other side of the map. You can see Foot are trying to play a wide game here.
The problem is you lose Sociable, you lose your ability to cross angles that would be difficult. For instance, A long, right? Trying to get out when there's heaven open. So now I think Foot have got to be thinking about middle, about that B part.
I think they could very quickly be loaded up into Levin yet again. That's the second sent to the spectator screen by his operator. Sop the next removed, and he was the one delivering for them. So it's going to be Zeus now.
Sugetsu on top of sight. Oh, looks away. Zeus still not breaking that trap. That's why Sugetsu thinks that he has to look towards long. Levin's operator, the one missing out. Sugetsu now knows that Zeus should be towards the back of sight. But Yetishi, 2 big kills, allowing a post plant.
And Foot really have to put themselves on the front foot here. You can see Zeus with that refract. He comes up empty-handed. It's all Yetishi.
Has to be an ace clutch. Has to be 3 more for him. But he's known about information. Good, but cannot connect. Cannot finish things off. KC taking the advantage back for themselves.
Yeah, it's so important that KC found
100%.
one of these 2 rounds, whether it was the previous to just get them on side, or this to stop the rot, because Foot posing a serious threat there, one which has now been dealt with, at least in the meantime, by Levin's operator. Some super impactful opening kills. It was Narrate on Lotus, and here, it's a brilliant spot.
Yeah, that is a good position to put yourselves in when you can create a new issue, something that Foot have to think about, and Yetishi feeling that frustration. It's 5 bodies lined up for Foot to attack A long, where Levin's operator sets up.
He's got a cam to potentially play off here as well. Levin ready for another, but spotted early, and with Sop having blades out, Sociable already gutting the site with this Ultima. KC actually looking to bite back themselves. Narrate with the run it back. Look at the respect shown by this attacking line. Fully passive, one to fight it. It's Yetishi, and he will take that duel.
Yeah, one that he will win out, but already KC look to try and restock towards other sides of the map. KC, unbelievable picks. How has Levin found that? As Cristali now looks to charge on. The rate round the other side will be the one to finish things off now. As Yetishi's luck will come to nothing.
Some fantastic shooting from KC. And Foot unable to do anything with an opener on B. Difficulty shown coming out of the tech pause there. It feels like these issues are just that much more deep lying with their attack side from what we saw in the Liquid game up until now.
30 seconds left.
Not able to find the remedy for them. And once again, when we speak of the stakes here, of course, KC playing for champs.
Yeah.
They're going to be 3 rounds away. Foot have their own ambitions. This would be their highest ever finish. It's always the top 3 where they end up fading away. And they'll be hoping it isn't the same story here, because it's certainly looking like it.
Yeah, it feels like now we're seeing Foot really have all their problems accumulate into one series. KC, though, at the same time, you're coming up against an opponent, right? For Foot, they're coming into this with like pressure off, shrug the shoulders back, you know, kind of try and relax. But for KC, it's all focus on this weekend, all focus on this match, right? They would.
Shot from Levin there is crazy.
Yeah, unbelievable.
But I mean, like you say, it is all on this weekend, right, for KC?
Yeah.
Whether their year ends up in success or failure, it feels like 2 extremes. But that is what it will end up being for these players. The closure they require comes in the form of a champs spot. Zeus very early embedded on this mixed bag buy from Foot into Sewers, but refracts away, and that will have been heard by Narrate playing on B.
Foot starting to accumulate the forces through middle, collect, and Narrate already looking to play off of the drone, at least eliminate it and give no information. But Foot now scaling, trying to find their way onto the B side.
Be in there, Narrate just orbiting around this, utility traded, shouldn't be able to find the shots here and can't. Zeus to open it up, crack open that site, but Habez retaliating, toiling this one back with 2, make it a 3rd as the dart leaves his bow. KC firing on 4-11. They've hit the bullseye with how they've got back on track. Coming out of the pause, out of the break, Sociable looking to stow away a rifle and do something with it. He has the spike and an open A site.
So he gets the spike plant and one smoking witch to work. And you have to retake with an operator. You do have the slide, so the trade should be easy. Should be.
The operating word in the sentence. Sociable, often looking to break convention. A top 3 finish with BBL for him last year. But if he wants to go one better, he may just have to take matters into his own hands. Tucked away in the A short corner. Wall is just out to try and bait that first peek from KC. They've descended into the site, and with the smoke dropped on top, Sociable baited on the end of this hook, reeled all the way in to Carmen cause control.
Kidding me right now.
They keep a hold of the situation, and they find their 11th.
2 rounds away from champions, and that's the point that has to be made. They set themselves up for success with Lotus. How that started, how the players head up into that. Since we've got to this second half, we said it, right? Towards the end of the first, I don't know if Foot have done enough, having let KC into this. 6 rounds out of 7. 2 rounds away from champions. KC find themselves on the warpath.
So Foot make an intermission. They pump the brakes for just a moment to try and get this one back on track. I mean, as you say here, you're looking at the way that KC have been managing to set up a lot of these rounds. It's Levin's off, it's everyone else then in behind it. A big head-to-head that we want to look at is him up against Sop, and while we've seen them both on the Neon at points, it's a very different duel that we're getting here on Haven.
I think when we have seen the effect, right, when we've looked at it, Sop, well, he's featuring at the top. It's not necessarily him that's lacking in this game. Surely we expect it to be the Sop show, but it's Zeus, his second in command, who's just not shown us the goods that we expect of him. These are the issues that are popping up. And in terms of Turkish duelists versus Turkish duelist, it's Levin who's coming out on top.
Yeah. I mean, think of all the Turkish talent that we've had in this league, the double promotion through the Ascended teams.
Yeah.
One of the biggest issues with Foot was the fact that it was all locked away from them, that they couldn't pick up on any of that. Stop the biggest blunder that any of their opponents would make, but into the team now, he has to make the difference. Dashes into the firing line. Dosia there to receive. Casey go 2 for 2 in the opening brawl, but Zeus has managed to slip in behind. He's playing in front of this one, far ahead of the curve, and cautiously correcting his position away from the drone.
Нараты пропикивает Сошибла.
Got all the way in behind himself. Crystali has to scramble
Crystali
towards the side
торопится.
spike in hand, and they've doubled this up as well.
И к нему в спину уже двигаются два игрока Карминов.
Zeus's position completely mitigated. They understand where he is now, and Crystali has to gather himself.
Yeah, so they escape towards another site, but Sugetsu tracking this and running with them. It's the spike heading towards B. Sugetsu hasn't reacted to it, so it's 2-on-2.
Both of his traps in Garage guarding that position. He knows that Foot should be boots on the ground on site right now, but walking into trouble is Narrate. Aves has managed to lay one back, and so it's the Zeus
Суйгетсу не считается, и это 12 от Карминов. 12-8. Итого у нас счет 7-5 превратился в 8-12. Вот такая вот история.
Their wildest dreams, just one round away.
One round away as they hit map, series, and as you said, Champions Point. An explosive start from Foot, but one that KC managed to mitigate. I mean, even in this moment, just 2 bullets away. And you can feel it. The culmination of all this work heading into stage 2.
Everyone chill, good round.
And good calls from the rate to chill things out and focus on the objective.
If you're a KC player right now, even a fan, it's hard not to replay memories of those last 6 months. However, as you say, so much into this.
Think of all the players that they've had, all the players that have failed to deliver KC to Champs Hazard. All those projects, all those dark horses that have ran from the stables, but it's this 5 to do it, and Dosia to get things started.
KC's noble steed starting to go through the ranks now. Narrate himself knowing what it means to get to a global. One step away from another Champs return. He's the one holding Garage.
He's the one to meet any Foot players heading his way. Zeus, the spike! And KC look to head to Champs now with Yetishi found and Narrate to take KC.
Поздравляю тех, кто болел за команду Кармина Корп. 13-8. Команда Кармина Корпс отправляется тем самым у нас в плавание на Champions. Мы их увидим уже на Champions.
Poetic for Narrate to be the one at the very end that hauls them over the line. The struggle that all these players have been sent through. The emotions now reaching the surface as they are in that grand final tomorrow, and whether Barcelona ends in a trophy lift or not, they have reached the ultimate goal.
That they have. They've managed to confirm that they will be heading to Champs. Oh, unbelievable. The story that they've had, the failures, the nearly maybes. They made it to a Masters event, sure, but that was so long ago now. Now they send themselves to that grand final.
And it wouldn't be the same without the coaching staff, of course, as well.
Следующий матч, дамы и господа, начнется через 20 минут. Это у нас будут ликвиды против команды FireFlux. Ой, бля. Собака пришла.
Taking away the possibility of points for yet another team. And I mean, as you say, it has been a ridiculous journey. 6 wins out of a possible 7 from the group stage into
И я сейчас отойду и скоро вернусь. Вот, а мы пока с вами ожидаем начала следующего матча.
The fact that he's able to confirm that he was the one, the French representative on the team that delivered them to this moment.
Oh, what a journey this man's been on.
Скоро вернусь.
Yeah, and look, the Dark Horse have finally come up, and not only that, they've done it against the previous Gatekeeper. Foot were always that team that you just couldn't get past come top 3, but they've managed to do it. And as you say, those French representatives for the French club to take them to Shanghai, that's exactly who we want to hear from. Down on the stage, it is Zeish standing by for the post-match.
Casey lo ha conseguido. They finally made it, and I have the pleasure to be here with Zeish. Zeish, I know that this is a very emotive moment, a very emotional moment for you. You have been part of KC for the longest time. I don't know a KC without you, and I think that many fans feel the same way. So, first of all, how are you feeling now that you finally made it to champs?
I don't know, to be honest, I just cried, so I want to cry again. You know, it's been so hard for me. And yeah, I don't know, I have too much emotions right now, but I think I went through a lot. And I just want to thank my mom first, because like she was there for me always. Like bad, good moments, like she always supported me, of course, like the fans, the club, thank you to everyone. I don't know, I just have like too much emotions in my head right now. I went through hell, literally, like it was so hard. My first split as head coach right now. I can say it, I think we are one of the best teams in the world, actually. We qualified to champions, first split as head coach. I don't know, I'm just proud of myself, you know, and proud of the team for the job we have done after going 0-5 in first split.
I think you should be proud. Le preguntaba porque obviamente durante la mayor parte de KC, especialmente cuando hablamos de partnership, no conocemos a un KC sin Zeish, y obviamente está así de emocionado porque no se puede creer. Bueno, da las gracias a los fans, da las gracias sobre todo y primero a su madre, a las madres, siempre hay que darles muchísimas gracias. Mi madre ha venido ya a verme, también gracias a ella, por el apoyo, por no rendirse. Las cosas iban sinceramente tan mal para KC, obviamente él está en un momento muy emocional, pero eso, quiere dar las gracias y que ahora sí que se consideran y que puede decir que KC es uno de los mejores equipos del mundo. You speak about being one of the best teams in the world. I was talking to Narrate earlier, and he told me that one of the things that makes you special as a head coach is that you're very individual with the players. You give each and one of them what they need. So, since this is a very good moment for it, I think, I'd like you to say something nice about your players.
I mean, I don't know. For me, the only thing I would say is like, I really love them all because they respect me, you know, they respect what I say to them. They just listen even without questioning everything I say. They will always like just do it and trust until we try it. And then of course, if we try something and it's not working out, they will just come to me and say, oh yeah, like I don't think it's good like this, or like we should try it that way and stuff like this. And you know, I'm a very open-minded person. I think like most of the people that knows me in private, I'm not the type of person who gonna fight, you know. And like for head coach, sometimes you need to fight. So like I also sometimes have to overcome my own personality to show them like that sometimes they're just like doing wrong stuff or like they're behaving wrong way. But I just like love for all of them. Thank you for trusting me, because I don't think like there is a lot of players who would have like kept this synergy and like stayed together after being a 0-5 split. A lot of teams would have made changes. And like we went through hell, literally. To be there today, we went through hell, and I'm just proud of them. And I want them to be proud of themselves also, because they made so many things that no one, like you can bet on 99% of the planet, no one would have said that we would qualify for champs right now. So yeah, proud of yourself, boys.
Yes. Le he preguntado también que qué le quería decir a los jugadores. Antes en una entrevista con Narrate me decía que él es muy individual y que les da a cada uno lo que quiere. Y él les quiere dar las gracias, porque obviamente la mayoría de las personas después de tener un split en el que te vas 0-5, pues hubiesen dejado de creer. Me ha hablado de muchas cosas, me ha hablado de toda la confianza que tienen puesta en él, de cómo se escuchan, de cómo se comunican, de cada vez que ellos presentan algo que quieren hacer. Nunca han dudado de él y siempre le han hecho caso. Ver este tipo de resultados cuando eso pasa, especialmente cuando las cosas han ido tan sumamente mal para ellos, significa mucho para él y les da muchísimas las gracias. Lastly, lo último que le voy a decir, y ya os aviso, quiero que diga algo en francés, porque obviamente pues KC es francés y creo que los fans de Francia también se lo merecen. Lastly, I'm going to ask you to give in French a message to the fans. We know that, of course, for KC, it's a huge fan base that has supported you whilst you were going through hell. So I think that you can tell them something in French.
So first, I will thank my mom, okay? Sorry, and then I will thank the fans, okay?
Agreed.
Du coup, maman, je sais que tu regardes, je sais que tu es sur le stream de Kamel, donc merci beaucoup, voilà, de toujours m'avoir soutenu, de toujours être là pour moi et me rappeler les choses les plus importantes. Et à tous ceux qui nous ont supportés, même quand on était en enfer et tout, merci beaucoup. Ça fait 4 ans que je suis chez KC, C'est la première fois qu'on se qualifie aux Champions, c'est mon premier split en tant que head coach. Ça me donne énormément de confiance et merci beaucoup encore une fois. Mais vraiment, merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you very much, Stage. You can go join the team. Enjoy. We will see you on Sunday. Bueno, los veremos el domingo, pero no os vayáis a ningún lado. Ya sé que Heretics ya no puede llegar a Champs, pero hay un par de equipos que todavía pueden hacerlo. Hasta luego.
Take me down.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. When a hook don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite ying my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. Put some pop love, yo, how about now, bruh? Your body me the raw tung who fuck with chat mung juk now, ow, ow. Need the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me, I'm pulling panic. But go back for ying me, put the proof. Meควรได้ price เข้าใจมึง lose array ไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. When a hook don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. You wait ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. เพราะลับคือ I'm the best, right? When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. When a hook don't sleep, don't punch me.
Hello guys, I'm Wes, or Minitank from the United Kingdom. My favourite Valorant memory? 2023 Sao Paulo lock-in, when Fnatic finally beat Loud and brought us home an EMEA trophy.
Vamos to Liqui! Hello! I'm Valentina Redmond. I'm Valentina. Anyway, I hope everyone enjoys this competition, and I'm saying hello all the way from Norwich. So, hi!
Ciao. Ciao.
Team Liquid!
So I'm French, for sure. So I'm supposed to support Gentlemates, but they are eliminated. So, but I'm not a single fan of Gentlemates. I'm also a fan of Heretics. And today, I wish a Foot and Liquid win.
Carmine Corps.
Is it like
a contractually obliged thing for cosplayers that anyone who cosplays Chamber has to be French? Because I swear in London as well, all the Chamber cosplayers were French.
Maybe there are unwritten rules or something about this.
I think there is. There's some kind of Valorant cosplayers guild. But you know what? The French are going to be really happy now because before the break, Coach Ice talked of going to hell in stage 1. But now he and KC are going to champs. They're going to be representing France, hopefully in style. So let's take a look at Billy's bracket, because we need to update people on who could still be joining them from Europe.
I hate that we're calling it Billy's bracket. I don't have ownership over this bracket, guys. I am not deciding what's happening in the bracket.
I promoted you. I gave myself a box in the break, and I promoted you to Billy's bracket. Come on.
I like the alliteration, and that's fine. So, as I said at the top of the show, we have 2 qualification matches, and there was a situation where if Foot did win that one, Team Liquid could have already been qualified before we got to this game. But of course, KC have now qualified. They've taken up that 3rd spot for EMEA in champs, which means that for this one, it's very simple. Team Liquid, you win this game, you make it to champs. Congratulations. But for Fireflux, if you win this game, you then need to go on and be able to beat Foot in that lower final and make it to the grand final to be able to make it to champs. In my opinion, I would love to see a Challengers team at champs. Absolute cinema.
Would be good. And if you're a Heretics fan, it's over.
Yeah, that is
over. GG.
Sad.
Go next year.
But how shocking is it that potentially we could see a Challengers team at Champions and not Team Heretics? No one would have predicted this, probably even going into the play-ins. But Fireflux, they have had an epic journey so far this year.
Yeah, 100%. I think that something that I have been reminding people of is the fact that this team was literally unsigned before the play-ins, let's not forget. Of course, they started 2026 in the Turkish League through that kickoff qualifier to be able to be part of the Turkish League on S2G, I believe it was. And then that kind of didn't go correct. It didn't go right for them. And so then they became Reborn. You know, they decided to stick together and continue as a core 5. And they just dominated the Turkish League. And I think what's so nice about the Turkish League is that, I mentioned this before as well, Minnie, I think, was that we'd had 2 Ascension teams come up from the Turkish League when I think back to last year and joining VCT, and now they've been able to fill that gap. And it feels like there's a constant pipeline of Turkish talent.
Yeah, we're just like VCT Turkey at this point. It's not EMEA anymore. It's a bit like how in APAC they have Korea, we've got Turkey. Just the teams, it used to be that the players were good. Now it is the teams and the players are good. It feels like half our league is Turkish players and now Turkish teams. I think this meta's really helped them out, like the double duelist, the aggression. Like we just saw, well, Foot didn't manage to do it, but Foot being there as well as Fireflux, it doesn't surprise me.
It's so inspiring. It's so inspiring to see these contender teams being here, right?
Yeah.
Like if you work hard enough, you can get there. It's so cool.
Especially when you consider as Reborn, when they found themselves orgless, they were playing without a salary, Petra. It must be so hard to commit to full-time, top of your game Valorant when you have to think about paying the bills as well.
Yeah, you have to sacrifice things to get there. So yeah.
Some of them don't have bills to pay either.
Okay, fine. Some of them actually, some of them are 17 years old, so they have all the time in the world to basically come in and murder some of the most experienced players in the world. Cough, Durka, Cough, Chronicle.
Yeah, they're on a spree right now. They've taken down some of the giants of EMEA, some of the legacy orgs, and it feels like they just managed to kind of just will their way here. Like they just play their game and they just will their kind of aggression into existence. And I think that they might be prone to do it again today.
Well, should we remind ourselves of the firepower of Fireflux? Because I just want to keep watching this video. I want us to put it on YouTube as a highlight so you guys can revisit how incredible the individuals on Fireflux are.
Yeah, we had to put a fragged movie together of every single player on this roster because they have all been having their own individual moments where they really shine and take to the stage. And I mean, Deadink on the Whaley, we highlighted the shorty kills that he was able to get. I think it was like 7 in one map last week. The sniper usage as well that he has. Reezy, the 4K that he had on Summit to close that out against BBL. I mean, these players have all been stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, it feels like every time they need a player to step up, even Batsu. Like, we're talking about most improved players in the first series. Batsu last year, I think that people were surprised to see him here. Some people were even kind of thinking it would be like, almost like embarrassing on some level, but he come here and he's like just shining as an individual. And then Kachao, what more can I say about this guy?
He can't do any wrong in your eyes.
Watching him makes me just love Valorant. Like, I get speechless watching him. He is my favorite player to watch right now. He is going to be one of the next great players in EMEA, and I think that he can do anything on this duelist. He's flexing between roles. He entries in a bit like Sop. He isn't inting. He just does things so well. It's just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, besides the fun they also have so much confidence. And it's showing in their gameplay. If something is not working, they just keep on doing it again or doing something else, and it will work out anyway.
I really love that we didn't actually have time to show you all of Kachao's aces so far, because he has had so many. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in double digits by the end of this weekend, or maybe even before this weekend. So we send Kakuka to go and have a word with him.
And Yaman to do some translation. Kachao, I feel like everybody has been talking about you for the past 2 weeks. Such a young player, but such a big talent. What are the pros and cons of being in the spotlight like this?
Son 2 haftadır herkes senin hakkında konuşuyor. Çok iyi performans sergiliyorsun ve çok gençsin. Şu anda ışıkların altında olmak nasıl bir his, neler hissediyorsun?
Çok alışık olmadığım bir duygu bu. Herkesin ilgisinin üstünde olması. O yüzden çok heyecanlıyım. Yani beklediğim bir şey de değildi bir aya kadar. Yani her şey aniden gelişti. Çok heyecanlıyım.
This is something that I was not used to, and now it feels a bit strange that this is happening, that people knowing me. I'm really excited for this, and I'm looking forward to it.
And I also want to ask you, because this is the first time that you're going up in a stage this big. Is that intimidating or also exciting?
Büyük bir arenada oynayacaksın ilk defa. Bu senin için nasıl bir his? Korkutucu mu, yoksa daha istekli olduğun bir durum mu?
Heyecanlıyım yine aynı şekilde, ama bu kadar kişinin önünde oynamak bir tık da çekindiriyor beni açıkçası. O yüzden sahneye çıkınca göreceğiz onu.
I'm feeling very excited, and playing in front of such a crowd like this, it's making me a bit anxious, but I'm looking forward to it, and we will see.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the translation. I'm sure that you'll be just fine.
I can't wait to see Kachao on the big stage for the first time. It's going to be his biggest test yet so far. No wonder he's 17. This is his first time playing on this kind of stage, in this kind of league, I should say. But Team Liquid, they are a legacy organization now facing the prospect of being firepower diffed by Fireflux. And if you take a look at how they run through the lower bracket, they've basically only won against the Challengers teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of rude of us to say only the Challengers teams, because I think that they had put up a good showing in play-ins, but I think the fact that they've been able to get back to that usual global standard of Valorant that we kind of expect from Team Liquids, like we've been discussing the teams that, you know, Challengers teams have been able to eliminate when we look at Fireflux, and now Team Liquid could be another one that's on the kind of cutting board.
Yeah, I think I'm the biggest Team Liquid doubter, or at least like I'm very just kind of neutral about them. I think that they can play a good game of Valorant. They beat those Challengers teams fairly convincingly, and at the end of the day, you can only play what's in front of you, so they haven't had to, you know, rise to a big challenge of like a KC, for instance, recently.
Yeah.
I think that there are, like you said, some firepower issues potentially. I think that, you know, we saw the Fireflux Fire movie, every single one of them stepping up in key moments. I think for Team Liquid, it's been mostly about Camo and mostly about Nats kind of filling that void. Purple at times this season stepped up, but I think kind of regressed a little bit back to the mean. And I worry about the 5 together being able to put up with that firepower.
Well, I'm really interested to see how the team is going to fare on the stage. But there is one absolute constant in this team, and that's Nats, the fact that he barely misses a beat in the server, but he also barely misses an opportunity to give his team a pep talk.
From everyone, guys, I want to hear my bad today. From every one of you guys, I want to hear if someone messed up, come in. If you see Simon messed up, I want you to point him the issue, okay? He did. Nikita, if you see someone else messed up, you're pointing the issue. Kim is the same, okay? I want you guys to be involved in the game, not as a players, as a teammates. We're a team today. We're helping each other to become better and improve in-game, okay? Be a team and say each other, wait, 1-2s, support each other, and always improve. Let's go.
So the reason I thought this was quite interesting is the fact that Nats is saying to his teammates criticize each other. And I would have thought that's something you want to do in a scrim. But do you actually want to do that on a big stage like this?
No, I don't think the content of those speeches, or that speech in particular, makes much sense to me. I don't think most players have the emotional intelligence to criticize during a game personally. So I think that's a bit of a strange one. I think where Nats gets the value in these speeches is kind of, you can feel that aura, you can feel that leadership coming through. Not necessarily the content at all times. Hopefully you can, you know, improve on those a little bit maybe, but yeah, I don't want them criticizing each other during the game.
Did he really use the word criticize? Because when I look at it, if you make a mistake and the IGL doesn't know it and you point it out, he knows if the strat is working or not. So I think it's important to point out mistakes here and there to see if you have to adapt or follow the plan.
So actually it's part of being a teammate to be able to tell on your fellow teammates, tell the in-game leader, they did this wrong, but they're not going to do it wrong again. Now the stage is set for a must-win match. For Team Liquid to keep their dreams of Shanghai alive, they need to elevate their game, and they need to take down yet another Challengers team in Fireflux.
Fireflux have earned their spot. They could be the ones to conquer.
If I lost, I will be still happy because I'm here, I'm on Barcelona.
They're going to Barcelona!
It's going to be amazing. The energy is going to be incredible on the stage, so we want to keep up the momentum also that we're bringing from the last matches into the Spanish fan.
As you know, we are tier 2 team. It's gonna be a big thing for us to win trophy.
Every moment the stakes will be higher and every moment is going to cost more.
We are coming with more confidence instead of pressure.
They have this mentality of nothing to us and just enjoying the moment makes them dangerous.
If Nets died, they can't do that much.
Every match is bigger and bigger.
I feel like everyone is scared from us.
Team Liquid may be on their last life, but never doubt a team known for pulling off a late season miracle, especially with an in-game brain like Nats. He'll be inspiring his team to up their game today. Can every member now step it up and maintain their momentum in this do or die situation? It's going to be Panda versus Reg Panda on that stage, because here come Fireflux. They've burned through the competition so far, but are they a team that can blaze a trail through the lower bracket? With their tight team fighting and sibling-like synergy, this Turkish brotherhood is not to be underestimated. But Team Liquid, they have prepared for this challenge. We're going to get the fist bumps out of the way, and we're going to see who showed up to play today, because their life in stage 2 is on the line now. It's hanging in the balance, Billy.
Yeah, and for Team Liquids, you look at them here to see if they can finally return to a global event. Let's not forget they attended every single one last year. And now this time, Champs on the line here. If they win, they go to that Champs. For Fireflux though, they have done an incredible journey so far. Now it's just a case of, can they finish that job and make it to the lower finals and then take that extra step to the grand finals and have a Challengers team in EMEA at Champions?
Yeah, we're looking at the map beater straight away. This is one I couldn't predict at all. I had no idea what was going to happen. Fireflux opting to go for that Haven. I don't think we've seen that from them for a while, so interested to see what they got up their sleeves there. But Team Liquid on that Haven, not looking so great recently. So a nice little counter pick here from Fireflux to open up the series.
Looks like Fireflux might have been doing their homework against Team Liquid, and who can blame them? They've been incredible at taking down some big names so far, but that has also depended on the skill of their players, being able to step up, being able to survive and thrive under the pressure. Hopefully they're going to really enjoy being in this stage environment for the first time. Petra, is there anything you think that Fireflux could have been doing to get themselves ready for this moment?
I mean, yeah, watch a little bit of VODs probably, but I think if they are playing their own game, they wouldn't have a problem with playing against Team Liquid today. If they are staying like cool and calm on the stage, I think it's gonna be a good day for them.
And Team Liquid recently, we've been seeing them go for these comfort picks, trying to play the agents that suit them as individuals, as opposed to looking at what other teams globally are doing to try and fit the meta. On Lotus, we might be seeing Camo on the Raze, for example. Do we think that that's going to be enough to be able to slow down Fireflux today?
I think the way I'd frame this matchup is like Team Liquid, their floor is quite high because they're on their comfort roles. It's the ceiling of this team that I have worries about. And it's about if Fireflux are good enough to test that ceiling. If Fireflux are playing like they do at home in Berlin, if they are playing like they can do in that aggression and style, and Kachao just Kachowing all over them, then I think that they're going to be in some troubles. But Team Liquid have the fundamentals. That is their strength of the team. And on the flip side, sometimes Fireflux kind of lack those fundamentals at times.
Yeah, I think that's... It could be perceived as one of their strengths, maybe, the fact that they're that unpredictable. But we speak about this Team Liquid comfort. Kicks is on smokes. That is not comfort. We see how happy he was when they played Abyss last week and we had to see Camo go on the smokes and Kicks on the Tejo, and I was so happy to see that. But of course, the identity that Team Liquid have been leaning into throughout this stage has been that double duelist, and we won't see a compositional change from them. Fireflux on the other side though, a double Sentinel. Hello!
Juicy. A little Vice Chamber. This is the kind of thing you expect from a Cerebral team, those kind of G2s and Fanatics of the past maybe.
Yeah.
I think it works very well. We've got Dead Ink on that operator character, the Chamber. He's been looking great every time he picks up that op. Kachao is able to just do his duelist thing, his entry, and then, you know, Hezekiah has been a good anchor for them so far. Interesting to see how they're going to run this on the attack side. It's not a composition that usually plays as fast, but you can throw it fast with those Vice Thorns and, you know, Neon. It's going to be a lot on Kachao with that individual Neon to see if he could take those sites and make that space.
The question I have for Fireflux right now and their coaches is, did you decide to do this just before you went on stage? Because just judging by their history and the way they do like to constantly change up their compositions, I wouldn't put it past them. Let's head over now though to Mitch and Tom, because we need to head over to our first map of this series.
Thank you very much, Frankie. We are so excited to kick this one off. For Fireflux, the competition is fierce, though, facing a Team Liquid who have had time to prepare.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, Team Liquid, there was a chance that if Foot won in that last game, they would be like, oh, we're home and dry. Well, yeah, sure, we're challenging for Barcelona, but we've already made it to champs. Now they come in with venom. Now they come in with a need to win to keep their life in their own hands. And for Fireflux, they've been doing that all along, ever since they made it through the play-in, made it into playoffs, made it all the way here. They have been, it's us or no one. We have to be the team. And with Liquid already eliminating the most challengers teams so far, looking to make it 75% of all challengers teams sent home by Team Liquid, Fireflux, they want to take down another big name. And honestly, I doubted them the last two times. I'm not doubting them now.
Playing for themselves and for all their comrades that had fallen. They joined this league alongside a couple of teams, and now they're the last one standing, the final Tier 2 representative, facing off against one of the best. Team Liquid with time to prepare. They are a beast that nobody wants to even attempt to tame. Lohan's gotten his praise, Yautsin his flowers. Always having the read on how his opponents like to play. Well, difficult on Haven versus Fireflux. We'll see what Team Liquid have up their sleeve. Camo with an incredible performance last time they played this map. He was, I think, 300 ACS. The Phoenix certainly suited him. He will be the tip of the spear as they make their way in. Good paranoia has caught Kachao, and he's close, but not able to claim the kill before Camo's got two. Bodies on the floor, and Team Liquid winning all the fights as they flood back in. The leader left alone against so many, and it's already halved. The round is gone.
Yeah, a wonderful flood back in from Team Liquid. Again, you mentioned it. Camo's performance, that individual brilliance, but in this case, being that tip of the spear, I think a lot of the time you'll put the focus on someone like Purpo to sort of breach that ground and take that space. A lot of the time, it doesn't feel like Camo needs it. He will just flash into those angles. He will just run through smokes. And when you're up against a team that has this much individual brilliance, as we've spoken about with Fireflux, sometimes you feel like that's risky, but he has been in, by far, the best form I think we've ever seen him in.
Yeah, very few exceptions to that, as well, as we'll get into later potentially, but we didn't really like seeing his element, and I think this Phoenix will convince you of that, even if you haven't seen that one map on Abyss. For Fireflux, coming into round 2, it is classics for the most part. And a bandit in play for Hezecoil, another highlight of this squad.
Who isn't?
But that's the thing for Fireflux, it is a star-studded roster, but those stars extinguished very early on as Team Liquid find themselves in a 5v2. Again, there's not much to play with here for Fireflux, but they came in hoping for damage, and that's not looking likely.
Don't give Camo orbs. That's the goal of this round. Don't give Camo orbs. You don't want him getting towards that Phoenix ult already. Well, it looks like maybe Kicks will be the one to pick up 1 or 2, although Hezecoil has already got past the angle. And in fact, well, he's given Camo an orb, but maybe not in the way you'd expect. Anything more, and maybe we'd start to worry a little bit. And hey, nice work from Reezy. It's Kicks with a 4K. It's Liquid with their second round. And for Fireflux, this is likely where the game gets more interesting, but I think it's something that we sort of talked about going into the game as well. This is not a map that through their run,
Сейчас припрусь пару секунд.
we've seen from Fireflux, that they actually played. They came in, they changed their composition. And I'll be honest, one of my major talking points has been killed in this map because Deadink is on the Chamber. And although I think he's okay at Chamber, his Waylay, what he was playing before, is probably my favorite of his agents.
Sensational. We talked a little bit about how you can't play the way he does every round, or eventually teams are going to get ready for it. Take advantage of that goodwill, they assume. Surely he won't do it again. A few rounds later, Deadink always does. Changing it up to the Chamber, I don't know how to measure that performance again compared to the Waylay. It's been, because we had this conversation, it's not only that he goes for those Waylay fights more often than anybody else, but he succeeds on them in just a ridiculous amount.
Yeah.
Feels like his ability to give you opening duels, almost untradeable opening duels, is at a league maximum.
Well, I can only assume it will come down to more of a defensive side
You'd hope
change. Maybe the operator on the attack, but for now things are much slower. Taking their time, an aggressive position already from Camo. Now bear in mind they have rifles across the board. This is a good bonus round, and Camo's position, he's not quite quick enough. That deep control was all they really had towards the C side of the map, but Fireflux don't know that. And because they haven't explored in towards Garage, they're taking it slow, and that's actually giving Liquid quite a lot of time.
Yeah, they flooded 2 players back into the site. It was a recon mission, but now they have a battle on their hands. Kicks, not known about, slips into the backside. Trex making steps, they're not ready. And Kicks pounces for 1. Trex holds the line alongside him. And Fireflux, they stall out, stumble into the C site, not ready for what awaits them there. Hezecoil tucked in, trying to buy some time, trying to draw their eye as the plan comes in, but Purpo was not sold on that fake. The ruse won't fly, and 3-0 for Liquid.
They got the opening pick. They started that round off clearing the player in the corner, and then from then onwards, Liquid managed to fight back into that C site, claim it as their own, and force the opponents to rotate. This is a lights-out start from Team Liquid. And we talk about the prep and all they can counter. This is not a map they will have expected to see in the series. You sort of mentioned it. This map has been banned by them, so this was their surprise. Liquid aren't looking surprised.
No, they don't look taken aback. Again, 4 out of 5 of the last series have seen Fireflux take this map out of rotation. They come in picking it, and you think that the surprise, it's got to put Liquid on the back foot. Anything but they've looked comfortable.
Okay.
This time, Deadink finds 1. No need to get back out of there. As they move to the C site, the plan to be found in the low buy round. Well, Fireflux have been deadly in these before.
Yeah, an aggressive position once again. Kachow up close. He was spotted in the last, and they already know that he's here. Looking to try and wrap back in. Camo's won that fight again. Ult online, but he's already too far through, and in fact, they don't need it anymore. This is so clean from Liquid on these retakes. Sure, it was some weaker weapons, but again, they lose the first player. This time, they lose 1 more. But other than that, Fireflux are barely even doing damage.
Yeah, honestly, if you've seen any of Fireflux's games before, like, it might be understandable that the team with the guns floods back into the site and they win the fights that they're favored in. Sure, but that's not being the story. Oh. That's not being the story of Fireflux's low buy rounds.
The Batu ace the last time they played. It's like there's so many examples.
Even then you're pointing to a single player showing up, but we're talking about the whole team being on site, ready for the fight. We don't have to depend on one man, but it did come down to Hezekol with next to nothing done.
Deading might be the best shorty player in the world. I say might to be generous to everyone else. He probably is.
It's only might because he's the best shorty Waylay player.
Yes, yeah.
Is he the best shorty on everyone else? I don't know.
Caveat.
I don't know. There.
Oh, Hunter's Fury. It's already. It's going to force out that angle.
Oh no.
Gives an easy kill to Camo. That's the smoke's gone. We talk about them going into the double senti, but that doesn't help them with the smokes. This could be nasty. Nats doesn't really need to fight into this.
And he can't.
They already have the advantages, but he may just look for the wallbang. Lots of counter utility, and now especially with Camo going, his weapons seem to be about to dissipate, but it doesn't matter. Nats has caught Kachao again, trying to get aggressive.
Spike planted.
Well, that wall is going to be cleared. A problem already brewing. Deading's done well, but they don't know they're being locked in. In fact, the defenders are almost just playing with that time. They're giving extra space, looking to get rid of Hezekol, which they do. And while Batu fighting back strong, he realizes it clicks in his brain, but that doesn't mean anything. The streak of rounds looks to continue. And while Liquid, I'm still waiting for them to be surprised.
Yeah, like, you can look at this and say they got the Hunter's Fury out of them early. They got the run it back. Traded that out for Hezekol's ult. Like, that's fine. The Steel Garden can be strong, but the problem more so is that was around Fireflux needed, regardless of the price Liquid pay for it. It's worth it. They've put Fireflux onto a low buy. Back to pistols. They've taken out the Vice ult as well. One of the few things that could really bridge that gap, if only for a short time in a round like this. And again, removing the ults on the other side, whatever, you're going to be 6-0 down most likely. For Fireflux, they need to find hope even in this round.
That's the crazy thing, because you look back to Liquid only playing this map versus Foot as of recent, and you go, they lost 13-11. Maybe that's the reason their opponents chose it. They did have an 8-0 defensive side start. They were dominant in the first rounds, and then it took Foot climbing back in on that defensive side. And as I said, I think you look at the Fireflux comp and you go, okay, I could see some defensive side value. But how much? Especially the first time you step onto this specific stage. Sure, they did incredibly well when they were over in Berlin, but it's a different feel. It's certainly a different amount of people. And Liquid, well, they've got experience in droves. And while it is showing, Trek's definitely one of them. He's been to internationals with multiple different rosters. And well, for Batu, it's a consolation frag. And I kind of feel like that's all they've really had in these first 6 rounds.
What's worrying me is we saw Liquid, if I'm not mistaken, for the first time pull out the Haven in Stage 2 when they were up against KC, and it was a little bit shaky. Then they come back and they've got the defense figured out. There were some holes on the other side, but they had a very strong start there. Now they've had more time to prepare, and I wonder, have they cracked both sides now?
Well, the thing is, they both times lost 13-11. So either way, both times it was close. So it's definitely a nervy position for Fireflux, because you're gambling on your prep. It's not that Liquid are bad at this map. It's not that they fell completely flat. Maybe they did a little bit on the attack side, but you're not Foot. Foot have only just really tasted defeat on this map. And then the other team are the ones that gave them that defeat at the same time. Obviously coming into this, at the beginning of the day, these were our stat leaders. These were the two with high hopes. Kachao #1 and nigh on everything. And #3, #2 for the majority of Camo. I'll say thus far, one of those names has not turned up to the party, and unfortunately, it's the youngster of Kachao.
Yeah, it is the stat leader on the other side. In fact, Kachao killless 6 rounds in. It has been a tough start, but a player that's already shown us that he has the resilience. We've seen him 2 kills and a half, very same map, and then he bounces back and goes on an unbelievable run. Well, we praised him for that for good reason, because it's rare to see players do that. It's a hard thing to do, and now we're on a stage like this. We've flown further than Berlin, and Kachao has to do the same thing again. That turnaround, not just for him, but for the squad. 0-6 stand Fireflux, and it's
Прием, прием, дамы и господа.
running it down and a mistake perhaps as they're punished. Not every step of the way, but in the majority. The A site stands with only one defender.
Oh, that one defender's been good, but there's Kachao. Finally, we see.
А здесь у нас простейшая победа VALbINA, правильно?
Even holding the aggressive angle, and he's going to win it versus Nats. Maybe we just had a Kachao pep talk from the coaching staff. Either way, he's definitely not shying away from the fight and even looking for some style points. The paranoia won't save him in kicks. Well, he's 9-1.
Кого я там напугал? Сами виноваты.
Tour de force waiting for him and the pause. Maybe just to settle the nerves, Fireflux on the board.
Well, Kachao's all smiles down on the stage, and you know what? It's good to see 0-6, and he's still able to have a little bit of fun with it in that 4 versus 1. Locked in on business though.
Так.
In those first 2 fights on the site.
Так.
And a confidence builder is what we wanted to see for this young guy. You don't want to see him crumble under the pressure. And this could be the start of the bounce back for Fireflux.
Yeah, feels like it needs to be. It's not made too much of a dent in the economy for Liquid. Operator now into the hands of Purpo as well. They've still got 3 ultimates to play, whereas their opponents do the same. But one of them is desperate to start that streak back. At least gives them some runway. Come on,
Ну или делай это уверенно. Ну чё? Ой-ой-ой, Качау ошибся, новичок.
Always difficult to clear, no access to sight is in the name, and I think they've accepted that. They've gone, you know what? No, I'm not going to keep running in, and a good thing too. There were 5.
А чё, поможет ли команда VALbINA своему MVP Качау хотя бы разочек? Вот именно сейчас, именно этот раунд надо выигрывать.
Closing in on the flank, and Fireflux have no idea. They think maybe they've left the C side on their right, but the read ain't quite what it seems.
Или сейчас, или никогда.
And these Fireflux players, they find themselves surrounded. The paranoia is perfect. It's caught them both. And it's the end.
Первый, второй, третий. Ну, всего 3.
As Nats finds his 4th, it is a 7-1 lead for Liquid.
Здорово, здорово, Камень и все, кто только присоединился.
Okay, sure, it's not a complete reset on the economy, but when you win your first round and the next round has a Guardian, a guy that currently only has a classic, which did Batu just forget to
В описание не заходите, да куда?
I think so. Hunter's Fury hasn't hit Purpo too much, so he's able to stick around and take another. Well, there's a gun for Batu. Silver lining.
Те же самые баннера. +1. Еще одна попытка. Неудачная. Сейчас, пару секунд.
Either they really wanted an operator to go over to Denning in one of these rounds. Either that or they thought the Batu's Hunter's Fury combo would be enough to get him a gun, which I guess he was technically right. Unfortunately, it was his teammates. But yeah, peculiar buy. But now, no, because now he's giving a rifle over to Denning, so I don't know what's gone in that round. That definitely seemed like optimism from the in-game leader of Fireflux. But I don't know how they still have optimism when they're currently this far down on their map choice.
He'd have so many notes to give. Maybe he did just get lost in it. Missed the buy window. It didn't make a difference either way. That's unfortunate. The trap, but Kachao won't be caught. He won't be taken down by it. The spam's not landing until he steps into Nat's domain, into the smoke, where this man was waiting. But now, with patience, faded. Oh! Reezy's taken 2. Fireflux are back in the game. Back in with a chance. But it's still a 2v2, and that shock dart has done so much damage. These knives are gonna cut right through them. 9-1. A single mistake on the board and Team Liquid are eviscerating Fireflux on the defensive side.
I think someone whispered in Liquid's ear that they might not be making champs if they don't win this series, and it's just kicked them up a notch. They spoke about preparation, but this doesn't even feel like preparation. This just feels like them outclassing their opponents. We've seen this a couple of times, them versus Eintracht Frankfurt, maps 2 and 3, 13-1, 13-1. Like, they just hit a level where it's like, okay, we're in trouble now. And we've spoken about this. Team Liquid, lower bracket, Team Liquid, upper bracket are not the same team. And while it's a nice, quick opener for Kachao, but I'll be real, Trex has been a safe pair of hands, and, well, so had the operator.
They had a surprise setup. Purpo still waiting there with the op, but the game given away. Hezecoil trying to find a gap, and he has taken down Nats. He's created a big blind spot for this defensive side. Purpo has to be worried about his back in carriage, but he takes a risk, and that risk pays off. Catching Batunax from an angle that he shouldn't have been able to hold, and to run it back right up close. Camo's gonna round that corner before the gun goes away, but he fades first. A 3 versus 3 where time is being bought in the flank. Fireflux are well aware of this, has to be their second round.
They've been flanked so many times, though. They go and fight aggressively, and blink and you miss it! This is a Liquid frag movie that never seems to end. That was way too easy. 10-1. The challengers, once again, are meeting Goliath. And unfortunately, this isn't a fairy tale.
No, in this one, we seem to be tracking the facts.
David had just kicked them over a wall.
These boys are devouring the tier 2. We talked about the gap. Even Trex mentioned it, the hunger, the passion from tier 2 teams. It's much higher than what you see in the tier 1.
Yeah.
But that's on the average tier 1 team, and Liquid are proving that they are far from an average team.
Double Odin op. Oh no.
This is gonna be nasty.
Oh, this is already
it's a bit of damage.
Early tickle damage. Batu is currently playing the attack side round with a Bucky. If that doesn't tell you the state of where Fireflux are at, I don't know what does. Well, Liquid again. Look at these early rotations. A third player already in position. Operator holding on to mid. Sure, they have to leave. Nats and the flash out. Deadink is dead before he can even react. Luckily, though, Kix has gone on the other side. The question is, do they know that Trex is also here? They should have a decent idea. The drone's already gone through, holding the angle, but this time they win both fights. Rotation already there from Purpo, though, and he'll at least reduce the deficit to 1.
Oh, it's a nasty shot. It tanks the stun. No one can dash right out. Nets has gone in. Little ahead of the curve, to say the least. Hell, everything they've tried so far has worked, barring one round. I guess he felt the flow, but that has carried him away. Fireflux with 2 rounds at the halftime, but this is far from the safe haven they thought they were picking into.
But yeah, we've got to hope that this comp really was built for that defensive side, because I'll be honest, there isn't much else that we could really be hoping for. Nonetheless, it has been a fantastic game so far for Purpo, and we spoke to him a little bit earlier on before the match.
Estoy aquí con Purpo y quiero preguntarle sobre cómo se siente hoy, porque si gana hoy, va a su primera Champions de todas. Hi Purpo, how are you feeling? Hope that is well. If you are to win today, it will be your first champs, if I'm not mistaken. What would that mean to you?
Hello, thank you for the question. I mean, for me, it will be meaning everything, not gonna lie. The whole work I put throughout the all years I playing this game. And yeah, I think for all the players, this is the main goal, biggest achievement, that you're participating in the best tournament. So yeah, I'm gonna be very happy.
Obviamente estaría muy feliz. Él cree que para todos los jugadores este es pues, el culmen, ¿no? Llegar a Champions. Significaría que todo el trabajo que ha estado poniendo pues llegaría a buen fruto y que lo significa todo para él. There's another thing I wanted to ask you. We see a lot about the Nat speeches, and what effect does that have on you? Because of course when we see it from the outside, it's crazy to see it.
Yeah, of course, it's helping us a lot, but I think, you know, for everyone, it means different. All the time, what Ayas is saying, everyone takes something, you know, some part of it, what player thinks that is the most important for him. So I think overall it's affecting good on our team and it helps us, you know, we had it like multiple times already, it's proven. So I think for every team it's very important to have kind of guy who will, like, you know, have speeches like this, so yeah.
Le he preguntado también por los discursos que da Nats. Nosotros enseñamos muchos, pero quería preguntarle cuál es el efecto que tiene en los jugadores. Y dice que tiene un efecto muy positivo, que precisamente cada uno coge la parte que más necesita, que piensa que todos los equipos se podrían beneficiar de algo así y que realmente les ayuda muchísimo. Well, thank you very much and best of luck today.
Well, the fortress that is Tier 1 Valorant under siege now for more than a week, but despite many shots landed by Fireflux, even a hole in the wall, it's Team Liquid who stand in that breach, and they are not moving on map number 1. The surprise, the trick up Fireflux's sleeve, but it was apparently seen coming. I don't know how they look this ready, but Team Liquid, I guess, playing their own game, so to speak, a team we talk about being the best when they've got tape, when they've got VODs. Well, they had nothing to tell them how Fireflux would play here today. Oopsies. But they still looked like they were ready weeks ago.
Well, yeah, maybe it's no access to Castle then. That's the new name if they're under siege, because Nats is looking very comfortable, but so is the entirety of his squad. This needs to be a good defensive start, and that's not a bad one. Solid reveal, but while speak of the man, the myth, and while he's stepping up once more, Batu re-entering the site. There should be something expected, and in fact, this is a bait. They're waiting to see if anybody reacts to this. They're still having a presence on the flank, and Kicks walking his way just to try and spot anything out. This pause is to hope that Fireflux will move in and go looking, and they have, but they've just done it a second or so.
Прием.
I'm missing the
Так.
boat just about. Trex deposited behind. He's got a good angle, and it's not expected. A freebie claim.
So they go back.
Chaos in the Fireflux comms as they don't know where the hit's coming in. Steps heard now, though. Batu straight onto Nats. Great read on where the trip had come from. Now he knows about Kicks. And Kicks is all alone. He's got no help as they flood in. They played this perfectly on the defense. And now the only man left, the one who stabbed Reezy in the back moments ago. They know he should be coming from long or short, and they're putting the pieces together. And 1v1, a single chance for Trex, and he connects it.
Трех,
He
поддайся.
has no notion of this final player until now. 10 seconds, and he can get a safe plant on the back site, but instead he uses it as a
Пиздец. 18-6-10 у типа.
end of the fishing line, and it's Trex reeling him in. 11-2. Team Liquid not faltering for a moment. Okay, after not faltering for a moment.
No,
after
he was
that.
giving them a chance. He was giving them a chance. This is what this man does. You leave Trex alive at the end of rounds. You leave him in positions where it's necessary. Hello, Kicks. And he closes out rounds. It's just the thing that you get to see from Trex so regularly. A stat leader in that department. And well, for Fireflux, that was the last thing they needed.
Take flight.
Was to see that man close out a round.
Inner Circle. В плане. Ты про чё? Про Маузов ты говоришь или про что?
For Fireflux, they're a team that you look at and think they can always bounce back. The final hour, they can always add extra time.
Hello.
And here we go. 2 kills with pistols. They need something to rally their banner. And Reezy may just be that
Ну,
man.
сейчас гляну,
2
погоди.
with the bandit. And Kachao with 2 as well. It's
Нихуя. 3-11 еще играем.
bounce back early in half number 2.
Oh yeah, there's people talking about the stat line of you got to force into those rounds if you're far enough down. It's proving true, but at the same time, that round was so clean. Like just every single player winning those individual fights. The Bandit once again being on display as such a ridiculously strong weapon when you have nowhere else to go. And even if this map feels out of reach, I think for Fireflux it's just important to know you're still on the server, to know that you can battle when you're bruised. Obviously for Liquid, no reason to force back. You don't need to take any risks at this stage. You can build up all of your ults twice over and close out the game like that. For now, at least, it's just about orb management.
Or winning the round themselves. For Liquid, that could always be the goal, inspired by what Fireflux just did. I have to hope that's not the case. It proves not to be a knife battle to settle a score, and Kachao won't claim that scalp.
Что, еще играют
But
мужики?
he's done enough in the round, I think.
Yeah, I don't think he'll mind too much. I like how I'm pretty sure he started pistol ammo, but he went straight to the knife instead.
Absolutely he did.
He didn't even think about it either. He didn't even think about it.
Ну, Маузов я не видел, я тебе так скажу. Касательно Inner Circle и Dynasty, которые там этот самый прямо сейчас играют. Ну, там хуйня и там, и там. Не буду раскрывать все карты того, что я уже знаю по доту. Но там хуйня и там, и там.
Kachao going for the knife kill, still having fun, and then opening this with confidence, aggression, and success. Getting back on the saddle, 11 and 15. For me, this isn't about Fireflux winning the map anymore. That is a dream.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in 6 rounds.
Exactly. But the reality for now is we need Fireflux to know that they could have won. That they found their rhythm in the end. And every round that adds
Ну
up
чё,
here,
давайте, Fireflux'ы, 2-11, ебашьте. Уже, в принципе, 5-й и 6-й в копилке. Давай, 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 поехали.
There's a rotation to the other side of the map. There will be a trigger that gives the information over to Fireflux. That's why they've completely abandoned it. Well, Kicks is going to wait for his teammates so they can both make their way into the site. It does mean the post plant. It's going to take a moment or two, but I don't think Fireflux is going to be rushing their way back into this one.
No, there's certainly no need for haste on their side. Re-smoked, though. Kicks is going to use that to get close, and he'll land himself one, but Breezy having himself around.
5-й есть, 6-й тоже должен быть. Давай, 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 поехали.
11-5 now on the board. And a good win with this one, an investment from Liquid that they stand tall against. And I do think genuinely, I just want to see Kachao keep having fun. As I said, I think he's already hit that recovery. But like you said, eyes on Deading. I don't think he'll be pulling out a chamber in the next, but you don't want him to go in feeling as flat as that first half did.
Yeah, thankfully I think that with his role, he knows exactly where he needs to be. If it is going in and dying, I don't think it's ever phased him in games that I've watched before. Speaking of knowing your role, man, I still think we need to highlight for just moments ago, we've talked about Trex and those clutch capabilities. He is 21-9 right now in the server, but his highlight is those clutches. This is what he has been the best at throughout the entirety of the stage so far. One of the top players in terms of turning those rounds back around, and I do think that that's the real scary thing for Fireflux in this match so far. Is I feel like when you see like a Purpo or a Camo or even a Nats at times pop off, you go, okay, I can understand that he's taking those initial fights, or they're setting him up. Whereas when it's Trex, you're going, I'm losing a 1v2, I'm losing a 1v3, I'm losing rounds I should be winning, and it's infuriating. He's 21-9, and he also has 10 assists to go with it. So you're doing some stuff wrong, he's doing some stuff incredibly right.
Yeah, it's going to be frustrating for Fireflux. They haven't even faced that many clutches from this man. He's still putting up those numbers. A 6-round gap that they have to try to recover after a moment of reprieve. A face off against Pistols. Again, what should be an easier one to connect. But Liquid after a pause. What's the idea? We start with orbs for Camo. One more, even with a death, will give him the run it back for the next round. And Liquid don't need to play the short game here. They're happy to look at the future. Lose this round, but set themselves up to close the map. And maybe test out some unexplored territory. It looks like we're going to have at least a feeler placed towards this B site, while Nats is
Второй вьёб
still
10.
drawing a lot of
2 за
attention
сегодня не
over here. The
переживу.
fact that he even trades evenly is ridiculous.
Если не переживешь, рекомендую выкупить,
Do have time
и
to
все.
test things, take risks, and it looks like they were going to get a post plant, but Hezekiah has decided it's my time to farm some eco frags. I think they might get stolen away from him though. In fact, he'll only end up with a 1.
6-11.
4 survive. Fireflux continue that climb. But this is the round that was paused for. And I'll be honest, like, obviously you sort of talk about like getting to 10 or something. I do think this is the round where Fireflux win it. I go, okay, this is now a map. Game on. Because you've broken them after they've taken a pause. You've broken them after the coaches have gone, okay guys, maybe we got ahead of ourselves. This is what you did wrong. Let's go. Well, you win that round. Maybe they need another. Maybe the mental goes.
But that talk was all about this rifle round, all about it coming into it with the run it back for Camo. They found their orb and they found their death. They got the orb, sorry, the op onto Purpo indeed. Currently in a standoff on the C site. And it's on to Liquid indeed. The lead, significant. But it can be cut down to size very quickly, and really all it takes here is that one mistake. Fireflux with momentum, we know how that looks.
It happened before as well. I think that's what makes it worse. They had a 9-3 defensive half versus foot, and they then lost on the attack. So it's not even like, oh yeah, we're losing a few rounds. It's like, oh god, it's happening again. We worked on this. We tried to fix this.
Охуеть.
Purpo has just been clotheslined. A super aggro fight. Camo's going to try and respond. Okay, they're going to fight the run it back. Truly no fear. And well, when there's 4 players on this A site, you can kind of understand why.
I don't think they have the read on the attack just yet as to how much they're
Ошибся к чел.
And maybe they won't even care if they knew the paranoia good, but Batu fires through it, covering fire that's covered them in
Сочувствую, Артём.
They flee this site.
Но здесь мы за Fireflux. И на первой карте, ребята, и на второй карте за Fireflux.
Will be detected first of all.
Well, look at
Batu
Batu.
will be in position. The thing is, though, Nats might have set himself up to take that Hunter's Fury out. He's a thorn in their side as they're looking intently at the C site. Batu's closing the distance. Nats will strike, but the spike still needs to be planted. It has to be stuck. Tracks will be drawn into a
Седьмой
fight.
есть.
And it's down
7-11.
to the wire. But Team Liquid lose out on time.
That was so close to Hezekiah almost throwing that away.
They shouldn't have swung.
Ну чё, денег слева опять сомнительно. Будут играть через 2 гана.
One of them had to hide. You can't both be fighting. And I think he was the one that should have been hiding, considering how far away he was. Considering the way these early fights
То мы-то один в
went,
комнате.
feels like that should have been a little bit easier. But the main thing for me,
Те, кто
which I said,
хочет
maybe in
посмотреть на
round
Valorant.
you end up with that second pause coming out. Liquid have pulled the trigger now. They are going for the pause again. And I think if you're Fireflux, you're sat there.
Valorant здесь у команды Fireflux. Если вы не знали.
They just used the run it back, got nothing for it. I mean, it was Fireflux ran at the run it back.
Body checked it.
Yeah, literally stood on the other side of the smoke. Blind
That would
or
be
not.
like Pal running at me to rugby tackle me, me just standing my ground. Like, that's mental.
It's now, and then you winning.
Yeah,
that
me
that
winning.
just doesn't compute.
Which in real life would not happen. I would be on the ground.
But this is the thing. They like for Liquid, you've got to feel crushed. As you said, history. It points to this, and Oracle would predict this kind of fall off. So it looks like it's coming true again. And then the fact that, well, we just dumped everything into that round. We had a timeout for it. We had the ult farmed for it. We used the ult.
Лимит фло, с чего ты взял, что это техническое, это тактическое?
And if I'm not mistaken, the man that Purpo should have killed ended up being alive to win the round.
I want to give you just a little bit. So they were 8-0 up versus Foot. They finished 9-3, so one worse than this. They lost the pistol, or won the pistol, lost the second round.
Oh!
Hey, that looks very familiar.
Deja vu, actually. Yeah, I can imagine what that looks like.
Так.
Fireflux are going.
Ну они под 0 закупились, что сказать. Надо играть через 2 гана было. Охуеть, как Нацу повезло. Ё-моё. Но я думаю, что Fireflux все равно этот раунд выиграют.
TP taken, a relocation for kicks, now ready to hit the A site together. For the most part, Purpo exploring mid again alone. And this time he's been caught a bit more aggressive than before.
Look at the read once more. Well placed is Batu, but can he get too much done? Yes, he can!
8-й раунд.
You don't want to swing into an Odin when Batu's on the other side. And Nats.
А где 8-й, там 9-й, у Ликвидов нет денег.
What else was done this round? I'm looking at the damage. 0, 0, 0, and 0. That is the only damage that was done by Liquid. And while all I'm going to say is they can't talk to the coaches, but Nats, I think this might be speech time.
Well, the reality is, Tom, you come into this round after a pause, another pause, a second,
another
back-to-back in terms of buy rounds pauses, and then that's what happens. You get an opening kill, you get map control.
Oh dear.
And an Odin runs you down, sprays you into the dirt. This is
Удачи,
gonna be a
Токио
tough
Дэнс.
pill to swallow for
Удачи,
Team
удачи,
Liquid,
удачи.
but we're starting to understand why Fireflux picked this. It certainly wasn't because of their attack being strong, but they just said, hey, if we get 2, we'll probably get more than Liquid will.
The funniest thing about this is, the reason I thought it would be good on the defense is because you got the double senti. One of the sentis doing nothing. Like, I think one of the first kills Denning has in this half was that one where it's Nats running over with 8 HP, not looking the right way. So
exactly.
It probably got you 0.1 ACS and about the same in ADR. So genuinely, it's been a non-factor. It's just everybody else has stepped up. And well, this man in particular.
На этой карте на первой половине у VALbINA не шла игра, поэтому Ликвиды выигрывали. На второй половине Ликвиды хуёво играют, им ничего не поможет, и даже 2 раунда может оказаться невозможным. На этой карте VALbINA должны были выиграть уже давным-давно. Но на первой половине у них шла хуйня. И то не получалось, и это не получалось, и так, и сяк не получалось. 11-9.
7 rounds in a row. Funnily enough, the most rounds in a row for a defensive team so far.
Если вы не видите, ребята, команда Liquid тупо как болванчики выходят и ожидают какого-то чуда того, что они делают.
What was it we said last time? Like 300 ACS, I think I'm spitballing here. 28 kills for Camo, something like that. He's on 9 right
Батужнак словит ультимейтом Натса. Пурпо поджал мид. Возможно...
Maybe if everyone else dies, Trex can clutch. That might be the best point of call at this point.
That's what Nats is calling right now. No, guys, you were supposed to stand in the Hunter's Fury.
Хуй знает, сейчас увидим.
Doesn't get orbs for it.
Перемотай стрим вперед. Давай.
4v5. A chance.
Purpo's exploring B, man. It's making me stressed.
Yeah, he's the operator. And you kind of think like if he's holding the angle, he should win, but he hasn't been winning. He's been getting wrecked by whoever peeks him, but this time nobody's peeking. They're happy to sit in their setup. They're happy to hold on to that ground. Reezy filling in the space. An angle held. Nice shot at least on one, but then
Ебать, залетело.
Reezy, a man of many moments. One of them bringing them here in the first place. He ain't going nowhere.
Здесь уже и удача на стороне VALbINA, если что. 11-10.
I can't believe the scenario we're currently in. Liquid sat 11-2 in the lead. I remember the social media after they fell from 8-0 down. I think they might lose their minds in the Liquid fan base if this one goes. They're still in the lead. They're still technically in the lead, but it hasn't felt like it for about 5 rounds.
No, I'm starting to believe now. I was saying it. This game's gone.
I said 10 as a joke. I said after 7. We're way past 7
now.
Way past that line.
Правильный раунд Ликвида играют. Есть вариант, что это будет 12-й. Это должен быть 12-й. Здесь еще и Натсу, блять, опять повезло. Второй раз. Он второй раз эту хуйню вытворяет, и второй раз у него остается. В первый раз у него 8 хп оставалось, во второй раз 5 хп осталось. Ебануться. Еще и в спину к чел поймал. Ай-яй-яй. Ризи сдох.
with his op. An ace needed, and I don't think he should even be trying this.
12-10.
Purpo, well, he's definitely not being hit many shots, but he's given too many opportunities. 12-10, one round for Liquid to forget this second half ever happened.
Ну чего, будут ли допы? Самое интересное. Самое интересное, будут ли допы?
Or if they've still got 2 more in them.
Starts again with Batu, fish in a barrel.
Purple сдох.
Purpo, who's not getting out. The Hunter's Fury spent to try to trade back, and it almost gets him. Batu survives just about, and the man advantage locked down for Fireflux. Again, it's Purpo falling early. He's really been unlucky in those early duels.
Yeah, he tried his
Ну,
best to jump his way out of that one. Yep.
пока неизвестно, за кем раунд. Но будто бы Fireflux немного не угадывают.
And now they're sending Nats with the operator into B. It's been a cursed land thus far. I think after the AWP rings true.
Они думают, что это Б, а на деле это С.
Yeah, there could be no more repeaks. Waiting for the push now is Liquid.
Не полетело у Ризи, очень смешно не полетело. И ротейт от Ликвида. 4 в 3 ситуация. Выход С. Серьезный. Ну и преимущество по ресурсам у команды Liquid. По идее намечается 13-10. Удачно разменялись. Еще один фраг. Нет, Над смажет. Ошибается Чау. 13-10. Поздравляю тех, кто болел за команду Liquid на первой карте. На второй карте, я думаю, что выиграет команда Fireflux. Про третью пока говорить не будем. Вот такая история.
After a little bit of turmoil and a few trips along the way, will claim map #1 and head into their map with an advantage.
Well, the surprise didn't set Liquid on the back foot all too much. We talk about them with tape. Today we talk about them with Trex. What a performance delivered by this man. There were some missing pieces for Liquid. Camo and Purpo, players we've talked about a lot when it comes to Haven. But today it was Trex's show. For Team Liquid, a stumble towards the end. They opened the door for Fireflux.
0 пота, фора минус 2,5 за что? Fireflux надо брать на второй. Ну, если они выиграют, бери. Я думаю, что они выиграют вторую карту. Вот. Всем удачи.
An amazing first half. You look like unbeatable. It does not look like the Fireflux that we met back in EMEA. You keep looking like you're going to conquer the world, and then we jump into the second one and things start to get complicated. So what was it about the Vice Chamber that was impossible to get through?
I think it had nothing to do with their comp. Maybe we just had some flashbacks to the footballers game. We had a good defense half, and we go on attack. We lose to anti-eco, and I think we got in our own heads a little bit, but after some rounds, we finally managed to get some few rounds, and that's all we needed to get it over the line.
Le preguntaba que qué es lo que ha pasado. Obviamente, la primera mitad súper bien. Esto es algo que además ya vivimos en EMEA. Y en la segunda las cosas se ponen muy complicadas. Yo le nombraba al Vice de la Chamber. Él me dice que no tenía nada que ver con la composición, sino que les venían esos flashbacks de cuando estaban jugando contra Foot. Las cosas se empezaron a poner complicadas, pero al final le consiguen dar la vuelta. Well, thank you very much and best of luck in the second game.
Скоро вернусь.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah.
Did you ever expect this Fairflux comp on Haven, and what was it like to play against?
I know, I don't even expected them to pick Haven, not gonna lie. It was a good pick from them. Yeah. And I mean, we played terrible attack side. Yeah, it is what it is. We managed to win. Let's just reset because yeah, I think we had some flashbacks from Foot West game, this attack side. Yeah. But it's good that we secured the victory. It's really good.
Didn't expect the comp, but for sure they might change the comp, so it is what it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Interesting that Kix told Bayer and now Lowen's told us that flashbacks from their game versus Foot is still haunting Team Liquid. But the thing is, they've made it this far. They need to get over it, surely.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be a bit concerned with the way that Fireflux managed to start putting up a fight there. I was getting ready to come into this and be like, oh yeah, the first half was just a warm-up for them, and then they were good to go after that. But yeah, obviously Team Liquid managing to close out in the end. I think Nats was probably one of the key players for them to be able to get to that match point round and then finally being able to close it out there. And we can see the fact that Fireflux, individually, we highlighted them. We had a frag movie for them at the very start of this Petra, but it feels as though there was a little bit of an underperformance from them individually.
Yeah, especially in the beginning, right? I mean, Batu has been doing so well, and the rest had just to step up, but it was a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, yeah, they were owning on the Haven defense, but Fireflux were able to step things up after switching side. So let's talk about Team Liquid's Haven defense. Do you think it was a Fireflux issue, or do you think it was Team Liquid showing up prepared, ready to put their demons behind them?
I think it wasn't a Fireflux issue, honestly. I mean, Fireflux gave them the space to do all of this, and if they were getting into the game a bit earlier, I don't think Team Liquid would have the chance.
Yeah, I think there was countless times where you would see Fireflux just walking into things like purple there, which we'll highlight around in a little bit. But yeah, I think that when you have that kind of contact style for Fireflux, in the past, that has been one of their strengths, right? But when you're coming up against people like Purple who are going to be abusing that operator as much as possible, you need to have a bit of utility. And I think that Fireflux's composition almost limited them in a way in that sense, because they were having to attack with the chamber, with the Vise. And yeah, it was a bit of a struggle for them.
Yeah, and the funny part is they had 2 sentinels, and yet they were still managed to flank all the time.
Yeah. That's the interesting thing. We know that Team Liquid, given that they're led by Nats, right, they want to do a lot of preparation. They know that Fireflux are going to be playing this contact style. So even though if they're not sure what composition they're going to play, they still know how Fireflux as a unit are going to want to play. Because when you're changing up these compositions so much, surely you can't really change the game plan that quickly on the fly as well. Although maybe we shouldn't put it past their synergy. But an example of this contact style, Billy, you already mentioned going up against Purpo's ult, and maybe they should have rethought things.
Yeah, I think round 9 in particular really just like frustrated me beyond belief when I was watching it, because yeah, you see the shot go in to try and get rid of the trips that they're expecting Nats to be set up on site here, but Purple is just getting away with absolute murder there. They try and use the Sova on him. He obviously dashes over the top of it and is able to updraft above it, sorry, I should say. But they're still just like not expecting him to be sitting back site and just taking these duels. It feels like a blunder from Fireflux.
Yeah, it does feel like. And I really think once you're a little bit stressed, this kind of situation happened. Fundamentals are going away. And once I got a little bit more used to it, the fundamentals were there. But here, yikey.
But even in the second half, sometimes you guys were literally screaming at the screen because of moments like Hezekiah, for example, taking swings he doesn't need to take.
2v2, yeah.
They were so scary.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to bring you back into that moment. Now I've given the Death Demons. Brilliant. We're all Team Liquid now, apparently. Let's take a look, though, at Fireflux's composition, because if you think about last time they played Haven, Billy, you were telling us while we were watching that game back in Challengers, they played a composition we would have loved to see them to play today.
Yeah. I was quite surprised, honestly, because when we think back to the Haven that they played in the Challenger Stage 3 final against Enterprise, they were running Dead Ink on the Waylay, they were running, yeah, so we see it here, sorry, you have Batu on the Cypher, which obviously we've seen him jump onto that Sentinel in the past when I think of the Deadlock on Ascent, for example, so it's not like they've steered away from that in the past initially, but yeah, I think for me, it feels like a completely different composition, like a completely different archetype of composition, which we have seen from Fireflux when I think to the Summit changes that they made throughout these playoffs as well. But Petra, I wanted to know from your perspective, like, was there a preference that you had out of these two compositions?
Yeah, definitely the Preferious comp for sure. And if we look at Deadlink, like, he was doing so well on the Waylay.
Yeah.
And I mean, Batu was doing very good on the Sova, but I think it would have been better to have the old comp.
Yeah, it's also strange, like, when you have someone who can play battle controller like Hezekiah. Reezy's a fantastic player, of course, so flexible, but you have such a strong role player in Hezekiah. It feels like such a shame to be on this stage and to take him off that Omen. But we are going to be heading into Lotus very soon, and it's going to be interesting to see if Chao can have a much better step up, because if you look at how he performed in Stage 2, he is capable of a monster performance as we head to the second map.
Yeah, I think we talk about players needing to warm up to the stage, and obviously
Ничего.
We consistently talk about how young of a player Kachao is, the fact that he's probably never stepped
Здесь.
on a stage of this caliber and of this size. That first half, it wasn't great for him. You know, he was 1-5 in first kills and first deaths. He was 4-12 in his kills and deaths as well. Like, he just was not warming up to the stage whatsoever. Of course, he was able to kind of claw it back a little bit in that defense. I think of the judge round, that maybe gave him a little bit of confidence, being able to pick that up. But yeah, it just took a while to warm up to the stage, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's important, like if it's like this, also your teammates has to be very calm. You never know what's happening in the comp, so maybe it's not his fault, you never know.
Yeah.
The question for me is going to be, are we going to see Kachao now switching to the Omen like we last saw in Lotus? Are they going to rethink things? Because I know that maybe we want to see VALbINA maybe stick rather than twisting all the time. But actually, as they're going up against Team Liquid now, surely play to your strengths. Actually, let Kachao now sit in this duelist role. Now he's warmed up on that stage. Now he's almost got an ace and flubbed it himself with that styling on them with the attempt to get the knife kill. Let him live in that moment and enjoy every second, because that's where he's strongest.
Я тут собака бунт устроила.
I agree, but I also disagree to an extent, because I think the first time we saw him on the Omen on Lotus, it was a little bit shaky, but the second time we saw him, he was outplaying everyone. I mean, you know what it's like having an amazing Omen player on a team.
Oh yes, definitely.
When we talk about Turkish players and Omen players, we're obviously talking about VALbINA here, but yeah, I think that he can definitely use the verticality of this map to his advantage. I want to see him TPing on top of boxes and taking off angles that Team Liquid maybe wouldn't necessarily expect.
We are going to see VALbINA playing what they know and what you've appreciated from them in the past, Billy. How are we feeling about this comp going up against Team Liquid? It feels pretty standard here.
Yeah, I mean, you have Team Liquid with their bread and butter. We get to see Camo and Purple on that double duelist. This has kind of been their identity throughout this stage so far. And we talk about comfort. That very much has been a comfort thing for them.
Так, у нас уже полдевятого.
Map 1 as well. You know, we speak about comfort and about how he's not traditionally
Полдевятого в переводе на понятный язык это
honestly impressed me during map 1. So if he can keep up that consistency, then
3 с копейками часа до Америки.
But is it a worrying sign when you hear Kicks repeatedly talking about Team Liquid having issues with their mental games? It's never their opponents. In the interviews that Kicks has given to us,
А в Америке нас встретят НРГ с лоудами из Товароха и Левитана. Нихуя себе.
Particularly, I think, as an individual as well as a team, because he still doesn't feel quite comfortable on the smoker role.
Yeah, I mean, that's very important, right? So I think, sorry, I forgot what I was going to say.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. It's just the fact that we're talking about Kicks feeling comfortable. I mean, you are a pro player, Petra. The idea of going into a game like this, where you're not feeling 100% like you're in your strongest role, that's got to be an extra mental block to get over.
Заряженный матч.
And there's the mental block of the fact that this team needs to win this match, otherwise they're not going to Shanghai.
Интересно, смогут ли лоуда хотя бы одну карту выиграть у НРГ? VALbINA, привет, ты чпокался в итоге или нет? Я тебе чё, похож на эту, как их там, блядь, пузыри для спасения телевизоров?
And now we get to see if they could take us to a third. Because I'll say, if I watch VALbINA for a day and I don't get to see a Waylay, I'll be incredibly sad. And well, at least going into the next map, that's where Deadin gets to play his agent of choice. So I'm hoping they could take us there. But I think Liquid on this map, especially on that defensive side, when they've been at their peak, I think versus EP and versus Fnatic a little while ago, they were demons at just almost taking space and being disrespectful. I want to see how they're going to play this one.
Well, confidence for VALbINA should be built back up
already
from the comeback. For Team Liquid, it's definitely there. A stack up on C and a trap set. Not just Purpo in the corner, but a paranoia. All this off the contact of Camo. He'll see Hezecoil, the star of the show for VALbINA last time they played this map. But this time, his appearance is cut short. A trap sprung, and it leaves the rest of the squad.
Ну, VALbINA уверенно двигаются.
Trex and Nats, these are not two players that you really want to be running into. Nats already from above.
Нац перестрелял Дединка и затем Батужнакса взял. Решающую перестрелку выиграл Нац и выиграл пистолетку тем самым.
And think about it, that was a quick reaction to go to the A site. They burst in, they get slowed, and when that final fight comes down, not that long later, all 5 players from Liquid are there. All 5 swung that final fight, 4 from site and 1 from the stairs. And Liquid were all on the same page, and they played this to perfection.
Good roll. A great
Actually,
round from them.
finally a good pistol, not gonna lie. Fine.
Didn't they win both in the last map?
Yeah, it was round 2 they lost in second half. I guess he wasn't happy with how the pistol played out.
This one he got 0 kills, but...
It's not about winning though, it's about the strategy being correct. He can make the wrong move and it can work out. Doesn't mean you should make that move again. This time they're happy with what they've put out.
They've lost their big gun, or at least one of them.
It's on the floor.
Be a little bit careful. Well, Kachao
One enemy remaining.
currently has it in hand.
Indeed.
Looks to want to try and do some damage with it. An extra pickup would be nice, trying to create a little bit of space. See, look, now he has smokes to play with to sell the ruse. And in classic Turkish style, he looks to push the smoke. Liquid, though, at least trying to move up, and in the end, it will be Purpo to close out the round. And Marshall lost. The Bulldog will be retrieved alongside the Guardian. And Liquid, it's not quite as clean as the pistol, but it's enough.
Yeah, it's not an in-zone flawless, but win's a win. They definitely get a little bit dicey, as you said, kicks going down, them not being able to hold the line to the rifle.
Чё, как дела? Ну, блять, как-то вот я... У меня весь сегодняшний день идет как-то не так. Вот как у меня дела. Я вот жду момента, Я думаю, что на Америке должен быть случиться переворот. Короче, я жду момента, пока вот оно случится. Сегодня все наперекосяк, блядь, все вообще.
And while Trex is dancing with death, and he is winning 3-0. Another lights out start.
Выиграют 100 воров лоуда, увидим. Увидим. Я думаю, на Америке должно быть интересно.
Was unbelievable, and that transfer onto Kachao, who's already, as we said, he was 0-6 last time.
He's halfway there.
Well, yeah. I guess his hope's living on a prayer. We got to see them bounce back soon. And it might not be this round. Fireflux known for the pistols. We said it last time. They ended up winning round 2 in the second half. But they need success. And I mean, in this round, it's also about the economy. It's already getting out of control. Like, should they win this round? No, of course not. But if they give Team Liquid an in-zone flawless, the money's going to get out of control. This defensive side will not just have to be beaten once, maybe twice or 3 times on full buys.
Сегодня они тоже играют против сотни воров. Чемпионы с чемпионами встречаются. Левитаны чемпионы Мастерса, 100 воров чемпионы ЕВЦ. Величайшее противостояние, которое ждали очень много людей. Невероятное количество людей ждало эту зарубу. Так что будем смотреть высокоранговый Valorant.
He takes damage at the beginning of the round. It's another in-zone flawless for Liquid. I'm not sure. I think Fireflux may have chosen to start on their weaker side here, but I don't know if that will have been the right choice. I think they should have tried to run with the momentum a little bit, because they are giving Liquid the chance to run away with it again in this first half.
I can see the in-game clock, and it is still counting down. I'm surprised. Where's the timeout? 4-0 down, falling flat, giving Team Liquid a massive boost to the economy. Losing this round, and it spirals out of control. A must-win for Fireflux, and they don't take a moment to breathe. Instead, they will roll with the momentum, but it seems to be Liquid's momentum that they're playing against. The spam, good.
There we go.
Purpo down, Kachao on the board, and a showstopper sent in and almost claiming nuts, but he walks right back into the chaos, right back into the corner, and Cavo's traded back ×2! Stopped the plant, bought them time, and rallied the troops for a retake before the site is even fully lost. Fireflux are being interrupted early. That momentum
Охуеть.
anywhere as Camo claims another.
Ебать.
He will pull it back.
Ну чего, первый есть, все, победили.
Fireflux, they found a spark of hope.
Yeah, I honestly thought the Camo was just going to run through the whole team in that round. It looked like from this moment onwards, it was all she wrote. But a last man standing in the corner, just able to pop head after head after head. And well, he was given 3 pixels and he hit all 3 pixels. Well, the coaching staff may be a little bit lucky they aren't sat there calling a pause at 6-0 down again. That's when they got their first in the last. This time they've done it a bit earlier. But again, is that the start of something? Maybe it is. That's a good one from Kachao.
They've got to be starting something. And Kachao finding himself on the board, and then with an opening pick in the next round, that's certainly a sign of better times on the horizon. Fireflux gave their opponent a lot of credits to burn, and burn them they have. Liquid, the 3 players on low cash coming out of this one. This is Fireflux's chance to disintegrate that early lead.
That's not gonna help. Nat's gone. Showstopper is available.
Ну что, самое время взять Fireflux'ов, например, было после предыдущего раунда, если кто еще не взял. Напоминаю, на этой карте я ожидаю победу от Fireflux'ов. На предыдущей карте им слишком сильно не фартило, назовем это так. На этой тоже они начали примерно подобным образом, но думаю, что уже должна линия удачи сместиться в сторону них их самих.
And that second round for Fireflux, a 3K for Hezekiah, the standout who was standing outside of the game. Well, he has stepped back in to compete 2 rounds ago. Connecting the follow-up made it uncomfortable for Liquid.
Yeah, Kachao, good work in this round. And I agree with what Billy was saying. The first time I think we watched him play on Omen, it was horrific. The next time he was one of the best players in the server. So I think maybe the first showing we got a glimpse of where it can go wrong, but he's definitely not a one-trick pony.
Ликвидация короли Лакичей. Не, они трудяги нереальные, я не спорю с этим, но я думаю, что конечный результат будет победа Fireflux. Я вообще не спорю с тем, что они молодцы, они реально молодцы. Они реально молодцы. Но я вот вижу, что Трех играет далеко не самым лучшим образом. Пурпо в угадайку какую-то играет. И вот сейчас вот это вот, ну не знаю, кто замотивировал их стянуться вот настолько глубоко в зеленку, но я предполагаю, что это сделал Пурпо. Пурпо говорит: я прям чую жопой, говорит, блядь, что на зеленке вот это вот все будет. И вот сел. И просит союзников туда же, короче, прийти. Сейчас, секундочку.
Well, semi-dodged the ult, but actually at the same time, the Nightfall goes through on the other side, but there's not really a way to activate onto that yet. I think that might be just a little bit early. We'll see if the showstopper. No, he gets nothing! Kachao picks him out of the air. It becomes tougher and tougher. This was the ult round. Liquid need to get something from it, and they are. Quickly finding a couple of kills. The operator from an aggressive position now becomes more of a burden than anything, and they are losing players up until Hezekiah, but it's being stuck, it's being held all the way along, and even if the ults initially weren't the best, Liquid hold with 3.
As soon as they wrestled the control out of that corner, it looked like the round was solved. But Kachao gave them a real lifeline on Fireflux, taking out that showstopper. It stopped the push, but only for a moment. Liquid wrestled that control out of their hands, and at that point, It's panic stations on Fireflux. Like, you've got to run at that spike. You know it's being defused, but Liquid have body after body to throw at the defense to delay you.
And that's the problem. The showstopper meant they kind of had to play broken up. All right, well, Reezy is, I don't know.
Kix is doing something different today. He got a double spray down at Collat. Now he's doing this.
Yeah, he's killing a lot of people he can't see. Now this buy from Fireflux sucks. And that sucks even worse. First you take the duelist off him, then you take his life altogether, Deadink.
Oh, this is a tragedy. Well, Deadink just wanted the ace. The 1v5. He won't get it. He won't get it either.
You don't always get things you want.
An in-zone flawless, and it's Liquid right back to winning ways.
How can it be a flawless? Deadink got a kill.
That's a great point, actually.
I must have missed that one.
I wonder how that happened. But for Liquid, yeah, it is now 6-2, and for Fireflux, so many pieces missing compared to what we've seen.
Oh, he dodged one nade and then ran into the other one. Okay, there's nothing that could be done there.
It's good, you know, he took the orb away from the other Rays.
Sure.
Smart play. Smart play.
Let's go with that one.
300 IQ.
It's no surprise that Fireflux now going to call themselves a pause. And a man I know you wanted to talk about, Hezekiah, you brought him up a couple of times.
Yeah, I said this guy's been the standout. Just take a look at his stats. Last time they played this, it was against the Tier 2 comrade. They were up against Job Life, and, well, the stats speak for themselves. The assist per round might go down off Smoker and on a Vice, but other than that, it's been a step up in every department. Kachao had a good game, but Hezekiah stole the show. And here today, we look to both of them to carry that mantle forward, to keep that same energy, and now they're doing it a map down. It is do or die, and replicating that performance, it could be the key to getting Fireflux all the way to split.
Yeah, the problem is, again, they're running out of runway. Their defensive side, we saw in the last map, it was stellar. Same versus Job Life. You highlight him, it's no surprise that a lot of that was on the defense, like where he was able to lock down that C side of the map. But just like the last map, incredible defensive side. But you gave yourself no wiggle room. They basically had to win every single round in a row to close out. And they got very, very far. They got to 10 from 11-2 down. But if they go in the same place, I fear that eventually a Nats, maybe in this case a Trex who's having a great game, or any of the other crazy players that we've seen throughout, will just close out one of those rounds. And unfortunately for Fireflux, I don't think that 2 is going to be anywhere near enough.
No, absolutely not. And I think it goes back to the question that we had earlier on. You said about starting on your favorite side, and perhaps for Fireflux, starting on that defense would have been the right play. We saw from Liquid that they gave themselves enough of a runway on a comfortable half of Haven that they were able to recover despite a miserable follow-up to it. For Fireflux, yeah, I think that the upside I'll give is that you have to know your team. Right? Getting a tough half out of the way, for some teams will crush their mental. They'll think they're out of it, even though they're going into their favor. Some players aren't emotionally intelligent enough to look past the last 30 minutes and see what's in front of them. But for Fireflux, I don't think they're a team that will suffer from that. But it's hard to tell when you move to an arena like this. But we had questions about how these teams would perform on the EMEA stage in Berlin, in a smaller environment, at times without a crowd. Well, that's not the case here. And now it's a fresh challenge. So I don't think this will be a team that crumbles. I think Batu's screams and wails will bring anyone back into a game, but I don't know that. And neither do Fireflux. Today is when we find that out.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, you then have to look at the opponent across the stage because, yeah, they've been through some incredible teams. I think them beating Vitality, obviously a team that is going to champions off points. They denied BBL the ability to make it to champions in the first place. Even took down Heretics in that initial upper bracket who went out of champions contention today. The problem though is you go through all of these teams, you grow, you get better, you get better. Liquid in the lower bracket are always the final boss. We talk about this every single time, every single year. It doesn't matter the iteration, it doesn't matter the roster, it doesn't. There could be no consistency through everything, and you go, yeah, but it's Liquid in the lower bracket, and it just seems to happen every single time. And now they are at that final step. They are at that, okay, we can just go to champs if we win this game. And sure, there's other ways that they could go to champs, like they rely on Foot to win the next game, whatever. Liquid don't falter in these moments. In fact, it wouldn't be surprising to say that even though Foot, if you go over the year and everything that's happened as of recent, have been the better side, if they go into that lower bracket final versus them, Liquid may even be favorites because it's the lower bracket, because Foot's momentum have been broken. That's what Fireflux have to be. History, experience, and yes, they've already done that every step of the way, but when you get here versus Liquid, it's 10 times harder.
And the thing is, you're talking about Liquid in a lower bracket, often fighting for tournament survival, often fighting for a trophy, and sure, we've got the same things here, but what you're often not talking about is them making it to champions. You add on an extra accolade that they're fighting for, and they hit another power level. We're over 9,000 for Liquid now, and it certainly seemed like that in half number 1 of Haven. The one little bit of hope I'd give to Fireflux is they get out of this half with 4 or 5 rounds, they can come out and go, you reckon they'll cool off in the second half? They certainly did last time. Like, I think it's easy to sell yourself that you're still in the game, but we need to see them push past this mark. And like I said, the problem for me is for Team Liquid, the players that we rely on, the ones that you would tout as the superstars of this roster, are footnotes in this series so far. Camo and Purpo, if anything, the highlights for me have been them, especially Purpo's lurks on B, throwing rounds away, mistiming things, peeking with the back turn, unscoping on the op while out in the open, and a dude swings you and takes a freebie. They've been silly mistakes. And yet, even though you have those 2 players quieted on the other side, you have Trex dominating in map number 1. And now Kix is 10-2. He's killed 3 people through smokes. Like, they're feeling it on Team Liquid, and Fireflux, they got themselves back into Haven, sure, but it was impressive because it's rare to see. Now we got to see it again.
Yeah, we got to see it again, and we got to see it on the map choice
well, hopefully
of their
not
opponents.
There. Hopefully they don't start slow there, so we wouldn't need to see it.
We'll have to wait and see. Purpo is going to get out of there unscathed.
Прием, 6-2. Так.
Everything as it was. I'm on for the attack side. They've got the Viper's Pit. Reezy has been having a very tough time so far, but if I was to describe him as a player, it's a man of moments. He had the greatest moment for Fireflux so far as an organization to take them here in the first place. The final round that they never should have won. I think they would take one of those moments.
В Америке, надеюсь, таких пауз не будет. Не, я думаю, не обойтись без пауз и в Америке. Это серьезные матчи, так или иначе.
Liquid with an opening. Can they follow up on it and push Fireflux to the brink? Those credits down low, and the timing terrible for Kachao as Camo looks back to re-clear B, finding a man in the open, and now they're looking at Camo. Well, Nets takes the freebie. It's all going wrong for Fireflux. A big investment, and there is no upside, no gain, no profit to be found here. The attackers trail, and it's getting worse as the rounds go on. A pinpoint accurate nade. Hezekor with a chance to connect a few headshots, but only the one will be found. It's not an in-zone flawless. That's the silver lining. But it's a very gray cloud in front of and over Fireflux right now.
Yeah, that's not going to help, but then everything from that point onwards is Fireflux taking space that they thought Liquid had given up, and Liquid were very, very aware. In fact, I love that 1-2 punch from Camo and Nats. Like Camo saying, I could sense it, fights the first, but then it's Nats going, okay, they're going to go through this angle. I'm going to reposition into a spot that a guy was in 4 seconds ago. Like, they're not going to expect me to be here. Again, just a phenomenal read on the game. Something that, well, you could argue in his case, he does better than anybody else. And currently 11-3.
Отпускай. Думаешь?
It might sound silly, but doing it better than anyone else was impressive when he was doing it on his own, when he was the lurker in a team. But doing it as an IGL, and of course, then he can let the team give him the space, like he can control it. I get that. But it's so impressive that he keeps that level alive. Now, Kix is at a very high level.
Давай отпущу, если они этот раунд въебут.
He's had his head split open. He's out of the round, and it's a 4v5 that I feel like Camo wants to peek into. He's crazy!
На нахуй.
Delirium from Camo, a 4K! The fourth never should have been! And the cherry on top!
Ты такими темпами доната не увидишь. Охуенное сообщение.
That was a birthday wish. You're not supposed to tell anyone those, but everybody, what a scene! That is crazy! That is crazy! Slow it down! Hang it in the loop! That's just nasty!
Oh, that brought tears to my eyes! What was that shot?
I'm guessing Kicks is happy he died there because he got to watch that live, just like the rest of us. Yeah, guys, I'm just gonna run in and die so I could watch Camo pull off magic.
You could see him on the edge of the smoke. He was fighting the green goblin in his head, going, "Peek, you coward!" And he peeked.
Я думаю, что М80 в параллельно идущем матче, ребята, если что, выиграют Фурию. Я думаю, так.
It was for Camo to go, yeah, you know you said I was having a quiet day. I'm still here. Still ready to go. 8-2. I'm fed up of saying Silver Lions. It was a low buy, but who cares?
I'm the biggest hater.
Вообще спокойно. Значит, я напиздел, да? Значит, это красное.
Liquid boots on their neck and he's taking Kachao. I mean, like what? Like, what have they fed this guy? Where have they found him?
Fireflux players. That's what they've been feeding him the entirety of the game.
It's a bloody feast for Camo, for Team Liquid in general. They're happy to just eat his scraps. 9-2.
Значит, Фурия сейчас выиграет первую карту и выиграет и вторую. Я понял.
For a second half Liquid, for a Liquid choke. Because this anything but a miracle, and it's a 2-0 in front of you.
Well, realistically, with the amount of Fireflux players he's eaten, eventually he's got to choke, right? They're just shoveling them down in such quick succession.
He's going bone and all, so if something's going to get stuck, you have to hope.
Nats 14-3, Camo 13-4, Kicks 10-4. I'm being a scoreboard warrior, but what is there to talk about at this stage?
The last few rounds out of Camo for Nats to still be ahead.
Yeah.
Obviously, he got a 3K as well recently, but Purpo, get away from there. Thank you.
They have no fear at this stage.
Блять, Данил, хватит писать такие сообщения. Ты болеешь за Пейперикс, блядь, это вообще пиздец.
They're trying to hunt him down and try as they might. This man is immortal. He has ascended to an eternal plane, and well, they have to be non-believers. That's the only way they can kill him. 3v2.
Да где нахуй это шутки-то, блядь? Где смеяться-то с этой хуйни? Я не знаю, мне хуёво. Весь день сегодня по пизде, еще вот эти сообщения читать, блядь, ну это невозможно.
Another on the body pile. Batu, his clutches have been crazy, but they don't even give him a chance. Yes, you are living.
Пиздец тяжело, блядь. Сделайте мне день попроще, блядь, хотя бы на секунду. Там я не могу, вот, блядь, ну вот хоть ты тресни не могу.
Needed to bring us to map number 3 to keep their dream of champions alive and to keep Liquid out.
Данил, если я еще про доту сейчас рассказывать буду, ты охуеешь. Меня сегодня за 3 победных игры в ЛП отправили. На первой карте я сыграл, блядь, 10-2, на второй карте 20, блядь, 20 на 1 я сыграл, на третьей 9-9, и на третьей карте меня в ЛП закинуло. Это охуеть.
It was like 50-50 for me, but I didn't expect like Liquid to be that good. To be fair, like Fireflux is like not delivering today, I would say, but Liquid are also like playing pretty well. So yeah.
Le pregunto que si esperaba el resultado que estamos viendo, ¿no? Dice que la verdad que está sorprendido porque pensaba que Fireflux iba a enseñar otra cara, pero la verdad...
Сегодня у меня с какого-то хуя заблокировали банк, на который приходят деньги с доната, блядь. Меня спрашивают, откуда эти деньги. Хуй знает, сколько времени теперь ждать, пока мне ответят. Это пиздец. Забанили банк. В доте забанили, блядь, за серию из 3 побед. Я в ахуе сижу. Просто в ахуе сижу. В Валоранте, блядь, смотрю, здесь пиздец. Ебануться можно. Говорю, весь день сегодня, блядь, это какой-то просто, блядь, что-то невероятное. Осталось бан на Твиче. Да, остается бан на Твиче. И все, блядь. И я уже все, сейчас ебанусь. Охуенный денек.
But now they've come up against what could be the best at beating the tier 2, that is for sure. An accolade Liquid are about to claim and double down on. 10-2 up. A miracle needed for Fireflux to have a chance.
Oh yeah, the last 2 games they played were eliminating Enterprise, eliminating Eintracht. This lower bracket run for Liquid has... Well,
я сегодня еще в Valorant сыграл одну игру. Выиграл. И там тоже все, что угодно было, блять, кроме игры. Я ебал дремал.
Keep whoever you like. Keep your fanatics. Keep your foots. Keep your vitalities. A lower bracket Liquid might just be the most powerful force on Earth.
Liquid when they got something to play for. Playing for survival isn't just what Team Liquid are here for. That trophy draws them in, but the chance to see another trophy in person.
Закроет. Ну вот-вот.
Lock themselves in for champions just rounds away. They're coming out of a half of utter dominance. Fireflux need a pistol. Or a second round, I suppose. They've been good at those. Camo's snuck up close here and will be caught out on that A site. An opening duel for Fireflux that keeps the flame alive.
В такие дни просто пиздуй спать. Ну вот, бля, у меня вот такой день. Я говорю, я искренне верю в то, что на Америке все должно измениться. Потому что, ну не может, блять, это продолжаться нахуй вечность. Вот это вот залупа на залупе, на залупе, на залупе. Я не верю, блять, в это. 10-3.
This one also needs to be almost perfect.
Well, last time a little bit of extra leeway would have helped them out, and they lost the pistol, won the second. So, you know, it does actually set you up in a better state to win out the half or to have more rounds, but that's not really the point. Point is,
they get one extra wiggle room round.
10's all they get, baby. 10's all they get, one extra wiggle room round, but Liquid get a better buy sooner. But never mind that. What matters is 10 is all they get. For Fireflux, it has to be the motto. Has a coil on the defense. Chance for him to have that uptick that we've seen from him last time around. Of course, it was against Job Life. This time, Team Liquid seemingly putting up a bigger barrier, a blockade. The bases of Fireflux, but in the eco, or the anti-eco, I suppose, from Fireflux's perspective, it is starting off very well. Straight push into the spawn, deading, ready and waiting. Claiming orb after orb, and it won't be a clean round, but
10-4. Ну чё, полное повторение первой карты. Смогут ли команда Fireflux камбэкнуть?
And they're going to come in with the rifles as well. So they are playing this as pretty much a full buy across the board. Maybe Batu will be a little bit more worse for wear, but when you're in this sort of position, you can't have a bonus round, really. You can't sit there and go, okay, let's give them one, and then we'll break back. It's just not an option anymore. Fireflux are going for broke.
All or nothing for them. It's been the way they've played the whole tournament. They knew they had to go the distance. No prize for them in second place. Deading right off rip in with one, and he's looking confident, but eventually has to flee. Fading back towards the site. Purpo almost caught out. The B site on Haven was not kind to him on the attack. His lurks were always caught, his space always given up. This time around, he won't push his look. Meeting back up with the troops towards the A site where the pressure is being put on to Kachao unknowingly. He's got a player right up next to him in that smoke already. And he's none the wiser, setting up a paranoia. Nats could walk through here and claim a freebie. This man's read on the game. Near flawless so far. And with tier 2 falling, that first kill, the flick of the dominoes. And VALbINA see it all come crashing down around them.
Question is, do they go for this now? Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. And it's bought additional time. It gives an opportunity, but it is still all or nothing. The weaponry for the next round will be missing if they gamble and lose. And Liquid are just waiting. Reezy already jumping down. Now they tried to strike. Nats has been cleared again, giving them a further advantage, but still 2 players sit on incredibly low HP. The remaining Liquid players look to try and fight together, and Kicks has done well. Look at that health bar. Purpo is the healthiest. A swing out at the right time could end this round, but they are letting the clock do the work for them. The fight forward, Kicks has found another, and now Dedic is all that stands in their way from another clutch scenario, another weaker position, slipping out of their fingers. The operator shot even lands, but it is irrelevant. A perfect hold from
А где 11-й, там 12-й, потому что они баялись.
We'll have to wait and see what they come out with.
That's a big blow, losing the round like that. Started with success, but Nats manages to thread the needle. And as soon as they find that one pick, equalize it to a 2v2, they know the ops in play. They know it's on the way, they just buy time. Run that clock all the way down. Beautiful play by Liquid. Tightening up their play, even though they're so far in the lead. This is not a group stage game. This isn't for pride to say they were the better squad. This is for champions. And Liquid are playing like it. Nats in Kachao's face. He'll fall eventually, but he knows there's 2 more towards the A site. There's weaknesses somewhere, and it's on the rest of the crew to find them.
At least for now, the pressure put on to C would not be the weakness. But that shot from Purpo is nasty. Batu cleared.
Держим ручки сегодня за Бусе. Да должен выигрывать.
And they get a singular kill. Liquid are just steps away. And for Deadink, a save now would feel like a death sentence. But at the same time, a push into 3 players might just be an execution. They know exactly where he is. To peek up a little bit risky. In fact, he will clear out Trex. He's given an opportunity. Showstopper is still available for him, but he doesn't want to get picked out of the air. He doesn't want to give Purpo that advantage, waiting to try and clear him. There's a second. But that time, starting to tick down. If he's going to make the move, it needs to be now, but does he have enough on the clock? I'm not sure there's going to be enough time. He's just going to look to try and hold this all the way through. And I think he's just about got it. Dedic will bring them to life. That never should have happened.
That was gone. That round was gone. Their heart had stopped. VALbINA were dead, but Dedic has brought them back to life. The spark of hope, a light at the end of a very long tunnel. But they won't give in to darkness, not just yet. Not while Dedic's got some fight left in him. That puts him on top of the board. That rallies the troops. But for Team Liquid,
Антибай у Ликвидов.
slip up won't keep them back for long.
Блять, реально предыдущая карта.
Save what they can for the next. This should be a lost round.
Это ведь реально она.
Fight from there.
That Dedic Red Bull clutch. If somehow, by some miracle, they were to turn it, that will be the point. That will be the moment that history changed, but we've seen it already on the first map. It's one thing to streak rounds together.
6 секунд.
Like 7 in a row, maybe even 8 in a row. But it all becomes irrelevant if Liquid can find just 2. I'm sure Trex, with the Bucky in hand, he's hoping that someone gets greedy. And you know what? A lot of the time, he would be bang on. This VALbINA squad love to push, love to fight, love to get those orbs. But I think at this stage, they're starting to realize the severity of the position they're in. Their own economy, so important. And even looking at the man that's dead, Batu. We've spoken about him as a leader that has revitalized himself. A man that lost a crazy streak. Now, this game feels more like old. He's struggling. He's pied over on his side. But if they can start winning rounds together, it doesn't matter anymore.
That's the thing for VALbINA. This had to be a clean round. It was. Well handled. If they come into this, we talked about their run here on the Tier 1 stage has been about survival, about making it all the way, all or nothing, feast or famine. Well, for VALbINA now, they're really in survival mode. They've been backed into a cage, but all that's left really is for Liquid to close the door. But this is where they've decided to fight back. A big play from Deadink, a follow-up, but how much more can they build from here?
I'll be honest, I think the door has been closed and they're just hoping the latch is a little bit loose.
Shaking the latch.
Just like, hey, that latch is a little bit off, maybe we could break through that.
This is a cheap crate, we'll get out. Yeah, well, listen, they've certainly got the muscle, they've got the brawn to do it. They just got to find those weak points.
And the funny thing is from Liquid, like from a coaching perspective, all you really need to say is, yeah, guys, if you could just not throw a 3v1 to a guy you know exactly where he is and know has a showstopper, we've won. Like, that's it. That's game over. That was the point where everything was on the line. All the credits were invested. The man started the round with the judge.
I'll give Trex that one peak, though, because he's going, I would have won that last map. And yeah, he would have, but he didn't this time. You get that one little moment.
If that costs you champions, I don't think anybody cares if it's one little moment.
Thing is, there's so many rounds in front of you. That doesn't cost you champions unless you do it again. And now nobody can make those mistakes anymore. It's time to lock in. Not just your players, but lock in your spot.
Да нет, ребята, день такой же, как и все дни.
Two rounds are all they need. Fill in their card. Hezekiah's being caught by that ulti. And Liquid are right at the gates. He looks for the fight, though. Steps forward into the battle, and there's a rocket at his feet.
Yeah, I think he assumed he was dead to rights. Has given at least a trade in his name. The aggressive push back, the TP. Ooh. It was almost a freebie for Kicks. Okay, Kachao. He wanted that fight. Look at the ground that's been taken by this Liquid side.
2 в 2.
The C site is open for business.
Стяжка на С.
A lot of damage on their way in. And with Reezy now clearing stuff towards the
Очень долго Ризи двигается.
Together by VALbINA.
Очень долго.
Through the entirety of the map, while Nats has already caught one on B, is a nightmare. He could be genuinely anywhere. But Liquid are playing this together. From the site, in fact. For Deadink and Op, he hopes to catch them on an angle here. There's no favorable fight for him.
А чё, вы сегодня против Нави болели, что ли, или чё?
It would negate Deadink a little bit. It will get you towards that spike. Coverage looks decent. There could be a... Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of angles.
А нахуй вы против Нави болели?
Where he's at, but for now already made it to half. A reveal inside and a blind spam from Trex has got one. The hammer out. He looks to put the hammer down and he may have done it already. The clock to decide it. If Nats is short, he didn't. 12 to 6.
За Нави 5 успел. Ну, поздравляю.
A big ultimate removed from VALbINA and damage to the economy. The beginning of the end.
Ни одной причины болеть против Нави не вижу.
It wasn't the worst of starts, but just look at the amount of map control that was lost, the amount of chaos that was caused by Liquid just almost being behind them at every turn. You could see that Kachao was almost caught initially. A player was then caught, and then this spam basically ruined the day. It's not the prettiest way to win a round, but if you're on that Liquid side, you don't care how. You just care that it happens. 6 in a row. 6 chances for Liquid, and they are on their way to champions, and they will make it to the lower bracket final. The streak of victories in their path once again, the second they hit that lower bracket. And for VALbINA, whatever their coaching staff has got, it needs to be now.
It's crazy when you go back to like 2020, 2021, to think of a player like Nats having the impact that he did back then in that old meta and still delivering arguably more, especially with the IGL role in this modern era. You think about the players who used to compete back then. Well, from his team, we still have like Kron around, but like where's Redgar? Where's Shadas? Hell, I know from different teams at the time. Mixwell's behind me watch partying. You know, everyone's gone, or at least in the tier 2 now. They've fallen down. They're bringing up the new generation. Nats is bringing the new generation with him, and it's so impressive to see him grow into this role, looking better and better as a leader, as a
Спасибо, Вагина, за минус бабки. Не стыдно ему даже. А как это у тебя в голове работает? Можешь пояснить? Я взял твои деньги, да, и, ну, то есть, и проебалась, правильно? А ты рядом стоял. Или как-то по-другому? Еще раз, как это у тебя в голове, ну, то есть, выстроено? Больше хуй, когда в жизни послушают твои ставки. Я тебя просил меня слушать, что ли, или что?
Don't give him anything. 30 seconds left on the clock is more than enough for Drex, and you keep giving him fights, and eventually he will win one of them. They're trying to just make sure he's boxed, waiting for him to re-swing, and even trying to bait them on the reload. He has, but now he stopped the reload. Was hoping that they'd move the first time.
Понимаешь, когда я действительно тебе скажу что-то сделать, ты ведь все равно проигноришь. А вот на всякую хуйню ты залетаешь. Условно говоря, вчера был Бусе, 3-й сет. На стриме было 1,5 человека. Я говорил, что Бусе выиграет 3-й сет, блядь, залетело, ну, дай бог, 2 человека. Все. Ну, во-первых, вас нахуй не было, а во-вторых, кто был, там было 2 человека. Кто смотрел. Да и в общем-то все. Отвернись лучше, не беси. Пошел нахуй. Ненавижу тебя. Еще ты воняешь. И родители тебя не любят. Они меня любят. Понял?
Yeah, I think Batu might as well. There's a few ults that are getting ever closer. Kachow's also low, but hey, an execution.
Так, в беттинге как будто нельзя никого слушать, надо стоять самому. Нет, слушать и слышать разные вещи. Слушать, ребята, вы в любом случае все что угодно будете слушать. А вот будете ли вы слышать, это другой разговор. Еще раз, у меня сегодня весь день абсолютно нахуй, весь день идет по пизде. Следовательно, если я что-то сегодня пизжу, вы берете наоборот и не задумываетесь нахуй, что я вообще сказал. Все. Только в один момент это должно перевернуться. Я думаю, что это случится на Америке. Без понятия когда. Может и не случится. Это зависит уже от моей степени охуевшести. Потому что ты помылся? Не, это потому что у меня еще со вчерашнего дня какая-то шняга происходит и все. Это там поспал перед... Ой, там... Ой, ужас, короче.
Three kills and 14 deaths, but there's been a comeback. And as they thought the site was clear, Kachow takes his time to strike.
Как сдонатить бате волын, чтобы он пришел и дал ему леща от Соцкого? А вот сюда можно задонатить. А чё ты донатить-то собрался, ёпта? У тебя денег нет. Все, ты проебал все деньги. И меня винишь в том, что ты проебал все деньги. Лох. Не то, что я, батя, блядь, с 20 баксов сделал, нахуй, 400 и тоже проебал на ёбаном бусе, блядь. Не то, что я, блядь. Учись, нахуй. Сидит, выделывается. Здорово, иллюминат. Как делишки? Сегодня весь день пиздень. Вот как делишки.
This is going to be a death ball from Team Liquid, something Fireflux are more than familiar with. The first few shots of the defense don't land, and that means they've lost the long-range angles. Less choke points now.
Ложки вот ежик нигде не проебал. А, нахуй, аж бесишь. А. 12-10.
With an end zone flawless, just 2 more needed. And Tom, I'm there again. I hate to say it. I'm starting to believe.
Ты забрал вчера теннис, третий сет или не зашла? Забудьте нахуй вчерашний день. Все, вчерашнего дня не существует. А сегодняшний я ненавижу. Все.
We talk about the coaching staff of Liquid as maybe the greatest at countering teams on Earth. Very good at prep, very good at ideas that can pick a squad apart. They need one round, that's it.
Мне крапивой все лицо объебало, сегодня это хуже проебанной ставки. Бля, вот бы мне крапивой все лицо объебало. Лишь бы я сегодняшний день, блядь, не видел.
You know, it's like you asking me to commentate one of your rounds in rank. People do that a lot, by the way.
Hey, this man beside me, Uli, he does that a lot. I've heard him. You should hear him commentating the ranked games. He's actually pretty good at it as well. You got something to say?
Готов обменяться, как говорится.
I said you're a ranked game caster.
I'm a ranked game caster.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah, sure.
One of the best.
Thank you.
Very
Ты
welcome,
какой-то
sir.
чистый. Да, блять, перестаньте, сука, про меня что-либо писать, нахуй. Пишите про себя, чем вы занимаетесь, блять. Вот кто-нибудь, блять, зайдите на стрим и скажите, вот у меня было так-то, 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 волына, блять. Охуенно, вот напишите, блять, вот это. Отъебитесь от меня, у меня день говна, блять. Отъебитесь, нахуй, все, меня не существует, суки. Напишите что-нибудь хорошее про себя. Там, я покакал, блядь, я поел, нахуй, я там то, все, блядь, вот матч только что смотрел, блядь. Что-нибудь, нахуй, напишите, блядь, живое. Чтоб я не думал, что вы ботики, сука, какие-то, блядь, это пиздец. Ты, блядь, какой-то чистый сегодня. Да мне, бля, я ебал, блядь, сегодняшнего, и меня, и все, что угодно. Чистый. Ты пиздец. Напишите какую-нибудь хуйню, чтоб я понял, что, блядь, что-нибудь, что жить можно, блядь. Или сделайте ощущение того, что вы еще хуже, чем я, хотя бы на секундочку. Или сделайте ощущение, что завтрашний день будет лучше. Потому что я думаю, что завтра, блядь, бездна нахуй. 13-10 выигрывают у нас ребята. И в переводе на понятный язык это обозначает, ребята, что я хуй знает чем заниматься 2,5 часа, блядь, до Америки. Еще один потрясающий, блядь, моментик. этого сегодняшнего дня, блядь. Что мне делать 2,5 часа? В Valorant, блядь, играть? Или чё? Чё мне нахуй делать? Блядь, сейчас взорвусь, блядь. Ну просто взорвусь, нахуй. Что делать? Это пиздец. Иди помойся. Иди офни. Идите нахуй. Фазмофобию. Фазмофобия. Все, скачиваю. Вам пизда. Говорят, волосы накапливают весь негатив, подстригить. Все, побежал, блядь, стригся.
And again, like we'd normally talk about matchups of who is the favorite. When Liquid have tasted defeat and have to go through the lower bracket, there is nobody worse to face off against. And honestly, I want to give
Просто взорвусь сейчас.
They showed heart and resilience throughout the entirety of this tournament. They showed experience above their age to go 10-2 down in multiple maps and each time lose 13-10. They showed that it didn't matter what the scenario was. They will still fight. They will still give it
2,5 часа. Чего нахуй? Вот они же специально, блядь, вот треугольники эти, иллюминаты нахуй, они же специально это все сделали, чтобы меня взбесить. Все, жду, пока фазмофобия скачается, там, блядь, 5 минут ждите, слушайте, пока пиздят на экране тут.
Champs. I'm here with Lohan. Lohan, your champs attendance is looking pretty good here from VCT EMEA. First of all, of course, congratulations. Did you expect this match to unravel the way it did?
I mean, I have not a lot of expectations. I think we had a real good game plan against them. Our attack sides were hard to watch, not gonna lie, but I mean, I'm extremely happy. It's the 5th international that we make in the last 2 years, and I mean, I'm so proud of the boys. They did amazing.
Le preguntaba que si esperaba que este partido fuese de la manera en la que ha ido. Decía que sí, que tenían preparación, pero que obviamente esos attack sides han estado un poco regular, pero que a fin de cuentas está muy orgulloso porque lleva ya 5 eventos internacionales con Liquid. Así que por supuesto que tiene que estar muy orgulloso. So what is going on that attack?
What? Sorry, can you repeat? Sorry.
What is going on the attack? Is it the second half? Is it the attack? Is it closing the map? What is it? What's going on?
I don't know, clearly it's something we need to work on attack side, because I think right now we are the best team in EMEA in defense, and I think in playoffs we're the worst team on attack. So something is not working. I have some ideas on how to fix them, but let's see if we can fix them on time for the next 2 games, which I believe are going to be harder than today.
Le pregunto también, ¿qué pasa con esas segundas mitades? ¿Es la parte en la que les toca atacar? ¿Es cerrar el mapa? ¿Qué es? Y dice que bueno, que están muy sorprendidos porque saben y creen que son los mejores en la defensa, pero que una vez llega el ataque, sobre todo aquí en playoffs, hay cosas que tiene que arreglar, pero dice que ya tiene ideas de cosas que va a hacer y además las plantea para los 2 partidos que les quedan, porque ellos ya asumen que mañana ganan, por supuesto. That is also something else that I wanted to ask you. So if you look at the current form that you have right now, and imagine that these changes that you put on the attack work, how far away are you from the Team Liquid you want to be once you get to champs?
I'm not gonna lie, I think we're quite far away still. If there's, for us to not get grouped once again, I think we need to make some, changes and improve, and we have time, which is good. Let's take the next, either tomorrow or the next 2 days as a learning experience and take the most out of the next games, so we can understand exactly what we need to improve for Champions, yeah.
Le pregunto también algo muy importante, mirando hacia Champions, si se ponen a mirarse a sí mismos ahora mismo, valga la redundancia, ¿cómo de lejos están del Team Liquid que quieren ser una vez lleguen a China? Y me dice que cree que están bastante lejos. Hay cosas que quieren mejorar en estos 2 días y en las cuales se van a enfocar, pero la verdad que a mí me sorprende. It comes as a surprise to me because I think that you are a team that has evolved a lot. So obviously, last question, we will be seeing you tomorrow against Foot. We know what happened earlier in the playoffs. How different do you think this match is going to be?
I don't know if it's going to be different. I know I want to win. Both Foot and KC, we lost our worst map result against them was 11-13. So against Foot 2-0, 11-13s, and against KC the same. So I just want to, I want to win them. That's it. I want to prove that we're a better team, and yeah, let's see how it goes tomorrow.
Le pregunto también mañana, juegan contra Foot, obviamente los perdedores del primer partido de hoy. Dice que tiene muchas ganas, tanto contra Casey como contra Foot, porque los dos encuentros cuando perdieron pues fueron muy close en esos 13-11, 13-11 y quiere pues que las cosas cambien y demostrar a la gente que son muy buenos. Well, congratulations, thank you very much for the interview. Go celebrate, because you guys have earned it, finally. Y eso es todo lo que tenemos, pero volvemos a la mesa de análisis.
Thank you so much to Bea and to Lowen. And let's welcome Nats to the desk. And this is an interesting one. I feel like this has been a long time coming, guys, because Mini, you've been trying to have a word with Nats at the moment because Nats, apparently you might think Mini doesn't like your team.
I mean, I never thought about that. People say that he does hate us, so I don't know how much that's true. That's why I wanted to speak with
the other week we were on the desk together, and straight after we were talking, he's like, people say you hate my team. I was like, well, we'll talk about this another day. So I guess today is the time we talk about
So
this
look
stuff.
him in the eyes and tell him you don't hate his team.
I don't hate your team.
What you don't like?
But what are you going to do so you don't go 1-2 at champs?
I don't know. That's, I think, the hard task to ask, honestly. It's either 2-0-2 or 2-0, so it's something that we never achieved, or 2-1 also. So I don't know. I think
I like we're straight to the negative right away. Not congratulations.
No, it's okay. I mean,
I just wanted to get the awkwardness out of the way before we talk about what happened in the game, because 2-0, fantastic. You have booked your spot in Champions. Congratulations, but I'm sure you want to lift the trophy first. So, first of all, we heard Lowen talking about, let's ask you about those attack sides we saw today. Kix mentioned in an interview with Bea, it's a confidence thing. Is that what you think it is?
I would say so, yeah. I think especially the way a lot of people play attack nowadays, it's heavy. The game is overall heavy micro nowadays, and I think here and there, especially with the comps we play, sometimes it's also becoming a little bit more problematic. So if you mess up one small thing, we can mess up the whole round. And I do think there is a confidence part where if we would have a bit more confidence here and there, we would be able to close rounds. For example, the round when we had Purpo and C-Link, if he would be able to get 2 there, most likely would close out the round. But overall, I think it's just micro, and today I think both teams were struggling on attack for some reason.
So in the upper bracket, we saw KC against Foot, and I would say they're on like opposite ends of the spectrum on their attack side. You've got Foot who just run on the first tempo every single time, KC kind of working the map, being very methodical, but they have a lot of players who can input. Where do you think Team Liquid is on that scale?
I think we're closer to KC. I don't think we are like Foot. I think Foot running a lot of set things micro-wise, a lot of takes, and their comps are designed for the heavy micro also. Neon Waylay, they run on some maps. I think we're definitely closer to KC playstyle.
So you think compositioning-wise, because you do play the double Judas a lot too, but it's the double Judas pairing you're playing that you're saying that maybe there's part of that problem is maybe the micro XX you can't quite do in that way?
I would say so. I think overall the game is just heavy micro-based, and that's why I think it's so much 50-50 nowadays that it's just so many random fights that can just win you the game. It's just too much nowadays. The game is, for some reason, from last year into this year, it shifted so much, and I'm not sure the reason why. And as you can see, I think almost everyone just shifted into that direction.
Do you think that, because I think that's why EMEA as a whole seems to be struggling, especially these like legacy organizations. You seem to be like the last one standing, so to speak. We see Heretics gone, Vitality are here by the skin of their teeth, and then Fnatic gone. Do you think that is the reason why? I
would say so, yeah. And I think that's why it's also on internationals where here and there struggling, because we're going into Pacific, who is heavy micro. They are playing that playstyle for a long time, and they just, no matter what, they're going to be stronger. And Ney, who is here and there, already been practicing these kind of things. And I think overall with the in EMEA region, we're too late into shifting into meta. I think even last year we were still playing heavy macro when everyone was already playing micro, and I think this year everyone realized, okay, the game is just shifted.
So at Champs, who do you want to play?
I don't know. I just want to play the game there, honestly.
Okay.
It's going to be a good challenge, honestly, because the way game is right now, it's going to be quite tough on Champs. You will need to come up with something interesting.
So you think that because of that style in EMEA, you're not getting the reps maybe against that style? Do you think that's going to be a problem going into Champs?
I do think EMEA is going with a bit disadvantage into heavy micro stuff, especially into Pacific.
So you don't want to play Pacific teams?
I mean, I would love to play, because I mean, if they destroy us, they destroy us, but at least it's a good experience.
The champion mindset.
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying how this is turning into Flat Chat. You're talking about international already. We haven't finish here in Barcelona, boys. This is day one.
Okay.
We've got a match coming up tomorrow. I want to ask about the Fireflux game today in the sense of what it was like for you to prep for them. I know that you guys do your homework, but how hard is it to prep for a team like Fireflux when they're constantly changing what they are going to be playing against you in game?
It wasn't that hard because the calling style is the same on every single map.
Go contact.
Go contact, and I mean there is here and there a few tells that they have happening on every single map, and it's pretty easy to track it.
Was that similar for the other Challengers teams? Because you've had to play 3 in a row to get here. 3 wins in a row against the Challengers team specifically.
I would say all of them was different. I think, for example, HGE, they were playing, their comps was pretty annoying to play against. So it's like, I think theirs was heavy macro and micro at the same time with abilities. I think Enterprise, it was double duelist, but it was like quite aggressive double duelist. And here, it's aggressive and contact-ish double duelist. So it's 3 different teams, 3 different playstyles.
And what do you say to your team when they're going up against a Turkish team? Because it seems like some of them are scarred since your last game against Foot.
I don't know. Whatever will happen tomorrow. I mean, we're happy to be here. We're happy to have an opportunity to play here.
But Kicks seem to say, and it feels like maybe Loam was saying as well in a coach confession, the loss you had to Foot actually had impacted them mentally, knowing that they were going up against Turkish style again.
I don't know what they think. I never had this kind of things in my
Really?
head.
Well, no, you haven't, obviously, but some of your players seem to. So what were you saying to them in game? Because at one point, there was a timeout, and it actually looked like you were doing a lot of the talking. I could be wrong. Maybe you were just talking to the coaches, but I'm wondering about that final conversation you guys had with the team and with the coaches in the timeout.
I mean, for me, the most important was that what happened on Haven against Footballist a long time ago, when we were leading 10-3 and we lost the map 13-11, not going to happen here today. And I think that was the main thing for me. But the rest, no. I think it was pretty okay, at least from my perspective.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket, because this confirms that you will be going up against the team formerly known as Footballist tomorrow. They've now got a trendy new identity, and they're going by Foot. And this is going to be, again, it's going to be a survival game. But if you get through this, you will be in finals, I should say. You're already in champions. So obviously, you're feeling confident it's going to be going different. But how do you think your teammates are feeling? Because confidence, as we've already mentioned several times, or at least I have, is a bit of an issue.
Well, I think we're feeling all right, honestly. I think it's just we know already what to work on, and we'll just see tomorrow how it will end up. I think it's the game also heavy momentum based nowadays, and I think we'll just see in the server. I think it's like the games we've had against Foot and KC, it could go other way, and
you're not going to get too much time to prep against Foot, but I want to ask, like, you played against Fireflux today, who I think play similarly to Foot. Do you think that's true, or like what are the differences there, do you think?
I mean, we have the stuff what Foot is doing from the
previous games.
Yeah, so I mean, we know what we're gonna do. And Fireflux, I think Foot is playing a little bit different. I think it's a lot IGLing style, the difference, Sociable and Batužnaks. Because Sociable also calling as controller, and Batužnaks playing as initiator on most of the maps. So these things are different.
So we've got our teams that are already qualified for Shanghai on the screen there. So you can see all of Europe has been confirmed, and of course all of China as well, given that they had a phenomenal finals last weekend. So talk to me about how you're feeling about the current international competition, which is the region for you now that is the one to beat.
What about our region?
That can be the one to beat. That could be, you could be trying to beat the European teams again, the EMEA teams again, I should say.
When I was just watching it, and I saw us seed 3, and I'm reminding last year champs when we were first seed and we went into DRX pulling out this new Waylay Euro thing. I'm just thinking what seed is better to be as a European team this
Wait, wasn't that when you were playing?
Last year?
You were playing Waylay? Was that that?
That was that. And it was NRG also.
You want more reps, you want more games to get you into it.
I don't know. That's it. I honestly, I think. Yeah.
Again, well, listen, you've got a busy day tomorrow and potentially a very busy day on Sunday as well, because we're going to be having a best of 5 lower bracket final. That's going to be at 5 p.m. But before then, we're going to have a show match. It's going to be Spain versus France at 4 p.m. CEST. I am so excited for this one. Spain versus France. I know that you might be just going off the nations rather than knowing who's in the team. I'll tell you, Mixwell is going to be playing for the side side of Team Spain. But any predictions?
Didn't the Spanish guy earlier say that they'd lost and they were worried about Team France in the first place? So I got to trust the Team Spain player who said that and say that Team France are going to win.
All right, Zerator lover.
Zerator lover, yes, that's me.
Spain or France?
Spain.
Spain, France. And Team Liquid or Foot?
Better team wins.
Better team wins. Oh, he's diplomatic to a thought. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thanks, Nats, for joining us on the desk. As we say goodbye to you guys, though, enjoy the Razor end of day highlights.
It's time to break new ground in Barcelona. Two of the most unlikely teams 6 months on from how their year started now take to the stage as VCT EMEA hits the road for the first time.
Let's go!
What are we doing?
Go through heaven and the rain's down with them! The rain! I'm in your hand! And now Levin taking control of the round! KC will fight Lotus!
Mais non, non, mais non!
Small, he's gonna try it! What is that?
Oh là 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 là!
KC will add to chance! Allez, KC!
They don't need it anymore! This is so clean from Liquid!
These knives are gonna cut right through them. Team Liquid are eviscerating Fireflux on the defensive side. Trucks will be drawn into a fight, and it's down to the wire.
More, this crossfire should be unstoppable, and in this case it will be. Liquid, after a little bit of turmoil and a few trips along the way, will claim map number 1.
Nets takes the freebie. It's all going wrong for Fireflux. The fourth never should have been, and the cherry on top.
Nice! Come here! Yes, you are living in the same story as the last map, because it's another 10-2 half for Liquid. And I think it's just about got it!
He may have done it already. The clock to decide it. If Nets is short, he didn't. Liquid have their round.
Through the heart of Fireflux, this is the end of their story. Team Liquid are on their way to champions.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy, and more. Scan to subscribe.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive.
Прием, прием. Так. Мы тут. И чё вы тут сидите? И чё вы тут сидите? Сейчас я вам, блядь, тут такого нахуй. Почему у меня игра, блядь, в 640, нахуй, на 100, блядь? Какой ЛП, блядь? У меня бан на сутки. Награды, воплощения, писатель. Бля. Пила. У меня зависла нахуй игра или что? Свити Фокс, кошмар. Безумие. Что сложнее, кошмар или безумие? Здорово. Здорово.
Алло, привет.
Привет. Меня слышно? Так, тоже? Ага. Так, похуй.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you. Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
No,
hello, everybody.
Hello.
How are you? Let's go, fuck them all. Let's go. Start.
Okay, let's go.
Easy, let's go. Oh, we suck. I take a book, then some shit. Let's go. Everybody here. Are you here, little witch? Ох ты ж, блядь. Кто это был?
Mine vaata ruttu UV-ga. Vaata ruttu UV-ga. See uks.
Aa, on okei.
Võetud T-täht. Aa, nice.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
That was 5? No. Okay. Им пизда. Охуенно мы подготовились, конечно, к нашей вылазке. Великолепно просто. Им пизда. Да ебал я ее. Ох ты ж, блядь. Write something.
Are you here? Are you close? How old are you? Are you friendly? Are you evil? How old are you? Where is your body? How did you die? Are you French? Can I crack? Are you here? How old are you? Where are you? Are you evil? Give us a sign. How old are you?
Так, ну чё, тут этот самый, как оно? Как кнопку-то, блять, как нажать? Улики. Ультрафиолет, лазерный проектор. Где пройдет? Лаут есть шансы? Не знаю. Уф, it was so hard.
Yeah.
Да не было, не было. Ой, бля. Good luck, guys. Good luck. Thank you for the game.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you. Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Здорово, бандиты.
О, привет.
Привет.
Охренеть, сколько вас много.
Сколько нас?
Трое.
У нас и четверо.
Ну, вас всех трое. А я четвертый. Вас трое. Я четвертый.
Анрё обнаружен, Райдзю обнаружен.
Все, короче, поехали.
Поехали, поехали.
Ой.
Ничего себе, мы ко всему готовы, ребята. Это что нахуй? Что я в руки взял?
Мы всегда к всему готовы. Прикольно.
А чего камеру теперь... О. Блядь. Бля, чё камера такая маленькая? Раньше было нормальное окно. А теперь хоть глаз выколи себе. Нет, не нашел.
Пацаны.
Ой, я сфоткал.
Да ну нахуй. Нашли-ка.
Так. Так, это у нас что? Хер пойми что. Это что? Это что? Ты кто? Что это за херня? наркотик пока выкинем. Возьмем эту штучку. А, это говорилка. Призрак, ты меня слышишь? Ты добрый? Ты меня слышишь? Ты добрый? Ты злой? Ты добрый? Сколько тебе лет? Сколько тебе лет? Ты добрый? Ебал, дремал. Сколько тебе лет? Ты добрый? Как тебя зовут? Ой. Что-то потухло. А это что за хуйня? Без понятия, что это за шняга. А температура у нас есть измеритель? Вот это что, блядь? Хуйня какая-то. Так, это спички, это какое-то масло, это, блядь, что, микрофоны какие-то. Температура. Призрак, ты здесь? Ебать, страшная хуйня. Температура специально везде одинаковая или что? Или я должен что-то с ней сделать вообще, чтобы она сдвинулась? Она ж вообще не меняется. Вон, тут увеличилось немножко. Ты здесь? Дай знак. Дай нам знак. Это он этот холодильник открыл. Я думал, бля, он здесь, короче. Сколько тебе лет? Дай нам знак. Ты добрый? Ты злой? Ебался. Призрак, блядь. Дай нам знак. Сколько тебе лет? Как тебя зовут? Да ну нахуй. Невозможно. Так, что у нас тут? Фотоаппарат у нас есть.
Пацаны, вы меня слышите?
Слышим, слышим. Чего? Слышим.
А вы не хотите меня в друзья добавить?
А что-то случилось?
Ну просто у меня друзей 0, просто 0 друзей. Пожалуйста.
Ебадешься. Ну добавим, если скажешь как.
Давайте я ваш ник запишу, этот, добавить ник этот. Просто продиктуйте цифры, где у вас ник написан, и циферки продиктуйте, хорошо?
Ну ты погоди, давай сначала справимся с призраком. Дай нам знак. Что-то шняга дает. Ну вот ведь. Блять. Как тебя зовут? Дай нам знак. Но ЕМП точно нет, я хз, короче, сейчас это... А, погоди, дыхание холодное, значит, здесь температура. Температура отрицательная, мне кажется. Или что? 5, вон, это... Следов нет. Следов нет. Вернее, фиолетовых отпечатков. А, он написал в дневнике. Как тебя зовут? Сколько тебе лет? Так, бля. Ебал, дремал. Улики. Запись в блокноте. Радиоприемник нет. КМП нет. Да, температура действительно отрицательная, да. Так, остается последнее что-то. Температура. Демон. Лазерный проектор. Я уже забыл, лазерный проектор. Это у нас что нахуй? Это не демон. Но тоже верно. Это мирный. Призрачный огонек. Ну, призрачного огонька нет. Призрачного огонька вроде как нет, поэтому это не ревенант и не демон, потому что он ни на кого не нападает, мне так кажется. Остается сванг. Мигала? В смысле? Где? Не видел, не было.
Да, пацаны.
Чё, пацаны, аниме?
Поехали.
Погоди, погоди немного.
Ой, господи. Так вы меня цифры скажете?
Так, какие ему цифры?
Эй!
Что ему сказать, какие нахуй цифры? В стиме цифры? Сейчас скажем ему цифры. Тень. Пиздень. Все. Тень. Вот это она нас перехитрила.
Пацаны!
Сейчас скажу.
Скажите.
Погоди.
Сейчас я в Steam зайду. Давай.
Сейчас. О, МП5 получается там было. Ёпарст. Так.
Давай.
Погоди, я их ищу. 12, 18.
Сейчас. Ага.
12, 18, 38.
Еще.
760. Все.
$302 у тебя ник. 482, 44?
Нет. Так, погоди.
Ну вот. 1, 12, 18, 38, 7, 706 надо было.
760.
А. Семьсот 60. У тебя Фисен же... Какой у тебя ник?
Ник у меня VALbINA. Так, еще раз,
76.
Давай попробуем
Ага,
по-другому.
щас.
Какие именно цифры ты меня спрашиваешь?
Ну вот, смотри. У тебя магазин, библиотека, сообщество и самое последнее. Нажимаешь, и у тебя вверху этот ваш код дружбы.
Ну, я код дружбы тебе и называю. 12, 18, 38, 760.
Так тут 9 цифр.
Так.
А давайте я свой ник продиктую.
Давай,
Введите
давай.
код 8 808 990. Ой, 99 76 73.
Еще раз заново полностью.
808.
Хорошо, хорошо, дальше.
99, 7, 997, 67, 3.
У тебя мужик, да, в шляпе и с трубкой во рту на аватарке?
Да.
Все, отослал.
Сейчас. О. Сейчас. Принять. Все. Вы у меня теперь в друзьях. Да, вы у меня в друзьях.
Ну чё, пойдем.
А у вас,
Еще
у вас
одну.
еще какие-то игры есть?
Ну, какие-то есть.
А какие?
Смотря что тебя интересует, у меня их очень много.
Да мне похрен. Ну, главное, что Бимка, Бимменджи есть. Драйв.
Это
Бимменджи
что такое?
драйв.
Не, я не знаю, что это
Ну,
такое.
на машины. Этот. Машины там на руле играть.
А, ой, я нашел
Меня
эту игру.
тоже-
Не, я в нее не играл еще.
Блин. А чё вы не играли? А у вас руль вообще есть?
В детстве был, лет 20 назад.
Понял.
Тогда все
Ладно,
играли
конечно.
в игру такую, про машины, Flatout называется. Вот я для игры Flatout, короче, вот играл на руле. Давай, запускай.
Я понял. А это тоже маяк? Это тоже маяк?
А чё, может не маяк? Маяк сложная карта какая-то, говнистая. Давай попроще карту.
Это может другой маяк, только новый.
Ну для меня-то
Могу
разница...
предложить вот эту.
Запускай.
Так, сейчас я. Короче, все.
Все, пизда тебе, призрак. Призрак, тебе пизда. Мы выдвигаемся.
Трое было.
Пропал наш напарник. Так, все, теперь серьезно. Так, беру. Эту беру. Эту беру. Все, поехали. Эту беру.
А вы дома у себя играете на компе?
Да.
Понял.
У Лаут есть шансы? Думаю, да.
Вы идете?
Идем, идем.
А вы где? А,
Тут,
вот.
тут.
вы.
Тут призрачный огонек. Оп, нахуй. Как тебя зовут? Сколько тебе лет? Ты дружелюбный? Ты мирный? Ты злой? Как тебе... Что ты нахуй дыхнул? Дай мне знак. Ох ты ж, блядь, мне страшно, иди нахуй. Ебал тебя, призрак. Так, я тут. Что у тебя случилось?
прикольнуться, что атака началась.
Ну ты приколист, конечно.
А вы не испугались?
Так, я поставил одну камеру, а куда она? Как мне ее взять вообще? О, все, взял.
И как ее не взять? Ее никак не взять, только в том.
Мне кажется, призрак уже переехал. Он изначально был на кухне, а потом он переехал. Вот это он говнюк вообще.
По-моему, он куда-то переехал, я знаю.
Нихуя. Вот это он... Вот это он, конечно...
Да, он переехал, по-моему.
Я тоже думаю, что он переехал.
Блин, что сделать? Оказывается, спички тут не бесконечные.
Да.
А я не знал.
Ну, будешь знать. Все, я побежал.
Туши.
Давай, догоняй.
Сейчас, подождите. Па-па-па-па-па-па-па. По-моему, он реально переместился. А где камера?
Ты здесь? Призрак, дай нам знак. Куда он переехал-то? Сколько тебе лет? А он камеру спиздил. Вот это он молодец. Куда сюда?
На выход.
Так.
Я передумала, у вас атака. Нет. Атака.
Ты куда камеру стыбзил, блин? Она же там стояла хорошо.
Ну, вы сказали, призрак. Это куда-то ушел.
Ну, ушел, да.
Ну.
Ну. Это ж не значит, что надо камеру-то забирать.
Ну, извините.
Так, бери камеру, пойдем расставлять их. Нам надо заново его найти.
Так, у меня... Так.
Здесь его нет.
А вы где?
О, так, призрачный огонек вот здесь теперь у нас. Вот, он тут живет. Блин. Напиши в дневник. Дай нам знак. Сколько тебе лет? Как тебя зовут? Да, это мы, да, сообразили.
А вы дядя или пацан?
Пацан.
Я понял.
Так.
Он, по-моему, летит с кухни оттуда. Я не пойму.
Это он у входа. У входа.
У входа в кухню.
Пойду еще возьму хуйню и хуйню номер. А чё, 3 слота теперь в игре, что ли? 4-го слота нет? Было же 4 слота вроде бы.
Я призрака видел.
Прям видел?
Да, он побежал из кухни. Где кухня с правой стороны, он побежал до стола. Призрачный огонек побежал где еда, там он побежал обратно, ну, к столу обеден. Обратно побежал на правую сторону.
Блять, запутался. Нихуя не вижу. Где я, блядь?
А вы не знаете, как-то можно добавиться в бим?
Куда?
В BeamNG.
Не, без понятия.
Почему вы не играете? А у меня уже 20 уровень там.
Ничего себе. Ну это мощно.
И там у меня лада 7, потому что я много уже обновлений прошел. БМВ 10. Ну и все.
А у вас такого нет, бля. Пар шел, да. Я помню, что вышло какое-то обновление, блядь, на эту игру, что пар больше не является определением минусовой температуры. Типа, даже при нуле может быть такая температура. Например. Что за бред? Ну, такой вот бред. Вот смотри, вот я хожу.
Я так и понимаю. Это он от входа, где вы стоите сейчас. Ой, атака была.
Не, это не атака.
Вы где стоите? Не, атака была, свет моргал.
Это он так пугает, это не атака.
Стояли назад, вы повернулись, он оттуда и летит. Призрачный огонек, я вижу, что он летает.
Все, видим, да. Так, и что
Вы
нам
тут
делать?
рядом? Я думал, нет.
Теперь тут, да.
Понял.
А самого призрака видел или только огонек?
Нет, самого призрака я говорил, когда свет отсюда. Он отсюда, где вы смотрите, я пошел до обеденного стола. Потом обратно от обеденного стола, это на саму кухню.
Хорошо, пойдем исследовать.
Стойте, подождите. Хотите камеру отдам?
Да не обязательно, у нас вроде достаточно.
2 камеры, 3 надо.
Так.
3 камеры надо.
Но мы же все видим.
Ну 3 надо. А еще в туалет поставить.
А зачем нам туалет?
Его я не услышу.
Туалет нам зачем, говорю?
Ну просто, чтобы было.
Просто какать с моста, слышал такое?
Не знаю.
Дай нам знак. Напиши в дневник. Напиши в дневник. Дай нам знак. Сколько тебе лет? Ты добрый, ты злой? О. И что это было? Где ты хуйню скинул? Ты, блядь, призрак, сука. Ебался, дремал, блядь. Ебался нахуй. Да я чуть не это, в штаны не наложил только что.
Это какой-то челик с топором. А еще какие-то улики есть?
Пока нет.
Понял.
Кого нахуй она не страшная, блядь? Я еле жив вообще.
Нет. Да. О, вы тут.
Тут.
Вы тут.
Пиздец.
И третья камера. Камера.
Лаут карту возьмут. Откуда мне знать? Так. Как нам из этой ситуации спастись-то? Мы кроме как... Ну, ЕМП нет.
А вы слышите меня?
Слышу. Проектора нет.
А
ну, лазер...
что, дух?
Лазерного проектора нет. МП-5 вроде как нет. Вроде как. Ультрафиолет не знаю.
Вы даже не проверяли ультрафиолет.
Ну как это? Вон он у нас там лежит.
Ну, и что он лежит?
Ну, лежит.
Это
вот.
призрак он. Это призрак, хватит ходить.
А что ему делать?
Пускай
Пока
полежит на диване.
Пока что я думаю, что это Ханту. Вот что я думаю.
Ханту? Я пока что думаю, что это дух.
Так это не может быть дух, потому что у нас есть призрачный огонек.
Ладно, Ханту.
Нет, Ханту тоже. Ты меня не слушай. Я, может быть, не прав.
Так это Ханту есть.
Думаешь?
Да.
О, как. Пойду проверять.
Так у вас одна Ханту остается. Это ж Ханту.
Наверное. Погоди, я проверять. Мы уже один раз облажались. Второй попытки у нас нет на лажу. Мы обязаны пройти. Ебал тебя, призрак. Дай нам знак. Сколько тебе лет? Как зовут? Что за хуйня? пятерки и МПН. Так, блядь. Где эта температура? Сколько тебе лет? Как тебя зовут? Ты добрый?
А вы завтра еще будете
Ты злой?
играть в фазмофобию, будете? Просто я хочу вас пригласить в фазмофобию и начать голосовой чат.
Не, ну пока я не знаю.
Вы меня слышите? У вас...
Я жив! Че, спрятался? На меня призрак напал, нахуй. Че я спрятался? Я еле убежал. Унес ноги. Блять, ну он будто бы переехал. Я не знаю. Ну, сука. Не получается регнуть. Ну, блядь, тренируйся, новичок. Что я скажу-то? Я не знаю. Куда? Ладно, поехали. Все. Была не была.
Была не была. Ура! Ура!
Нам
Ура!
пизда. Йокай, ёпарасота.
Ёкай!
Вот так вот.
Ёкай!
Нас с тобой сделали. Огонек, радиоприемник и лазерный проектор. Вот оно как.
Вот оно как, да. Вот оно как.
Ну все, погнал я, короче, отдыхать.
Печеньки.
Так,
Не, давайте еще одну катку.
Не, я пойду отдыхать. Чего там печеньки?
А вы пробовали когда-нибудь печеньки макаронцы?
Ну, наверное, да.
Ладно, все, давайте, до свидания.
Давай, до свидания. Ебало я этих призраков, хитрые, блядь, падлы, нахуй. Невозможно победить, да, сука? У меня игра зависла. Все отвисло. Так, все, отошел, скоро вернусь. А в Valorant будем играть с вами. Печеньки, макаронцы попробовали? Чё вы тут, рэперы? Собрались. Вы вообще знали, что я Valorant? Вы в курсах? Ой, бля. Плюсовой волына. Здорово, Даня. Я музыкальный, а не плюсовой.
Матч найден.
Впитывайте музыку. Прямо в кровь вам заливаю музыку.
Здорово.
Здорово, команда!
У нас Клов по-русски не шпарит. На английском инфу передавайте.
Ну ты передавай.
Ну так мне похуй. Просто вы себе троллите.
Так ты же с ней спорить.
Ну все понятно, идите в мут.
Ух ты ж, блядь, нихуя. Говнюк. Проскользил на жопе.
Остался один враг.
Чуть тебя глаз без скина. Что, я в игру донатил, что ли?
У меня спайк. Она ушла в элбу. Шорт будет.
Тут не в скине дело, меня трахнули.
Блокирую движение.
Тут скин не поможет.
Она спистила.
Отходит.
Твой дар. Это проклятие. Нет зарядов.
Моя снаряга в полном порядке. Это странно, но приятно.
Что, он втроем мид нормально?
Бросаю дымок. Группа врагов на мине. Кто-то приливно освежает.
Еще.
Как Вам такое? Перезаряжай.
Маркет может быть.
Нет. Он закрыт.
Убийственно. Не подглядывать! Не подглядывать!
Плантинг, эй.
Спайк установлен. Я помогу. Нет зарядов. Остался один игрок. Проблемы меньше.
Вот это нас страхнули.
Не сбегай. Бросаю дымок. Остался один враг.
ЛБ. Лоу хп.
Не сегодня. Вперед! Позаботимся об их смерти. Добьемся перевеса. Вижу врага на миде. Враг на Б. Враг устранен. Вижу цель на Б.
Помощь, блядь, оформите нищие нахуй.
Спайк установлен.
А чё это ты не на английском сказал-то?
Вижу цель на Б. Остался один игрок.
Засчитано.
0 патронов.
Мне кажется, один.
Сейчас я устрою представление покруче, чем Феникс. Смотрите.
Мы справимся, ребятишки.
Поиграть захотелось? Поиграем.
На, лови!
Neon City.
Идеально.
Враг на А.
Да, блядь. Ебать, что?
Вот здесь. Прах к праху. Тебе еще нужно исполнить свой долг. Это было странно. Остался один враг.
Медубл.
30 секунд. Если вам суждено пасть, то падайте поближе ко мне.
Ходим осторожно.
Отбавим.
Бросаю дымок, без сюрпризов. Ну все, я разозлилась. Спайк установлен.
Ракетный залп. Граната активна.
Нихуя я придумал. Оп.
Запускаю дрон. Дрон подбит.
Остался один игрок.
Да ёп. Вагина, ты жив? Нет, не жив. Вот погиб, блядь. Ты написал, погиб. Извинись.
Теха, ты можешь со мной стоять в Б?
Что по следующей катке
Я
думаешь?
понял.
Думаю. Что нехуй там думать.
Это Б, блядь.
Бросаю дымок. Сенсор уничтожен.
Ракета пошла. Ракета пошла.
Спайк на Б. Остался один враг. И вновь, как ни в чем не бывало. Перезаряжай. Главный недостаток бессмертия? Не могу прикинуться трупом.
Так, забанить хочется. Ёбен-бобен. Прям аж руки тянутся. Прям вот со всей ненависти зажать.
Ракетный залп.
Вам конец!
Убийственно.
Осторожно. Осторожно. Остался один враг.
Беспечность смертельна.
Чего нам ждать на этот раз? Вы заметили закономерности в их стратегии?
Признавайтесь честно, кто заплатил этому ленивому банану, чтобы он ливнул из катки, и мы победили. По этой левой... Да, блядь, здесь будет 5 на 4. Что за хуйня?
Враг
Спайк установлен.
Спасибо за инфу, что оставил.
Она на английском была, ты просто не понял.
Лассайт.
Исцеляю. Бросаю дымок.
Да, я за ТФ.
У них нет права.
Бля, ну а меня вообще не слышно нахуй.
Он только на английском разговаривает, ты что, не понял?
Уарфашикте. Поле боя меняется с каждым заходом. Все вместе!
Ракетный залп.
Вы порезвились?
К тому
Теперь
все и
я!
шло.
Барьер установлен.
Заряд активен.
Хорошая попытка. Исцеляю.
Спайк установлен. Остался один игрок.
Клоув, если сменишь работу, не говори про бессмертие. Клиенты мигом заездят. Я бы так и сделал.
Началось.
Заряд активен.
Ой.
Спайк на Б.
Ты не убьешь моих союзников!
Шутки кончились! Вам конец!
Сенсор отключен. Без сюрпризов.
Ракетный залп.
Вижу врага на Б.
Запускаю дрон.
Ох ты ж, блядь.
Спайк установлен.
Ну все!
Остался один враг.
Освежает.
Остался один игрок.
ТХ, ты можешь свои гранатки давать, когда я сетку кидаю?
Ульта готова.
Не.
Понял.
Если они думают, что почетнее посопротивляться, то пускай пробуют.
Прикрываю ваш тыл.
Уже интересней.
Остался один враг.
Маленькая ранка.
Последний раунд перед сменой сторон.
Мне вообще без разницы, кто там чего, но деньги надо потратить. Купить что в шорте, может парочку. Здесь у них нет шансов.
Шутки кончились!
Да, блять, я расстроен. Ну, схуяли мы играем-то 5 на 4. Ну, что это за кал вообще? Чё мне, блядь, горит? Ебать, мы молодцы, блядь, 5-4 выигрываем. Ну, пиздец. Или сидеть, потеть, блядь, жопу рвать на...
Остался один брат.
Чё сказать-то, ёпта? Это ж вообще пиздец.
Готов. Тут уж либо я, либо меня.
Тут надо заткнуться, доиграть и
Смена
все, и
сторон.
дальше уже может быть следующую еще одну сыграть.
Но не настолько, чтобы перестать побеждать.
Ужас какой-то. Че я регнул-то, чтобы что? Чтобы мне написали на экране после 20 минут какой-то хуйни победа и все. Есть маппики? Не, пока нет.
Зароем их в землю.
Благодарю.
Блять, не убил, нихуя себе.
Бомбатрон запущен. Здесь.
Вставайте, вставайте.
Здесь. Стена готова. Это мертв. Спайк на Б. Пиу-пиу!
Остался один игрок. «30 секунд.
Не сбегу.
10 секунд.
Схватка. Способ достичь цели. А мы — верное средство. Можно пушку? Надо что-нибудь взорвать. Подкину дымка.
Болеешь за какую-нибудь команду? Вряд ли. Я пытаюсь хорошую игру посмотреть.
Не сбегу.
Ракетный залп.
Перезаряжаю.
Стена готова.
Что это за хуйня?
Остался один игрок. Спайк на миде.
А нахуй это делать?
Когда спускаете курок, нужно быть в мире с собой. А больше никто вас судить и не будет.
Его право.
Вместе! Подкину дымка.
Ты долбоеб.
На английском, я русский не понимаю.
Вижу цель на миде. Я помогу. Спайк установлен. Вижу врага на А.
Ах ты, блин.
Остался один враг. Не подглядывать!
Ты еще не устал в плане? Устал, конечно.
Перезаряжаю.
Как тут не устать?
Самое время закупиться. Приступаем! Ультимейт готов.
Наш агент со
Ух ты, бля. Ничего себе нас трахнули.
Остался один игрок.
Здорово. У нас тут рубрика «Развлеки себя сам». Непонятно, что делать 2,5 часа, мы пошли играть.
Хадабра. 10 секунд. Не сбегут.
Они думают, что ровня нам. Ошибаются. Разбегаемся! 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 Разбегаемся!
Урдиос, захватите кто-нибудь спайк.
Есть шансы у лоудов. Ну, зависит от самих лоудов. Шансы есть всегда. На нахуй. Отлично сыграл.
Стена готова. Граната! Перезаряжаю. Противник уничтожен. Вы порезвились? Теперь я! Не подглядывать! В голову! Бросаю дымок!
Ой.
Трое убиты. А этого освежает. 30 секунд. Спайк у меня.
Go B. They're both A.
Бросаю дымок. Десять секунд. Барьер развернут. Спайк установлен. Без сюрпризов. Загони! Сенсор отключен. Крути катушку!
Остался один враг.
Четверо убиты. Бросаю сетку. Вот и все.
10-й.
Все должно быть легко. Я их выкурю, вы их добьете.
Я умру не сегодня.
НРГ такие фавориты с кэфом, а ничего такие ебейшие. Ну, я сразу скажу, все будет у них решаться на карте
Ищу
Heaven.
цели. Трон подбит.
Кто лучше на Heaven трахает, тот и победит.
Граната активна.
Перезаряжаю.
Ракетный залп.
Перезаряжаю. Бросаю дымок.
-1.
Ты в
Ультимейт
порядке?
готов.
Кремер играет.
Спайк установлен. Здесь.
Нет,
Здесь.
это все запись.
Враг на мите. Ну все, я разозлилась. Перезаряжаю. Не подглядывать.
Целишься, как будто на руле или геймпаде играешь.
Остался один игрок.
Сенсор отключен. Остался один враг. Бросаюсь без сюрпризов. Клатч. Могла бы кого-то взять в подмогу, Дедлок. Это в порядке предложения.
Кто первый пикает? Тот, кто дуэль 1 на 1 выиграет. Тот и будет пикать первым. Скорее всего. Спасибо.
Я тут постою.
Запускаю дрон. Один подавлен.
Граната!
Ракетный залп.
Не хочет погибать. Ни мига, ни мига. Не знаю.
Тебе еще нужно
Ух
исполнить
ты,
свой
ебать,
долг.
нахуя меня резко.
Перезаряжаю.
Вы чё, ебанулись?
К тому все и шло. Спи спокойно.
Ой, оранжевый, ебать. И он.
Бросаю дымок.
Он больше оранжевый, когда он валяется, чем когда он в руках. Когда он в руках, он желтый
Ты не
какой-то.
убьешь моих союзников.
Поиграть захотелось? Поиграем.
Спайк установлен. В голову.
Блин, оранжевый вандал.
Остался
Было
один
бы
враг.
прикольно.
Здесь. Я скала, а ты лишь камень. Матч-пойнт. Туса кончилась. Вышвырнем их.
Я скала, а ты лишь камень. Ах. Чего там у Немиги? Драфт под названием «Хуйня полная». Ну, блядь, да иди ты нахуй на кловке. Ну, сколько можно?
Подкину дымка.
Это пиздец. Он мне за эту половину уже, наверное, таких ляпаса 3 или 4 выдал. Сумасшествие какое.
Вижу врага на миде.
Сейчас, пару секунд.
Сбросила спайк.
Так.
30 секунд.
Да хуй знает, я бы за ФТС притопил. Потому что
Остался
в Немиге
один
прям
игрок.
вообще дерьмо ебаное, а не драфт.
10
Это
секунд.
даже драфтом
Без
не назвать,
сюрпризов.
это просто кусок дерьма.
Чисто сделано.
На первой карте я за ФТС. Если ФТС въебут, то
Я готова.
не знаю, зачем они там оказались.
Есть у кого-нибудь пластырь? Я, кажется, палец прищемила. Спасибо. Даже несколько.
Фурия-то выиграли 2-0, надеюсь. Да, выиграли.
Шутки кончились! Вам конец!
Бросаю сетку.
Ракетный залп.
Остался один игрок.
Договор. Ладно.
Нам не нужно, чтобы противник страдал. Убьем всех быстро.
Бля, один раунд выиграть и пойду отдыхать. Хотя бы 20 минуток.
Пошли.
Подкину дымка. Как вам такое? Цель убита, освежает. Ультимейт готов. И вновь, как
Граната активна.
бывало. Минус 3.
Остался один враг.
Четверо есть.
Нихуя.
Перезаряжаю.
Спайк установлен. Ракетный залп.
Не подглядывать.
Эйс. Победа нападающих.
Надо это отпраздновать. Туса в симуляторе.
Бля, какой-то безграмотный на резе.
Опа-на, ребята, платина 2. Ебем. Нереально. Так. Все, ждем Америку. Скоро вернусь.
Nada de loco exceso, te quiero lo confieso, amor dame tu beso. Hoy nada de loco exceso, te quiero lo confieso, amor dame tu beso. Hoy nada de loco exceso, te quiero lo confieso, amor dame tu beso. Hoy nada de loco exceso, te quiero lo confieso, amor dame tu beso. Te quiero, lo confieso, amor, dame tu beso.
Yo, what's good, y'all? I'm Energy Scuba, and this is Energy Mata, and today we're playing Muted Comps. Who is your IGL? Who is my IGL? In-game leader. In-game leader. In-game leader. My IGL, Ethan. Where do you wear swimwear? Where do you where were you do you wear? Where do you wear? I actually have no idea. Where do you I wear Where? Swimwear. Swim. Shorts. Swim. Swimming. Where?
Swimwear.
Where?
At the beach.
There we go.
Boom.
Okay, no, I can't use my hands.
You can't do it? You're not allowed?
Who do you
I
look up? I did
Who
it.
do I look? Okay.
Cut that out.
I can't use my hands.
Who do I look up? Who do I look up? Up to? Bro, what? This guy's emoting constantly. Who do I look up to?
Yeah.
Ethan.
That's a great answer. Okay, I'm gonna give my hands like this. Name.
Can?
Name.
Bambi?
No, bro.
He's trying so hard to emote.
Name.
Yell it.
Am I yelling?
Yell it, I'll hear it.
Name.
Bro, you gotta keep on.
Name
Your.
your. Oh my
Say the
God,
whole question.
I keep pointing.
Say the whole question.
Name your favorite duelist agent. I gotta use my hands here. Name two duelist agents.
Say it again.
Name two duelist.
I don't know what that means. Go again.
Waylay, Jet, Neon.
Jet.
Name two duelist.
Name two
agents.
Name two
duelist agents.
Name two duelist agents. Jet, Waylay.
There we go.
Boom. That was muted comms. It's actually a lot harder than I thought it would be. See you guys next time.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, the #1 seeds from Alpha and Omega enter the competition. And a trip to Sao Paulo is on the line as well. Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Stage 2 playoffs, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Zoe here on the desk with my besties. It's Vincilli and Dryad for today's upper bracket matches. I'm so excited for this. We were treated to quite some matches yesterday, and now I got the two of you here, so everything's good.
Even better today. I'm ready to just sit back, relax, grab a Red Bull, chill out with some good Valor today.
You know what? That's so true, Vance.
He's a real one. He's a real one. No, we're in for a treat. We're in for a treat. We have good matches, but also, you know what is always a treat? Fan art.
True.
Great masterpieces from our fans. That's right. And that means it's time for another rendition of Vincent Van Gogh. One of my absolute favorite segments because look at those dogs.
Is that Brent?
Could be.
Also, no pressure. So he's like a real artist, so she will be judging every single one of you. Good luck.
This is not real art?
Oh, I mean,
it lies in the eye of the beholder.
I believe it.
Now, we're going to look at some fan art created by our viewers, and we need to guess who they are portraying. This is by Nemas.
This is Brock.
It looks like Brock, right?
I think it is Brock or maybe Leaf.
It's missing an Odin, but I'm going with Brock.
The way he looks, he's about to get the Odin.
He's got the glasses, the skirt glasses.
Brock. I would say it's Brock.
Yeah, this is Brock.
Let's go with that.
We're locking in Brock.
Final answer.
Final answer is Brock. Literally the same person. Good job, Nemos_VLR. Now let's take a look at another one.
That's Davi.
That's so cute.
Is that Davi?
Yeah.
Look at that innocent
Davi wear
little
glasses?
face. I think.
Yeah.
That's not what his VLR profile shows.
Well,
Were
we
you
saw him
prepared
yesterday.
for this
so-
studying?
I was.
Dude,
I take this stuff seriously.
Dobby, there we go.
Too easy.
Fine.
We're playing as a team, right?
That's a good
Oh
one.
yeah. Hot dog.
That's Dre.
Hot dog.
That's
I
gotta
know
be
that
Dre.
guy.
100% Dre. 100% Dre.
The eyes are giving it away.
Yeah. Beautiful blue eyes.
Nothing about the hot dog is.
Dude, this is so easy. Do we have harder ones?
I mean, I don't know. I think
Wait,
I think this one, like, if you're not familiar with the inside joke of it, then maybe this one would be considered.
No, but
or
the
maybe
eyes.
you guys are just, maybe these guys are just this good, okay? But every artist that will or was featured rather right here on the show will of course receive the exclusive. I create a gun body stuff.
That's the buddy. That's the good buddy.
That's not. Don't worry. That's not what you're getting. You're getting this one. Thank you. Yeah, so all those I Create gun buddies going out to our participants. Thank you so much for sending in your artwork. Now, yesterday was a piece of art itself. Day one of playoffs was alive and kicking, and we started it off with the Battle of Brazil. Loud versus Furia, and Loud looked clean, rehearsed, and just so good.
My predictions are totally wrong. I was expecting for Loud to be very slow going into this matchup against Furia, but they were all lights out. Luke Show with an ace going in. So many 1v1s and 1v2s was actually lost by Furia as well. It was just a bad start for them.
And Leviatán, they were on fire yesterday.
Incredible too. We didn't get the chance to see them for quite some time. We were wondering what they were going to be bringing. Some slight changes here and there, and a team that continues to be just as dominant as they were when they were lifting that Masters trophy. So I love to see it for the two South American teams.
Yeah, it looks like the teams that had some time off to prepare, well, they used that time very wisely, and they moved on in the upper bracket, facing their next opponents today already. So no rest for the Wicked. Energy will be going up against Loud, and 100 Thieves will be taking on Leviatán. And of course, with their losses, Furia and MIBR are now in the lower bracket with 1 foot out of the door.
I was joking around when I was saying that I would sit back and relax and watch some good Valorant today, but we have banger matches in the upper brackets today. I mean, right now for all those 4 teams that we're about to see today, it's basically their best form so far. So if this is our teams that we're sending over to champs, I'm happy for that.
Yeah, I mean, the top 4 are going to make it to Sao Paulo, which is of course the immediate goal for all these teams. But also, if Energy or Left win today, they will qualify for Champion Shanghai already. So that's 2 things they can cross off the list now already, right?
Yeah, I'm so excited. We can send 2 teams to Sao Paulo, but we can also be securing some spots for champs already. So I really can't wait. It should be really good games today.
We've been treated to good games, and all of that thanks to all the talent. These rosters are stacked. There's so much young and explosive talent. So I thought, what if we created
You
a
just
very
love art.
own talent? Yeah, dude, I do love art. I made sure to get every art segment into
Yeah,
the
so he's driving this show today, all art.
No, but hear me out. Illegal gene editing.
Oh.
Anyone to create our own player? Surely that's a good idea. I think that's a great idea.
I'm
Why
down.
not?
Let's try it out.
Because we have just so many good things to pick from. So naturally, we could just make our own favorite player.
Should I try one too?
Yes, please. Evil.
Yeah, I'm not doing all
That's
that.
the
You guys got it.
diabolical cackle.
Gotcha.
I'm ready.
No, I like it actually. It's
Put me in
a
the
little
lab.
scary, but that's okay. Now we're going to use bits and pieces of our pros and make an unstoppable killing machine. I mean, like a well-rounded player or something like that. And that player will be unbeatable in the playoffs. Surely, with our powers combined, we can create the perfect player. So
He'll be
first,
the MVP
we need
for
a
the next
good
5
head.
years.
That's right. We need a good head to start it off. Just a good head on the shoulders. Who could that be? Like someone with good utility, maybe? Someone who knows what to do and when to do it?
I think recently when I think about utility, I think he has to be Blowsin. That guy's just kind of insane, supporting his team, getting kills himself, getting some insane flicks yesterday too. He's just the utility guy, I would say.
The utility guy.
If I think about Blows, I'm just thinking about how he plays defense on Split. As a fade, just unstoppable, great utility, and just like this too, he could shoot. Look at his flick that he just got yesterday. So it's a complete machine, but when it comes down to supporting the team, supporting the players that he has for Lev, man, it's Blows for sure.
Okay, and here's Blows' head.
That's
This
him.
is gonna be so cursed, I know it already.
No.
Okay, next up, guys, we need the eyes of a killer. Okay, we need someone who can frag, someone who eyes on the prize, someone who sees it all and shoots
Last
accordingly.
week, DG Sin and the things that he was doing, he's a killer. Wow,
Okay.
he was incredible. He was insane. The last map, we didn't know what was gonna happen. EG about to get eliminated, and this guy just turns up, frags out.
Plus 20 differential for EG against Crew, and when it comes down to all the matches for this stage where EG even fell to their knees against our opponents, it was still great matches that Digizine brought to the table, and I'm looking at him really wanting to frag out and carry EG to Sao Paulo.
I think we're We're onto something here.
I was adjusting the eyes.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I like it. You like to keep the ratio correct. That's good. I think we need a nose. You know, someone to sniff out trouble. Someone with really good game sense. Which player has the best game sense?
Verno.
Yeah?
Sniff that out.
Yeah, just for me, when it comes down to somebody who's been so good in the clutch, I think he won like 17 clutches so far in the stage out of like over 50 tries, but it's still up at 34%. You need to have good game sense to win those 1v1s, those 1vx's that he has brought so many times through so many maps into so many series. I think him stepping away here from the IGL role has definitely unlocked him back to the OXG days.
Yeah, he has been an IGL, a second caller, a fragger, an Odin abuser a little bit recently. He does it all. He's honestly incredible.
Yeah.
Okay, next, we need someone to yap, someone to make the right calls. What's
Vance?
IGL? No, it's not IGL. It needs to make sense. Yapping needs to make sense. So, let's go with an IGL.
I'm going to go with Ethan, because I like his lips.
Well, I would say more like the calling is pretty.
Oh, yeah, that too, yeah. He's handsome, man.
Won champs 2 times, incredible. I love his decision making when he's trying to see what the team is doing on the other side, looking at the keyboard, looking at the mouse.
Yeah.
That is kind of my favorite thing ever. I'm never gonna get over it.
You're right, I forgot about all those details. It's not on his looks only, but the IGLing into a new meta as well, it's looking quite good.
Double stack.
Things are happening. All good.
He's just smirking.
Little wonky, that's okay. Okay, and then of course, last things, but certainly not the least, we need some good hair, some aura. So it's not going to be GB or Josh who's going to deliver the aura with some good hair.
It of course has to be Cryo. This guy has always had the aura. He's just a chill guy, and then you look at how many kills he has. He has 30 kills. Doesn't matter if it's Jet. Doesn't matter if it's the Sentinel role. And I mean, he has cool hair. You know, my thing is in this little thing that we have here. He doesn't have the bleach hair, but that's okay. We can make this work.
Also, have you ever checked Krau's fit checks? This guy's stylish as hell. So when you want somebody that has aura in and outside the server, Krau sells.
Okay, this is a little cursed.
Looks not bad, to be honest.
I think it looks pretty bad, but that's okay. I think just in theory, we have created the perfect player here.
That's way too high.
If we disable the player cam, I think this person is gonna shoot. And speaking of perfect
Don't give
things,
bald spots. You're gonna give a grandpa cut at the top there.
I think you did great. I think we need to move on from this. I think we can't save it. I think we cannot save it.
We will.
Guys, we created a perfect player. Energy had the perfect stage, and that was a perfect transition into our focus on Energy. So let's chat about that, because they went undefeated in this stage, and they were just on top of the world, really. And they were the only Americas team that managed to go lossless.
The only team, and it was a tough group as well. You look at who was in that Alpha group. It was Lev, it was AMIBR there, it was a Furia as well that we didn't really know what to expect from Envy, EG, and Energy managed to get those wins, especially that last one that we just talked about. That Lev one, it felt like was the most important one of them all. That was going to define who was going to be the flawless one in that group, and Energy managed to do it in a way that nobody else was doing it too. Going with different compositions, trying to figure out this style week by week, going with an Ethan that was prioritizing the comfort, and it's something that that Bunker was talking about as well, of what is Ethan comfortable with? And a lot of the cases, that was the KO that we ended up seeing in a lot of the maps.
And to be able to do that as well against being tested by Leviatán, the Masters London winning, and getting a dub out of that one, that instills confidence for Energy moving into the playoffs. I think the 5-0 is just a statement as well, but to see how they currently play individually inside the server, they look like an unstoppable force. So probably maybe even another chance in the sights.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about their map pool. Of course, we have changes to the map pool. How do you guys think that Energy will be faring with those changes?
I think they should be okay. I know that when we look at this, it looks a little bit concerning because they were playing a lot of that breeze that they, is no longer in a map pool. And the other maps that we're seeing here is like, yeah, they can win some, but what about the other ones that we're not seeing here? I think they had more than enough time, and this is a team that is comfortable in this kind of scenario. This is the way that they won champs.
I have to talk about the preparation when it comes down to Energy, right? With Bonkar, what they bring for Lotus. They're unstoppable on Lotus. Overall, has even more wins across the year here on Lotus. That means that they don't need to practice that map too much. They can now focus on Split and Ascent that they hit throughout this whole stage, and potentially even Abyss now that comes back. They actually have so many aces under their sleeve here to upset some teams.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they've been cooking up heading into the playoffs. Now, for more on Energy, let's send it over to Remington and check in with Brock.
Brock, we enter into playoffs now. Energy is back in the mix. Abyss is also back in the mix. And Energy played this on your run up to champions. Do you feel like it gives the team a little bit of strength here coming into play?
Yeah, I think our Abyss was really good last year, so we're going to have to see if it's still good.
Are there a lot of changes coming in? Or are you guys staying true to what you had? The meta has changed.
Yeah, the meta's changed a good amount, but we're gonna have to see.
All right, good luck today.
Now, looking, of course, at the individuals here, Kiko definitely a standout player. He slotted into that team earlier this year, and he's just able to play whatever role is needed to make it work for Energy.
When I think about Kiko, I think kind of like Neon as well for Leviatán. In some maps, if he needs to play Chamber, he's going to frag out. If he needs to dive in like this as a Jet, he's going to do it as well. And just as Brock was mentioning, their Abyss was actually very good when Kiko was playing some Omens. And they were looking so good into the last 2 matches, of course, that they played going into Champs. But overall, man, this guy is a complete player.
Yeah, he can play anything the team is asking him to do. Towards Santiago, he was starting to play a little bit of the double duelist. We continue to see it for quite some time. But again, when he has to play the Killjoy, when he has to play the Omen, whatever it is, he's going to do it.
Let's talk a little bit about the compositions that he is slotting into, though, because unlike many other teams, Energy is kind of, you know, dancing to the beat of their own drum. They're still playing their own thing, the double initiator on some of the maps. They did bust out the double duelist as well, but over-under, like, they have their own identity.
Yeah, and their identity had to be defined a little bit about the stress of not being able to play into the meta first that Leviatán brought out with, like, the Phoenix a lot, right? So Ethan's going to use it on a map like Haven, but overall, when you look at the map layouts for other ways that you could play a KO, for example, it's been working quite well, and it still does the same value that they're trying to do with the Phoenix to set up Mata, and it works quite well.
They're doing things that nobody else is doing too. We saw Loud, for example, that before was playing very unique compositions, and then they started switching it up. It felt like yesterday we were going to be starting to see a little bit more of this double duelist. Yeah. But for Energy, this is a team that I don't think they're going to bring it.
You don't think they're going to bring it?
I don't think so. Haven, yeah, we already saw it. But I don't think they're going to be playing double duelist in the other.
I mean, they're not forced to. That's the good thing. They're not forced to. I feel like other teams felt like their hands are being forced. They have to play it or match it. But for Energy, it's worked without it. So
playing their own game and they're 5-0. So why the hell not?
Exactly.
Stay true to yourself. Yeah, for sure.
Be yourself. Be yourself. That's the message here to take away. What makes it so successful, though? Because shouldn't it, in theory, be easier for other teams to read it and take them down, knowing that they're not playing the meta?
I think you have to think about Bonkar, about Mitch that also came into as well. Those two have been working together for the longest time since the OXG days. That also helps you have a little bit more of a better preparation when it comes down to these maps. And again, when I look at Ethan on this KO, the symmetry or the geometry of this map allows for him to pop flash a lot over some walls here that sets up Mata quite well. And that's something that a lot of teams don't do. They just go for the standard, let's pop out through the type of smoke, and it gives an extra layer in terms of element of surprises that Energy could bring in their matches.
With the KO2, you're forcing the teams to slow down a little bit.
True.
This double duel is that they want to play fast and want to run it down, and it feels like Ethan he just has the right read. He's able to send that the dagger as well and slow things down. I think he's able to take control of the pace of the maps because of this. I think it's a little bit of that KO, but a little bit of also what everybody else is doing. While the team is being slowed down on one side, they're getting a little bit more aggressive somewhere else.
Now, I am most excited to see the battle of the IGLs. This one is a story of youth versus experience with Erde against Ethan. Who's going to have the better read? Who's going to have the upper hand?
This is going to be an incredible matchup between these two. For Ethan, we just talked about it. He won Champs 2 times. Only in Energy, ever since he joined back after winning Champs with EG, he's played 68 matches in Tier 1. This is Americas, this is Masters, this is Champs, and when you look at the other side, for Erde, he just joined in May. He barely has double digits when it comes to matches, when it comes to the maps that he has been playing. So there's a massive difference, but something that Erde has talked about before is that this doesn't matter. And his ex-teammates in Lev Academy, the Lev players that were lifting that trophy for Masters, they proved that that experience doesn't matter, but today is going to be his greatest challenge. He's going against an Ethan that is merciless when it comes to matches like this one, when it comes to qualification to Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and you know, this experience gap, or the age gap, even not just limited to the IGL role, Loud as a whole is just such a young roster. Like, these kids are all right, though, Vance.
Oh, definitely. And again, it's on the coaching staff again when Bati also joined in, but also with the newcomers coming through, with also Davi coming into the roster. They've been looking very good since then. And yeah, this is not looking too good in terms of like the global events attended if you're comparing Energy to Loud. But I definitely do think that Loud has what it takes this time around to be a really true dark horse and a chance to get back to Sao Paulo.
The most experience that one of the Loud players has is Luxia, who made it to Ascension with Galores. That is the most international experience that any of them have. Well, you look at the other side, on top of winning Champs, the amount of events that they've made, even this year, which is something that
Ethan
was talking about, compared to last year, and this year what we have going into the last part of the year is this year, at least we've made some internationals earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, it's two different stories, right? It's the veteran players who, they're not done yet, you know. They still got it. They want to prove that as well on the server. And the young guns, they are shooting for the top. They want to achieve what these other players have already. Now, let's send it back to Riff and hear from Davi.
And Davi Erde has talked about improvements, yes, all throughout you guys' lead up coming into the games. What has been the most improved for you personally? What do you feel like you've gotten better at?
I think there's no specific thing. I think just the time between the group stage and playoffs, it helped me a lot. And yeah, I'm working on myself. That's it.
All right. Good luck today.
Похож он на того, кто сегодня трахнет НРГ? Как думаете?
That's right. We just need to update it on the and then we're good. Then we're good to go. But yeah, in terms of predictions, did you guys have a hard time with this one?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Nah.
Nah.
Energy.
Okay,
Yeah.
he's just saying it straight up. Let's take a look at our predictions. Energy, not across the board though. Okay, we got some loud believers.
You confidently said no on Loud.
Yeah.
Помидоры и
Loud
огурцы.
has been looking incredible, and that match that we just saw yesterday, that was the proof of it. This is a team that was playing incredibly fast. You saw them going for the side hits. What?
But who did they play against?
That doesn't matter.
Actually, it does. That matters a lot.
Furia have been looking pretty good. No, you're going to be
play-ins.
The way speed at which Loud is playing. This is a paper X. This is a
Вопрос, как выиграют они?
team that we're looking at in Americas, and that is not something that
26-0.
that is something that Energy hasn't faced this year just yet.
You know
So
what I'm
I am
hearing?
super.
I'm hearing recency bias.
You'll see.
I mean, I guess I will see. We'll find out. Why did you go for Energy so confidently?
Like I said, it's Ethan, two-time champions. The only thing maybe I'll give the caveat for Loud maybe getting an upset is that these two teams haven't played since last year in 2025. So there is a chance to bring out something new here for Loud. But there's just too much when it comes down to technicality and also preparation that Energy has that Loud would still have a hard time. How do you mess against Brock's Odin?
Blink.
Exactly. My point is done.
Well, I think we're in for a good match. These teams are going to come prepared. These teams are coming to win. They want to punch their ticket to Sao Paulo. Energy and Loud are ready to take the stage on day 2 of the Stage 2 playoffs, which will start right now, right here in the Blizzard Arena. So don't blink. You don't want to miss any of the action.
Keep it open.
Playoffs comes with a lot of pressure. Certain players, certain people will thrive under pressure. My team is, in my opinion, historically good at dealing with pressure.
Envy going to get into the side, big damage on Ethan. Glyph, nicely done, the right clicks pay off, but Brock might be here yet again to bring the house of cards down. It's always this guy.
Loud is, I think, a very young team, and they play like it as well. They play with a lot of confidence, a lot of aggression.
They contact around the corner and bam! 2 massive kills for Luke Show. Nasty ace!
NRG, the guys have Ethan. He's the GOAT.
Think matter on the DP now. Can you stop this guy? Please tell me you can! Ethan's out of play.
We are a good team, and we have to prove that. I want to win. So bad.
The rest of his teammates are already long and white in the beard, and there's no chance for a defuse. This is too slow. It just doesn't even matter.
Ладно, я понял. Мы сегодня болеем за лаудов. НРГ сегодня будут отъебаны.
Chegou a hora de conhecer o primeiro time classificado para São Paulo e eles estão loucos para jogar na frente da torcida.
Думаю, да, все выиграют.
Faz o L para Loud!
This Loud team has been bringing surprises match after match. But now, this is the match that matters the most to them. The qualification for Sao Paulo. Getting the chance for some of their players to play in front of their home crowd. To stand a chance to make it to the first ever international.
Ладно, давайте, Лауда. Показывайте невероятно. Сегодня миссия трахнуть чемпионов.
Can they also surprise our last year champs in energy? It is not going to be an easy match, but something that the Loud players have talked about is the confidence that they have. They know that the experience, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Loud, when they won Masters recently, they proved it, and now for Loud, it's their turn to do the same thing.
Let's bring out their opponents, your 2025 champions. Make some noise for NRG!
My dual Riveton just said it right there. Walking out our 2025 champions and energy. Not only that, going to the stage number 2 where
Давайте,
they
Лауда.
have to find a little bit their play style and trying to figure
Все, я
out how to match
зарядился.
up against some of the top teams that they have within their group of Alpha, and they play that to perfection. They're currently 5-0, but the most important thing is that they've been pretty much in a 100% win rate in all of their maps outside of Sunset. So when it comes down to that, you have to have a deep map pool and understanding of how energy plays, while energy, they still have 2 maps that they haven't shown. That gives them a chance now to come out with aces under their sleeve. We're talking about potentially bringing out some Ascent, re-showing their split, for example, or maybe even trying out their Abyss, where Brock mentioned that it was one of their best maps in last year, and they're able to bring it back this year once again. It's a tough team and a tough series that Loud has to face up against.
I think we're looking at the maps here in general. They have similar map pools.
Забанен сплит лоудами, забанен Sunset НРГ, взят Ascent лоудами, защиту взяли НРГ. Далее НРГ взяли Abyss.
This is a fun one for both of these teams because as much as I talk about the map pool for energy, it was the exact same going out for Loud. They got rid of Split and Ascent going to the stage, and now they want to test it out when they have a chance to make it to Sao Paulo. So this is a big test for Loud, and for energy, I feel that it's different here, Dan, because they have the confidence of already getting so many points.
Саммит забанили лоуда. Так, третья карта у нас.
When you know that the other side, they haven't gotten the chance to see you on Ascent, they haven't gotten the chance to see you on Abyss. These are the things that the more experienced players like Ethan could be studying, could be trying to understand, could be trying to read those patterns. But when that's
Отличный выбор карт для команды Loud. Короче, во-первых, первый прогноз на сегодня. Лауда заберут хотя бы одну карту. Это первый прогноз на сегодня. Второй прогноз на сегодня. Я ожидаю победу от Loud.
Very unique, but also very dependent on momentum, on the ultimates, on the early things that are going to become available for them to take these rounds. Because, you know, for Loud, that win condition, I think I see it more them closing it out on 2. Once it goes to 3, once it goes to Lotus, I think it can be a bit scary.
Ну, поехали.
We have a slight delay on stage, and while that is being resolved, I do want to talk a little bit about the emotional side of things here, because obviously, you know, for the champions, energy, this is just another day in the office, but I think for a lot of individuals on the Loud side, like Luxo and Dickerson, like this is about making a trip home. They get to play in front of their crowd, of their people, and I think that does add a lot of extra emotions, pressure perhaps, or motivation.
Yeah, for the first time ever as well. We think about Loud, we think about maybe lock-in, maybe those internationals that they made back then, those rivalries, but none of these guys were in those squads back then. This is a new roster. This is a new team with new names trying to prove themselves, and Luxo is just one of the most standout ones recently. His stats, the way that he's been playing on the chamber, and even the things that he was doing last year when the team was finding no success towards the end of the year is something that nobody else can compare to.
Yeah, we started at the top of day talking about 4 teams that have found a lot of consistency going to the playoffs, and Loud has been a little bit of a late bloomer going into the consistency or the promise that this roster could bring. I think ever since Davi joined the roster, and also that they had Darker, and then switching those roles. So you put Luxo into the chamber role, but then you also kind of switched out with the responsibility of Erde as the IGL and more into the controller role, and testing out Darker on a Phoenix, for example, on a Haven. It's been working out for them to have such a strong, fast-paced, aggressive style versus Furia that they could also bring on Ascent for the first map.
For Darker as well, that is incredibly flexible, but when it came down to defining who was going to be playing that secondary duelist. The coach from Manila was talking about it of, yes, we had already playing the Phoenix in the past, but we're trying to figure out what is the most comfortable for our IGL. Is it going to be the Phoenix that he played towards the end of the group stage, or is it going to be just having him on the Omen? And the Omen yesterday for Erde was insane. He's able to play just as aggressive, if not more aggressive, with some of the TPs that he had, but while also, you know, not being part of that chaotic fight that happens for Darker.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how he was playing already when he first started on the stage, being picked up here to join this team from
Я думаю, Лоуда как минимум заберут одну карту, как максимум выиграют этот матч.
Like I said, that's probably the reason why Loud has been a little bit of a late bloomer going into this matchup here. But after seeing the results and how they played against Fury yesterday, where Fury had such a hard time figuring out how to play on their map pick of Haven, it does show to me that maybe there's potential of upsets, as you mentioned here, Dan, for Loud to play against NRG, but it's still such a very tough matchup for them against who's across the stage.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for them for sure. Loud is not going to be considered the favorite, even though they performed so well yesterday against an arguably weaker opponent, of course. But Dan, I think the point you just made, bringing up what Roman said yesterday in the interview with you, like the fact that, you know, the team doesn't just handle everything top down, the fact that these very young and less experienced players have the agency to defer to their comfort, and that the organization as a whole is willing to make those changes, that just bodes really well for this team.
Part of it also comes from the psychologist, the performance coach that they have. They have praised him constantly because of everything that he's able to bring and support the team with, and that is something that for a team full of rookies you absolutely need. For a team that is under pressure, for a team that is never going to be favored, even if they keep winning here, even if they win against Energy, people are still going to expect Loud to be dropping to the lowers. They're never going to be expected to be making it all the way till the end. That is something that they have to prove themselves, and the confidence that they have is something that I haven't heard from teams in such a long time. Honestly, last time that I heard this kind of confidence was when Lev was winning and going on that run in Masters.
Yeah. It's those young players, man. They're coming in with confidence. Us Unks cannot relate to that.
That's why, and that's why I think it's Energy that's going to move forward, right? Just because I'm an Unk, but also for Loud, or the community thinking from the outside in that is not ingrained to have followed Loud as super fans actually since partnership. You would think here that if Loud cannot move here to the top 4 in Sao Paulo, they could at least make it with the lower bracket run, because let's face it here, the lower brackets has a little bit weaker opponents on that side in terms of them going up and down in the results, still trying to find their identity here. So there is still a chance that Loud will make it no matter what here to Sao Paulo as the top 4 in the Americas, but to face off against Energy today, again,
я жду прохождения кабанов, дай мне дату. Я сдох, кармик, в кабанах. Мне с нуля надо играть.
Acho que a melhor versão da Loud, vocês podem ver, uma Loud muito energizada, porque quando nós
Персонаж с 50 часами сдох.
Nós conseguimos fazer um bom trabalho, então acredito que uma Loud muito energizada no stage, com o TKzinho gritando, comigo também, mas tipo, sentado, porque eu não levanto, mas uma Loud muito energizada, tendo boas reações, rápidas reações no mapa e entrosada.
Unlock или сам ошибся? Сам ошибся.
Davi is just one of the guys that we're looking at that we were also trying to guess for those drawings that was actually.
У меня было 23 хилки с собой, я не нажал ни на одну хилку и сдох, и все.
Loud was going to pick up last minute, who was going to be that upgrade from maybe those more experienced players that were not finding success. One of our only imports that we have in Americas, alongside Kiko, funny enough, and he quietly started performing, started matching with the team.
Прогноз уже в приватном канале, кто не подписан, подписываемся.
What he's really capable of doing mechanically as well with the team that again is playing so fast, they're running it down. And
за сегодняшний день у нас история следующая. За сегодняшний день у нас 3 зеленых и 2 красных. Еще одна активна и еще одна на этот матч.
you haven't been following Challengers and Ascension when he was playing with Galores, with Sato trying to qualify on top, and him as a Cypher was fragging all out. But now, again, bringing Davi into the roster for me kind of shows in terms of like the utility and what he brings to Loud, kind of like a blows for Leviatán. So it is probably a missing piece that was there. I think filling the big shoes of Khaledzine, who's been a world champion in the past, was kind of big shoes to fill in such a prominent organization as Loud. But Davi so far in his last matchup here is starting to prove that.
Yeah, I mean, he's played his best match in America thus far, and also for him to be able to stand out alongside the teammates who've all just been standout players. Like, I think it's hard to actually make some noise when you're just surrounded by greatness like that.
Yeah, they all got their moments for sure when it comes down to the roster from top to bottom across the board for this team. But I think also at the same time, when you're looking at the other side of the stage when it comes down to energy, from top to bottom, every single one of those players could also frag. I think the biggest question, yes, it will come down to how will you approach here this map of Ascent. I think that was probably the biggest piece right now in terms of if you're looking at energy and trying to criticize a little bit in terms of how they've been evolving throughout the stage, is trying to find at least a comfort role for the IGL. So yes, it was a little bit hard when he was trying out some Neon during the offseason.
Не смотрел. Так а что может предоставить нового в GTA 6, кроме графики? Графика везде пиздатая. Тачки новые, ну от тачек я кайфану. Ну, вернее, старые тачки новые. Типа.
He is a player that is able to do it when it comes to getting an ace, getting an insane amount of first kills, running it down in the Neon, getting some crazy kills and crazy assists on the harbor.
От старых тачек, от которых я кайфовал еще в раннем детстве, да, в GTA Vice City, но увидеть их в новом обличии, ну, это прикольно, да, наверняка. Но что может GTA предоставить нового, да хуй его знает. Ну, новые миссии, в скобочках новые, по сути все старое. Вы будете играть в GTA и говорить, ну мы это уже все делали, мы это все уже видели. Вряд ли что-то новое будет. Ну игра в любом случае зацепит кого-то как-то. Не, ну я определенно кайфану от тачек, я это вот единственное скажу. Любая тачка там, скорее всего, будет мне как удар в самую ностальгию. После 4 баннеров под стримом похорошел. Вряд ли. Если что, у меня денег 0, колхозник. Так что захочешь задонатить, донать. Мне еще, короче, у меня с Donation Alerts и с Donat Pay бабки идут, короче, на Цупис. И Цупис мне сегодня забанил нахуй доступ. Со словами, откуда у тебя эти бабки, блядь? Выпрашивают какие-то справки, какую-то хуйню выпрашивают, короче, откуда их высру, блядь. Сейчас буду тебе по каждому платежу в Donation Alert присылать справку. Я им написал, я стример, вот, бабки вот оттуда, блядь. Если они не разблокируют, я хуй знает, что им надо будет делать. Да при чем здесь это-то, колхозник? Мне заблочили, блядь, сегодня. Вчера. Скинем, что это донаты и все. Ну, я написал, как ответят, там уже пускай соображают. Вот у меня сейчас, блядь, 3000 денег. Потому что 22 тысячи, блядь, заблокированы на этом самом, на Цуписе. Все. Это, блядь, вообще здорово. Если они не разбанят за ближайшие 2 дня, блядь, сдохну с голода. Поехали.
Duelist agent? I gotta use my hands here. Name two. Name two duelist agents. Say it again.
Смотришь игру Бусе? Нет. Цупи за что? За пришедший донат. Чем на цупи с выплату принимать? Да я давно это делал лет 300 назад и просто не менял. И все. Я сейчас пользуюсь Яндексом. Я забыл поменять, чтобы все приходило на Яндекс и мозги мне не ебало. А тут вот такая вот ситуация. Яндекс ебало. Ну, я не знаю, что это там ебало, я пользуюсь пока все окей.
They're always just good buddies, and it's nice to see that synergy shine from outside to inside the server. Maybe in different roles, though, because you see that Mata is always like the tip of the spear, opening things up as well. But when it comes down to something we need as a closer, Scuba has been doing an excellent job at that as well. But this is finally, I'm seeing some agents popping up here on some screens, so we might be going back into a matchup quite soon here.
Yeah, let's talk again about this map of Ascent. Loud picked it again. We did not see this map from either of those teams. I think the last time Energy played it was in stage 1 playoffs. It was a loss against, what was it, G2, I think, if memory serves right. So what do we expect to see agent-wise?
Right there.
Thank you so much.
When it comes down to Loud, I'm not surprised at all to see this. This is what has been working out for them. Of course, they'll show on the chamber.
Да я не ебу даже, что такое НДФЛ, справки эти ваши. В душе не ебу. Я знаю, мне задонатить, я получить, блядь, все, что я понимаю. Так и отводы, блядь, шорт, лонг, нахуй, вот, все, зеленка. Какие нахуй НДФЛ?
Playing a Phoenix on this map, I have to remember his luminosity gaming days, but now trying to bring that focus that they still want to have the double duelist look for energy and to put Kiko on that jet. It is another one of those comfort roles, and that Ethan has to be the Swiss Army knife. Omen a little bit easier to play in my eyes, especially on this map as well when it comes down to Ascent. So it really comes down to how much Mata and Kiko can now bring to the table against Loud, who seem to have had the same identity going through with this Chamber of Phoenix.
Ну, давайте по чесноку. Я без понятия, зачем у команды Loud к этому драфту взята сова. Взята сова. Вообще не представляю, зачем. Персонаж не вывозит скорости Феникса и неонки. А Чемберу он не поможет. Следовательно, этот персонаж как саппорт/разведка не помогает. Удачи им. Удачи, удачи. Хуй знает, зачем он сделал. Очень медленный персонаж для драфта справа.
NRG spent stage 2 building an aura of inevitability.
No,
5 opponents, 5 wins, including against the Masters London champions, leaving no reason to doubt them. Loud spent yesterday proving this hungry new generation thrives under playoff pressure. So today, one team defends perfection, the other fights to turn belief into something undeniable.
This Loud team are clearly beyond the one of the past. All ties
Пизда Бонзи. Короче, Бусе победит 2-0. Сколько забанишь себя? Вот, на нахуй. За секунду.
Time for your match start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. NRG will defend here on Ascent. For Loud's map pick, let's play some Valorant.
Бесплатный Бусе, да. Он ёбарь. 203 минуса дал уже. Ситуация 4-2 для команды Loud.
An insane little brace of kills, and NRG hears the pitter patter of those neon feet coming his way. Tucked in
Ебать, Итан ошибся.
Darker cleans him up, and Brock
Ну все.
is cut out of the picture by the smoke.
Первый раунд за лоудами.
How many times have we seen a ridiculous Brock share pistol round? But this would be beyond ridiculous if he can claw it back. There's just no way.
But for our reigning world champions, all things have to feel possible.
Нахуй.
Brock, though, stumbles at the second hurdle. Man, Lucho cracked this round.
Отличный первый раунд для лоудов.
He wants NRG
Осталось 25 раундов до победы команды Loud. Нихуя себе раздал говна.
Now Lucho he is the author, he is the main character, he is the protagonist for Loud. In the past, we've seen him pull off plays like that, but the team around him, the whole unit, could not provide enough to get wins. And yet today, you believe that they could beat the 5-0 NRG, the reigning champions, and they've got it in them.
Умеет, умеет. Там против него нормальный чел играл.
Tigazine's able to pick up the opposite angle. Scuba Armada runs straight into the line, and Tigazine, of course, will slide on in.
Осталось 24 раунда до победы команды Loud.
Obviously, there are some fantastic names in the running. Sato, Neon, Asuna on a career-high run. But Lucho is right up there with them. And depending on how this playoff run goes for Loud, for the other teams, you could absolutely see him walking away as the Stage 2 MVP.
Sometimes you come into a game with storylines you could want to talk about, right, if the time seems right. When it came to Lucho, we used all of them early on because he was beautiful in that series against Furia. Absolutely channeling those protagonist vibes. He tops the scoreboard here at 4-1 and maintains the marshal for this bonus, in which Brock has rapidly availed himself of an Odin. Should be pointed out that Kiko is NRG skirmisher. He's had to use his skirmish account for this game, as apparently he had to change his password from 123 cheese and forgot what the second one was. It happens. Not a rebrand, folks.
Bruce is out of the pool, but we're still going to get some Kiko Jet.
That's what you're looking for. It's pretty straightforward stuff. The tailwind across mid gets him a free pick off, and now
Почему у Кейка никнейм Скирмишер, блядь? Что это такое? Умада не полетела.
Not the kind of encounters that are going to get your duelist confidence up early in the game, that's for sure.
Да это Кейка. Почему он Скирмишер, я не ебу. Так все, пизда.
Found Kiko. Brock has to pretty much work this solo for the time being, and Scooby is a long way away. Oda's able to TP away after being pinged out, and Brock cannot finish the job. In fact, can't get any damage on him. Running back here for Darker. He's going to try and challenge his presence up on Heaven, but there's a bunch of smokes in the way, including that vision, and he'll be knocked back to square one.
Spray from Brock, not enough. Would have had to capitalize off the run it back, just sending Darker to that spawn point. Daffy on the crosshair. This one is done. Loud have
Осталось 23 раунда до победы команды Loud.
Even when Kiko finds him that opener, the relevancy of being in a 5-on-4 lasts for like 3 seconds before Loud just storm right over towards the A site and take it.
And this was something we saw from Loud yesterday on Haven. Not so much Summit, where that pace for them, that decisiveness, there's no gaps in their approach. They are very, very quick to get in position, even after things go a bit weird early in the round with that mid encounter with Kiko.
Стример унылый сын, блядь. Всем пока.
Calling back to yesterday as well,
Всем привет должен был
Phoenix was a difference maker on Haven. Loud have mostly leaned away from playing that double duelist.
Кирилл, привет, за кого мы тут? Ну вы сами выбирайте сторону. Но выиграют Loud.
And the Phoenix has proved to be excellent on Ascent as well. And if Darker is going to maintain that level, will be such an important piece of Loud's attempt at victory.
Oh, Mata just swung into that after the flash. Curveball now coming out for the Loud side. Off we go. Fast lane set up. Scuba wants to try and intervene, but takes a lot of damage early from the Molly. Still gets a dink on the second player. He's done enough here. Digazine, though, getting down and dirty with it is the famous Brock Odin.
Хороший раунд.
Brock genuinely has been in that Champs 2025
Поймали.
form. He has been statistically
Лаудов на ошибке. Расслабились, малютки.
in this second stage. He's hitting his peak right now. And there's no other map where
River
rather
тупой,
have Crawford class in Ascent. Haven's not bad, Corrode's not bad, but Ascent, that's just so the class.
So we're hitting that B side into Brock with an Odin. That's a dangerous proposition.
Толстый,
Quick play up
очкастый
here.
хуй.
Kiko had his nose up against the barrier to try and get this tiles crunch going. And through that smoke, he's looking for Lucho. Found him, caught him by surprise. In fact, fast lane mid though. Let's Tigazine get some action over by this catwalk.
Ошибся Tigazine, ошибся Darker.
And all of a sudden, this has collapsed for Loud. They've got to just rush over into this A site, and Scuba is waiting in the wings.
Oh my god, both teams are just relentless. Mata is now on the cross-air, they're weak alone. When that door gets broken, it's going to flash rush down.
This
Yes.
is pod racing. This is pod racing. NRG now taking the temperature from Loud and are ready and willing to pay at that same pace.
But neither team is showing an ounce of respect to the other. Loud don't care that NRG are 5-0. And NRG don't care that Loud are coming in with an extreme level of momentum. They are happy to just shut them down straight away. And this NRG team, they are no stranger to stopping teams with serious momentum.
He thought about it.
They beat
Ты на чё понял?
Leviatán in that 5-0 run.
Я думаю, что в этом матче будет как минимум одна карта от команды Loud, а как максимум Loud выиграют матч. Вопрос для меня только в том, выиграют они одну карту или две. Ну и пока все очень весело. Мне нравится.
Feels like the 20 seconds of peace between these teams will be short-lived.
Oh, Brock's going to play off this trip. Big damage on Tigazine, not enough to secure the kill, and Ethan has to duck back to the high ground. Erde's low, and here comes Brock, not content to sit in the corner. Once again, an active participant in the round, and Darker is in trouble! Riddled with bullets. Brock's happy to pay the piper and accept the flames at his feet. This leaves the Portuguese Davi in the 1v4.
The NRG
Ну еще на один раунд будет бай.
Fight Loud at these choke points, swarm them, has gotten them back into this half. That lack of respect to Loud, not letting them get into the site, not letting them get those full executes off. NRG know how strong they are in those situations. That's what just dismantled.
3-0 поплыли, ахаха. Похоже на сообщение искусственного интеллекта.
Big set executes.
And this NRG team feel like the ultimate measuring stick for a team like Loud, who was bowled over everyone who has stood in their way after this retool. They've come with momentum.
Раз вы искусственный интеллект, надо внезапно какую-нибудь просто рандомную хуйню сказать, там что-нибудь в стиле «Куплю БКБ». И искусственный интеллект будет отвечать, короче, в чате. Отличная игра, чтобы купить БКБ. А я бы в этой игре БКБ не покупал. Мне кажется, БКБ плохой айтем.
Those roster moves that they made heading into the second stage, completely changed everything.
Somewhere around this 13-1 against G2 on Lotus was where I became a believer. And they've not skipped a beat since then. That deconstruction of Furia was diabolical yesterday.
And when you're talking about that G2 win, they had not won on Lotus the last two times that...
Здорово, стример, только зашел. Что тут кто-то видит? Я думаю, что хотя бы одну карту заберут Лауда, а могут и матч. Увидим. Против Линкс, Кэф тоже в говно рухнул. Сейчас гляну. Там еще Бусе трахнет 6-2, возможно. Первый сет.
Hitting the ground running, playing this Neon, straight from the Crew Academy to topping most of the
так пизда, не миги, они 2-0 проиграют.
In those first 5 weeks of stage 2. The Q's leading in average damage per round. This is his first stage, man.
Не мига проебет. Сегодня 100 воров против Левиков. Да. Будем смотреть. Будем смотреть.
Obscuring these two players close up towards tree, and now the accelerator is about to be hit. Tigazine's trying to get up there in heaven, just going to overwhelm Kiko. He's got nowhere to go, nothing to do. Meanwhile, Ethan brought down by Darby, so your stall util is drastically compromised.
Поймали Даркера. Важный фраг по Даркеру.
Slowly NRG have to encircle.
Нельзя этот отпускать, Лауда. Очень важный раунд. На нахуй.
He is now.
both players aware of the presence of the other, but Mata walks into the crosshair, and that will seal the round. NRG on the save. Got a ton of cash to play with, though.
Напомню, ребята, если Лауда выиграют хотя бы одну карту, был бы рад, если бы кто-то закинул монету, потому что у меня денег, блядь, 3000, потому что мои 20 тысяч заблочил ебаный Цуписа, я теперь не знаю, когда он его разблочит. Вот, такая история. Был бы очень рад.
Takes the op. Yeah, more so than doing any economic damage to NRG. Loud would just love to pick up the op there. They wouldn't have been able to afford it otherwise. So they take guns away, but yeah, they recover the better ones. After mixing in.
Я не знаю, нахуя они берут пока. Сейчас это пиздец герой. Мусорный. Эти деньги соси жопу. Желательно большие деньги. Если кто хочет, чтобы я вместе с вами прогрузил, можете закинуть монету криптой. Он вчера задонатили 20 баксов, я из них 400 сделал, а потом въебал на втором сете на Бонзе. Ой, Бонзе, блядь, Бусе. На втором сете Бусе. Он второй сет проебал, а третий выиграл. Красота была. 400 баксов, сука. На. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой, какая флешка.
Valeu.
4-4. Я вообще на работе ночную смену, ячмень пивовареный сушу, я колхозник, хоть ночь не скучная будет. Балдеж, балдеж, балдеж. Ну так база, я еще вчера писал, что на теннисе ведешь как обычно. Но вопрос, ты же говорил, что $100 вывел. Ты же говорил, нет, не говорил. Нет, я не выводил.
A problem that they have so many options. They're constantly making little adjustments and
не читаешь сообщение какое?
Have retained them at a very high level. So it's like, which do you even pick?
А, про НРГ 2-0. Ну, удачи тебе. Я-то здесь при чем?
He was putting up crazy numbers playing it.
Full flash there in mid, but it's a trade from Scuba in market.
Еще раз, я лишь говорю о своем прогнозе. Это не означает, что то, что я прогнозирую, блядь, произойдет на самом деле. Мой прогноз такой. Точка.
Loud just always ready to mix in a new fast exec, but they're shut down in the midst of the split, and they have to rely on Luke Show to be able to pick up a player on the cross, find a good moment for the backstab.
Сказал 400 выиграл, выведу 100 и 300 еще поиграю. Когда я, блядь, такое сказал вообще?
It would have had to have been that moment. Now, how do Loud find inroads? Luke Show spotted out. With Erde already having used that teleport.
Ты что-то перепутал. Делать мне нехуй, их выводить, блядь, ебанешься.
Scuba doesn't have much help on that site though, gets pinged out and has to retreat to boathouses. Gives up the strong position.
Если выводить, то там, не знаю, 1000 баксов. На нахуй одной пулей. 5-4. Такой прогноз. Я ожидаю хотя бы одну карту от лоудов. А как максимум, может быть, они еще и выиграют. Если НРГ выиграют, закину Волыни за лупу, за воротник, за его всратые прогнозы, которые я послушал сегодня первый раз в жизни. Сам виноват. Говнюк. Ненавижу тебя.
Loud are forced to get into the site. They are ready to assist Scuba
По поводу 100 воров думаешь? Удачи, Тиматина, вот что я думаю. Противник у них серьезный.
blistering. They are not easing up at all.
Sick util timing to force Kiko out of mid.
Смысл выводить, если потом опять
There are
депать?
4 NRG players on this B
Нет,
side.
там речь о долларах.
He mollies off spawn and now returns to mid.
Доллары это крипта, крипту, блядь, надо еще как-то, блядь, правильно продать, чтобы мне не ебанули, блядь, все мои банковские счета за счет того, что мне, блядь, ворованные бабки пришли. Я же говорю, мне, когда, год назад примерно год назад я продавал крипту, мне пришли, блядь, ворованные бабки. Там что-то в стиле, я не помню уже сколько, блядь, 10 тысяч, мне ебануло вообще все банки, вообще все мне выключило нахуй. А я в тот момент пользовался мамиными, короче, карточками. Мамиными всем. Ну, короче, маме ебануло вот это все. Приходилось даже в ментовку, блядь, идти. И там рассказывать, ну, то есть, что то-то, 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 то-то.
Could get a free kill onto Brock. It's not going to be ready. Yeah, NRG's numbers, they are dwindling regardless.
Might or at least able to finally win out a duel here, get some success in the round, but now in a 1v3, he has to assess his options. Money's fine for NRG, so you may as well jump on in.
No flash to get out of the smoke, he just has to wait.
Шаришь, зачем наклейки? Дышать проще.
And he's out of there, folks.
Блядь, какие шансы на победу НРГ на этой карте? Ну, пока они ведут, на мой взгляд. То, что они взяли уже 5 раундов, это нормальный результат. Такой нормальный.
He extracts a lot. 2 players down, is able to get 2 orbs out of it. Keeps the Loud economy in an awkward spot. That was making the most of a situation where the clutch was like virtually impossible, but essentially gets the next best.
Nice finish to the round, but for Loud, a number of those key duels being won. Erde and Tigazine winning crucial 1v1s to get their team going.
Look at the state of the econ for both teams. This round absolutely can be worth 2.
Какая сторона сильнее, вы можете узнать, ребята, по команде восклицательный знак и название карты. Название карты слева вверху. Это работает с любой картой. Даже если стрим выключен.
And if you can, Lucho just needs to hold on to the only goal at this point.
There's so much time left in the round, Wyatt.
Teleport's ready.
And NRG themselves, they're in a shaky spot. Do they risk going for this?
After those first 3 rounds, Loud winning the pistol, they win that bonus. NRG really have had their number.
Здесь у нас по большей части, ребята, команда НРГ это команда, сочетающая в себе мастерство стрельбы и владение боя. А Лауда это команда, которая старается взять энергией. То есть быстро, короче, Лауда стараются закончить раунды быстро или захватить преимущество быстро. НРГ, в свою очередь, похуй. Там в начале им пытаться там создать разницу или пытаться ретейкать. Как вы видели в предыдущем раунде, например, у нас этот самый Мада пошел пытаться диффузить под самые последние секунды, то есть он вытягивал энергию из лаудов. То есть это очень важно, что он играл до конца и напрягал противников. Вам может показаться, что вот 4-й раунд, который слили Лауда, какой-то неважный, там, где они заходили, в общем-то, через Б-мейн, и их поймали, сев в углу. Но Он был крайне важным, потому что на этом 4-м раунде необходимо было лаудам забирать себе поинты для ультимейтов. И уже после 4-0, после счета 4-0, им надо было забирать еще один дополнительный раунд, 5-й, за счет ультимейтов. Вот такая вот хуйня произошла. Вот. И вот именно за счет того, что они не сделали 5-0 на лаудах, ну то есть 4-0 не сделали, а дали с попыткой на 5-0, у нас произошел переворот. НРГ прям супер, вот охуеть какой важный раунд забрали вот этот 4-й. Когда они проиграли, ультимейты обнулились. Когда они проебали, они потеряли самый темп игры. Прям мог быть, прям уже не мог. Уже не о чем об этом разговаривать. Но я вот объясняю, почему здесь вот у нас 6-5. То есть они начали, да, то есть 3-0 начали. Затем у нас развороточка пошла. И вот именно почему эта разворотка пошла. Слушай, НРГ очень удачный раунд выиграл.
Smoke over towards that boathouse. Erde eventually gets caught out just from the spray through the masonry. Only one side of boathouse is open. Tigazine trying to make use of it now. Steps into the flame for a time. It's Darker getting his pound of flesh, but now 1v3 revealed by Neural Theft to end the half. Has to go down swinging.
7-5.
Ethan gives him a quick exit. And NRG will move to 7 rounds after a lively first half on a set.
Первая половина за НРГ. Первая половина, с учетом того, как начинали лауда, должна была достаться лаудам. То есть вот. Но НРГ не жопой деланные, уже вот буквально, как я и говорил, на 4-м раунде перехватили инициативу и поставили лаудов в очень невыгодное положение. Теперь за защиту им нельзя ошибаться. На самом деле, лаудам, если пытаться забрать эту карту, необходимо выигрывать пистолетку. Как минимум, выигрывать пистолетку. Так как максимум еще и 3-й раунд. 15-й. НРГ это действующие чемпионы. НРГ это одна из, наверное, трех команд в Валоранте, которая ебет все, что движется. 3 команды, которые лично я могу отметить, это Нангшим Red Force, это Левитан и НРГ. Левитанов мы тоже будем сегодня смотреть сразу после НРГ и лаудов. Будет следующий матч. 100 воров. И, блядь, 100 воров еще. 100 воров. Такие замыкающие, наверное, четвертая команда в списке. Следующий матч это у нас чемпионы Мастерса против чемпионов ЕВЦ. Ну вот, будут играть. Матч высочайшего класса. Если здесь у нас битва энергии против... Супер подхода, то там битва чемпионов. Топ-5 ты бы кого назвал после этих команд? Да хуй его знает. Это все топ-1, ребята. Это не топ-2, не топ-3, не топ-4. Это все топ-1, что я перечислил.
Calling with the freedom of not knowing what the ceiling is for this Loud team, not knowing just how high they could climb. But he's being pitted up against a seasoned IGL that knows what it takes to reach the summit.
Топ-2 имеется в виду.
Кто?
Ну, топ-2. Да, блядь, сейчас так перестановок много, что ёбнешься. В топ-2 я бы какую-нибудь китайскую команду запихал, а то и 2 китайские команды. Затем Затем в EMEA регионе у нас очень много вопросов. И очень мало ответов, потому что они перестановки делают. Я каждый день уже об этом говорю, мне уже хуёво. GDG, ну... Хотел бы я сказать GDG, но, блять, не так это работает. Китай тоже пиздец. Для меня загадкой человечества будет, вот как получается такая история, что вот есть Тайлу, которые трахнули GDG в финале китайской квалификации. GDG финалисты, получается. Финалисты. А Трейсы, команда Трейс, трахнула GDG, финалистов, блядь, трахнула. Но только сразу после того, как, блядь, Трейсы трахнули, блядь, GDG, Трейсы вылетели нахуй с этой квалификации, отсосав 2 карты подряд. Для меня это магия, блядь, я не понимаю. Просто магия, и все. Волшебство, волшебники.
This time it's Ethan that takes the honors with 3 in the pistol and gets NRG up by 3 rounds.
Just brutal that Darker gets caught by the 2 sheriff body shots.
Уверенный тир 1,5.
Just not ready to throw that molly. It's just as he's jiggling back around the corner, immediately caught with a body shot and through the wall. It's just awkward, and he doesn't have the time to react.
Felt like a lot hinged on him being able to slow down NRG.
Что скажешь насчет Эдвард
What's going to
Гейминг?
hurt the confidence a bit? Kamada still with a sheriff to hand. Play off that one way. Luxo trying to get aggressive, but the flash is thrown to account for this. Into the smoke we go, and out we head with our rendezvous.
That is stone.
Мне тяжело сказать что-то за ЕДГ, потому что у нас сейчас... Ну, короче, ЕДГ исторически играли на средней дистанции, на картах средней дистанции. А сейчас у нас Valorant в корне поменялся, сейчас у нас Valorant ближней-средней дистанции. Еще и зачастую дальняя появляется. Как по мне, сезон для ЕДГ будет максимально нехорошим. Вот, если вы будете ожидать что-то от ЕДГ, я очень сомневаюсь, что у них что-то получится. Ну, может быть, что-то получится, но тяжело в это поверить.
Rock knows he's about to get some action. Doesn't hold him one and prays. Just steps out. Now charges in. Since Prey finds him one, and Ethan's got an assist from Jen. It's all coming down to Tigers in and Darby now. The latter who's picked up a Phantom, but he's low.
4-0 не было. 3-0 было.
Scuba's purview. It's Tigers in run down. NRG finding timies everywhere.
Как раз таки из-за того, что 4-0 не было, мы вот это вот с вами и смотрим.
Loud right now, though, we have seen after that couple weeks off break that they took just in the lab with Romanilli. On the second round ecos after they've lost the pistol, same case against Furia, they always have a little strat.
2-0 тут. Я бы не был так уверен.
Random, like they're walking into a 4-stack high-low pistol staring at them. They always have an idea of how to try to.
Следующую карту Лауда тоже начинают за атаку.
One of the other reasons that they've become a serious contender. Making the most of any opportunity they're granted. Luxo is always going to be fighting through those choke points.
Нет, не даже.
Еще
раз, будь здесь 4-0, история была бы совершенно другая. Этот 4-й раунд и является решающим.
They attempt that this round, but the arresting util is present. And NRG are denied.
Сколько еще раундов до победы Лаудов? 21.
And it looks like B's back on the menu. But there's a bunch of angles that have to be cleared on their way. This takes time.
And the smoke gets thrown down, Cat. Some implication that mid presence could be coming. They're forced to flash these close angles, though, because of Luxo. So less utility for the actual exec. That's a disgusting off angle.
He knows he's sat where he can't be spotted out by the recon, so he just plants his feet and gets 2 kills. Single-handedly shutting NRG down this round. How are you going to get out of this one? Davi waiting for his chance to spring forward. Marta fighting for his life out here in the open, but it was a foregone conclusion after Luke Show struck at the jugular.
It was a sick opener, and NRG, you could see, they just wanted to respond and go A, but the Molly keeps them back.
Пулемет в этой игре, ребята, в отличие от игры, с которой вы пришли, здесь работает. И он очень эффективен, так как патронов в этой игре мало, а смоков в этой игре много. И прострелы в этой игре есть, поэтому пулемет вдвойне эффективен.
99% of Chambers wouldn't have played it like that, and what he's able to do in that round is just 1 of 1.
Imagine what he could do with the duelist. TP away here for Lucho. Marta making his way over towards this B site. He's in there, running back, certainly giving him a lot of value when he's running Lucho and Tikazine down. He knows also that Davi will be waiting. And he gets the confirm. Kiko moves up into the space that he makes and quietly clears out.
Какие отличные тайминги для НРГ. Сработали.
He's really starting to find a
late
resurgence into this year. There was a point where it really felt like he was kind of losing himself as a player, didn't know what direction to go in. I'm thinking really like post-Santiago when NRG were trying to...
Кстати, а схуяли его там нет? Задумывались?
Neon style, and it just was not him. That's just not how he plays the
Вот в
duelist.
Хоне, например, по-моему, он был.
Even maybe like a recovery period after that, trying to get back into his form. But in the second stage, it's felt like he's there. Like
какая-то способность была такая вот,
какая-то weird arrow where he was trying to play like Dambi was excellent. And I'm thinking like the game, for instance, where they beat Lev, his Neon there was fantastic. I think that was his best match of the stage. And he might be able to eclipse that right now.
Да не, пулемет это который ебет, прям вообще ебет пулями, ребят. Ракета из хуйни от Тинкера это не пулемет.
Kind of across the board, you're getting a little feeling of these guys getting into that championship form again with it right around the corner. Brock is getting a stride in stage 2. Mata's getting back into form.
Scary.
The pieces are coming together.
This time they come with a weapon we've never seen before. Kiko with the jet on a number of these maps is looking phenomenal.
Ой, бля.
And then when he does play control, he frees up Ethan to go for the KO or something that looks more emblematic. The double initiator look here from NRG.
It's just a testament as to how good they are as a team at a base level, that they are really one of the only teams in the globe that can buck the meta and still maintain consistency at the top, still qualify for every global.
We talked about Marta making a comeback, but
Приписка
Tikazine,
АТК.
he feels like he was born into the Americas League ahead of the curve.
And those stats are Neon specific. That's where Tikazine has been shining, and Loud have been getting better and better across the stage as they realize.
В Valorant стороны, ребята, называются атака и защита.
We discussed that earlier with the 13-1 win against G2 on Lotus. Swap to Neon. Suddenly they're dominating on that map. That has been
people forgetting that was G2's best.
Что за таймер? Сколько стрима идет?
Such a critical point of Loud hitting that next level. But man, NRG might just be a little bit too perfect.
It was like they're purpose built for this kind of stage. Tikazine with no respect for storylines, history, legacy.
Ебать, ошиблись. Жаль, нам Даркера не показали. Как он ошибся. 3 в 3. Нихуя.
And confirms his presence on lane.
What a moment to get back there. NRG not able to help. Ethan, the swings are coming in. Davi 1 versus 1.
Нихуя.
Brock's looking to try and do it again. Davi low! Gets the better of him.
7-10.
You never count this NRG team out in a round like that.
Oh my god, Brock just assuming that maybe Davi would be a bit more tucked, could have gotten the shock dart off for the free kill. Just barely away from a monster clutch from Brock.
Ничего себе, они 2 головы забавно получили.
His form heading into champions. Yeah, man,
Вы видели две головы в мейне? Как они, блин, в ряд встали.
They're a bit weak on this A side of the map, but Luke Show doesn't seem to care. Gets a kill, gets off the line straight away. We're trying to chase him and at least makes an exchange of elimination.
That's so nice from Brock, having the Hunter's Fury ready for the teleport spot away. It's evened things up. Energy with the spike down, trying to position themselves around this site. Scuba getting entrenched. And it looks like Brock may want to play for the late round. No, he's just going to stay in main.
Но это 11.
Darker's got one flash to get back in. Not a lot of util on the side.
He's holding it. They're going for an overdrive being pulled by Gambit. Kiko's going to be run down, but Darker now perched on the edge. Gets the info about Scuba's positioning. There's presence in A main as well here for NRG. You've got to respect it. If you're loud and you're trying to retake. Ethan though, just ducking back and forth. It's Brock again, just lining them up at 3k in the round, and Ethan will deny him two back-to-back 4 pieces. Whichever way you slice it, a masterclass from NRG.
Loud refining that advantage with Airday pushing through door, the catch on the Scuba.
Ребята, в этой игре есть возможность ретейка. Отдать установку спайка — это не критический момент, потому что здесь много способностей, которые способны что-либо делать. В самом начале, буквально в самом начале, на стадии драфтов, я вам сказал, что мне не нравится сова у команды Loud. Вот. У них все здорово для того, чтобы... Короче, у них очень здорово перемещаются персонажи. Они очень активные, очень юзабельные. Но выкуривателя у них нет. Сова это от Давика весьма сомнительно.
Love to get his lick back at least once, but it hasn't happened yet, but it hasn't really mattered. His energy are close.
Ну вот реализация ультимейта. Попал. Ну хорош ебать, ну чемпион, да. Как бы вроде и не сказать ничего. Хороший герой. Он не подходит под то, что делают лоуда.
Has the TP out on this occasion, there's a molly over towards CT side, so Darker will have to take a sidebar as well. There's also a trip set up at market door. Everything is in place here for NRG to hunker down in a 5-on-5 retake attempt.
Look at Loud. They want to get this retake
ставится спайк,
from many different angles. They
но
want
и это
to
12.
pressure B main from the back. Scuba is so ready for this though.
He knows, he sees, and he doesn't commit. Pulls out the paranoia would have come from anyway.
Или удивят. НРГ зажались. По идее, есть шансы. А теперь их становится резко меньше.
But they're back up against the wall, and that's when they're at their deadliest. Scuba fights in from Boathouse. Darker trying to find a time.
Ебать, Даркер настрелял, конечно.
And takes his head clean off.
12-7.
That is dazzling from NRG. In the straight 5v5. It doesn't get much better than that. They're on map point.
Loud had a good sequence of utility there as well, from taking B main and then pushing everyone from NRG back into the site. We saw the moment where the Molly and the relay bolt come down at the same time. It gives Darker the moment, but the Guardian not the weapon for the situation in front of him. Maybe if he has a rifle, he gets the pair, but he just can't connect the shots.
О, вторая будет веселее, кстати. Исходя из того, что я сейчас вижу, вторая должна быть повеселее. Знаете, в чем отличие будет? Пускай я вам и рассказываю, что в Valorant есть возможность ретейка, но Ascent — это такая карта, где иногда ретейкнуть пиздец как тяжело. Ну вот, например, вот счет был у нас 10-7. Я сказал, что там 11-й, когда они спайк установили, и там ситуация была 4 в 4. На Абисе гораздо больше возможностей для лоудов будет. Абис гораздо больше подходит для команд, которые играют не на миллион из 10 в рамках стратегии, а на тех, кто стреляют. Ну, то есть для тех, кто стреляют, карта удобнее.
How's he done this? How has he done this? How has he gotten in? Cat amongst the
Так
pigeons and
что
Brock is
Ascent
making
я
a mess of the
воспринимаю
place.
как своего
Domino was
рода
kind of overlooked here. He tries to pick
разминку.
up that lane position, but Ethan checks everything. He's ready
На
for
Абисе я
everything.
думаю, что будет раундов больше взято, чем 7. Вот. А эта карта отдается для НРГ.
Erde now realizing there's levels to this. Going up against the world champion IGL, who was winning major tournaments at 19, whose contemporaries have already retired and moved on.
13-7. Поздравляю всех, кто болел за команду НРГ на первой карте.
NRG, look imperious. That was less of a map and more of a reckoning.
На второй, я думаю, что у Лаудов гораздо больше шансов выиграть. Потому что карта гораздо больше зависит от стрельбы, а стрельбу вы видели на самом первом раунде, условно говоря. На этом мы тоже видели, или на каком, на предыдущем, как Даркер, бля, в спину не мог попасть. Я думаю, на втором он раздухарится.
NRG just look like they're on a totally different level right now. It is that championship form.
That was Loud's map pick. They drop it to NRG, who are looking like they've never been better. Let's go to a break and we'll come back, chat a little bit about the first map and head to a picks.
Через сколько следующая карта? Через минут 7. Вот. Лаут возьмут 5 в Next, о чем речь? Бери минусовую фору, получается. В любой игре есть возможность ретейка. Пойду ретейкну толчок, ребята, скоро вернусь.
Gente que simplemente no es de palabra. Gente honesta que se busca el día a día, pero aquí no hay cortesía si la lía. En mi callejón hice mi vida. En mi callejón hay mujeres que son de revista. En mi callejón hay superación, porque en mi callejón se define lo que es boxeador. No somos iguales, si no eres de aquí no vas a entender mi lenguaje. Manito, no compares, nosotros no tenemos nada regalado de nadie. Aquí se trabaja, somos de la clase pobre, también de la que es media baja. No me importa tu crítica, orgulloso de ser de los que nacieron sin ventaja. Dime qué vas a decir de mí, que si yo sé lo que represento y yo entiendo que tu frustración sea que pude hacerlo, sobrepasar lo que puedan decir de mí, y que en mi callejón hay gente que son ejemplares para ti. En mi callejón hice mi vida. En mi callejón hay mujeres que son de revista. En mi callejón hay superación, porque en mi callejón se define lo que es boxeador. En mi callejón hice mi vida. En mi callejón hay mujeres que son de revista. En mi callejón hay superación, porque en mi callejón se define lo que es boxeador. Gente buena, buena, gente mala, gente que simplemente no es de palabra, gente honesta que se busca el día a día, pero
Kiko dashes in, actually gets two, could get his ace, the first one in Americas as he locks it down.
Take contact around the corner and bam! Two massive kills for Luke Show. That's gonna knock the wind out your sails even on your best days. Nasty ace!
I am here with Bankar ahead of map 2, an Abyss map at that fact, but I want to know on map 1, what do you feel like the team did well, and then what's the outlook for Abyss?
I think our creativity was really good, and we just kept playing the game, and we were playing our game, no matter the comp that they had, and they had a really good start as well, and we just kept grinding out the rounds.
Anything special for Abyss?
You'll see. I mean, we missed the map for sure.
All right, I like to hear that. Good luck, coach.
Welcome back, everyone. And just like that, Energy is up 1-0 against Loud, which had a great start there, right? But Energy managed to shut down the aggression, or rather out-aggress them, if you will. And I think one part of that was, of course, Mada. He played the Phoenix, by the way, for the first time in VCT, and he dominated.
Yeah, this one was an interesting one because we talk about him, we talk about the Phoenix that we've seen, for example, for Ethan that we saw right before we moved into playoffs. But here for Phoenix, he did play it in EWC, but he never played it in VCT before. It felt like what they were doing back then is something that they found success in. They went to test again. I mean, they moved all the way to the grand finals then and just lost it to Thieves. So the fact that he's bringing it back and performing to this level is incredible. And we talked about it. He does it no matter what he's playing.
Exactly. And as I mentioned before, this was like back in 2021 LG on this map against even Asuna, playing also Phoenix for 100 Thieves in the past. So rolling back the years, he's just reminiscent to not skipping a beat, being able to play this role for the team. I think he went also first blood 4-1 for the team over the side of Energy. And he was also the tip of the spear that also not only killed, but supported Kiko quite well.
Absolutely, and here are the numbers. Brock, of course, also super high impact in this game. It feels like Brock and Mada together just kind of completely dismantled Loud in this series. But as we said, in the first half, it was Loud initially coming out of the gate swinging, but Energy was just really aggressive stopping them.
And this is what we expected from Loud after yesterday. Really fast side hits, which is what they were trying to do at the beginning. This is how they were finding success. But what I liked that we just heard from Bankar is that it was an Energy that was playing their own game. So this kind of speed that they were bringing to cancel the fast floods that were taking place, or the fast hits that were taking place, wasn't just because of Loud. It was because this is the style that they want to bring. And you see it in the way that Mada is playing forward. When it was a Loud that is playing an eco round, for example, Mada running down all the way, pushing B main, going and finding an opening, then backing up with the rest of the team. Little things like that are set plays that you can tell that have been practicing for quite some time with this new composition that they're showing up.
You also expect usually when Energy is playing and if they find themselves still continuing with the double initiator, that those rounds should usually be quite slow, trying to figure out that map, trying to stall as much as you can. But to come out with aggression in a new type of approach to maps that they can also bring slow matches, fast takes, fast hits, and match pound for pound the type of aggression with their opponents, this is troubling for anybody having to face off against Energy.
It is indeed, and now we're heading on to Energy's map pick of Abyss, and as Bankar just said in the interview, they're excited to see this one back in the mix. What have they been cooking up? Any ideas what it could be, Dan?
I don't know. Looking at Pacific, for example, most of the teams have been playing a lot of this double duelist composition with the Waylay and the Yoru, kind of bringing back when we were seeing this earlier in the year and even before. But other teams, for example, yesterday when we got the chance to see this map for the first time in Americas, it was two teams that were playing Phoenix. There's not a lot of teams globally that are doing this. So my question is, are you going and leaning more towards this Mada Phoenix that I feel like could be a way to kind of catch everybody off guard, or are you going with kind of what everybody else has been trying to do?
Your face tells me you have different ideas.
Yeah, I want to see Energy play with Chaos because he said that it was their favorite map. It's something they're comfortable with. They missed it. So then what do you think about Energy? They played at Tejo in the past. They also had Kiko on Omen. Listen, you talked about the Pacific teams playing some double duelists, but there's been one team that's played some Tejo, sorry, and that's Global Esports on Lotus. So maybe you could pull it out still and bring that on Abyss.
Yeah, I think Energy, we're watching those Global Esports. So this is what we're going to bring. I think it's going to be something around the double duelist for both of the sides. I know that, for example, one of the teams even, both for Pacific and EMEA, played the Chamber. This has been the win condition for Luxio. If he's switching it up too on the other side, that can also be working out for them. I did see him right before the game, and he was saying they actually wanted to pick Abyss, and it's Energy who picked it before they got the chance to. So they also have been cooking.
Yeah, now Loud, of course, finding themselves on the back foot here, right? If they lose this one, they're not out of the competition. We are, of course, playing in a double elimination bracket, so they will just drop down to the lower bracket. But that's not where you want to be, because a win would I don't know, German came out for no reason there. No, a win would cement them as one of the top 4 teams, and it will punch their ticket to Sao Paulo, which of course is is the ultimate goal here in these playoffs. So there's a lot of emotional pressure there, especially for a few players on that Loud team, as we already discussed in our pre-show, Dan.
A lot more pressure, especially after they lost this map of Ascent. This was their map pick. This is a map where they started or tried to play their own game to find that pace that gave them that success yesterday against Furia. And again, like we saw, they weren't able to do so. But for this map of Abyss, like Luxury is saying, and I'm going to believe everything that he told me, they also wanted to go with the snap. So I just can't wait to see what they're going to do here. I think playing these fast hits can be a little bit more tricky. The chokes can be a nightmare to deal with. So I think it's going to be a back and forth between the two, especially for Lauda. If they can get some momentum early on, that can be the win condition for them. It felt like the beginning of this map, they tried to, and then it was a pause, and then everything kind of slipped through their fingers.
It's also nice to see, though, that Loud, just like Energy, have a very similar map pool going into the playoffs. So not afraid to try out their Ascent, not afraid to try out their Abyss coming out right now as well. And also for Loud, their identity of the last couple of matches, so you want to think about recency bias, probably bringing out that Phoenix again.
Of course, the double duel is here. The Phoenix, for example, Mata was incredible. If you have one, kept keeping going on this agent. But also, we just saw the stakes for Energy. They're looking comfortable. Ethan was talking about it. He said, I know exactly what they're doing on the other side. And if he knows what they're doing on the other side, he has everything and every single win condition to not only after this map make it to Sao Paulo, but also to qualify for Champions.
We're about to head into map number 2. Uber and Wyatt will be back on the mics with Abyss right after this.
Mírame, yo hago lo que quiero, solito me mando, no ocupo permiso, unos shots he visto bailando en el piso, gozando mi tiempo con Brazilian funk. 1 in a million one. She bumping that bass in the trunk. She want me to taste, put it in my face. Home run, Barry Bonds.
Date hasta mañana, como dicen en Francia. A mí c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Baila y pierda tu balancia, confía en tus ganas.
Difficult first map for Loud as our reigning world champions dismantle them on their pick of Ascent. But a win against this team for Loud wouldn't just mean advancing towards the playoffs, it would also be a chance to cut the cord from that Loud legacy of old, the 2022 champs legacy of old, and start to chase a destiny that they themselves are the masters of.
Pave their own way forward, write their own story, and it would be poetic if it begins with a journey to Sao Paulo and a trophy lift. To exceed what their predecessors were able to do before them, but standing in their way, it is NRG, the reigning world champions, and they're going back home in a way. Breeze is out of the pool, but if they were to lose a top map in their pool, they are lucky to have it replaced by Abyss, which was always a home for them.
What is that Loud composition? Luxo Yoru?
Just no Sentinel, period. Not one Senti?
Double bubble?
A double smoke, double duelist with a Luxo on Yoru.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think NRG were expecting that one when they picked Abyss.
And they themselves get to go back to a pretty similar...
I thought NRG were going to have the Harbor, by the way. They love the Harbor on this map. They got the Viper instead.
From one map to the other, Darko has gone from Phoenix to Harbor. Guess it's not crazy considering they're going up against the Marber himself. NRG still with a Phoenix Jet look. Mata and Kiko. Ethan here just buying a bit of extra time now in Champ Select. We've not seen either of these teams on this map for a while. We've never seen this Loud look here. And Luxo picking up the Yoru. A bit prophetic. I mentioned it'd be interesting to see him on a duelist in that previous map. But he has a chance to bring that same creativity that he leveraged on the Chamber into the Yoru arena.
Just yesterday, before the playoffs began, Erde, with a sort of matter-of-fact self-assuredness, said that he was happy for his Lev Academy ex-teammates of Blows and Neon, but jealous of them for what they were accomplished because he wants it too, and he just straight up said that he feels he can achieve more than them, but standing in his way, and standing in his way to prove that for a fact is the world champions, but beyond that, an IGL at the caliber of Ethan, someone who has been winning championships all his life. Erde 18 right now. When Ethan was 19, he was beating Prime Astralis in a New York final. 4 years later, winning champions with EG. 2 years later, winning champions with NRG.
Erde was 11 when he won his first major.
Ethan is the embodiment of longevity in a space where that is rare. It is rarefied air to be able to compete at the top level for this long. His peers have retired around him, and yet he has stood the test of time. Many air days have come and gone while Ethan has been here for all of these years. Air Day has all of the confidence of a young upcoming player that knows the talent that they've got, but
doesn't know what the ceiling is.
Yeah, this is the ultimate test, though.
Так, что вы здесь? Поехали.
Once again clash. This time the arena is Abyss. As NRG.
Там FTS выиграли вторую карту. Поздравляю тех, кто брал.
They'll start on defense.
Если такие были.
Already a walk up mid though from Loud. This is about to get hot and heavy.
А как дела у Бусе?
NRG bide their time. Their opponents emerge and are dispatched.
А Бусе играет. Так, а здесь у нас 4 в 3 от НРГ, 4 в 2 от НРГ.
The Kiko Jet and the Mata Phoenix. Neon be damned. The Kiko Jet is hitting.
What is it with hand cannon 3Ks in our pistol rounds? Everyone's doing it. In the post plant, Erde is very separate from Davi. There's a window here where he can't intervene either.
Up against the world.
And he is caught. Too many places to be looking, and Erde was not in position.
Пистолетка за НРГ. Сразу вырываются вперед НРГ.
This is NRG already off to a hot start, continuing the momentum from that first map. I do wonder if this is a look that they're going to be leaning into maybe a bit more across the board with this Jet Phoenix, honestly.
Yeah.
Because the
Come here, skirmisher! Come here, skirmisher! Get that orb! Let's go, bro.
And a meme is born. NRG have always been a team that wants to go their own way.
Че, он реально никнейм поменял с Кейка на скормиш чего-то, блять, там, вот это вот такое. Все, теперь это не Кейка. И никогда не будет. Дожили.
Don't know too many controller duelists myself. He can be a star on anything. He was playing Chamber for them as well. Any agent they need him on, he can play and is also liable to be your top fragging player. Execute coming through, Mata forced back, but not in much real danger against the classics.
Lightspeed from the Tikazino allows him to circumvent the main choke and get into the site easily, but better weapons win more often than not.
Ух ты, бравка, хорошо зажал. Второй для НРГ. Привет, чей пик Волынь. Пик НРГ. Левитана выбирали сторону. Ой, фу, блять, Левитана. Лоуда выбирали сторону.
It's funny too, off the back of a stage in which I think NRG's kind of like team play and well-roundedness is the focus of why they were 5-0. There wasn't one guy carrying them, one guy putting up obscene numbers compared to the crowd. I mean, in contrast, for Loud, you have Luxo, Tikazine, rated top 4 players in stage 2. NRG just kind of all over the place. They're all contributing.
There is no one below a 1.03 rating on this team. They are all looking very nice in the stats department. Some more than others, Brook.
That gate crash going up mid.
Игра под мид пошла по лоуду. НРГ не подставляются. Затем лоуда решают.
On the bonus, Kiko looks to leverage that sheriff's stopping power.
Хуй знает, что они решают. Сместиться на Б решают. Еще одна попытка сыграть под Б. Кейка стоит, готовится принимать. В это же время...
Mata inches forward, but Erde's already well and truly in position. This is giving Haven from yesterday. Always TPing forward. He is front and center, demanding the spotlight.
Drop Scuba was in some danger there, but tucks away. Weaponry advantage for Loud, and they can post up on deeper angles.
Just the paranoia here for Ethan. Gets that one-way setup. It's going to
Я
be
же
a
правильно
nasty
понимаю, что
brawl around
Энергосия
this corner,
топ-1
but
команда
the
в
loose
Валике.
end is Davi.
Они
Making his way
одни из
towards that
лучших,
heaven
да.
side, and Ode is imperious in this spot. Davi will have a perfect timing to leave Scuba all on his own. Surrounded by foes,
Первый раунд
Ode
от Лоуду.
snatches up 3.
You mentioned it, but it was against Furia. It was on Haven that so many of those loud execs involved multiple TPs from
Какая сторона
whether
сильнее
it
на
was
этой
tucking
карте?
super far forward into a corner or just
Я думаю, что в этой игре
into it. Same time, double duelist pop through. He runs out the smoke. That was flattening the Furia defense.
в этой игре и для одной, и для другой команды обе стороны будут одинаково сильны.
NRG look to try and fight ahead of that early
Вот что я
action
думаю.
on Ascent. Here that maybe isn't so easy.
The exec coming up. The energy cache is low. This is a critical round for Loud to take, but Ethan is so fast on this flank down mid.
Yep. Loud
Но на этой карте, если что, сильнее защита. Эта карта специально... Охуеть, какой местами. Эта карта специально сделана очень удобно для защиты. Разрабы вдохновлялись тем, чтобы на этой карте было бесконечное количество ретейков. Вот. 3-1. Но в далекой древности, прям в очень далекой древности, разрабы кучу багов запихивали на эту карту. Позволяли ставить спайк почти на... Почти за картой позволяли ставить спайки. И очень долгое время за счет этого именно атака вела. Наверное, я не помню, в какое время баги были пофикшены. Ну, где-то в 25-м году, не знаю, мне кажется, под конец 25-го года. Но это мне кажется, на самом деле я не помню. 4 в 3 ситуация для Лоуду.
A good adjustment to that situation, but doesn't pay off.
A kill for Marduk here means a run it back. Can he snowball this one around? Cheeky lob and a molly. I see the idea, but there's Kiko finding two.
Darko just can't get that trade.
Kiko's actually in a relevant position. Up towards tower, especially now with Davi having been spotted out. He can find a line on this, but gets accosted by Lucho. He intuits that movement.
Ладно, очень смешной раунд. 3-2.
I mentioned the NRG made a little adjustment there. It was Brock specifically. The smoke comes down, he just goes right in. I mean, someone is diving in this weather. It's Air Day, it's the Whaley. Someone is getting in this smoke.
Зачем Лоуда атаку выбрали? Потому что они считают, что за атаку они мощные. Вот и все.
But while that's going on, Air Day is already teleported behind. And it's got them crunched.
Зачем брать Вайпер, если есть Харбор? Ну вот увидим по реализации игроков. Вот скоро появится ультимейт с Кубы. Посмотрим, что придумают профессионалы. Я уж, если честно, вот прям если вот выпендриваться, я вообще нихуя не помню, куда здесь профессионалы запихивали в далекой древности свои ультимейты на Вайпер. Вот, надеюсь, что что-то новое, короче, появится. На деле даже не подумать. Куда. Карта слишком большая, я хз, будто бы ульта не самая лучшая. Бусе 1-1. Ах ты, блядь, Бусе, опять? Ведь вчера было то же самое. Вы ж помните? Вчера то же самое было.
I just want to confirm the round win by using all those relevant ults. It's taking me back to 2025 when we would see endless Dimensional Drift Hunter Fury combos.
You say that, but obviously we're about to find a NRG ultimate economy peak.
Минус 4,5 фора плохая идея. Ну, мне она не нравится. Я ожидаю победу на этой карте от Loud.
Oh, nice little saturate there on towards him, but it's gonna be Mana and Kiko lining him up, and this is a straight up push out from NRG.
Типа удачи, если зайдет, если вы куда-то зарядили. Всем удачи.
That's a really crazy play. That's sick from NRG. Yeah, we're talking about the all combo, and
на кого залетел? Ни на кого.
They just immediately hit them with the run it back Hunter's Fury all combo, ran it down on them. Thought the counter util might have been good for a second when that Waylay stun comes to an Amada. They catch Ethan, but yeah, irrelevant. Hunter's Fury's through. Kiko's already pushed down mid. They get a little bit of contact and just blow up the B side.
It did interrupt the push timing for NRG off the site, though. They're still able to find success with the second player. We're doing it again.
Про то, что исход известен, правда. Кому-то точно известен.
Because CCL come in. Here's that reckoning. Kiko has to drop down and play coast, but that's where the paranoia was intended for. Ethan is TP behind, though. He could find a moment here. Tikazino is just bullying his way through. That's a trade, though, that leaves NRG with a staging ground, but they know Ethan is here. Surely they do. Darker brought down, spraying desperately as Ethan, but Lucio cuts into the quick.
Стример, ты хоть раз в жизни трогал Титюли? Что это такое? Или хотя бы видел вживую? Что это такое? Тюли знаю, что такое Титюли. Титюли-то занавеска, ёпта. Что такое Титюли?
The teleport from Ethan behind is nice. The rest of the team trying to fight on site. It's all a great idea, but Loud are able to come away with the important kills. You can see, like, on the site, again, I mean, how many times in the last 2 days are we talking about just Loud executes?
Титюля в простонародье коровье вымя, из которого дают молоко.
Reckoning cuts off the entire right side of the site. The paranoia
Если честно,
side of site, and then
я будто бы коров только издалека видел. Прям чтобы вот около упора, как бы, корова, чтобы была, ни разу такого не было. Только вот гуляют там, блядь, на улице какие-нибудь коровы, вот, не знаю, что-то там видел, наверное. Грудь женскую.
So NRG can work them out.
Нет, наверное. Женщины не существует. Ни разу не видел. По крайней мере, у меня в комнате.
Keeps Lucio in a position to be a good opping agent on defense. Hey, it does make sense. Ethan is playing up at Ben. Lucio's using these fake TPs just to apply pressure.
А из своей комнаты я не выходил еще ни разу в этом году. Те мать еду носит. Ты благодарный. Ну, мать это святое. Мать это женщина разве? Мать это мама.
There's a backstab presence established now with this jet.
The drive for util, no ultimates. They know they have to fight forward, find an opening somewhere, take an amount of space, but they can't. The paranoia forces them back, and NRG are fast to collapse.
TikTok clock is ticking down, but Ethan emerges and gets rid of Luxor. Now
вы еще мам видели хоть раз в жизни? Я вот одну видел. У меня вот одна. У вас много? Мама и мама.
Davi alone now has to find a way out of this round. When he knows the enemy duelist is virtually in his spawn.
Tikazine is an absolute demon. The movement there is crazy.
Always getting more value than you'd expect in those linked
That's so close to getting the kill on Scuba too. Davi had the best game of his stage so far yesterday against Furia.
Вдруг у кого-то 6 песен. Да вот я и спрашиваю.
He was big in the clutch yesterday. But he's going to have to reckon with the face here from NRG, and he knows it. Not from Link, but from Heaven. That's where the enforcers come.
And NRG, who couldn't wait for him to peak, but he's not giving them anything just yet. Patience.
NRG are going to clear this box, though. Shorty's now being regional. They know it's going to get up close and personal. No pleasantries exchanged. Scuba simply ejects Davi from the round.
Почему челы атаку пикнули? Потому что они Бразил. А Бразил это трахать. Трахать это атака.
This was a round-winning play early on.
It forces that accelerate as well from Loud. They've got to go. And somehow they still get so close.
За установку спайка дают бабки атаки. 300 каждому. Защите ничего не дают. За диффуз тоже не дают.
You got Audacious asking for more. Wide swing in that angle against Erde and is rewarded for it. And Erde jiggle picked it. He kind of knew there'd be something going on. I hear a Blade Storm. Kiko availing himself of the knives.
Не знаю, ребята, каких вы там еще мам видели, блядь. Я вот ни одной другой мамы не видел. Вот я вот, у меня вот одна есть, вот все, других я не видел. Вот знаете, такой комедийный есть вот недавно. Вы наверняка натыкались, кто-то из вас точно натыкался, потому что вас дохуища, как бы кто-то из вас точно натыкался на комедийный такой момент, где чел рассказывает. Такой, вот такую шутку придумал. Вот знаете что, челы? Вот я могу сказать, что вот я что-то делаю, потому что я один. Но ты не можешь сказать слово «я», потому что «я» — это я, а «ты» — это ты. Если ты что-то делал, то так и говори. Ты что-то делаю. Вот так говорит. А я что-то делаю, могу говорить только я. А ты так говорить не можешь. Понял? Ты говорит, ты что-то делаю. Ведь я он один. Я. Вот я это я. Натыкались на эту хуйню?
I can't believe that. Oh my god.
At that point, Erde's just going to be the zoomer he was born to be. Dive into the site. 11 and 6 on the Omen right now. Okay, Mata's going to drop down a little bit here and lower his head profile. How accurate is he going to be? Might not matter at that range.
Че, реально не натыкались? Один я, что ли, натыкался на эту комедийную шнягу?
Yeah, how the hell did that happen down mid? What was going on? They're playing this round.
Что-то я аж удивлен.
The most patient they've played any round on attack.
Dangerous for Luke Show. Gives himself up, but it's just bandits to play into, and Ethan shows
Ну вот
himself.
Николай Владимирович, да, вот он цитату буквально из этого комедийной штуки выписал, да. Вы все неправильно используете слово «я».
With NRG showing a willingness to inject some aggro plays on defense, Louder playing patient, excuse me, they wait that out.
Bro, what is Erde's game sense?
Well, Lucia's really just brought them back into this.
Okay, there's a nice little recon. Shock dart attempted. 3 for Luke Show. Mana with a timing, Mana with a timing! And he finds 2, that's all he's gonna have. Brock gets a weapon, but he's hit with his paranoia. Has to duck back behind the site. He's got to fight quickly to get
Шестой от команды Loud. Чего? У них есть вариант для того, чтобы выиграть первую половину.
Getting the kills and inherently just selling for the defenders to rotate over towards him. That is, I swear it's like only he can do that.
He like uses his, he is his own L drone. He like just takes contact and beats 2 players on that B side of the map, softening up this A main hit, so it's so
He's playing Yoru right now, man.
Yeah.
We just take it back for a second. Lucho is playing Yoru right now. His entire career.
Тяжело дается, но тут согласен.
Only one duelist is like 100 rounds of
Но главное, я считаю, что дается. Был бы другой разговор, если бы вообще никак не шло.
Clone shot. Mata trying to get a comfy spot here, but behind this toxic screen, he finds one.
Нихуя себе.
Mata eventually brought down, but it's decent value off that run it back.
How fast is that adjustment from Erde to deny the swing out from Kiko?
Но надо это выигрывать.
And he wants to use it straight
надо
away.
выигрывать.
Hunter's Fury, it just forces NRG away.
It drives a wedge between NRG and the site.
Not a lot of damage, but a lot of time wasted.
Brock's out drone gets out there. Mata's found his third kill of the round. This is getting a little dicey.
Что не надо, Амада?
Darker trying to find the line. Great timing, but it's traded.
Не надо Амада. Все, я понял.
Speculative Hunter's Fury earlier. He's going to be a push out of the smoke. It's tough to win those, and Mata finally.
Yeah, revenge for the timing in the last round, getting out of that smoke just as Davi looks away.
He's been trying to work the map, trying to put flank pressure on.
52 взял уже.
Luck just hasn't been on his side.
Ну вот, короче, Evil Will Devil, если бы мне сегодня тоже кто-то доллары закинул, если бы мне кто-то доллары закинул, я бы опять въебался на втором сете бусе. Я уверен. Абсолютно 100% я бы въебался на бусе. И неважно, сколько бы там было долларов, 50, 100, 200, 400 или 500, я бы все равно въебался на втором сете бусе.
Tight game on Abyss. We're going to head to a break and see what NRG's attack side has for us.
Окна есть у левых, ТБ 45 минут пробьют. Увидим. Ой, бля. Ой, пиздец. Чё с лесенкой? Я с 20 сделал 440 баксов, Стас, и 430 баксов зарядил на второй сет бусе в теннисе. И бусе въебал, короче, второй теннис. Ой, второй сет. А третий уничтожил. И вот сегодня он повторил вчерашний день буквально. Вчера точно так же он уничтожил первый, второй въебал и на третьем сходу брейканул. Там, если бы бусе на втором сете зашел, там было бы 700 баксов. И что-то там еще. На теннисе вообще можно? Да хуй его знает. Ебал я дремал это что. Я обиделся. А нельзя не улынить разве 40к рублей? 500 баксов это 40к рублей? 400 баксов. Это 30. Блять, 30к. Нихуя себе я заебашил. Конечно. Ну можно. Так там вопрос-то не в этом. Привет, ну как ты и говорил, что VALDA сыграют лучше, чем на первой карте. Ну, да. Но выиграют ли они? У меня прогноз на то, что они выиграют хотя бы одну карту. Если бы кто-то ставил создание твоего канала в ТГК на каждую ставку по 1000 рублей, он был бы в плюсе или в минусе? Да, примерно в нуле. Я хуй знает, там, короче, возможно, вы не знали, алды только это помнят. Только алды, блядь, это помнят, эту хуйню. Но как только я создавал ТГ-канал, я первые там, блядь, наверное, я не знаю, полгода или, наверное, даже год, я считал флеты. Реально, все прогнозы я считал и скидывал, ну, то есть отчеты, грубо говоря, раз в неделю, там, примерно раз в неделю. Или раз в какое-то время я скидывал. Короче, хуй знает, сколько я там скидывал, но я скидывал. Вот. И в целом было примерно всегда что-то, ну, около поровну. Были месяца, как бы, плюс-минус минусовые, типа минусовые месяца. Были и плюсовые такие же месяца. Вот. Но в целом все одинаково. Ну, то есть, если вот прям все считать, то примерно одинаково. А здесь 8-6.
With the 5-second increase on its duration, it's becoming a bit more reasonable to use that defensively now.
Когда еще на бублика ставил. Ну вот да.
Nongshim Red Force are just back to their previous antics. That's terrifying. We're Americas. We don't fear that.
Я говорю, даже если, вот даже если вам интересно, вот еще раз, про сами ставки, то есть я говорю, я же не ставлю, я прогнозирую. По ставкам у меня тоже все в плюсе. Единственный нюанс в том, что я улыню нахуй, и все. Вот единственный проблем, ну, единственный нюанс, что я улыню. Вот наглядный пример, то есть мне 20 баксов задонатили, блядь, добрался до 400. И въебал, соответственно. И точно так же я бы въебал и сегодня. То есть у нас там сколько там, 3 месяца назад точно так же было, там что-то 10 тысяч закинул, там что-то 130 тысяч я сделал или 120 тысяч я сделал. Потом, блядь, этот самый матч Нави против Виталити, блядь, где я за один матч Нави Виталити въебал все 130к рублей. Вот, у нас вот такая история была. Там это сколько? Это 3-4 месяца назад? Сколько это было? Там что-то там еще было. То есть даже если по ставкам говорить, то есть именно флетами, ну, хотя бы в каких-то, блядь, рамках, если воспринимать, ну, то есть, что каждый прогноз это примерно одинаковая сумма, то будет как минимум не говно. Вот. Ты как минимум получишь удовольствие, а как максимум, ну там, не знаю, к чему ты там придешь. Что ты там брал, что ты там не брал, да хуй его знает. Вот. Как минимум будет не говно. Но, естественно, бывают и моменты, когда... Просто пиздец, когда я заебываюсь. Вот, например, там сегодня, вчера условно. Вчера был самый худший день, сегодня тоже пиздец, грубо говоря. Но сегодня вот поровну получается. У нас 2 минуса, 3 плюса. Если лауда въебут эту карту, то получается 3 минуса, 3 плюса. И вопрос будет в бусе. Бусе выиграет или нет? Вроде как выиграет. 4 плюса, 3 минуса. Но день сегодня супер говнистый. Ой, ты хоть раз на стриме бы ставил деньги при нас, а то все воздух. Так я при вас-то все делаю. Когда я что делаю, я это делаю при вас. Когда мне вчера, еще раз, мне же доллары закидывают прямо на стриме, я на стриме их и закидываю. Вчера было все при вас, по-моему, если я правильно помню. И я уже не помню, может быть, я пизжу. Мне кажется, при вас было. Не видел КГ ни одного скрина, где ты деньги ставишь. Да, блядь, как... Делать мне нехуй еще скрины эти скидывать.
NRG with that wall up. What is that? Just multiple spam kills? We'll see on the replay. But regardless, it's cool how Scuba has that wall positioned across A because it could allow for players to creep back out main and fight if they need to. That was a crazy catch from Brock. They just make that look so effortless.
Doesn't matter how you get the round wins. Let's go. Dub is a dub. NRG now have a chance to really build on this. Are just for the sheriff. They're grouped up towards this A side of the map. Let's have a listen in.
Я так могу много чего сказать. Да я тебе чё, ты и так, блядь, много чего говоришь. Любой нормальный стример тебя бы уже давно забанил, нахуй, но я тебе позволяю что угодно говорить, мне вообще поебать. Вы только в позицию жертвы не вставайте, а то это вообще тупизм. Видите ли, вам что-то запрещают, блядь, что я делаю? Кто вам нахуй что-либо вообще запрещал? Единственное, что запрещаю, ну прям, если я раздражен, блядь, ну не бесите нахуй меня. Вот все, вот, блядь, единственное, что я и то как бы предлагаю, но не запрещаю. Ну тупо не бесите, блядь, вот просто вот не бесите, все. И то, если взбесили, я вас забаню, и вы попросите меня разбанить, я разбаню. Все. Единственное, что я прошу.
I'm gonna hold flank. I'm just gonna stay in window. I'm just gonna stay in window.
I'm gonna ult side, guys. I'm outside. I'm outside.
Can you guys play out after Scoot gets bombed down? Let me play Scoot. Let me play while you ult.
Heaven already.
I'm flashing. He's gonna walk out. I have to jump out. Ethan has you guys.
I got you. I got you.
I can't see.
Я сам условно, если вы это...
I have your back. I have your back. Yeah, could be. I have your back, boys. Nice. Look
На нахуй, ничего себе, повесил на маде.
Could go up top, okay? I mean, you can't
really do anything. Just walk above you.
Ничего себе, на маде повесил.
You guys are good.
Yo, straight chilling. Drops.
Ну все, пизда. 10-й.
Carry sandwich. He's gonna be flanking you. On you, sandwich. Could go top side as well.
I'm good, guys. Nice. Good job, guys. Guys, fucking calm in the hectic shit there. Yeah.
For a team as seasoned and experienced as NRG, you could hear just how hard it was for them to calm the hell down. Just to
Левитана будешь смотреть? Да, буду.
And not get carried away. That's what Loud do to a team.
В чем прикол запускать на плент, если они его не смогут ретейкнуть? Нужно же хотя бы одного убить. А ты из будущего, да? Что они не смогут никого убить.
Very gainful walk up there for Luxo.
Loud win here could change the game. They're on the eco, Judge for Air Day, a Stinger for Darker.
Как по мне, равный матч, но Бук так не думает. Увидим, что там на самом деле. Ну как увидим? Я в состоянии жопа. Увидите вы, а я так причмокивать буду. Как охуенно, Бусе въебал второй сет. Я вам еще раз говорю, будь у меня бабки, блядь, я бы въебал бабки на Бусе. И вот он уже, блядь, сейчас поведет 5-1 на третьем сете, блядь, 5-1. Это пиздец. Сука. Великолепно. Следующий матч начнется через 20 минут после окончания этого матча. 20 минут, ребят. Блять, реально 5-1. Великолепно.
Find that kill before it even comes through. Here it is. Right, seen up by Kiko. Fast reaction now, playing into the reckoning. That is insanely audacious, and there it is.
8-й раунд от команды VAL.
The Harbor Ultimate. Absolutely gutting for NRG.
Этот киберцыган уже поправил. Да, кстати, ребята, если что, у мистера стримера 3000 рублей осталось. Можно жестко задонатить, подсобить, как бы, так скажем. Потому что мои бабки со вчерашних донатов и еще более ранних забанили нахуй. Теперь я не могу ими временно воспользоваться, пока не разблокирую. Так что, если кто захочет поддержать, был бы рад. А вот. Да, и гондоны из Цуписа мне не отвечают. Вот.
Huge stimulus going the way of Loud's economy. NRG now in trouble, but Luxo's caught before he can even teleport. And now NRG are going to accelerate, especially given they've already got the teleport in from Ethan. From the shadows, gets him into the middle of the site, claims all of the ground. Bizarre situation. Darker not spotted by that, but don't think it'll be relevant.
NRG are going to surmise he'll pick that spot up eventually, but this is some of the A-main presence being neutralized.
Loud are making an adjustment. NRG all played from A-main last time. Let's flank behind them and apply that pressure, divide their attention.
Те еще бумажные баксинги есть.
Пойду
менять. Сразу после стрима пойду.
But he's not even going to spot out a player. Loud waited out. The clock runs low, but they have to move right now.
Engage, post-plant, cringe to maximum. On the side is Ethan. Waiting there, TP'd forward now. Gonna play around these smokes. Early on the touch, and it's gonna be Ethan dropping down. Not gentle whatsoever.
11-й. И деньги под знаком вопроса у лоудов. Критический раунд отдали только что.
And then just leave the smoke in sight, leave someone inserted in it, just dancing around, staying alive when the clock is low. Just jump right back in to kill the diffuser.
Вагина, чем меньше бабок, тем выше шанс. На что?
2 rounds away, and NRG lock up that spot in Sao Paulo. Loud's last round got them back in the game, but their hopes are just dashed immediately. Airday is topping the boards right now with 20 kills, but he's going to have to go beyond that, lead this young team against an NRG who have done it all, who have been so consistent since this iteration of the roster began. They've made every global, won champions, top 2 finish at EWC. These guys have never slipped up. They've always stayed at the top. And man, in stage 2, one of the reasons for that has been Scuba just quietly leading the league in the KAS.
Представь, сейчас Бусе въебет. Да вряд ли. Куда ему въебать-то, ты чуров? Я же говорю, он специально второй въебал, блядь, для того, чтобы еще раз меня смачно, короче, макнуть лицом в грязь на фоне того, как я бы потенциально залил на него бабки. Мне ведь было бы слишком мало на то, чтобы взять общую победу Бусе. Я бы очень захотел на второй сет залететь, и залетел бы на второй сет. А он бы сказал, какой я лох. Вот так бы и было. Борис, я это не делал. Все, что я делал, это получал бабки из донатов и пересылал их же себе же на Яндекс. Все, что я делал. И они у меня спрашивают, откуда бабки. Когда я получу эти бабки, хуй поймешь. А здесь у нас 9-й.
To tier 1 in Scuba. Loud have been consistently winning the rounds out of Roman Illy's timeout calls. That time they give NRG no space to get the spike down. Luke Show's pushed down mid immediately. Just as NRG are trying to take space in the site, they've already lost the space
21,5, заебись, плюс 450к сюда. Нихуя себе бабки. Ё-моё. Поздравляю. Поздравляю. Сколько заблокали? 22 тысячи.
Very, very few. Here comes Tigazine in your face! But NRG are ready for it. They're ready for this early action. And Luke Show spam down through smoke.
Буквально все, что у меня есть на данный момент. Кроме 3000, которые уже выведены.
Loud know that they're going to end on this A site. Why would they not? NRG have.
Ну чё, выиграют ли Лауда 35? Ух ты, ебать, Давик ошибся. О-о-о-о-о-о-о! 2 в 2. И ротейт от НРГ.
Scuba on dreadfully low HP. Darker still with a decent kit of utility to work with as well. Smokes for Airday. They've got tools in this 2 versus 2.
Scuba and Brock being convinced of Loud's locations, choose to split up and Brock.
Ой-ой-ой. Ебать, как Бравка ошибся. Все, пизда, 10-й. Денег нет слева, кто не в курсе. Это, возможно, 11-11. Как вам, нормально?
Airdays just patient, waiting for Darker. Double up, play around this high tide, play around the utility, close this out against a weak Scuba.
2 хп, да ну тебя нахуй, Скуба. Иди пивка попей.
And Airday is speculating, looking for him, knows he is low. Looks like he's going to get up on that high ground.
This is the game on the line right now.
Scuba's hurt.
Ой-ой-ой.
Gets his 4th.
10-й.
And screaming, demanding from Loud that they follow in his footsteps, brings this game to within a singular round.
Чабанки, Будза, все, скрипты выводил вчера. Так тут-то, бля, одно дело крипта, опять же. Одно дело крипта, мне, блядь, за донат прилетело. Понимаешь, в чем прикол? Этой теме скоро пизда, но могу понять. Сочувствую, ребята,
Clawing back into this game. 10 rounds on the board. They haven't won either of the pistols, and they are making it this damn close. That's why you hear more discomfort at the beginning of those NRG comms. There are not many teams in the world that can push them into that space of disruption. And they have to lock back in. That's why Bonko's getting in their ears right now. It is time to
Если Лаут заберут вторую доначу Волыни 1К.
Долларов?
Давай долларов. Я их на бусе залью. Давай доллары. Давай $1000. Завтра на бусе заливаю сходу. Все. На общую победу, без второго сета. Никакого второго сета. Да не триггерит. Да я, бля, не вижу вас, нахуй. У меня глаза уже устали, блядь. Вы видите, как я моргаю? Я глаза закрываю, как будто анус сжимаю. Ко мне нахуй разница, как вы, блядь, кого называете, меня или еще что. Будешь вас вышлым, да. Да мы еще здесь на часик останемся. Закидали Скубу говном. На нахуй. На нахуй.
That's two. Surely not. Scuba with the Bucky brought down by Luke.
11-11.
Another almost round for Scuba. That's got to frustrate you.
The decay brought them all down to absolutely nothing. Oh my god.
How does Luke win there?
The downed Loud players. Imagine being Darker watching that.
That could have been it.
Тячки Моник отражают. Сами виноваты.
Oh, he sees the second. Oh, Lucio had the wrap on him. Very heads up.
Scuba has been so close in those moments.
Здорово, графончик.
In a 1v3. And now we have an even game. NRG's map pick is going a little bit sideways for them.
Вспоминали тебя недавно на фоне того, какие у тебя успехи в предиктах International. Что новенького? Я не помню, насколько давно тебя здесь не было.
I jump off the map. Run it back, ready for Mana if he wants a free peek in at A. But Lucio is already working mid. This guarantees him a backstab staging ground later in the round, and Scuba does not have the timing to catch this.
Lucio's fearless, no teleport, just taking all.
Ну чего, Лауда, давайте ебите. На нахуй, минус ульта. Ульта на ульту. На нахуй, минус Куба.
He's trying to sit back in A main. He won't be ready for the backstab.
Look at this adjustment from NRG though. Kiko has entrenched himself all the way into vents. trying to play off of Mata. Energy are making a massive adjustment to their post-plant setup compared to the rounds before. Do Loud have the in real time adjustment to be able to close this round out 5v4.
This was always planned. There was a deep smoke in towards that direction. It's Ethan inside the smoke, fighting for his life. It's one.
Итана разменяли. 4 в 3. Теказин убил Маду. Минус Давик. Размен. Бравка 1 в 2. Откисает.
And Loud have enough time for the defuse. The setup.
12 от Loud, дамы и господа.
I can't believe we're here.
0-2 on pistol rounds. Every round Loud has won. They are fighting with every last.
И что-то внезапно пропали все, кто пиздел на мистера стримера, когда тот говорил, что на этой карте у них гораздо больше шансов, чем на Асценте.
Make those in-the-moment calls to be able to dismantle NRG's very, very different post-plant setup, having both duelists towards vent. That's something completely new.
Схуяли рано. Они уже все всем доказали. Что здесь, блядь, рано?
It's GG. That is NRG on match point. That is a defining win in that 1v1 for Tikazine. It's been a quiet game, but he comes up with the goods in a moment where he was desperately needing to do so.
And the best use case rather of that Whaler util we've seen all map. Getting the free peek, that free info and refracting away. Then knowing exactly what he's walking into. Or half of what he'd be walking into. He couldn't have predicted Kiko to be set up where he was.
Теперь представьте, если бы чел ульт не тратил в том раунде. Да тут представлять, ребята, можно все что угодно. Параллельных реальностей не существует. И ровно таким же образом, ребята, хочу, но не могу. Фу, блять. Да, хочу, но не могу, тоже не работает. Если не можешь, значит не хочешь.
All of Energy posted up outside of A. Both duelists from Loud are ready to greet them. They're getting aggressive. Flash around the corner. Mata gets the first.
They're going to blow their way through this one way or another. Mata is up, loud and proud on this B side.
He dismantles that triple player setup. Luxo is trying to keep some space in the site. Is there an opening? Is there an angle away to bring it back to the 3-on-3? He spots the cross.
Sick info there for Ethan. Luxo has to gate crash on out, giving up that position in the site.
Dimensional drift back in. Going to get the info, going to spot out all of these players. All three of them popped up behind them. The paranoia is good.
Perfect from Erde. Sets up Luxo, and now he's found a second. This could all go wrong for NRG. This could be the map. Mata trying to find out the open, and it all falls to Brock.
Ебать, уснул. Нихуя себе. Поздравляю тех, кто болел за команду Loud, дамы и господа. 13-11. Нас ждет третья карта. Напомню, мистер Стример в самом начале матча говорил, что команда Loud заберет как минимум одну карту, а как максимум выиграет этот матч. Так что я не исключаю тот момент, что они выиграют этот матч. Если кто захочет поддержать мистера Стримера в его начинаниях, можно закинуть донат вот сюда. Был бы очень рад.
Erde absolutely fried them individually on some of the most critical rounds. That 3v5 hold on A side.
Итого за сегодняшний день у нас раз, два, три, четыре, пять плюсов, 2 минуса.
Every single round win, as hard fought as it gets, as close as they get.
Здорово, мне нравится.
They had to dig so deep, but they are proving that when the pressure is on them, they can find their form and succeed.
С учетом того, что сегодняшний день я ебал, блядь, и все.
And we're going to Lotus. It was Loud being able to grab this map. A huge clutch from you. Massive clutch at the end of first your.
По поводу 3.2.2, ребята, подписывайтесь на приватный канал. Там куча постов, короче, которые вы можете прочитать. Там туда же я скидываю все прогнозы. Кучу постов вы можете прочитать на тему 3.2.2 и того, чем вы занимаетесь. Я занимаюсь остальным все, короче. Там про вашу любимую статистику написано, там про флеты написано, про разницу между ставками и прогнозами, про 3-2-2, про факты, про объективность, про фаворитов, аутсайдеров, все там написано. Вот можете прочитать. VALbINA бро вот сейчас это просто регулярка, нихуя не решает. Все всегда решает, нет такого. Все всегда решает, лоуда очень хотят победить. Дай совет, у меня экспресс на 70 тысяч, остался Leviatán, что делать? Может перестраховаться и продать, или же поставить на других, чтобы была несгораемая сумма. Leviatán выиграют. Мое мнение, что тебе надо оставлять. Нет, не запаси. Вам спасибо за донат. Даже если это сотка, ты красавица или красотка. Спасибо.
Доля.
Спасибо. Видел Ферри сегодня. А, ебать, ты музыку скинул, я что-то сообразил только сейчас. Сейчас, секунду. Блять, куда я пропал? Ебать копать, как я это сделал?
То подъедем и отрежем член тебе. До этого момента альбомом года был закат 4. Сейчас это Фририо 3. Просто дропнул Гриша. В любом случае, в этой ситуации я победитель. Ведь Гриша Ляхов то же самое, что Артем Никитин. Если копа меня спросит, бля, я ничего не видел.
Никитин это я, но я не Артем.
Всех своих вывел. Знаю, что ты стримишь на Твиче. Окей, нигер пидор. Знаю, что ты стримишь на Твиче. Окей, нигер пидор.
Осуждаю. Нахуй, выключаю. Все, блядь. Все, осудил. Осудил, осуждаю. Пошел на, осуждаю. Так.
And this map was no exception, Dan.
Спасибо большое.
When it came down to the kills, but also some of the IGLing on that second half to make that comeback happen. What this young IGL is doing is something that barely anybody can say.
Вам спасибо за донат. Даже если это сотка, ты красавица или красотка.
Ну что, потлатый брат, как и обещал, 1К небочей за победу лаут на 2 ой. Если общую заберут, еще 1К прилетит. Только не лупи больше Алыны.
Опять вы, не меховые, ворвались в мою хату. Йоу, Эвилил Девил, потлатый брат, снова тут, мафака. Спасибо за 1К за победу Лоуд на 2. Это как мед в лапах у настоящего медведя. Обещаешь еще косарь, если общую заберут. Да я уже лапы потираю. Алыны, говоришь, не лупить. Да я так и делаю, чтоб медовуха не пролилась зря. За такой донат заходи на чай. Обсудим, как держать хвост пистолетом и продолжать побеждать.
Вам спасибо за донат. Даже если это сотка, ты красавица или красотка.
VALbIN, твой кол меня обрадовал.
Опять вы, не меховые, ворвались в мою хату. Йоу, Вагазера, брат, ты снова тут, мафака. VALbIN мой кол обрадовал? Это как я в гетто, когда нахожу улей с медом, и вся моя медвежья душа поет от счастья. Но чел, 322, это как медвежонок, который еще не научился лазать по деревьям. Иди из берлоги нахер и возвращайся с чем-то серьезным. Тогда и обсудим, как всегда, оставаться на волне.
Спасибо большое. Так, меня медведь заебал, я меняю медведя. На качка. Все, теперь качок. Теперь вам на сообщение будет отвечать качок. Так, натискон. Бля, у меня нет сил. Давай ты это, успокоишься или нахуй забанится.
Those are some of the things that off the fly, off the cuff, you don't see that from a lot of Euros when they're playing that for the first time in the VCTs, and he's able to show like he's a veteran on that agent.
That's the crazy part, right? Like when we got that information that this is actually the first time in his pro career that he's playing Euro, this is unbelievable. Yeah. Like just such raw talent, and you have the insight there. Okay, now I understand why you actually.
What's the insight on Lotus?
Не, я считаю медведя и качка забавно. Какие мысли по третьей карте? Я думаю, что Лауда имеют право на победу.
What do we know about Loud's playstyle on Lotus?
I think this is one я же, блядь, предлагал тебе ёбаный натискон, ну, сука, слов нет, блядь, на нахуй 2 недели, блядь, отдыхай. Все, я теперь буду раздавать 2 недели направо и налево.
But I think the pace for these two should match maybe what we saw in the map 1.
Yeah, I think for
Чармик тоже 2 недели, бам. Я припугнул. Они очень громкие, ко мне в комнату как будто бухой батя зашел читать нотации. Ну, прикольно. Я считаю.
Bonkard mentioned they didn't need to practice this
map
too much because they're so confident on this map. And when they got tested by EG, where EG thought that they antied everything around.
Один лох игрок на чембере создал мету на 2 недели.
It's a very tough matchup still, but after the results from that second map from Loud,
теперь все подсасывают. Я тоже. Подсос получается.
33% win rate on this in stage 2, but it's for all the marbles this time around. The winner of this map will qualify for Sao Paulo. So these teams are coming to play.
And my eyes are going to be on the 2 IGLs. That one guy there you're looking at right now, the young IGL who made that win on map of Abyss possible. And now having all that pressure to close it out against the champs of Energy. While Ethan, he said in the map 1, he knows exactly how Loud is going to play. Just because you know, it doesn't mean that you can win those rounds. We saw it in 2 crucial scenarios in that last map of Abyss, that second half, where it seems like Energy.
Я ж не говорю, что он умоляет, блядь, детей и школьников, блядь, ему клипы сидеть хуярить 24/7. За хуй с маслом. Или говорю. Ебать, конечно, человек молодец, блядь. Ну такой трудяга, ну просто любишь. Третий сет 6-1, балдеж. Но второй надо въебать. Все верно. Второй надо въебать. Скажи мне, лжеягона, почему ты сидишь и не отжимаешься? Потому что я сейчас с ума нахуй сойду, блядь, за 10 часов стрима. Я устал. Какие еще отжимания?
A ridiculous showing on Abyss from Loud.
Главное помните, ребята, если вы думаете, что есть какой-то, блядь, человек хороший в медийном поле и Вы обманываете сами себя. Все люди в медийном поле, так или иначе, какой-то грязюкой, блядь, занимаются непонятно. Включая меня или еще кого. Архангелы, хуянгелы, релаксы, блядь, айсмо, хуйсмо, блядь, самураи, те, кто, блядь, в народном касте, все, вот, блядь, кого вы можете знать вообще, разницы нет, блядь, все грязи, нахуй, по голову. Если один начинает, блядь, засирать кого-то там другого, блядь, если я это все делаю, я это делаю по приколу, блядь, мне просто прикол этой хуйней заниматься, и все. Я не испытываю никакого ни негатива, блядь, ни ничего, мне похуй. Но прикольно об этом просто пиздеть сидеть. И
всё. NRG are confronting that head on. They bested Leviatán in that group stage, but an Erde who is determined to eclipse the success of his teammates from that Lev Academy of Neon.
Я бы поверил в команду Loud. Вот. Я думаю, что у них хороший шанс.
An astonishing comeback on Abyss. Find me one person who expected Loud to win that map. You can't do it.
And NRG now are trying to stand and slow down the wheel of time. Otherwise, this next generation threatens to overwhelm them and book their tickets up.
Почему я не люблю теннис?
It would no longer be somewhere they return to as an organization to rewrite history. It will be where this team, this roster,
так, в смысле, чего чекать? Кого?
The new chapter themselves.
Кого, почему?
A top-tier map from NRG.
Нихуя не понял.
Brock and Scuba holding down the C side, Odin Cringe, great defense sides. You would love NRG on this map. Enjoy.
Kiko back to the controller. The jet experience.
Ну что, поехали?
Is over. Louder making the way in towards this A site. Pure contact.
Kiko going to be dug out of this position, and Luke shows too fast.
Но не разменяли Луксо.
Is in place. Scuba gets his.
Вот за что теннис. А теннис-то при чем? А, Таусон, бля. Короче, я ведь рассказывал, да, я рассказывал, что у меня было 440 баксов вчера, и я 430 баксов залил на бусе. На второй сет вчера. И въебался. Так вот, оставшиеся 10 баксов, а именно там, короче, 13 баксов у меня оставалось. Оставшиеся 13 баксов я раскрутил до 80 баксов и залил на общую победу Таусон. И вот человек вот в чате скидывает, что у него экспресс, блядь, на Таусон был. Так вот, у меня Таусон въебало, ну, то есть 80 баксов, которые сделаны тоже из 13. Вот такая история.
Before coming over towards this Loud team.
Что самое смешное.
On account of his ex-teammate Bati coaching with Loud, brings him on over and
Portuguese connection. Just like the Spice Train.
А Лауда забрали первый раунд.
Great import player.
Push up here from NRG though on this rubble fight. There probably won't be much to be had. Luxo takes a shot and would fall off if he wasn't out of his mind.
Да я прочитал, я уже ответил на твою... Я вам только что рассказал мою вчерашнюю историю. Ты стрим сворачивал, как я помню. Я говорю, я тоже вчера въебался на Таусон.
Lotus can become in IGL's playground kind of map.
That's why we thought G2 would be so good on it. That's why we expected them to carry that brand of dominance until Loud absolutely blew them to smithereens.
13-1. They have
Выкупил энергию, all-in на лоу. Удачи, удачи, удачи. Всем удачи, ребят. За что бы вы ни болели, всем удачи.
This has always been at the top of NRG's pool.
Эйс от Луксо на втором раунде.
The delayed ace from Luke. What's on the shirt, bro? Come on. That's crazy work, bro. Why always you... Bro, you were standing in front of your teammates. You have the zoom stick. You have the sniffer. a ridiculous shirt.
Ой, бля.
Behave. Oh, okay. Well,
Ебать, пузо выкатил. Чё, если мне тоже такой же перформанс сделать? Я, в принципе, на своем пузе могу все что угодно, блядь, сделать. Все что угодно нарисовать, хоть небоскребы. Оно огромное, блядь, размером с космос.
Can Brock lock this down? Just a little bit of presence from Loud shown, and immediately Thorns, Molly, NRG are feeling the heat. That util just comes down.
Если так пойдет, то придется еще. Был бы рад. Но заливать я их не могу, Evil Lil Devil. Я не покупаю бакса. Если мне прям баксы донатят, типа, на прогрузы, то я могу, конечно, прогрузить. Вообще, ну, то есть, рублей я не закидываю. Я говорю, мне выжить надо, блядь, я нищий, нахуй. Мне надо выжить, все, у меня, блядь, у меня забрали бабки. Я теперь как кот, блядь, который по улице ходит и такой, блядь, шарахается от одной стороны к другой. Голодный кот, это я. Ебаный цупис.
Lock anything into the kill column was absolutely phenomenal on Abyss. The engine room, the caller, and setting up with some unreal Omen utility. Luke Show has been permitted to take up there in Waterfall. Oh, that's a fourth! No way! Gets attacked through the masonry on Tico, and it's stolen! But if we're results-oriented about it, and still crushing for NRG on their buy. Sent packing once more by this dynamic duo that is putting South America back in lights.
Somehow the B storyline of that round kind of overtook the most important storyline, which is NRG losing.
Сначала предложи вариант, нахуя мне
the potential for the back-to-back ace was just too entertaining.
От скольки
so
до
somehow
скольки?
within that, it feels like a bit of a loss. Yeah, ended on a downturn for Loud, but in reality. They are up 3-0. They did just convert the bonus. The last time they played this map, they won 13-1 against G2, and they've already forced Bonkar into the timeout.
Bonkar's first timeout on Abyss was in round 22. Round 22. He very quickly is reaching for the big red button because he feels what we all feel. That this could get ugly real quick.
Важнейший раунд сейчас. Нет, самый важный раунд на этой карте, я считаю, это пистолетка. Первая, которую уже НРГ въебали. Им необходимо было выигрывать первый раунд.
Cut all of the connective tissue from the Loud of the past, completely new roster, highlighted by a Tikazine coming up from the Academy team, a player like Darker, who was obviously there at the start of the year, someone that...
Мистер 322 не существует, тебе надо на приватный канал подписаться. Я знаю, что ты не подпишешься, поэтому, в принципе, это обращение не к тебе. Если вас интересует информация касательно 322, подпишитесь и прочитайте информационные посты. Вот. Всем рад.
That despite being in an uncomfortable meta, are 5-0. No one can stop them. But look at Loud now. We're on map 3, and we are all feeling what it seems like is inevitable right now.
Вчера с женой в синкальной с чека на 2200 оставили дочку чай. 700, такая счастливая была. Балдеж. А, девочка. Балдеж, балдеж.
So far it's been getting shot in the face and falling over. There's many more rounds of Valorant to play. This one, though, is mostly featuring just Sheriff's pistols.
That's the right idea. A bit of contact will result in that Molly going down, the paranoia, and Loud could get mulched in this choke. But Erde's got so much ground.
He is stuck up so close.
Зачем мне читать то, о чем я все и так досконально знаю? Ну вот в этом-то и проблема. Ты слишком высокого о себе мнения, а на деле ты хуй. Моржовый. Вот в этом-то и проблема. Если вы не знали, ребята, молодец является молодцом ровно до тех пор, пока он не знает, что он молодец. Как только вы начинаете думать, что вы дохуя знаете, или вы молодец, вы в яме нахуй оказались. Вот, в которую сами себя закопали. Вот. И это не означает, что это хуёво. Вы должны банально это понимать. Если вы чувствуете, что считаете себя молодцом, это тревожный знак, что надо заняться рутиной или чем-то спокойным, что вас никак не потревожит. Пока у вас вот эта вот череда высокого самомнения о себе, она не пропадет. Вот. Если вкратце. Когда вы пишете, да я знаю, ну то есть, понятное дело, вы в интернете это пишете и говорите это в интернете. Это все здорово. Но когда дело касается вашей конкретной жизни, вам это аукнется. Не, ну ты, блядь, давай еще 10 строк наебани, чтобы я это с кайфом читал вообще. Ты ж наверняка такой умный, блядь, сейчас я прочту твое сообщение, охуею. Правильно?
Might here very important against this contact. Push. Makes a correct rotate early in the round.
Вчера моей девушке кто-то кинул 700 рей чаевых. Просил купить предиков на все деньги. Око. С каким вкусом?
Seriously in form. This is one of the maps that I definitely hold in high regard as to being at the top of his
стримера, когда дети-то будут тоже.
His defensive Viper play, and then in tandem.
Вы мои дети.
Defensive Vice play. Last year, this was
Вон, новый ребенок 3-2 не существует. Вот он. Вылупился. Да я лучше знаю. Да я, блядь, да ты кто, а я кто? Вы видите эти сообщения?
Over on the A side. Now Loud have made that pivot. The C side, which we know traditionally, Scuba and Brook are excellent at shutting down. And guess what? He's got his pet weapon.
Да я не буду есть твой суп ебаный.
Loud off very early on. Nice paranoia catches on the two. And there's Kiko, takes responsibility and converts him into eliminations. Now back over towards Mound. Loud scrabbling for answers.
NRG just have such a great understanding as to what was going to happen. Already positioned.
Эти задонатил, лол, где сообщение? А ты куда закинул? Ты донатил через Donatix или DonatPay или куда?
And had the perfect plan cooked up to deny it. Feels like the onus is now going to be in Loud's hands.
Через DonatPay?
There's no going back from this.
Бля, ты через DonatPay кидал. Короче, блядь, DonatPay хуёво работает, я озвучу так. Короче, Егор, Пушка, Акуловка закинул 850 рублей. Видимо, это в какой-то другой валюте. Так, сообщение. Голум, здорово. Также продолжаешь в ТГ людям в личку писать прогнозы, ткнутые пальцем в небо, и рассказывать им за флэт, слово, которое ничего не знает, потом называет их долбоебами. Вот, это донат. Блять, в другой день я бы тебе что-нибудь сказал, а сейчас скажу, да. Вам спасибо за донат, даже если это сотка, ты красавец или красотка. Швепс.
Привет. Я задонатил.
Спасибо. Спасибо большое. Очень рад. Спасибо большое. Конечно, ребята, я 16 часов стримлю Valorant, потом, блядь, ну, то есть заканчиваю стрим и начинаю всем в личку писать, блядь. Это же... Потом мы общаемся на интимные темы, и после того, как пообщаемся, я, ну, сплю полчаса, бля, и стримлю Valorant. Вот именно так. Сколько сделал флетов? Да, блять, я еще не могу посчитать. Я просыпаюсь, и мне хуёво каждый день. Когда-нибудь посчитаю.
As soon as you hear the Odin, it makes you want to go somewhere else. I get it. Ethan out. That is a pretty important seize that's going to disrupt things heavily. 35 seconds left in the round. It's going to be a pivot back towards this A side. Mata rips the showstopper. That's not an attractive prospect either. But you're caught between a rocket and Brox.
У нас здесь
Hail of
третий раунд от Энерго.
And finally, Loud are out of options.
4-3.
They haven't used them. They've been stripped of them. And yes, the spike will remain out in the open for all to see.
When you're on those Loud player point of views, you can just see how impossible it is to play against NRG when they had everything
16 часов стримишь Valorant за 5к рублей, потом в личку шлёшь прогнозы. Да бля. На разные команды за процент от победы. Давно пора. Давно пора, короче, создать два аккаунта. Там это... Зеленый VALbINA и красный VALbINA. И одновременно писать, короче, одному человеку с двух аккаунтов. Зеленый и красный. И выдавать два разных прогноза. Каждому человеку совершенно. И спрашивает, на какого VALbINу сядешь, на зеленого или на красного? Одному и тому же человеку. Блять, как же у меня глаза хуеваются, сука. Сейчас, дайте я протру очко. Блять, слишком ярко.
He has been doing a great job today, pointing the team in the right direction. And that's all you have to do when you have the outrageous.
Кому-нибудь надо протереть очко. Сегодня бесплатно. Спиртовой салфеткой.
Speaking of which, Luxo first cab off the rank this round, and the only player out on the A side with the op.
And NRG not often concerned with controlling all the way towards Mound as Luxo goes down, because if you go in to see, enjoy, Brock and Scuba are there.
That was equal parts breathtaking and deflating, which I suppose aren't antonyms, but it feels like Luxo is really overextending on this A side to get something going. It's like a Viper. Loud striking with speed versus the Anaconda of NRG, who are just suffocating the life out of them. And in the long game, it's the Anaconda that wins.
Loud have been able to navigate to the open site. A spike plant, which feels like a rarity as of late. A 5-on-4. They're going to need to fight forward, take space somewhere, find an advantage. Could it be
Блять, я не был готов.
Not into Brock. Hell no. That is not going to happen.
They've got no upper presence either. They're caught out on the side. Brock eventually falls, but he has left more than a mark. It is a seething scar to the hide of Loud, and Davi, good as he has been lately, has no business being here whatsoever. It's an even game.
4-0, 4-13.
Scuba gets the defuse.
Думаешь?
4-4 after 8.
Lotus, much like Ascent, just one of those maps that allows Brock to lean into his strengths.
Luxo is way out there. Yeah, it's very based.
The dry peaks from Luxo with the op have not been working out. Mata is in control of the game.
But how are Loud supposed to fight off and ahead of the sides? How are they supposed to push off them and get set up? Going B seems like a disastrous idea against the Odin.
They're going to go back to getting this free C mound control.
Scuba knew Erde would stick that.
Loud do succeed at getting some of this util out. Pit going down from Scuba, but it offers a moment for Tikazine to get forward. Nightfall forces Scuba further away. So the C site is taken, but the bodies drop in multiple locations, and it's going to be done for Loud.
Marta and Brock in a kill feed. Op and Odin. That has been the story for NRG so far. It is raw stopping power against this reckless pace from Loud. Now they're going to have to try and walk out and get this plant. Marta will be smoked off the line, has to speculate with a shot through that smoke. But there's going to be spam aplenty. Ode now out in the open, getting peeked from everywhere. This is painful. This is so difficult for him. Darker as well, decayed out, hit with the blind. No chance to plant. 44 seconds, so plenty of time, but Ode and Davi decayed down. Dangerous now as eventually that Odin will
There
sting
is
them.
no safe position. It just doesn't exist. Any corner you might peek, you are about to get spammed down by Brock.
Double swing, not bad, that's Brock felled. Still 4 to get through though, make that 3. Odin now back up on the site, spike to hand. There's a plant opportunity here as that waterfall presence was neutralized. Here comes a Viper's Pit. Darker gets that one down, but Ode's disrupted. He can still plant. That was a satchel now used, but Ode can still plant. There's going to be pressure as Darker will be the one to hold the door against this tide of interlopers. Spike planted, still within this Viper's Pit. Darker can use his ultimate to great effect here. Up on the box, Ode was at 7 and now he's down. And Darker at 8, surely reaches for the sidearm, but Kiko outlasts him. And NRG refused to be stopped on this streak of 1 rounds. That is 5 in a row.
Man, I'm impressed that in a situation that looked
Сейчас, раз уж одни очки начал это вытирать, вторые тоже вытру. А то у меня два одинаковых очка. На случай, если с одними что-то случится. Такие же одинаковые купил.
Dialed into the max, but
ну,
they
пока
are
одно
running
чисто.
into this energy brick wall
Второе
defense,
чисто.
and that where they just excel, where their style of play takes over.
And Luke Show's attack side op hasn't been able to get value. Last 2 rounds in a row has been picked off, trying to wide swing, get into aggressive spots. Scuba now going to try and fire ahead of this, but Ticketing slides on in. The stun almost undid Kiko, but is able to win out in that duel. And here's Ethan to the rescue. Happy to fight into this is now Kiko with a reposition. Undoes Loud. The spike now loose here on the C site. Loud have to salvage a desperate round.
No matter the pace, even when they decide to throw in the fast round, good time for it. Brock isn't there with the Vice setup. They're still getting shut down. The rotates from energy still come in so quickly. Kiko and Ethan just supporting on the site. But maybe an opening.
Trigger discipline from Darker.
No,
Dangerous game he's playing, but Brock is felled. And now, you're on a clock. This, yep, it's going to have to force a push out from NRG. The wide swing is good though.
Oh, man, if not for that satchel, I feel like Luke Show was about to undo them.
Как будешь Левиков комментить, если 6 сил нет? Ну, так же, как и сейчас. Ты что, видишь, что я прям комментю что-то? Мне кажется, я последний раз по игре хотя бы что-то сказал в предыдущем матче. Вы что, помните, чтобы я что-то говорил?
A tragedy that Darker loses back-to-back 1v1s. Out of the stage, he was leading the league in 1v1 clutch wins. But he's put in such difficult situations to close them out, already dealing with multiple other players, goes down to the last one. And he just can't close.
Все, поздравьте меня. Теперь у меня есть 2 чистейших очка. Я считаю, что это победа. Так, одни надо запекать куда-нибудь. У меня есть мешочек специальный. Блять, заляпал. Да ёбаный рот.
reminiscent on the Loud side to earlier this year when they were able to compete at their highest level. It was always the duo of Luxo and Darker putting up numbers together. The difference between that Loud team and the Loud team we're seeing now, though, is massive. Can't be understated. The addition of Tikazine working for a longer period of time, bringing in Erde late in the stage as their IGL. Davi has shown the potential like in the game yesterday, but you have to look at those three guys to take it up to the next level.
Охуенная протёр.
I can't blame Tikazine. This guy has to get in first against this NRG defense. That's a nightmare. Last role I want to play is Neon against NRG on this map.
And there it is again.
Brutal.
Tikazine shut down, caught at the door by Scuba and ejected. Now you've lost that crosshair break potential of the slide.
Lost it, and for what? There's basically no util expended from NRG. Wall's still up, thorns are still up, set up across the map. Every defensive tool available. NRG, yeah, let's just shift back into our Paranoia main setup. Scuba jiggling with the molly. Brock has everything. Here's the op. Where do you go? Where do you turn?
Darko does not have the util to give him an edge in this fight. It's a held angle by an operator player. It's only the wall he can throw up and try and sneak a little closer, but he will have to reckon with the humble giant.
Нормально.
There's a B hit on the way. We know how hard it can be to hold this side against the Odin. 30 seconds left. Rock might play ahead of the stone now. Thorns come out. It's going to slow things up.
Кто мне еще писал, еще раз напишите заново.
Now Ethan has to fight for his life. It ends up being a 2-for-2. Ultimately favoring NRG, but Loud now can win it. It's Mata though, whose patience is that of a donkey with a concrete behind. It's going to be Davi now who has to try and tempt fate around
здесь у нас
that
реально
corner.
4-0 в 4-7.
He's not interested in your fairy tales.
Loud just trying to locate gaps in the defense where they don't exist. Where can they turn? It's just brutal to lose Tikazine straight away. Whatever plans you had for that attack side, out the window.
Forget about it.
Yeah, forget about it. Done. 5 seconds into the round.
Especially if you're hoping to have the pace that gets ahead of this Vice util. It's not going to happen.
Maybe if Darker gets that catch on Mata.
Стример Лоуда точно выиграют же, да? Скажи, что Лоуда выиграют. Нет, я говорил, что они как минимум выиграют первую одну карту, блять, я говорил. А как максимум выиграют матч. Болею я на этой карте за команду Лоуд. Выиграют они или нет, я хуй его знаю.
And that is 2 Loud timeouts in the first half of this map that have not been able to generate a positive result. They are out of them. And there's
нахуй, шашлык.
A 2-for-1 special. And that feels like it shuts the door on Loud and threatens to shut the guillotine on their necks. Tikazine at least is still alive after early doors, which has been a rarity on this map so far. But the climb is steep. The job is tough. But he's got some pace. Can he break this crazy op hold? Oh, that is absolutely nasty. Mata's going to sit and wait for another one to step up. Ethan finds
Ну и последний раунд первой половины заканчивается победой НРГ. 8-4 счет. Next матч можно, пока не знаю. Про следующий матч пока ничего не знаю. Я еще не думал, ребят.
Correct. And he just knew. The Mata op took over so many rounds. That Vice Viper duo, Scuba and Brock, are just so
Где Лачка, остальные из твоей банды? Куда нахуй банда? Лачка спит, наверное. Я не знаю, откуда мне знать. Если не здесь, значит спит. У меня алкаши на улице твой стрим смотрят. Рекомендую завязывать. Иди лучше каточку на баратруме сыграть. Алкоголь не выход.
Out outside in the playoff heat, and I have a question: who is going to win today, Energy or Loud?
I think it's Energy. Yeah.
Energy, bro. Energy's been doing it longest, the better, bro.
Has to be Energy, dude. Mada's too good. Okay.
Зачем вторую карту забирали, вопрос? Ну, вообще, стоит признать, ребята, что, бля, вот опять вырисовывается вот эта вот хуйня. Вот знаете, что вырисовывается-то? Бля, я уже заебался такие выводы делать. Я буквально заебался. Короче, вот глядя конкретно сейчас на ситуацию, что есть у нас вот эти вот 8-4, ко мне приходит только один вывод. Что Лаудам необходимо было выигрывать 2-0. Лауда не выиграли 2-0, въебали матч. Вот что. Напомню, на первой карте они повели 3-0, затем отдали пистолетом, отдали супер темп и въебали. 7-13. О, какая интересная штука. Необходимо было 2-0.
That they have resilience, that they have heart, and that they have what it takes to beat
the
world champions on their own map pick. But on a third map of Lotus, top of NRG's pool, can they repeat it?
Она такого вопроса и лишняя.
Easiest game of Clue I've ever played.
Но сказать будто бы хотелось. 2-2.
Scared of the flank and he's getting pushed.
Just not a timing he was ready for. He has no information about that A-side presence, and NRG are off to the races.
Darker has had the clutch attempts. He's come up so close multiple times.
Здорово, Шпигель.
But he couldn't close it out. Must win round for Loud. 1 versus 2. Both of NRG relegated back towards.
Андердогу выигрывает 2-0, ага, как скажешь, гениальный аналитик.
This would have to be some insane aim transfer.
And he has to be concerned about so many potential locations on site. Of course, it's a possibility that they're just crossfire someone to drop. He needs to clear that.
He knows where they
Нет,
are now.
ты гениальный аналитик. А я Кирилл.
A tap. Maybe if there's bad spacing for NRG, he can punish it. Inches up, and there's Ethan.
Пистолетка за НРГ.
Second pistol round of Lotus, won by NRG. 4 rounds away from the dub.
This exchange early on that defines the round. Brock with the Sheriff. One of the best pistol round players in the world comes up for NRG. So close to closing out this game.
Кому напомнить?
Loud forced onto the eco.
Кому-то напоминать Шпигель собирался.
10, right? And then from there it would require an all-time comeback from Loud.
I tell a lie, obviously that was Loud who won the first half pistol. But can't convert it into anything more than that first 4 rounds. Instead, it's been all NRG.
Loud are always ready with a stack of players like this.
Тот человек, который мне это писал, ему похуй вообще.
The right location this time.
Tough to gamble that correctly.
Он это пишет для того, чтобы потроллиться.
This will virtually flip the map on Loud and make them feel and look a little silly.
NRG can't wait to pinch the anchors who are entrenched on the C site. Except, do they know?
There are no anchors. We are playing at June, and now Loud with
someone might.
А поражение команды Vitality было, если что, спрогнозировано в ТГ-канале. Блять. Вот здесь вот. Если что, подписывайтесь туда, стараюсь всякие ржаки постить. За сколько бы миллионов долларов пересадился лицо рандомного бомжа? Ребята, какие нахуй миллионы долларов?
He hasn't been able to make a serious mark on the game.
He has just the right amount of bullets for it, Wyatt.
Вы сами-то верите, что вам нужны, блять, вам нужны миллионы долларов? Вы сами в эту хуйню верите?
All of NRG are going to group up on Mound and greet him with the firing squad.
And we said it towards the top of Ascent, getting into this game that Luke Show in this second stage, he is absolutely
Мне, к примеру, вот еще раз, я не могу себе представить, блядь, даже как, я не знаю, сколько, блядь, ну вот, сколько. Ну, с учетом существования ставок, да, могу представить, как что-то там, условно, миллион въебать там, или еще что-нибудь, с учетом существования ставок. Без учета ставок, будто бы хуй знает, куда эти деньги девать. Я сижу 24/7, играю в игры, блядь. Куда мне в игры деньги девать?
Round 15 is a dire picture for Loud. We're going to try and fight more aggressively on this A side of the map, though. Kiko with a
Компьютер помощнее. Ну и чё, сколько, блядь, стоит компьютер помощнее? Там сколько, блядь, 1500? Ну все, блядь, 500 тысяч, ну потратил. Чё еще-то, блядь? Что мне еще надо?
Oh, the spam is good, at least for the one. Darker is so ready for this swing from Brock, has a beat on him.
Sees him!
Can't connect. 1 versus 3 for Luke Show.
Why is it always me?
Хата на рубле. Нет, мне вот эта вот хата, в которой я сейчас нахожусь, более чем окей. Все, что мне нужно, это свежий воздух, чтобы я открывал балкон, блядь, и я чувствовал, насколько охуенный воздух. Все. Такой фактор здесь есть, и я более чем доволен. Квартира откуда? Я в хате мамы живу.
They might have turned G2 inside out on this map, made them look like a pinata. But this is NRG. This is World Championship caliber renewed with Kiko joining the ranks. They're reaching higher this year. Translation, Wyatt?
You got that one?
No, you.
Oh, I thought you were going to give me the translation.
No.
Leave it up to imagination. Might be their last chance. Luke Show is caught straight away. He wants to be the playmaker, but he's just shut down.
Doing the most. Nice there from Dark. And Tigazine also able to find something on the wrap through from the C side. Loud are going to be ahead of the curve when it comes to getting to A. In a 3 versus 3. Best chance it feels like they've had in quite a number of rounds.
Очень сильно, да, походит на то, что Лаудам надо было выигрывать 2-0.
That's how they're going to come back.
Проебали первую, проебали игру. Вернее сказать, проебали 4-й раунд этой встречи, проебали игру. О, как забавно.
Harvey just caught on his own. Tigazine was decayed down, but he's ready to fight again. There's Kiko stopping power. And it's Scuba, the clutch master. 82% KAST gets a bump. And NRG are 1 map away from Sao Paulo.
Loud made it seem like Abyss was going to completely turn the tide.
Но 3 карты, целые 3 карты пиздятся с НРГ, это, конечно, изматывает наверняка пиздец.
Bonus round conversion, and since then it has just been
all NRG.
12 rounds in a row. World champion pedigree. Like you said, there are levels to this. Loud have shown the promise, but NRG has.
Солончников куда девался на второй карте? Почему появился только на третьей? А? Ну-ка рассказывай. Напиши, куда денег отправить. Восклицательный знак донат, ребята. Был бы рад. Есть еще восклицательный знак донат 2. Там еще 2 ссылки. Там вон этот самый. Я прочитал, что криптой теперь можно на Donation Alerts, короче, донатить. Вот. О, прочитайте сообщение в чате, кстати. В чате телеги прочитайте сообщение. Там нечто веселое образовалось.
We don't sell fakes with a steel garden, do we, bro? Ain't no way. Luke Show. Honestly, uncharacteristically wayward on that shot. Can't make up for it after now. The opening is there. NRG trot into this seaside.
Без подтверждения по СМС, так как не мой телефон. Могу из приложения напрямую скинуть. Чего, блядь? Данил Сизов, ты не краденые бабки собираешься там кидать?
No, that's dirty. And so we're in a post plant. All of Loud grouped up, back to back. Putting their faith in one another, but the Steel Garden is going to strip their weaponry. Or threaten to do so. Tigazine gets on out, but this space has been given up, and here comes Scuba. Fast push now, overdrive active, and Esbrook falling. Scuba, though, is the wild card here. Darker going to check for him, he had his weapon out. Scuba's going to be given a stay of execution, a chance to fight. It's on Ethan. Fearless leader can't get onto the spike.
Опа-на, пятый. Камбэк.
Find themselves a lifeline.
Да нет, не краденый, переживай. Так я тебе и поверил. Так я тебе и поверил. Не-не-не-не-не. Не, ну нахуй. Ебал, я дремал всю эту тему. Все, нахуй. Не. Я отказываюсь от ваших денег. Все, не давайте мне денег. Умру в голоде. Но я ебал эти разборки. Дерьма. Смотри, дело твое. Нет у меня никаких дел. Ты видишь вот меня на вебке, блядь? Какие у меня дела? У меня дела это сидеть, пиздеть.
VAL's last time out started a 12-round winning streak for NRG that has only just now been snapped. There's something about it. There's an ethereal quality to it. And VAL is all about securing this victory without any further bloodshed, making this as comfortable a finish to the series as possible. Do not give Loud an opening. Do not give them a chance to build momentum. Do not give them any hope.
10 часов Valorant, какие дела? Хуёвые.
To run it back for another global trophy. It's right there. It is right in front of them.
Ой, блядь.
On the opposing side, you're looking at Loud, a young team in a position they've never found themselves in before. The deepest VCT playoffs run for any of them. Even for Luxo, this is his third playoffs match ever in VCT, which feels crazy to think about. But that is where they find themselves.
Давно видел полоску доната на осуществление мечты. Она пополнилась, мечта случилась. Мечте не сбыться, ребята. Мечта — это то, что никогда не сбудется. Цель и мечта — это разные вещи. Поддержка меня в любой блядь, в любом аспекте — это одно и то же. Тогда просто банально я не знал, на что мне бабки собирать. А здесь 13-5. Поздравляю тех, кто болел за команду НРГ. На третьей карте одерживают верх НРГ со счетом 13-5. Да. Следующий матч начнется через 20 минут. Коллектив 100 воров будет играть с Левитаном. Так что никуда не деваемся.
Loud just did not have it in them to overcome NRG today. We respect to them for that performance. Taking the map off them in that fashion,
заруба чемпионов.
But further than that, it is a testament to the greatness of this NRG team. Still flawless in this second stage, 5-0 in the groups, win their first game in the playoffs, and immediately lock up dual spots. Sao Paulo and champs.
We're here in the Heralds, calling for a new era of Valorant, driven by this South American talent. But NRG
блять, я икать начал. Сука, я икать
The
начал.
final boss has its final form drawn out in this 3-map series.
Если я начинаю икать, то на полчаса, блядь.
Imperious,
сука.
impassive, and showed us that there is a gulf that Loud are yet to cross. They wanted to find their ceiling, but now they found it.
There is a chance that in this upper final we could have seen Erde IGLing against his Lev Academy rivals, his ex-teammates.
Левитана заберут. Увидим. Увидим. Уши зажми. Да как-то это прошло. Я что-то как-то вот тут, блядь, горло как-то поставил, как-то смешно, и оно само прошло. Хуй знает, что произошло. Но оно прошло. Все, живем. Волына, здорово, у меня вопрос есть. Почему ты не рекламируешь БК? Платят же хорошо, просмотры достаточно высокие. Полляма в месяц имел бы, не дул никуда. Потому что, мистер Ромка, дохуя цифр. БК отвечают, блять, на мои сообщения месяц нахуй. Вот и все. Я ебал, дремал с ними вести общение. Написал бимбумом, блять, они отвечают полгода нахуй. Написал винлайном. Они меня, блять, мутузили год нахуй примерно. Полгода мутузили. Написал фанбетом, блять, мне чел месяц отвечал. Я в пизду, короче. Они банально не читают сообщения, и все. Если вы думаете, что там что-то там, блядь, не так как-то, вот что-то не так, они тупо не читают сообщения. Вот и все. Поэтому я забил хуй.
What is that giving you the most agency? Do you feel like that's the most comfortable right now?
I mean, I'm trying to be like the Swiss Army knife for us.
Перетерпи. Да не буду я этой хуйней заниматься. Все, блядь, если им не интересно, идите нахуй. Буду я, блядь, выписывать, тут сидеть балладу. Как, блядь, кто-то там перед окном девицы. Сяду на колено и буду стихи вычитывать перед БК. Разбежался.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Let's hear once again from Mata for NRG as they lock it down once again. And they could go for that trophy once more. Thank you so much for the interview, my man. Congratulations on the win. We got another match to go through today. 100 Thieves versus Leviatán. You got something to say? You got something to say?
Let's go Lev.
Okay, let's go Lev. We'll be right back. More VCT Americas after this.
Так, ладно. Ой. Короче, напомню, что старт матча у нас приблизительно через 15 минут. И эти 15 минут я хочу тупо полежать на кровати. Вот. Все, скоро вернусь.
Was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good.
Without Naya, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular!
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
Para na posição do baile funk pro reggaeton. Ele mira como laser, hoje deu laser. Faz como tu quiser, yeah, 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 yeah. Faz como que tu quer, yeah, 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 yeah.
Date hasta mañana, como dicen en Francia. A mí c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Baila y pierda tu balancia, confía en tus ganas. A mí c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Tírale la casa por la ventana. Vente al after party conmigo, ulala. Deja tus amigas y échate pa' acá. Vente al after party, maldita, ulala.
Mírame, yo hago lo que quiero, solito me mando, no ocupo permiso. Unos shots he visto bailando en el piso, gozando mi tiempo con Brazilian funk.
It'll be an exciting match because we've never been able to play against Leviatán the entire year outside of kickoff where they didn't have their full roster.
Estoy súper como motivado de jugar contra ellos. Cuando ellos nos ganaron, yo tristemente no estaba en el equipo.
Most teams would say that they define the meta. Sato and Spike's like a scary double duelist duo. I think we have the best Phoenix in the game. I don't think many Phoenixes compare to Pete.
Yo diría que están evolucionando como equipo, están trayendo cosas nuevas, pero obviamente nosotros vamos a estar preparados para eso porque nosotros lo hacemos lo mismo o quizás mejor. Estamos jugando los últimos partidos para la clasificación de Brasil y Champions. Estamos súper preparados para poder jugarles en contra de nuevo y poder obviamente ganarles.
Welcome back to the Stage 2 playoffs and our second upper bracket match of the day. It's 100 Thieves versus Leviatán. So we're here back on the desk with Manseli and Dryad. Guys, the stakes for this one are huge. The stakes on the stage for this one are huge. Oh my God. Because the winner will be making it to Sao Paulo, our first roadshow ever, and I'm pretty sure that's in the back of both of these teams' minds.
Absolutely. The first ever roadshow that we're going to have in Americas, and both of the teams want to make it so bad. We just saw Energy be the first team to qualify and also qualify for champions. It is the same case for Lev. They win here, they make the Sao Paulo roadshow, but they also make champions.
Absolutely. Now, this matchup, of course, also pits two former Americas winners against each other once again. But we just heard in that short piece there, of course, the last time those two faced against each other, they weren't the same team, right? So they weren't complete yet.
Yeah, but looking at this, it's like a once upon a time kind of thing. Both of the teams qualified to a Masters back in 2024. So this is actually going to be a fun little storyline, and hopefully here, especially for 100 Thieves, a chance to actually topple Leviatán and make it to Brazil is definitely going to be a little bit of a boost for them to try to make it the champs this time around.
Yeah, 100 Thieves making it to and winning that Stage 1 2024. For Lev, they won the Stage 2 2024.
That's right.
And a lot of different faces, but also some of the faces that remain for King, who was lifting that trophy, who lived that Masters trophy as well. And for the side of 100 Thieves, Cryo and Asper that have been from the beginning and want to make it to Shanghai once again.
Yeah, now we talked about Leviatán and how they have been the defining source basically for this current meta that 100 Thieves are playing as well, but they both still have a little bit of their own style, at least within it.
Yeah, I love the back and forth between the two in that interview where both of them are like, yeah, we do different things, but we do it better. No, we do it better. I think it's a back and forth between
we got the best Phoenix.
It's really fun. I feel like, at least in stats, I do have to give it to 100 Thieves. Asuna has been the best Phoenix, but also on the other side, I think there's different approaches because you have a really good Phoenix, but on the other side, you have a really good secondary duelist in Sato.
Yeah, now for Leviatán, we just saw them yesterday, right, on the stage, and they did pull out something new as well. They added a Yoru into the mix. What did we think of that?
I thought it was super cool to see the look of Leviatán with the Yoru, because if you looked at how they play their attack side, everybody talks about the gate crash with the 5 seconds allowing for you to rotate a little bit more, but they were actually playing this map fairly slow on their attack side, very contacty, and actually using the teleports of their Yoru to flash recon and also go for side execs. That was such a huge pain point to deal against for the side of MIBR, and they were not ready for that. So I think it's a different look in terms of how you want to add the aggression and pressure on your side execs, but still it's that TP that just catches a lot of players off guard.
Yeah, being able to go for those retakes, and for Sato, what he was doing with the Phoenix when it comes down to the retakes is using that utility for that for a little bit more of delay to make sure that the team is going to be ready for those fights, but for the Yoru, he's going to be ready for that fight itself. So I think that is going to be the biggest difference if we're going to see him more on that Yoru than the Phoenix, and I like that they're doing this. I like that they're moving forward. 100 Thieves is one of those teams that admitted to copying the composition that they were doing on Split, for example. Yeah. And so you always have that pressure of we need to be in one step ahead, or otherwise everybody else is going to be catching up.
I don't think that 100 Thieves would be copying this type of style from Leviatán though, because if you look at how they exit, it was a lot of big timings from flashes to the recon. That takes a lot of time to master and a lot of time into the scrims for the team for Leviatán. I don't think 100 Thieves will have that time to do so, and you just play to your tried and true as well.
Absolutely. Well, we love to see the evolution of those two teams and, of course, the individual players as well. I want to check in with the rookie sensation Neon. Rivington caught up with him earlier today.
Neon, coming back to America, Lev continues to win game after game. But I want to know what you think has improved for the team the most after your Masters London win.
Bueno, yo creo que lo que hemos mejorado un poco básicamente después de Master es que en cada partido que entramos al día de hoy tenemos mucha confianza y hemos adquirido mucha experiencia durante toda esta etapa. Así que yo creo que eso fue lo que más cambió, de que ahora no sobrepensamos tanto las cosas y como somos ya como campeones y cosas así, uno entra más como con confianza a la partida.
Yeah, really, the thing that's changed the most after Masters London is we're coming into these matches like today with more confidence and more experience. After now we've become champs of Masters London, we come into it not overthinking things.
Love it. Yeah, good luck today.
Thank you. So Neon just talked about how they gain that confidence. It's just playing with that confidence and winning Masters London will definitely instill that confidence to move into stage 1. And I want to take that example into how Leviatán are so good in mastering a little bit of that chaos, not only through the macro, but also through the micro. Let's start off with the macro though, actually. So we look at the timeout that was called by Coach Owner that calls these 3 ults available for MIBR. This then means that MIBR would potentially want to play a site retake because of the Steel Garden and also the Cosmic Divide. So that means the extremities should be weak, so they could leverage now the combination of the Phoenix ult and the Hunter's Fury to really take extremity control. So let's see how this plays out. So far, things are looking out well for both of these teams out of timeout. You have now a 1-3-1 scenario from MIBR to try to punish Neon at the bottom, who's been a pain on their side for the last 8 rounds. At the same time, though, that double ult from the side of Leviatán overtakes this A site. The good thing about this so far, as Neon falls down, is the pressure that is added by the Blaze Wall over here from Sato. This now creates so many question marks around, so many question marks around the site for how you could actually take the site back for MIBR. So there's question marks here and on Heaven. So as we play this one out though, it comes down to now the micro decisions. So the plan for Leviatán, as you could see, is to have Blows and also Spike take control of this A Heaven side. But look how quickly he gets out of the drone to support Sato towards main. The reason why they do so is because now the win condition from MIBR is to try to take control of A main so that they could get value off the Steel Garden and they could get value out of the Cosmic Divide. And as Spike watches this line and realizes that nothing is happening there, King calls the pivot, move towards the A main, play your scenarios and your protocols for the man advantage. Look at those trades that are happening on their side. And towards the end of the day, it becomes a simple post-plan scenario outside of the side of A. So if you're actually 100 Thieves at this point, you have to make sure that under the chaos in these micro scenarios, that you're going to be confident in your decisions, in your calls, so that you can fight toe-to-toe against Leviatán. If not, this game is going to be over.
Just like that. Thank you so much for the breakdown. I think if 100 Thieves has shown us something in their last few games, it's that they are quick to react. Of course, there's a lot of pressure because there's a lot at stake in this very game, because they're just on the verge of making it back to the global stage, and making it to Sao Paulo will get them literally within striking distance of champs.
Yeah, and the fun part, at least for 100 Thieves when it comes down to the chaos, is that they've been talking about having a little bit of that performance coach to be helping them out in terms of communications. And that also helped them going into here. Yes, they almost slipped to not make it into skipping into the playoffs from the play-ins, but if you're looking at how they're currently playing so far and how the comms have been so far for 100 Thieves in all of these matches, it's been so clean. You remember Asuna like last year? Flash, do this, do that, do this. Now they're just doing regular comms, and they're really able to thrive through the chaos.
It's such a big difference for the growth that both Asuna and Cryo have had, but also the compositions and the way that they found themselves. And that came from playing so many games together from the beginning of the year, when we were talking about Team Latino playing pretty much the Waylay only and nothing else. And the way that now they found themselves, they found their identity, and that is the way that they lifted that trophy in AWC. I think this is a team that knows they can do it, that they just did it for an off-season tournament, but they still have that pressure for the last ever part of the year for Americas to make it and not only win, you know, out of this VCT Americas, but also win in Americas and win international.
Yeah, I'm always going to think back in like 2023 when you have like 100 Thieves against the chosen knife that brought EG to champs and in winning champs. Those type of things
я отдохнул 10 минут и подумал, что этот матч я комментирую так, что больше никогда не пойду стримить. Все, это последний стрим. Поверили в эту хуйню? Я опять буду ныть, что у меня глаза болят. Так.
The confidence that we brought throughout this whole stage is now creeping back up on us, where we're not able to take advantage of our confidence here to win these games.
На кого стоит, на НРГ словила. Ловить лучше. Поздравляю.
What the players are up to before their match. Let's actually send it over to Riv and hear from Asuna ahead of today's match.
I'm here with Asuna ahead of their big Lev match today, and I ask you, you guys are no strangers to starting here in the upper bracket of playoffs, but that first game seems to send you to the lower bracket. What's different this time around? How are you going to stop that from happening?
I don't think we've ever topped our group, so coming in as the first seed is you know, a big confidence boost, and then on top of that, we just came off of an international win, so we're also feeling very confident again, and should be an amazing game against Lev. They won Masters and we won EWC, so should be a grand final kind of match.
Can't wait to see it. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Asuna.
You love to hear it, a grand finals kind of match, and our opinions are a tiny little bit split. Vince, defend yourself.
Like I said, they're coming with a lot of confidence here for 100 Thieves after winning EWC, and also with everything that just Bang mentioned, we have the best Phoenix. The comms have been looking really good, and also the support that Asuna brings so that Team Latino could actually get some good frags against their opponents is looking nice. So I think they're in a good spot to upset Leviatán today.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can make it happen as we are just waiting for the teams to get on stage. Was it an easy prediction for you?
No, this one is very 50-50 for me.
Should have won 100 Thieves with me then.
3 часа досидите домой. Ну, хорошо.
Don't be scared. We're going to find out who's going to come out on top in our upper bracket final. Everything is on the line, so let's send it down to the stage to get
комментаторы по деле победы. А только что ведь 2 секунды назад показывали. Вот буквально 2 секунды назад. Пока ты писал сообщение. Сколько на балансе? 0. Я уже рассказывал 5 раз. Вчера задонатили 20 баксов, я поднял до 440. 430 полетело на Бусе, на второй сет в теннисе. Бусе въебал второй сет, затем на третьем уничтожил. Все, 430 баксов улетело. Затем оставшиеся 13 я превратил в 80. И они полетели на общую победу Таусон в теннисе. И Таусон въебала второй сет, блядь, со счета 5-2. Она вела 5-2, проебала 5-7.
Now, let's bring out their opponents. It's the top squad from Omega Group. It's 100 Thieves!
For sure, the Riot Games Arena fans are behind 100 Thieves right now. Being a 100 Thieves fans, it's difficult. It's been a roller coaster ride of emotions since the first strike going into now. But I feel like going into 2026, this is actually the best look that we've seen since that first strike win here of 100 Thieves. The missing pieces to try to make this complete. The return of Bang to be back with the core of Asuna and Cryocells, where they found their results to back in 2024 at that
Если вы хотите, чтобы я ставил, можете закинуть мне эти крипты. Поставлю вместе с вами.
With NBS as that coach, it seems as though the old guard and the new guard, the different aspects, and outlooks of these two squads meshed in together quite well to define their own meta. It may look like you're copying a little bit in what Lev does, but they found their own play style with the Phoenix as well.
Yeah, now we talked about already, right, how they have a very similar play style. So let's take a look at these maps. Leviatán is coming in with Lotus. That makes me happy. I kind of hope we get to see that already yesterday. This is a map that they've been floating, you know, so they definitely have something planned. They definitely have something ready.
Ну-ка, карты еще раз покажите. Левитаны банят. Что? Да блин. Ну кто так делает нахуй на режиссере, блядь? Покемон. Дай посмотреть, охуенно, все вырубил. Так, дай, блядь, посмотреть. Сука. Ты издеваешься?
Yeah, I think if you're looking at the map veto so far, I still find it questionable actually that Leviatán banned out Split when it's still up for grabs. The team that was undefeated and looks so strong on the map so far.
И вырубил нахуй. Ну просто молодец на режиссера. Чемпион.
This Lotus game though, and this soft game, it almost feels like both teams are picking into the weaknesses of each other with what we've seen in terms of recency bias in results most recently. If you're thinking now of Lotus, as you mentioned here, Dan, yes, a Neon comes out, but what is Asuna going to play? Because if he's been spamming Phoenix the whole time, I haven't seen a Phoenix yet on this map of Lotus.
Дай совет. Советую скинуть мне донат побольше. Я скажу спасибо.
Has given them that success that they needed to in Masters, and that they can keep bringing because you can still have that win condition of Neon with the operator, but just on the jet.
Team Tino on the Neon. I want to focus on Asuna. Okay, so he's going to play the Omen right now too. So they're also playing to a way that they want to try to spam with the Sky Flashes and try to fight together. Maybe utilize the Omen as 4 TPs that we see do most recently during these playoffs. So if you're not going to be able to get that huge space with the Phoenix where you can get spam through utility,
Хейтеры на релаксе все крутить начали. Если не выкупаешь сарказм по его словам, я знаю, что релакс и все себе крутят, я никогда крутить не буду. Когда я говорил, блядь, что я никогда себе крутить не буду? Я говорил, что у меня нет денег, блядь, на накрутку. Потому что накрутка стоит денег, а я нищий, блядь. Дай мне бабки, которые есть у этих хуёв, я тоже буду себя крутить. В чем вопрос-то?
Yeah, I'm very generous. I'm showing him the ropes. They'll never let me live it down. We've given him a great game. I go away for 1 week. Yeah, he goes away for 1 week, but here we are.
На что, на какой хуй мне крутить? У меня 3000, блядь, в кармане. Вот сегодня еще задонатили. Сколько? 3000 задонатили. Сейчас буду еще крутить. Сколько эта хуйня стоит? Пойду накручу. Половину бабок, что вы закинули, пойду на ботов спущу.
100 Thieves are such poetry here. This core in partnership begins in Sao Paulo, playing at lock-in. They peaked in Shanghai. What are the 2 events that are just on the horizon? And both of them, they could be returning with trophies to play for.
Мой и вам совет, если среди вас есть стримеры, идите, крутите себе. В противном случае вас никогда в жизни никто не увидит, потому что на Твиче не работает система рекомендаций для новых стримеров. Вам на стрим зайдет, блядь, 1 человек в месяц. Если вы только начали.
Does Cryo think about this? Do the Lev players create enough pressure elsewhere?
And Cryo's turning around, body potentially exposed to it. Trailblazer's going to be pushing him forwards now, but he's going to be seeking potentially a retreat. No, overwhelmed. It's Leviatán happy to jump on it. Selling that blood in the
Так,
water.
ну
Not
чё?
done just yet, though. There's a tiny gap. Vor's making the most of it. Sled does have angles to work around
Lotus.
here. Time still being bled off the clock. Paranoia sweeps. Shots ringing out. It's Neon who's finding it.
Ошибается Вора.
Just contain. It's a good paranoia.
Будет ли это ошибка критическая?
The retake offense, just missing the timing. King, though, now looking to see if he can shine. Already with that
time
rattling out, time ticking. The stun going to be slowing him down to a crawl. Leviatán.
Нихуя.
High and dry time, I believe, is thoroughly against them. That circle was shrinking.
А пистолетка-то за ворами.
Too slow from Lev there, coming through the flank. It's a nice idea. But that pinch coming through from King as well. Maybe a little too cautious. It's a cute idea. And it's a weird map pool that we've got on the table today. Got to talk about that. Lotus, neither of these teams like playing it. For 100 Thieves, it was their permaban up until very recently. Just in this match, they leave it open. Let's go, boys! Lev have been floating it in the previous game as well. They actually end up picking it here. We haven't seen Lev play Lotus since they
London.
were forced to play it.
Yeah, grand finals of London, right?
Yeah, where their opponent had double map ban and they were, pushed onto it. But this is the composition that you would expect them to run. This is something similar that they ran on site recently too. But these map pools are all over.
Тиматина чемпионна, Тиматина не пиздеть.
2 matches back to back when they're on a 9-match
Главное, чтобы голос не сорвал.
It shows you there's something funky in the air, Bran.
Exactly. Could be reading into it a little bit too much here, but I was talking to Lev, I was talking to King and Sato, match point the other day, and he was telling me about the scrim quality these days, and I have to wonder, it's a bit imbalanced in terms of the level of expectations and stakes on display.
Кто сильнее, Тиматина или
match is everything.
Тата?
For Leviatán,
Тиматина весьма разносторонний. Раньше он нихуя повесил. Раньше он со снайперкой раздавал такого говна, прям вообще смотреть было одно удовольствие. Сата в этом плане скорее рифлер. Обычный стрелок.
Considering, but that's going to head cleaved off cleanly at that. Blows now. Being caught into a corner. Cry up onto that high ground angle. Does have the Marshall. These players are softened up as anything. Tries to step forward.
Ебанулся. Что происходит? Я икать начал, да бля.
Offloaded now. Leviatán surely not getting this one done. It's looking more and more likely. Circling and swirling, biding their time. It's 100 Thieves, the ones left stewing. Antsy here, pot shots ringing out, a couple of flashes too. Hoping to push players off and away, weaving in and out, a bit of random spam, that might just do the job. Smokes now to dissipate, moving forward to the right clicks, but it's all Neon. Down to the bitter end. Final few moments. Thrifty win here for Lev.
And this time
1-1, дамы и господа.
And that is a massive thrifty for Lev to be able to put up after they were so close to winning the pistol in the first place. What a monstrous toss away of an opportunity, though, for 100 Thieves. Timatino's giving them all of that information. And then for these two players to die in these spots over towards A, isolated, one over towards Pit, getting right-clicked, and then one on Heaven, getting caught by a paranoia. Not good enough for 100 Thieves.
Вы поняли, да, что уже за 2 раунда было миллиард острых моментов, и уже парочка хайлайтов было абсолютных. Даже одно лишь только скольжение на жопе со стороны Тиматина чего стоит. Куда прогноз дал. Ну, вообще, исторически, будто бы я не могу болеть против Левитанов. Я должен вам сказать, что Левитаны это выиграют. Я проклят, знаете. Я не имею права сказать, что Левитаны проиграют. Но 100 воров действительно мощные. Я бы 100 воров сравнял... Ой, я бы 100 воров сравнил... Фу, блядь, сравнил с лаудами. Вот. А Левитан это скорее НРГ. Такая вот у нас история. То есть это еще одна версия уже прошедшего матча.
stylish here. Spike eventually finally brings this guy down. And up down, there it is. Timatino, he's taking out King.
100 воров посильнее НРГ будут. Думаешь? Это ты с чего взял?
This one all the way up, the rifle potentially playing a part of it, but Timatino's got one of his own now. And this is it, this is where it gets awkward. Spike trying to get that extra info. Swinging wide, trying to find a fight, a 1v1. But it's all Timatino. I said straight back.
Oh, this map is going to go back and forth, exchanging the lead from one hand to another on the basis of these thrifties. As much as I was giving 100 Thieves criticism for how they played the postman here, Bang has found some beautiful ones on Lev players who are just trickling out one by one now. And the Lev players are confident. They think they can win those. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm feeling
Look at what it means.
The energy is sky high for Timatino. Whole squad has attention in the air. You could feel it when they were sitting down in their seats, settling.
As I was saying earlier, this is like a grand finals level match.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how confident 100 Thieves are about their quality within Americas, but also the respect they have about Leviatán, who it's kind of hard to argue they don't look like the best team in the world. And maybe you could talk about NRG because NRG beat them, but never got the Masters Trophy to prove it.
Exactly, yeah.
Ребята, заслуги не делают из вас крутого какого-то человека, или какого-то крутого игрока, или крутого аналитика. Если перед вами, ребята, какой-то чел будет медалями крутить и говорить, ты не прав, у меня вот 100 медалей, вы его нахуй пошлете, но одновременно с этим вы считаете, что если кто-то является чемпионом чего-то, если кто-то переиграл кого-то, то они автоматически являются сильнее. Это так не работает, блять. Вы же сами будете спорить с этим же. Как только дело коснется вас самих. Вы будете отнекиваться и говорить, да я лучше знаю, или кто-то там другой лучше знает. Ведь даже если вы найдете аргумент на то, что я вот сейчас вот говорю вам, вот то, что я вам сейчас говорю, что это не работает, блядь, вы будете искать ответы, блядь, у какого-то другого человека, который заслужил чего-то там. Но никак не у себя самого. Тут ты не прав, я однажды от мастера спорта по боксу пизды получил. Он говорил, что он лучше, я не верил. Нет, не лучше. Пизды ты и не только от него можешь получить.
Hunting for information here, still left guessing to a degree.
Cryo really wants this kill.
They want to fight, I think. They're primed and ready. Spike's got the paranoia. Waiting for potentially the door to open up.
Дважды Champions выиграл только Ито.
No, there it is. Okay, double flash forwards. Lev,
они все НРГ.
that blood in the water. Spike leading that charge forwards. No, bang, bang! It's unreal. Electric form, and he's not stopping. No doubt in my mind, 100 Thieves have come here to play.
He always seems to level up against these teams from Latin America or South America. I don't know what it is, but Bang does it again. A 4K in this round.
Бля, кстати, вот смотря на то, что происходит. Бля, неужто 100 воров выиграют? Знаете, почему я так думаю? Потому что, в свою очередь, Лауда критический раунд не смогли взять. Еще раз, я привел сравнение, что НРГ это Левитаны, а 100 воров это Лауда. Лауда на первой карте критические раунды не смогли взять. Они выиграли 3 раунда, а затем у них пошла поплава. В свою очередь 100 воров выиграли первый, затем им дали пизды, и 100 воров реабилитировались буквально сразу. Ну, короче, они собрались силами. И вот уже 4-1. Но пока будто бы все идет к тому, что 100 воров выиграют. Ничего себе. Че, реально, что ли? Нихуя себе. Ладно. О, как интересно получается. Ну, блядь, ну как интересно. Интересно это было ровно до того момента, как я это не подумал. Теперь, если это окажется действительно правдой, то нихуя не интересно получается. Ну. Ну давайте так. Я на первом матче давал прогноз на лоудов, но я и сейчас дам на лоудов. В кавычках на 100 воров. Я думаю, что лоуда имеют право на победу. Более чем имеют право на победу. Получается, я за 100 воров. Вот. Вот такая вот хуйня. Ничего себе. Я бы сказал, что неожиданно для меня. Получается, у нас такая штука, что я болею за Левитанов. Болею за Левитанов. А выиграют, я думаю, что 100 воров. О, какая хуйня. Ты как реагируешь, так как будто заслуженный раунд забрали, хотя типы 2 в 5. Да я даже не вижу, что происходит, я лишь мыслю, блядь, я нихуя не вижу, ребята, вы, блядь. Я лишь размышляю. А правильно я размышляю или нет, это вам судить. Ну или не вам, похуй. Каким вам-то, блядь. Время решит, прав я или нет. Но пока что, на данный момент, я не вижу ни единого аргумента в сторону того, что 100 воров должны проебать. Вот, давайте так. А правильно я мыслю или нет, узнаем позже. Вот, все, точка. Мой прогноз на победу 100 воров. Вот. Все. Потому что, в отличие от лоудов, они критические раунды выигрывают. Например, третий. Это все потому, что на Левитанов поставил, да? Ну, да хуй его знает. Ну вот так получается.
Wait, he could be alpha. Alpha dead, alpha dead. Guys, we ought to pick. Take C. Take C right now. Let's go. Wait for smokes. Get up.
Охуеть. Но их реально душат на Левитана.
I'm burning front bend. Wait, I'm burning pillar. He's top side. Nice. I'm gonna post water. I have water. Titan. I have spawn. I'm gonna post on cheesecake. Boys, cheesecake.
Only one max.
I have spawn.
Guys, they have no smokes. We can play out too.
They have Raze ult. Matt, can you try to? Yeah, I'll try. I'm facing spawn.
Sharing for Matt.
Do you have a flash shot, John?
No.
Okay.
Smoke in one. They're probably saving. Sean, can you hunt early?
Whenever you have it, just flash off me.
Yeah, it's in 30, bro.
Should
be in
10 centuries. Yeah.
Well, sure, bro. 10 centuries is fine.
100 воров еще не выиграли, команды Real близки.
You know, I got all the time in the world, you know what I mean? They're about to save, I'm chilling here.
А вот НРГ с лаудами не близки, команда Земля и Небо, правильно? Кто такие НРГ, а кто такие лауда? У одних по 3 глаза на человека, у других по 2 глаза. Правильно?
I did the thing where I'm jumping. He's vent. 40, close to you. Still close. Close up. Doing the thing.
Может ли быть такое, что левики играют не на полную силу? Нет, они играют на все 100. Единственный нюанс, еще раз, я это наблюдал еще в прошлый раз. В предыдущем матче и в позапрошлом матче Левитанов. Я четко и на 100% уверен, что тот, кто пикает им карты, ебанутый. Вот, блядь, вот и все, вот и сидите. Вот и думайте. Они пикают карты совершенно неверно. Совершенно не так, как подходит для игроков команды Leviatán. То есть, исходя из того, что я сейчас наблюдаю, я реально считаю, что нихуя себе, ебать тебя в рот, ты что делаешь вообще на сату? Нихуя себе. Ебать. Я реально считаю, что Лотус не лучшая карта, которую можно пикнуть первым лоудом. Ой, фу, блять, лоудом этим Leviatán.
Dude, love the way that Sato has played that. He's holding onto his showstopper for so long because he knows that Cryo is going to take that teleport. And so he's trying to hold it so that he doesn't waste it on the chamber. And look here, he's faking it.
Почему это происходит в 3 часа ночи? Почти в 4.
And the flick onto the second player is disgusting. Reminds me of Blow's 1v3 that he pulled off on Haven against MIBR. It could be any player at any point for left.
После такого и загореться можно. После такого можно отдать еще 5 раундов.
That's only their second round, Brent. It is only the second on the board, but you just can't count Leviatán out. Like you said, anyone's capable of stepping out at a moment's notice. That round of Asado blows. You're going to get your chance, and he does the 140 with a ding. Cryo snaps back onto that line. King decapitated, and it doesn't stop there. Spike!
Yeah,
oh, goodness me!
Another moment of individual brilliance.
He just steps up to the plate. Neon hears it. It's a scuttling.
Не успевает малютка
takes his time
Крио.
with it, lines up the shot. Spike, the difference maker. Drop down in his lap too. Bang's got a lot to do. The wall gives him a bit of coverage. A minute on the clock. Time to play with.
He's run their pockets there. I don't think they even realised that the Spike has gone. They'll do now.
Trying to pull more players up and around.
Spike ults, and Bang's thinking, where has that gone?
Yeah, it could have been all the way over towards C. He's just making Bang potentially hesitate for a second. Has to clear it, but now just full committing. Still a difficult task ahead of him.
Ну вообще ни за что на свете не поверю, что не он со Спайкзином въебут этот раунд.
1v2. Doesn't really have the health advantage.
Бля, вот так вот смотришь, как бы слева не он Спайкзин, справа Бен. Да ну нахуй, не верю. Не может быть, блядь, не верю. Не может быть, не может, не верю. Не верю, блядь, я не верю нахуй, я не верю в это. Я не верю, блядь, 3-2-2. Не верю, блядь, магия.
When you get him in this kind of form, he's unbelievable. He's got 11 kills in 9 rounds, and the impact from some of those has been astonishing.
Я не верю, блядь, просто не верю.
From the off, Spike pulls out magic to even get it into a winnable 2v2, 2v1 situation. Bang recovers it. To put his team back on even ground with the Red Bull clutch, up 7-2. They're the ones very firmly in control here.
На нахуй, на жопе проскочил. А дальше не полетело.
They wanted to get bloody, but everyone's bruised and battered currently.
Deep TP from Asuna getting into an unusual
position. It's already taken out Spike. This is high-octane action now. The Seekers won't save you from this. Blows. He's got us back against the wall. Twisting, turning, but there is no safety. Never to be found at all. Bang! He does it once more.
Кинг вообще проснуться не может. Он как не выходит, въебыч получает, а у него не летит. У Кинга вообще не идет. 8-2. А помните, что я сказал? После того, как тот раунд Сата забрал, сказал, что можно 5 въебать еще к ряду. Ну вот 2 есть. Остается еще 3.
Especially considering that Asuna, we're thinking about this matchup as being a Phoenix versus Phoenix head-to-head. Asuna, Sato, who's going to look better on that? Lotus throws a wrench into that storyline instantly, but I've loved the creative way that Asuna's been playing the duelist Omen, where he's getting deep TPs in. He got up on top of the Vice wall and TP deep on a C hit. This time gets deep into a smoke on stairs. And now they're running Neon down.
Yeah, they want this op. They want this prize. Neon would love to take the big boomstick. It's a leg
Еще Неона приспустили.
But he does not bring Asuna down.
I thought we were going to see a classic Asuna jumping headshot there.
Yeah.
But he has to plant his feet to get the kill.
It's domination.
I think it's still a really good look for them. The fact that they have that within them.
Если б VALbINA не колебался. Кого колебался, блядь?
Yeah.
О чем речь вообще? У меня физически нет функции на данный момент, блядь, колебаться. Я могу ногой трясти, вот единственное, вот чем я делаю. Вот если вы вебку посмотрите, то я там трясусь. Уже на протяжении, наверное, часов 10. Вот я трясусь. Это я ногой. Это я неудобно сел и ногой дрыгаю. Это вот единственное, на что я способен.
Blows desperately trying to rejoin the rest of the pack here. Neon is fully out in the open in terms of this angle. It's a team flash. Pieces going wide. 3 bullets left to really work here. The crowd's already on that line and posted, ready to strike.
Подставился новичок на него.
Cryo!
Еще и блоузи.
Out of the air. Spikes in now. Time to step up. Time to shine. Needs some supportive util. Blows. Trying to do.
Ай-яй-яй. Новичок. А что, может быть, Кинг? Прямо сейчас? 1 в 3. Не возьмет. Возьмет в рот. 9-2. Остается еще 2 раунда, ребята. Напомню, что я ожидал 5 проигранных раундов после того, как Сато создаст разницу. Поздравляю с серией 140 стиклов.
The Viper on defense allows you to put it up and reposition. And Lev can't do that with this comp.
Big push back. Sato is punished. Once more and again. Clean as anything with the movement. Looking to see if he could put the hurt on a potential solo play, but it was covered by Asuna.
Both of these duelists for Lev want to take fights. And 100
Блин, как много мечтателей в чате. Я бы тоже хотел о чем-нибудь помечтать. Единственное, что я мечтаю, сейчас это поспать. Какой хуй там плавал.
Someone's have to be deaded here. It's a mad dash and rotation here from Lev, and not a steel garden. A desperate gambit. Anything to see if he can put a round on the board. Secondary's being pulled out before it covers again. Every single part of the machine well-oiled, and the execution is mounting. It's up to Spike now again. What can you possibly do with just that Guardian? Not enough.
Так, остается 1 раунд.
For whittling them all down with that rifle in hand, another plan
Или
can
чё?
go down with a bit of safety. Presence in the back of your mind. Blows at a flash up towards the top. Cryos pushed off the line momentarily, but he still gets the damage done, and he's looking for more. Step straight into it.
После забранного от Сата раунда 4 раунда въеба.
This is an enormous punish for Leviatán going into Lotus.
Был прогноз на то, что 5 въебут подряд.
The coaching staff of 100 Thieves has been immaculate all year and giving them ideas of being able to get them up to speed all across the map pool.
What is happening in this game? I'm too old for this.
But it's 10-2 up, and 100 Thieves are looking great on a map they don't normally play.
Да, нихуя вас, кстати, набежало-то. Всем привет, кто новенький. Здесь мы, если что, каждый день смотрим Valorant. Если кому нравится Valorant, присоединяйтесь, подписывайтесь. Был бы рад. Вы находитесь на трансляции человека, который посмотрел больше всего матчей в Valorant за последние 2 года. Среди медийных личностей, связанных с Valorant. Там подкрутился. Да посмотри, блядь, сколько людей там в чате. Что, ёбнулся?
That sounds like good work over the 2 weeks.
Расскажи про себя. Жирный, сиськастый, толстый хуй. Очкастый. Сам говорил, сейчас подкручу. Да, сижу, кручу. Педали кручу внизу, и боты появляются. Блять. Пизда.
All on the line in a series like this, and 100 Thieves are not messing around. It's a 10-2 half for them. They are up massively, and they are playing for that chance to book a ticket to Sao Paulo. It's where the year began for a lot of these partnership teams in 2023, and not just that, beyond even. A chance to potentially go all the way to champs. That's what this year has been all around and all about for this 100 Thieves squad. They're very familiar with it, the core of them in 2024.
Бля, еще мемы выдавать. Еще ёбнусь. Стен Стип, короче, надо, чтобы ты купил хотя бы какой-то пак мемов. Хотя бы за рубль. Для того, чтобы твой никнейм появился.
Immediately just a burst play. Bang is going to be swiftly overarmed unless he gets some help, but he's positioned lovely. Just looking to absorb most of the aggression.
Но тебя не видно. Я твой никнейм не вижу. То есть я буквально пишу, может быть, у тебя другой никнейм. Я допускаю, что у тебя другой никнейм. Ну, бля, если по-другому, то откуда мне знать, какой никнейм?
Second layer of things now in our Trailblazer, but watch for one to the flanking is going to be dealt with. And now another tap still. Blows nose. Is that fake pressure? ISOing the fight.
Ебать, 11-й. Дамы и господа, 5 раундов к ряду. 100 воров забирают после того, как Сата ёбнул четверых и выиграл в соло раунд. Прикиньте, а.
But they have looked outclassed here on Lotus. And if indeed it was an opportunity to take a bit of a different direction and see if you could beat 100 Thieves on a map where both teams have less match experience, well, they have been punished heavily for that.
Oh, yeah. One of the first obstacles you've got to get past to play against a team like Lev is the mechanical aim, the individuality that's on display. Timotino forwards, they are getting absolutely mauled and crunched. The paranoia is instantaneous. It is a reaction.
У тебя никнейм Стен Стип через пробел.
Straight on the mark. Strikes true to the heart of Lev.
А 100 воров ебали форса, у них нет денег.
100 Thieves look remarkably prepped, Brent. I mean, the fact that they're going and taking mount control, tapping the door open,
Если вы собираетесь, ребята, общаться по матчам или спорить, или что-то еще выяснять, присоединяйтесь к чату. Вот, был бы рад.
Oh, hold on. I've got to reassess things here.
Yeah.
This team is scary, and they can play maps that I wasn't sure.
Возможно, последний раунд первой карты.
Thieves are just looking more than primed for it. Timotino! Yep, just turning and shredding them into mincemeat. Feeling preordained, this map, with the way the 100 Thieves are playing. And patience called for at the right times. Bang doesn't get overzealous. Doesn't overextend, just calls for reinforcements. They know it's within their grasp now. Timotino, the one to potentially slam the door. Straight shut. Bang over.
Поздравляю тех, кто болел за команду 100 воров на первой карте, дамы и господа. Нихуя себе, 10-2 на минус 7-5. Поздравляю. Если кто захочет, ребята, поддержать мистера стримера в его начинаниях, можно закинуть монету вот сюда. Был бы очень рад. Конкретно сейчас вы мне очень поможете, если закинете монету, потому что у меня заблочили, блядь, карту с 22 тысячами, и теперь у меня хуй в кармане.
And 100 Thieves turned up to play. They turned up to play and more. I mean, one more map is all it's going to take. Maybe 100 Thieves booking that ticket. Sao Paulo, that top 4 spot, and potentially.
Почему на пистолетке тикает типа, потому что думает, что он его перестреляет. Вот и все.
Nothing's in doubt.
Хватит попрошайничать, VALbINA, ты не заслужил такими ставками. Я ни перед кем и не пытаюсь заслужить. Делать не нужно. Я ною. Лежу, истерю, и все. Сильно удивлен матчу. Нет, все идет точно так же, как предыдущий матч, только наоборот. Как я и говорил ранее, ребята, я Левитанов воспринимаю как НРГ, а команду Стоваров воспринимаю как Лауда. Лауда на первой карте повели 3-0, а затем насрали под себя. Проебали первую карту, выиграли вторую и отлетели на третий. Должны были выигрывать 2-0. Не смогли. В свою очередь здесь что мы видели? Ребята на Стоварах очень уверенно, сыграли третий раунд, пистолетку, бля, короче, начали создавать раунды и очень уверенно забрали первую карту. Вот. То есть я ожидаю здесь победу от сотни воров, в то время как, блядь, Лауда проебали. Вот. Если Левитана каким-то образом выиграют 2-1, я, во-первых, охуею, во-вторых, я супер охуею, в-третьих, я ультра охуею. Вот. Сколько перерыв? Минут 7. Если вы думаете, ребята, что первый матч отличался как-то сильно от второго матча, ну, нет. Первый матч был очень насыщенным, на самом деле. Пиздец, каким насыщенным. Какие же вы пиздоболы тут сидите. Смута, да ты ничем не отличаешься. Ты пиздишь ничем не меньше, чем любой человек в чате. Ты нахуй сидит тут, блядь, выписывает. Этот ветер, тот ветер, этот ветер. А ты-то кто, Смута? Кто ты, нахуй? Кто? Нельзя так писать. Ну да, я король, эти челы пиздоболы. Вот и все, нахуй. Заветрился, завафлился.
I am here with NBS ahead of map 2. We have pulled him out of the chaos cage here, and I have to ask you.
Буквально сикнул тебе в штаны, Смута. Причем такой мощной струей, я бы сказал.
Both us and Lev have like very similar team fighting oriented style, so whoever like fights better wins. And that team, like that whole attack half felt so chaotic. We lost rounds we shouldn't have, we won rounds we shouldn't have.
А ты, Тесара, абсолютный не шизоид, понял? Антишизоид, понял? Как есть призраки эти, блядь, и охотники на привидений. Ты охотник. А все остальные привидения. Здорово, чат, кому в штаны сикнули. А Смути сикнули, он сам сикнул в штаны. Не подтирайте его штаны. Там пускай приберет.
They got their tickets punched to Brazil already, but first let's talk about how they got this first one done. Dan, this was bang show. The multi-kills, he was popping up on this server. A walking, talking highlight reel.
Of course, it was big. He has been incredible, and especially for games like this one, facing Leviatán for the first time this year, where it was the actual core of Lev, he is just fracking.
Получается, я еще и дополнительно заинтересован в том, чтобы столяров выиграли 2-0, для того, чтобы я пораньше лег спать. О, какая история.
Bang was talking about righting his wrongs, making back into the Shanghai stage at Champs if he can, and then right those wrongs at that stage at the Mercedes Arenas again. But this time he's righting his wrongs locally first, telling the 100 Thieves fans, guys, sorry I left for seconds in the first place. Let me come back here and dominate here and show 100 Thieves are number one. And he took over this server today. Man, he had a head on a swivel for that 4-piece that he's gone over on the A side. And this just shows to me that you play with this type of confidence, it's dangerous now for Leviatán on Summit.
It really is going to be dangerous. But it's not like they just folded, right? Like early on in this series, Leviatán and 100 Thieves, they were trading blows. They were trading thrifties, if you will. When did it crumble? When did it fall apart?
It was a 34th win. They got round 4 and 5, and it feels like even though every round seemed to be winnable towards the beginning for Lev, they were not able to close it out. I think a lot of it came down to trading and how that was going to be playing out. But at the same time, I think this doesn't mean that 100 Thieves is a million times better than Lev is. This is reminding me of when we saw Lev playing against Furia, when they lost the map of Sunset 13-1.
Учитывая, в какой зоне воры, должны 2-0.
The map is one-sided doesn't mean that one team is way better than the other. Sometimes it's just the way that we start.
Ну да, наверное.
I think from pistol rounds into the 3C trades, it comes to show how much is at stake for both of these teams. Different stakes as for Leviatán, they still want to have 3 of those players play at home turf on the Brazilian stage and then try to make it into champs. For 100 Thieves, it's just simply to qualify, to play against the best team that we currently have in the Americas right now into Leviatán, to build that confidence to move forward and to have a 13-2 victory on the first map to steal that away from Leviatán as well, who's been so strong during Masters that helped them win Masters London. It breathes a lot of confidence now for 100 Thieves to move into that second map.
Yeah, right. Well, let's actually send it over to Lev's assistant coach and hear what he has to say ahead of map 2.
Overall, what inside the Lev camp, what were the talks like? What were you kind of feeling? And even if you had an extra timeout, what would you have told the team?
For us, this has happened already, even in the grand final against Pepper X or even against Global. So it's something that can happen and already happened for us, and we ended up winning the series. So we know that it's only one map. The team that wins 2 maps wins the series. So we are happy to do well on Summit.
Thanks for the insight. Awesome mentality, and good luck out there.
Thank you.
It is simple math indeed. The one who wins 2 is going to make it through, but 100 Thieves are now on match point. We're heading over to Summit.
Карта Лотус не является какой-то там сильнейшей картой Левитанов. Я думаю, что на саммите у них больше шансов, чем на Лотус.
But 2 times they brought a different composition. The first time that they played it, they were playing this Neon Phoenix that we've been talking about they like to do. But for the second time, they were switching it up, and it was really interesting because.
Но в свою очередь и саммит я не считаю, что какой-то для у них там очень сильный.
It was when Neon was also playing that jet that we just got the chance to see. So now I'm wondering, was this something that they were testing kind of ahead of time? Is that what we're going to be seeing again?
Yeah, it almost feels like you're testing your.
Не, ребята, если вы собираетесь там что-то пруфовать, что вы дохуя крутые и богатые, вы пруфуйте через донаты. Я видел, как у стримеров, короче, там у каких-то стримеров, там что-то там, блядь, донатеры пиздятся, кто больше задонатит. Давайте вот так вот сделаем. И вам будет всеобщий почет и уважение.
Outside of a Skydog, it puts you in a tough spot to really work your macro on defense and the rotates. This map is huge in terms of those rotates and the inserts that you can put on that side. So if 100 Thieves are playing against that type of style for Leviatán and are able to play like defaults, inserts, cuts, rotates across, especially that's in Crowdcell's wheelhouse, that's going to pose a huge problem here for Leviatán.
But that is also something that Envy has said that both of the teams, when it comes to finding and having a similar style, it is because of the team fights.
serious
this map is all about
Каждая
team fights and the
объёбанная.
way that you're approaching the side.
Потому что вы
Earlier on
говнюки.
with Lev, we were seeing the way that
Вонючие,
Neon is trying to
пердючие.
get a lot of space
Вас
on that
никто
A
не
side,
любит.
on that defense, trying to close the map a little bit on their opponents. And then later on, you saw a little bit more of that faster approach that they wanted with that Sky. There's so many different things that you can do, but you can continue to expect this back and forth that we saw this map one. I think it didn't really come down to the clutches that they wanted to, but this is so important, if anything, for 100 Thieves. Lev is in a more comfortable spot when it comes to points to make it into champs, but for 100 Thieves, win now, and you guarantee Sao Paulo, you stay in the upper bracket with a stronger chance to make champs.
That's right. 100 Thieves on match point. Will we get map 3? Brennan
такой игрой
Sideshow
какие
will be
шансы?
back with Summit right
Да
after
хуй
this.
знает, я не знаю, как, насколько хорошо сами играют 100 воров. Игру смотри. Где ты, бля, игру тут видишь? Вон рядом с банкой, блядь, вот эти 5 играют. Охуенная игра. Я знаете, что вспомнил? Кто спорит, тот говна не стоит.
Let's get straight to it then. It is currently
Это вы,
100 Thieves
нахуй,
leading
в
by
чате
one
все.
map in this absolute stellar series that we are witnessing.
Вот я-то, блядь, никогда ни с кем не спорю, потому что я всегда прав.
Okay, let's take a step back before I get sucked into
А
the
вы, блядь,
Big
спорите.
picture, because one more map is all it takes for 100 Thieves to book that ticket for top 4, the road to Sao Paulo.
Говнюки.
The camera shots are giving me things to discuss.
Flashes of agents.
Because, okay, the assistant coach for Leviatán was talking about that Furia series where they lost Sunset 13-1 and still rebounded. Then they rebounded because they had split as a third map to be able to rely on. This series, we have no idea what they're playing from beginning to end. And they've swapped up their comps again. 100 Thieves are playing a composition that they know, that they've taken from Breeze, which was, you know, an incredible map for them. That worked phenomenally. I really like 100 Thieves' approach here. Lev, this is their third different comp that they're running on this map, where Neon is playing Yoru. And it's cool, it's different. I mess with it.
Марков, поздравляю.
And when the stakes are highest.
Ты ни к чему с этим не придешь.
They're sitting comfortable in terms of the amount of champs points they have. They can afford to be
Потому что ты борешься со следствием, а не с
It's
причиной.
not 100%, it's not a guarantee, and to get sent down into the lowers, you are risking
И то, что ты сейчас сделал, полнейшая бессмыслица. И потом ты будешь об этом еще сожалеть.
They haven't shown their ascent across the whole of stage 2. This map pool is ridiculous, which is why we were talking about it so much during Lotus. But it's gonna set us up for some excitement, because you don't know what to expect. How good is Neon gonna be at Yoru? How well are they gonna be able to play this composition? Is Sato gonna take over on Omen?
There's so many.
There's just so many weird things to discuss.
Unknown Zaman, and we're not even going to be treated to that Phoenix v Phoenix head-to-head.
And they robbed us.
Gearing up for that one, we got robbed, didn't we?
Frankly, we have been robbed. If they don't do that on Ascent, I'll be putting in a complaint to management. Because the idea that we have Sato
Убегание от проблем, ребята, не делает проблему несуществующей.
Absolute world-class, unbelievable secondary duelist Phoenix players.
И проблема далеко не в...
Asna the first to bring it out here. His stats have been utterly ridiculous across this stage. Been the high point of his long career.
Here it is. Fist bumps exchange. Sato
Команда.
trying to get a bit of energy
Или
injected into the
карте,
crowd.
или дни недели, или еще какой-нибудь хуйня.
Staging the battleground. Timer will tick. For our opening pistol round here, Lev have to put their best foot forward, and we're witnessing unconventional.
Все ответы на ваши вопросы в приватном канале за 500 рублей валяются. На любой вопрос отвечаю.
Tiptoeing their way into the side, but now exploding all the way out. But that fast
Ну
lane.
что, начинается у нас саммит, дамы и господа. И Тимати на двоих принимает
Timotino, frenzy in hand, upwards, a door, slam shut with it any chance. Potentially answering back.
Пистолетка за сотни
They just
воров.
had no clue about Timotino pathing to the right side there. That's what the Harbor allows you to do.
Парни, есть 100 РР у кого-нибудь.
Feels like it's locked
У
Lev out of the
меня
pistol already.
есть. Так. Что дальше? Что делаем?
Slide.
Куда вкатываемся?
Shots into the corner.
Обезьяна
Staying
105.
agile. Hopping from one foot to the other, Vora making sure to lock down that drop down. This is difficult stuff indeed. All that damage done. Sadow's going to be weak and softened as anything. Easy pickings overall. Another pistol round potentially paving the way now for 100 Thieves.
До завершения мероприятия.
It really is. High-low setup being played from Neon and Spike, the two duelists, at least in these last couple of maps. The Lev. Oh my God. What is that? How's Blow's been caught there? Timatino just using the last end of the magazine.
Yo, I am the frenzy goat, bro. Legit, give me that title right now. I'm the frenzy beast.
He has hit some
unbelievable stuff.
He's got some clips.
He really does. Not many people using that gun.
Well, there's no eco stack here. I've done a fast play out towards A main, but
Это новая карта Summit. Узнать, какая сторона сильнее, вы можете по команде восклицательный знак Summit.
Yeah, they also denied Asuna being able to get the orb there too, as far as I'm aware.
That was fast.
Yeah, they died so quickly, Asuna was trying to min-max the orb and couldn't. So, yeah, that's pretty efficient there, actually.
It is. He's only up to one.
I really like that protocol too. You go forwards, and if you spot the Cypher, you know that the stack is going to be on the other side, so you just squash yourself. If they had run into not the Cypher, they would have tried to win the eco probably just by stacking all the bodies in the same place. But you're not going to win a map by having nice denial of ult point strategies.
The little details, they don't go amiss.
But sure. But it's going to be rounds like this that show us whether Lev have got what it takes to rebound in this series.
This is pressure all over the place here. We're seeing the wall collected up alongside another smoke as well. Making it feel like there could be a bit of a lurk play in through A.
Yeah, trying to create that pressure. A little bit difficult because I think it's easy for King now to realize it's fake. He just walks back into sight.
Neon is posted here. He has a gate crash going to be expiring in about 10 seconds. 100 Thieves are gearing and grouping up here, but takes a fight. He's got a gate crash just in time.
Yeah, but he's miles away.
He is miles away now.
You're committed to a B retake now.
Damage being done. Timatino's all the way forwards and around. That horn just missing him. Stun. Lay down at the feet. Timatino's just trying to skip his way into the back of the site. It's not brought down just yet. 100 Thieves now with another plant down, and the potential in this bonus is looking deadly, especially with cryo activating. Timatino, got to be cleared here. Flash in your face.
Да не, ребята, я считаю, что второй раунд здесь весьма показательный. Нет никакого решения на этой карте под названием въебаться в стенку и сдохнуть. Такого не бывает. Короче, это так не работает. Объясню для неопытных, кто, возможно, в Valorant новенький, скажем так. Пистолеты в Valorant тоже ваншотят. По большей части. Бандит стоит 600 монет, который ваншотит вблизи. Это к чему? Карта контактная. Одна из самых контактных карт. Контактнее только сплит. Наверное, только сплит. Только сплит контактнее, чем эта карта. Откисать на втором раунде полная хуйня. Откисают, например, на Абисе, потому что Абис пиздец какая дистанционная карта. А вот на этой карте, если ты въебал пистолетку, так делать нельзя. Вот, это, считай, издевательство над самой концепцией игры. Тебе совсем буквально недавно, блядь, добавили пистолет для таких ситуаций. Ты как профессионал должен уметь как бы стрелять с этого пистолета. Но ты идешь и, будучи левитанами, короче, откисаешь, въебываешься в потолок. Короче, это так не работает. Тебе дали контактную карту, тебе дали пистолет для ваншотов. У тебя все есть, как бы, если ты этой хуйней занимаешься, это пиздец. Вот. Такая история. Если вы думаете, ребята, что есть какая-то команда, которая на этой карте там въебывается после поражения на пистолетах, значит, они, блядь, настолько далеки еще от Valorant, что аж хуёво. Конечно, скинут, обезьяна, конечно, скинут. Ты имеешь в виду, что они во имя проседают? Я имею в виду, что они не используют механики Valorant, которые Valorant, в свою очередь, самым последним образом добавлял в эту игру. Разрабы Valorant добавляли в эту игру. Специально для таких случаев, специально для случаев въеба пистолетного раунда добавили бандит.